Chapter 1. The Golden Saint Cloth. Marvel. Asgard, within the resplendent palace. An enraged roar echoed through the halls. Thor. As the sound reverberated, a figure wielding a hammer soared out from the palace. "I'm sorry, Lu Lin. I truly didn't mean to." Barely had Thor's words left his lips when a streak of starlight shot forth from within the palace, hurtling towards him. Fortunately, Thor's combat experience was extensive. He deftly twisted in midair to evade the oncoming starlight. Lu Lin, you still need much more practice." Thor's words were cut short as the starlight, having narrowly missed him, suddenly veered back and struck him squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Inside the palace, Lu Lin watched as Thor plummeted from the sky, a smile spreading across his face. He marveled at how adept he had become at wielding his newfound powers. Lu Lin was not of this world, but rather a traveler from an ordinary realm, having crossed over into the Marvel universe to become Odin's non-existent son. If one were to include Hela, sealed in the realm of Hell, Lu Lin would be regarded as the fourth prince of Asgard, the god of the skies endowed with the power of starlight. Calculating the days, the system should awaken today. As a traveler, Lu Lin possessed his own unique advantagia sign-in system. However, upon arriving in this world, the system fell into a dormant state. Each year, he could observe the progress bar gradually increasing. After 8 centuries, it finally activated. Sign-in system successfully restored. Current sign-in count, once. Would you like to begin the sign-in? The moment the system awakened, it rang in Lu Lin's mind. Sign in. Lu Lin was well aware of the system's functions. Signing in at various locations would yield different rewards. Now, he was eager to discover what treasures his 600-year residence in the palace might bestow upon him. Sign-in initiated. Sign-in location, Lu Lin's divine palace. Sign-in successful. Rewards acquired. A portion of starlight power, golden saint cloth. Upon witnessing the rewards of his sign-in, Lu Lin's composure nearly faltered, a testament to the inner strength he had cultivated over 8 centuries. The starlight power held significance for him akin to that of the god of thunder's power. For Thor, it represented their primal essence. Though uncertain of the extent to which this portion of starlight power would enhance him, he surmised it would not be insignificant. As for the golden saint cloth, it was derived from the beloved manga series Saint Seiya, encompassing the 12 armors and the Serpentarius cloth. Most notably, the golden saint cloth came with an accompanying method of cultivating the small universe. A wondrous cultivation method. The golden saint cloth materialized as a box before Lu Lin, while the method of small universe cultivation flooded his mind. The starlight power amounted to the equivalent of 2 decades of his efforts. Perhaps it is due to Lu Lin's mastery of the power of the cosmos, for upon acquiring the cultivation method of the small universe, he almost instantaneously reached the level of the sixth sense. When a small universe is developed to the sixth sense, one gains the ability to manipulate elements, soar freely through the skies, and wield extraordinary powers, such as atomic disintegration. Because of his connection to the cosmic force, Lu Lin found himself endowed with these extraordinary abilities upon achieving the sixth sense. As he surveyed the business before him, Lu Lin waved his hand, summoning the Gemini armor to emerge from its chest and adorn him. The might bestowed by the golden armor surged into Lu Lin's being for him. The enhancement provided by the golden armor was substantial. Having donned the armor, Lu Lin felt that his strength had surpassed even that of Thor. Who would have thought that a mere sign-in would grant me such formidable power? It is worth noting that Thor's current strength was the result of 15 centuries of accumulation, while Lu Lin, from birth until now, had scarcely reached 8 centuries. Although Lu Lin's innate talent was commendable, ordinarily, it would require considerable time to catch up to Thor. However, now, with the acquisition of the cosmic divine power and the golden armor through sign-in, Lu Lin's strength was nearly on par with Thor. "Your Highness Lu Lin, King Odin summons you." Just as Lu Lin was reveling in the power of the small universe, a guard entered from outside. Acknowledging the guard's words with a nod, Lu Lin transformed into a streak of starlight and soared towards Odin's palace. Upon arrival, he discovered that he was not alone. Thor, Loki, and Sif were also present. When Odin saw Lu Lin's approach, he spoke. "Frost giant from Jotunheim have appeared on Asgard's territory. You must drive them away." As soon as Odin's words were uttered, Lu Lin sensed trouble brewing. Indeed, upon hearing that they were merely to expel the frost giants, Thor erupted in fury, roaring at Odin. "Father, how can we let them go so easily?" Odin's singular eye fixed upon Thor, questioning, "What do you propose?" Witnessing the impending argument between the two, Lu Lin turned and approached Sif. He had long since grown accustomed to the quarrels between Thor and Odin. Over the past few centuries, their disputes had often revolved around matters of concealment. Their diverging views on warfare had become a familiar sight to all. "Let us depart, it seems they will argue for some time yet," Lu Lin remarked as he reached Sif's side. Sif and the others nodded in agreement, following Lu Lin to the site of the frost giant's disturbance, preparing to expel them, while Loki remained in the palace, relishing the spectacle of Thor receiving a reprimand. Lu Lin's enthusiasm was further fueled by the recent announcement from the system. Repel the frost giant army. Reward. One sign-in count previously, Lu Lin was uncertain about how to accumulate check-in points. However, upon encountering this task, he finally comprehended the means to obtain them. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Lu Lin soared into the air, making his way towards the location of the frost giant. Chapter 2. The galactic starburst and re-signing near a tranquil farm in Asgard, a rift in space unfurled, heralding the arrival of numerous frost giants. The valiant soldiers of Asgard engaged in fierce combat with these formidable foes. Despite their commendable prowess, the Asgardian warriors found themselves somewhat outmatched by the frost giants. Were it not for their superior weaponry, the ordinary soldiers of Asgard would likely require the strength of 4 or 5 to vanquish a single frost giant. Sif and her companions, lacking the ability to fly, could only ride their steeds, following closely behind Lu Lin. Observing the fierce battle below between the frost giants and the Asgardian soldiers, Lu Lin summoned forth the Gemini armor and charged towards the location of the frost giants. As he approached, he swiftly assumed a fighting stance. Galactic starburst. An ethereal visage of the galaxy materialized around Lu Lin, and a star shattered. A terrifying energy enveloped the frost giants. The once formidable bodies of the frost giants crumbled under the force of Lu Lin's strike. Sif and her companions, landing behind Lu Lin, gazed in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Lu Lin had always excelled in magic rather than close combat, so witnessing such a powerful technique was unexpected. However, they did not linger. One by one, they descended from the sky and commenced their assault on the frost giants, driving them towards the rift in space. Meanwhile, Lu Lin's cosmos surged wildly within him. Each punch he delivered carrying cataclysmic power. His lightning-fast attacks left the frost giants with no means of defense, compelling them to retreat. As the last frost giant vanished from Asgard, Sif approached Lu Lin with swift strides. The rift in space would be sealed by the mages of the Celestial Palace. "I never imagined you would grow so strong during this time." While Lu Lin's magical abilities had always been formidable, he had previously struggled in close combat compared to Sif and her companions. Thus, upon hearing Sif's words, he chuckled. "Now, I am more than capable of joining you in the arena." In the past, Lu Lin refrained from participating in the arena battles when Sif and her companions ventured there, as his focus lay solely on magic, with little study of hand-to-hand combat. However, now things were different. Both his cosmos and the golden armor had significantly enhanced his close combat skills. Sif raised an eyebrow at Lu Lin's declaration and nodded in agreement. "Very well. Then let me witness your prowess." In this world, perhaps due to Lu Lin's influence, Sif was not destined to be Thor's queen as she was in her original realm. Instead, she grew quite close to Lu Lin. Meanwhile, Vostag and the others exchanged glances at the idle chatter between Lu Lin and Sif before taking their leave. The invasion of the frost giants is not considered a significant event for the populace, as such occurrences happen several times each year. This is also the reason for the quarrel between Thor and Odin. Thor believes that it is Odin's mercy that allows the frost giants to take advantage. Amidst their banner, they arrived at the arena. The moment they entered, Lu Lin checked in. Check-in successful. Check-in location, Asgard Arena. Check-in reward, intentional fist strike. Upon seeing the system's reward, Lu Lin felt a swell of curiosity. The intentional fist strike is a skill from a character in a game he played in his past life, and he was eager to discover how this ability would manifest in his hands. Intentional fist strike. Damage received converts into divine power stored within the body, consuming all divine power to unleash a heavy punch in a specific direction. The overall transformation of this ability is not drastically different. It merely shifts from raw might to divine power. Nevertheless, Lu Lin perceives this change as quite advantageous, as his divine power far surpasses mere physical strength. "What are you waiting for? Come on." Shiver emerged, clad in armor and wielding a longsword. Observing Shiver's striking appearance, Lu Lin called forth the Leo cloth. Though Shiver was slightly taken aback by the armor adorning Lu Lin, she refrained from commenting. "Go, Lu Lin. You must not lose to Shiver." The news of Lu Lin's impending battle with Shiver had spread throughout Asgard, and Thor was particularly exhilarated, shouting enthusiastically from the stands. It was apparent that he had concluded his argument with Odin and arrived at the arena. As the two opponents assumed their stances, Shiver launched a direct slash with her sword. Lu Lin swiftly retaliated, unleashing a barrage of radiant fists that enveloped Shiver in an instant. Plasma speed fist. Boom, boom, boom. In a heartbeat, Shiver was sent flying, though she managed to deflect the blow with her longsword just in time. As a weapon blessed by Odin, Shiver's sword is formidable. Even so, she sustained considerable injury. You've grown so strong, Lu Lin. Shiver exclaimed, rising to her feet and taking a deep breath. Clearly affected by Lu Lin's strike. Meanwhile, Thor and the others in the distant stands were stunned. When did Lu Lin become this powerful? Even Thor could not discern the trajectory of Lu Lin's speed punches. Had he been in the same situation, he would have struggled to find a means to counter such an assault. Within the arena, Shiver re-engaged Lu Lin. This time, having grasped Lu Lin's strength, she unleashed her full capabilities. Intent on testing the intentional fist strike, Lu Lin refrained from employing his speed punches and opted to engage with his physical prowess. During the battle, Lu Lin could feel the divine power within him steadily accumulating, though this divine power could not be utilized directly. Chapter 3. The Taurus Saint. As the battle persisted, Lu Lin sensed that the divine power within him was nearing its zenith. Observing the approaching figure of Heifer, Lu Lin suddenly unleashed a powerful strike with both fists. Boom! A tremendous surge of divine energy erupted from within Lu Lin, wreaking havoc upon all that lay before him. The entire arena was enveloped in swirling smoke, from which Heifer's silhouette emerged first. Lu Lin had not aimed his attack at Heifer, for this strike wielded genuine destructive potential, and he was uncertain of its true power. As the smoke dissipated, a fan-shaped trench materialized at the center of the arena, revealing numerous spatial fissures, an indication of the real damage inflicted. What manner of attack is this? Heifer exclaimed, astonished by the effects wrought by Lu Lin's punch. Reflecting on the power of such an assault, Heifer felt a stir of apprehension. He questioned whether his long sword could withstand such might were it directed at him. In the stands, Loki and Thor gaped in astonishment at Lu Lin's display. Thor, can you unleash such devastation? Loki regarded Lu Lin merely as a younger brother and held great respect for his magical prowess. However, witnessing Lu Lin's formidable close combat skills left him equally astounded. Yet, a sense of melancholy crept into Loki's heart. He had initially presumed that Lu Lin, like himself, was a mage lacking in combat ability, only to find him transformed into an extraordinary warrior. This metamorphosis inevitably left Loki feeling somewhat disheartened. Thor, however, was unperturbed by such thoughts. The sight of Lu Lin's burgeoning power ignited a desire within him to engage in combat. Yet, Lu Lin felt no inclination to continue the fight. In the ensuing days, Lu Lin activated numerous quests, granting him several opportunities to check in. Nevertheless, the patterns governing these tasks eluded him. Some merely required him to engage in drinking contests with Thor, while others demanded he lead the Asgardian army to quell local uprisings. Over the course of 6 months, Lu Lin amassed 3 chances for a lottery draw. However, situated at the borders of Asgard without suitable locations for check-ins, he opted to preserve these opportunities. Now, with the rebellion of the mountain giants quelled, Lu Lin intended to return to the celestial palace. My lord, we are prepared. A flash of golden light heralded the arrival of a towering figure before Lu Lin. Arudaba, the Taurus Saint, was the first among Lu Lin's followers to attain the 6th sense. Thus, Lu Lin bestowed upon him the Taurus armor and the name Arudaba. During his 6 months at the border, Lu Lin had mastered the techniques encapsulated within the golden armor, enabling him to execute moves like the galaxy explosion even without donning the armor. Now, Lu Lin commanded nearly 200 Asgardian warriors who had cultivated their small universe, alongside fighters from various other factions. If one merely considers quality, it is the Valkyrie Legion that stands as the sole counterpart to the Saint Seiya reserves of Asgard. Thus, let us embark. Within the halls of Asgard, Odin observed the peculiar pallor on Thor's face. This time, he had specifically dispatched Lu Lin to address the turmoil at the borders, keeping Thor by his side to instruct him in the governance of Asgard. To his dismay, that scoundrel had followed Loki to Alfheim, provoking the Light Elves. These Light Elves, not only possessing formidable technology but also wielding exceptionally unique magic, resulted in Thor's solitary return, while Loki and the 3 warriors were detained. I had not anticipated that their magic could disrupt the Bifrost, otherwise, we would have undoubtedly returned. Thor's tone was laced with indignation, believing that had it not been for the interference of the Light Elves' magic with Heimdall's Bifrost, he could have safely brought back Loki and the others. You have yet to comprehend your folly. Odin expressed his disappointment towards Thor. However, Thor remained oblivious to Odin's tone, instead impatiently exclaiming, now is not the time for this. Loki is still waiting for my rescue. Just then, Lu Lin entered and caught the tail end of Thor's outburst. Lu Lin, your return is timely. Come with me to rescue Loki and the others. Upon seeing Lu Lin, Thor's countenance transformed into one of joy. In his view, with Lu Lin's strength combined with his own, they could certainly create a ruckus in Alfheim. Lu Lin, noticing Odin's darkened expression, realized that Thor was in deep trouble. Enough. Indeed, with a thunderous command from Odin, a beam of light shot forth from the eternal spear, transforming into a chain that bound Thor. I shall send someone to retrieve Loki and the others from the Light Elves. During this time, you will remain in the halls of the gods for reflection. With a wave of his hand, the chain swiftly ensnared Thor and cast him away. Once Thor was dealt with, Odin's demeanor softened. He held great expectations for Lu Lin, his son who was not mentioned in the prophecy of Ragnarok, especially in the past year. Lu Lin's rapid growth and strength led Odin to believe that he could very well be the one to end Ragnarok. There have been issues in Midgard. One of Mephisto's sons has secretly descended, and the supreme sorcerer hopes that one of us can oversee this peculiar night of the undead. Odin suddenly spoke, leaving Lu Lin momentarily stunned. Having spent many years in this world, much of his past was now a blur. However, based on the information Odin had revealed, Lu Lin recalled that Night of the Undead from Marvel's early works. Why doesn't the supreme sorcerer intervene himself, instead of troubling us in Asgard? Unlike Thor and Loki, Lu Lin was well aware of the powers beyond Asgard, both from his past memories and his current studies. He understood the formidable strength of the supreme sorcerer, Doctor Strange. Chapter 4. Kamar-Taj and the Dark Dimension. As the Dark Dimension drew nearer to Midgard, the supreme sorcerer and his disciples prepared to guard against Dormammu and his followers. Upon hearing Lu Lin's words, Odin patiently elaborated. Lu Lin had limited knowledge about Dormammu, as that entity's focus had long been on Midgard. I understand. I shall journey to Midgard shortly. Lu Lin was intrigued by the prospect of visiting Earth, as it appeared to offer more suitable locations for sign-ins compared to Asgard. However, there was one task he needed to complete before departing, the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Sign-in location, Asgard's Celestial Palace, sign-in reward, instant transmission, Dragon Ball version. Upon witnessing this sign-in reward, Lu Lin was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated acquiring such an ability within the Celestial Palace. In his previous sign-ins, although the rewards were random, they bore some relation to the locations. This time, however, he was surprised to receive an ability entirely unrelated to the palace. Lu Lin had expected something mythologically themed. Nevertheless, the instant transmission was indeed remarkable, particularly the Dragon Ball version. For someone of Lu Lin's prowess, ordinary instant transmission held little value, as his own speed already surpassed the sound barrier. Yet, the Dragon Ball version was distinct. It allowed one to teleport across galaxies as long as they could sense ki. Even Odin required the Bifrost to achieve such feats. Aruba. Let us venture to Midgard together, Lu Lin said, stepping out of the Celestial Palace and glancing at Aruba, who followed closely behind. Certainly, Your Highness. Aruba replied in a subdued tone. For this journey to Midgard, Lu Lin intended to reward Aruba, considering that the other saints remained stuck at the threshold of the sixth sense, rendering their contributions minimal. Moreover, Lu Lin recalled the so-called son of Mephisto, an epitome of a tiger father and a dog son, so he felt little apprehension. Heimdall, escort us to Midgard, Lu Lin declared into the air after dismissing the saints. He knew that Heimdall's watchful eyes were ever observing the 9 realms, and his words would certainly be heard. A beam of rainbow light descended from above, and in an instant, both Lu Lin and Aruba vanished without a trace. Midgard, the Himalayas. A beam of rainbow light enveloped Lu Lin and Aruba as they emerged. Heimdall must be berating me for pilfering his wine last time, Lu Lin mused, as he barely managed to maintain his footing upon landing on the Bifrost. Aruba remained silent, his temperament naturally reserved. Otherwise, Lu Lin would not have bestowed upon him the Taurus armor. At that moment, a spark flickered before Lu Lin, and as it began to swirl, a portal connecting to another realm gradually unfolded. The teleportation magic of Kamar-Taj is indeed astonishing. As guest from Asgard, I am Mordo, the Sorcerer Supreme, who has been awaiting your arrival. Upon seeing the man before him, Lu Lin recognized him as the very Mordo who had been by the side of the Ancient One. Lu Lin recalled that later, after the Sorcerer Supreme wielded the Time Stone, he succumbed to a dark transformation. However, the current Mordo evidently remains a diligent student of the Sorcerer Supreme. Together with Aruba, he stepped through the portal, which led directly to Kamar-Taj. The ancient, elegant architecture of Kamar-Taj captivated Lu Lin. Although the structures of Asgard are exceedingly grand, they can become rather monotonous over time. Upon entering Kamar-Taj, Lu Lin immediately checked in. As the sanctum of sorcerers, Kamar-Taj was undoubtedly the place Lu Lin most desired to acknowledge. Check-in successful. Location, Kamar-Taj. Check-in reward, the complete Harry Potter magical compendium. In an instant, a wealth of magical knowledge flooded Lu Lin's mind, and various spells were etched into his memory. However, Lu Lin felt a tinge of disappointment with this check-in reward. While the magic within Harry Potter is indeed wondrous, it tends to be more functional than formidable, lacking in sheer power. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Lin followed Mordo to the chamber of the Sorcerer Supreme. Master, the guests from Asgard have arrived. Upon entering, Mordo respectfully addressed the Ancient One. Welcome to your presence, Prince Lu Lin. The Ancient One gestured, and 2 chairs materialized before them. After they were seated, the Ancient One began to elucidate the matter at hand. The Darheart demon seeks to create a new hell within the fissures of Earth through the Vatican Covenant, while Mephisto has dispatched the Ghost Rider to thwart him. Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Lu Lin pondered for a moment before inquiring, what is the strength of the Darheart demon? Lu Lin did not believe that, as Mephisto's son, the Darkheart demon would be as feeble as portrayed in the films of his previous life. After all, this being had manifested on Earth. The Darkheart demon wields the power of the hellish dimension, and although his strength does not rival Mephisto's, he is certainly formidable. Were it not for Mephisto's restrictions on the hellish dimension's power, the Darkheart demon would be capable of unleashing even greater might on Earth. At this moment, Lu Lin grasped the situation. The Darkheart demon was not weak, certainly more powerful than the Ghost Rider, but Mephisto, the Elder, had inadvertently hindered the Darkheart demon, preventing him from harnessing the hellish dimension's strength. This was why the Darkheart demon was so easily subdued by the Ghost Rider. With this understanding, Lu Lin resolved to take action, as he too was intrigued by the Vatican Covenant. After all, harnessing its power could potentially forge a small hellish dimension, one that would undoubtedly possess considerable strength. After bidding farewell to the Ancient One, Lu Lin and his companions prepared to utilize the sorcerer's teleportation to journey to Mexico. Chapter 5. The Unwarranted Interference of S.H.I.E.L.D. Your Highness, I can sense the dark power. Arudaba, who had just arrived in Mexico, proclaimed. In truth, it was unnecessary for Arudaba to speak. Lu Lin had already perceived the immense dark force. It seems we have arrived too late. Such power could not possibly be wielded by a mere malevolent spirit with limited abilities. Let us proceed and uncover what has transpired. With that, Lu Lin placed his hand upon Arudaba, and in the next moment, the two vanished from their location. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit town, Johnny gazed despondently at those around him. I have already stated that becoming the Ghost Rider is beyond my control. Why do you believe you can safeguard the Sanctum Gonzaki contract? At Johnny's words, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Coulson's face. Upon discovering the presence of demons and the fiery rider in Mexico, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt compelled to intervene. When they learned that the so-called Sanctum Gonzaki contract could indeed forge a gateway to hell, they seized it under the pretext of protection. We did not anticipate that the so-called water demon would possess such formidable strength. After witnessing Johnny effortlessly dispatch the wind demon, Coulson and his team had dismissed the threat posed by the other demons. Little did they expect that a special agent team would falter within mere minutes under the demon's onslaught. I have long warned you that these so-called agents are utterly untrustworthy, sneered Blaze, casting a disdainful glance at Coulson and his companions. As the former Ghost Rider, Blaze possessed a wealth of knowledge. He understood that Mephisto's reluctance to enter Earth was not due to these agents, but rather the sorcerers. Mr. Blaze, you may harbor some misconceptions about us. S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been dedicated to maintaining global stability. Coulson noted the implications in Blaze's words. However, before he could inquire further, flames ignited around Blaze, transforming him into the Ghost Rider. No more chatter. The demons are upon us. The Sanctum Gonzaki contract had fully manifested. The powers of the hellish dimension now permeating the area. Bat-like imps soared through the sky, and upon spotting Coulson and his team, they screeched and dove toward them. Attack! Coulson reacted swiftly, shouting to the agents behind him. Clinton knocked an arrow and shot down one of the little demons. At that moment, the spirit of vengeance within Johnny seized control once more, transforming him into the Ghost Rider. A chain swung in Johnny's grasp, and any imp struck by it ignited in flames, plummeting from the sky. Beside him, Blaze wielded an old-fashioned shotgun, their combined efforts sufficing to repel the swarm of imps. Have we truly reached this level of chaos? A sudden sound startled Shirley and Coulson, and as they turned around, they beheld the elegantly attired Green Forest and Eludaba. Who are you two? Coulson brandished his gun, aiming it at Lu Lin and Eludaba, but in the next moment, Eludaba crushed the weapon in his grasp. Enough, Eludaba. Do not frighten them. Lu Lin gazed at Johnny, the most extraordinary Ghost Rider, while internally, he completed a sign-in. Sign-in successful. Sign-in location, St. Vengasa. Sign-in reward, Ebony Wood. White Ivory, 2 handguns, 1 black and 1 white, materialized in Lu Lin's hands. Observing the rewards, Lu Lin felt a twinge of disappointment. Having anticipated that such a unique location as St. Vengasa would yield more valuable treasures. Instead, he had received 2 handguns, which, although crafted from ebony and ivory specifically designed to combat demons, were entirely superfluous for Lu Lin. May I inquire who you are? Seeing Lu Lin holding the 2 handguns in silence, Coulson felt a hint of anxiety. We are here to deal with the black-hearted demon. Lu Lin felt indifferent towards Coulson. To him, Coulson was merely a familiar agent. At that moment, a fierce wind surged, and 3 figures appeared before the group. These were the wind demons, resurrected by the black-hearted demon. Witnessing their presence, Lu Lin raised his dual pistols and repeatedly pulled the triggers, divine energy manifesting as bullets that shot forth, piercing the newly emerged wind demons instantly. At this juncture, Johnny charged forward, ensnaring the wind demon with his chains, aiming to pass judgment with the eye of judgment. However, a surge of water suddenly erupted from the ground, sending Johnny flying and interrupting his incantation. Eludaba. Lu Lin called out to a Ludaba beside him. In the next instant, a Ludaba transformed into a beam of golden light. Appearing before the water demon, arms crossed, and bellowed, golden horn. A formidable cosmic force erupted from a Ludaba's wrist, obliterating the water demon before it could react. The wind demon, too, was severely injured, losing half of its corporeal form to a Ludaba's devastating attack. As the golden horn's explosion subsided, the ground lay scarred and ravaged. The remaining half-demon gazed at a Ludaba in terror, with the wind demon weakly exclaiming, "You are a god of Asgard. How did you come to be here?" As a well-known entity in Hell, the wind demons were cognizant of Asgard's legends. When a Ludaba unleashed his power, they had sensed the divine energy belonging to Lu Lin. At this moment, Lu Lin chose to disregard the wind demon, focusing instead on sensing the turbulence within this space. Just as the water demon was vanquished by a Ludaba, Lu Lin felt the instability of this realm intensify. At this moment, Lu Lin speculated in his heart that perhaps this miniature hell was not solely established by the St. Van Gogh's contract, but may also be connected to the wind demon, earth demon, and water demon. Chapter 6. Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind. The elements unite. The gates of hell open. Earth, water, fire, and wind. These are the four fundamental elements that constitute the world in the tradition of Western alchemy. Earth demon, wind demon, water demon. Lu Lin silently recited the names of these four entities, sensing an unsettling discrepancy. Something is amiss. Earth, water, fire, and wind, yet one element is conspicuously absent. Fire. Lu Lin was certainly aware of Johnny, for no one could deny the fierce flames that engulfed the skull of the Ghost Rider, establishing an undeniable connection between the rider and fire. However, Lu Lin did not associate this with the Ghost Rider. Ultimately, the Ghost Rider is an angel, a servant of the Almighty. If there were any link between the opening of this hellish realm and the Ghost Rider, it felt profoundly dissonant. After all, the Ghost Rider and demons are essentially arch-nemeses. Demons flee in terror at the mere sight of the Ghost Rider. These two forces are fundamentally opposed, starkly contrasting, and it seems improbable that they could ever converge. Demons. Sin. The grotesque skull of the Ghost Rider slowly opened, emitting a howl that uttered words incomprehensible to mortals. Faced with sin, the Ghost Rider could no longer contain himself and charged forward. He grasped the Earth Demon by the head, presenting it before his gaze. "Behold your sins." With the activation of the Eye of Judgment, flames from the deepest abyss of hell ignited, scorching the Earth Demon's soul. The hellfire, fueled by sin, enveloped the Earth Demon's essence, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. In this inferno, the Ghost Rider found immense satisfaction. Yet, his discontent lingered. He seized the Wind Demon, now reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, and held it before him. "Please, no." The Wind Demon weakly pleaded, yet such entreaties garnered no pity from the Ghost Rider. Its soul swiftly transformed into sustenance for the rider, as one who feasts upon sin. The more souls the Ghost Rider consumed, the mightier he became. After incinerating the souls of two demons, the Ghost Rider's power escalated to a profoundly terrifying degree. These were two demon lords capable of instilling fear in countless infernal beings. Otherwise, the Blackheart demon would not have brought these three minions into the mortal realm. Witnessing the Ghost Rider's surge in power, Lu Lin experienced a moment of clarity. This surge was his doing, while the Blackheart demon remained at the first level. He had overcomplicated the matter. Although the Ghost Rider's power ultimately emanates from God, the means by which he inflicts harm upon his foes is pure hellfire. This paradoxical unity of light and sin renders the Ghost Rider the most fitting key to unlocking the sanctum of Van Cassia. Though the Ghost Rider's essence springs from God, he has succumbed to the corruption instigated by Mephistopheles. Nonetheless, the glimmer of light within his soul ensures that he will not be cast aside by the sanctum of Van Cassia. The hellfire within his power serves as the perfect complement to fill the void in this space. The fierce blaze of hellfire has shattered the equilibrium of this realm. In this instant, the small space is suffused with the malevolent energies emanating from the depths of hell. The forces of darkness have tainted the elemental essences of earth, water, fire, and wind with a hellish aura. The barrier between the mortal realm and the underworld has weakened at this moment. Not only Lu Lin, but even an ordinary person like Coulson has sensed something amiss in the surrounding atmosphere. What is happening? Coulson's complexion turned pale, his eyes reddened. The encroaching stench of hell has rendered him unable to maintain his composure. The muzzle of his gun has even begun to aim at his own companions, including Lu Lin. Alas, ordinary people are a source of trouble. Lu Lin sighed softly. Arudaba immediately understood the gravity of the situation. As the most competent aide to the fourth prince, one must be astute in reading the atmosphere. Arudaba acted swiftly, incapacitating the agents in an instant. As for Clinton, he may have been skilled against ordinary men, but when faced with the gods of Asgard, his prowess fell short. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Director Fury gazed at the screen, which had long since lost its signal, and impotently vented his fury. Where did these people come from? Why have so many bizarrely dressed rascals suddenly appeared on Earth? Who can tell me what is happening? Lu Lin paid no mind to the unconscious Clinton and others, for the true mastermind has finally revealed himself before the crowd. Splendid, splendid. The bats in the air gradually coalesced into a mass, and the pallid figure of the dark heart demon materialized. Thanks to you, my plan can be executed flawlessly. Under the influence of the hellish aura, the dark heart demon has begun to unleash a portion of his true power. The dark energy radiating from him is overwhelming, instilling a sense of despair. How can it be? Stryker slowly lowered his weapon, an air of hopelessness enveloping him. Such power, how could we possibly stand against him? Now, it is only a step away. The dark heart demon sneered, taking a single stride to appear before the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider attempted to strike, but his strength was insignificant in the face of the dark heart demon, who effortlessly grasped him in his hand. Holding the Ghost Rider was akin to lifting a mere chick for the dark heart demon. As he exerted his strength, the hellfire enveloping the Ghost Rider was drawn from him. In the blink of an eye, the flames extinguished, and he reverted back to Johnny. The dark heart demon casually tossed him aside. At this moment, the hellish aura within this space has reached its zenith. The dark heart demon produced the Sanctum Gonsack contract and began to recite the incantation slowly. With the formidable power of the Hell Knight from the heavens now intertwined with the St. Vangasa Pact, the distinction between the forces of hell has become utterly indistinguishable. He offered no resistance and was swiftly ensnared by the malevolent sorcerer. Your Highness. Eludaba cast a glance at Lu Lin, and upon receiving his silent approval, he charged forth in an instant. Yet, in the very next moment, he was forcefully repelled. It was not merely the overwhelming strength of the dark sorcerer that thwarted him, but rather the fact that the ritual had commenced. To disrupt the ceremony, he would need to contend not only with a single malevolent entity, but the entire dimension of hell itself. Even if this was but a fragment of that infernal dimension, Eludaba was far from being a match. Nevertheless, seemingly fueled by a sense of defiance, Eludaba erupted with a surge of his own cosmic energy. Launching himself once more into the fray, he resolved to confront the entirety of the hell dimension with the might of his own small universe. Chapter 7. Infallible? Vulnerable? Although Eludaba possesses considerable strength, his small universe is indeed remarkable among the numerous subordinates of Lu Lin. However, to rely solely on his small universe to confront the infernal dimension is nothing short of a delusion. Even if it is merely a fragment of the infernal dimension, it remains an entity beyond Erudaba's capacity to shake. Spare yourself the futile effort. The dark-hearted demon laughed arrogantly. Once the fusion of the human realm and hell begins, it cannot be halted. Do you, insignificant insects, truly believe you can stand against the entirety of the infernal dimension? The dark-hearted demon sneered. Now, kneel. Show your submission to me, and perhaps I shall forgive your transgressions. Lu Lin regarded the dark-hearted demon floating in the sky with a cold smile. You may rely on the power of the infernal dimension to preserve yourself for now. But what will you do once the fusion is complete? What should I do? The dark-hearted demon was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You do not think that once the dimensional fusion occurs, the true power I wield will not surpass you, do you? The gods of Asgard. Do not be so arrogant. The dark-hearted demon scoffed. In hell, I am invincible. He was not boasting. To utter such words naturally implies that the dark-hearted demon possesses substantial confidence. Were he to arrive merely in his original form, he would never dare to make such audacious claims. Not to mention, his father alone would be sufficient to give him pause. However, with the sanctified Gonsack contract, the situation is entirely different. This segment of the infernal dimension belongs simultaneously to both the human realm and hell. Therefore, without the key of the sanctified Gonsack contract, no one may enter this domain without the dark-hearted demon's consent. Only those he acknowledges may come and go freely. Otherwise, one would have to forcibly breach the infernal dimension to approach the dark-hearted demon. The dark-hearted demon had meticulously orchestrated everything. Moments later, all were expelled from this space. Save for Lu Lin. You are so confident as to face me alone? Lu Lin smiled faintly. The dark-hearted demon indeed possesses formidable strength. And with the enhancement of the sanctified Gonsack contract, even Mephisto may not match him. Yet, if the dark-hearted demon believes he can completely dominate Lu Lin, he is gravely mistaken. The dark-hearted demon slowly descended from the air. A deity from Asgard offers you a chance to submit to me. The dark-hearted demon adopted a condescending demeanor. Crawl beneath my feet, become my hound, and perhaps when I conquer Asgard, you might yet become a king of Asgard. You speak too much. What? The dark-hearted demon's words were abruptly cut off as half of his body vanished. Lu Lin had shattered half of the dark-hearted demon's form with a single punch. Fortunately, as a bat demon, even the vanishing remains transformed into black smoke. Otherwise, the scene would indeed be inappropriate for children. I made an error. I should have struck at the heart. Lu Lin casually shook his hand, speaking with indifference. With a swift punch, Lu Lin struck, but the black-heart demon evaded just in time. His aim was slightly askew, missing the creature's heart. Thus, the blow only severed half of its body, failing to obliterate it entirely. This seemingly ordinary punch was, in truth, infused with the power of his own microcosm, making such an outcome not particularly surprising. Outside the barrier, Aludaba observed the results of Lu Lin's attack, pursing his lips. Indeed, the prince's strength had grown significantly. In his lifetime, he feared he might never match even a fraction of the prince's prowess. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair, Aludaba felt a surge of determination within him. He resolved to train diligently lest he one day find himself unworthy of standing beside Lu Lin. After all, the king of Asgard had no need for a worthless companion. In stark contrast to Aludaba's fervor, Shrey was utterly stunned. At that moment, he had not yet reverted to his human form, but the flame of his soul flickered weakly. The remnants of vengeance within him were scarce, marking this as his final transformation. This was also why the Blackheart demon had refrained from attacking him. The meager hellfire he possessed was hardly worth noticing. At this moment, the flickering hellfire upon Shrey's skull vividly indicated his inner turmoil. As a spirit of vengeance, he had sent countless formidable demons to hell in his lifetime. Yet, beings of the caliber of Mephisto's offspring remained terrifyingly beyond his reach. Entrusted with safeguarding the holy Gonsark contract, he understood its significance. He could scarcely fathom the sheer strength the Blackheart demon would wield upon acquiring the complete contract and bridging the hellish dimension to reality. Surely, even Mephisto would be helpless against him. How could such a formidable and terrifying entity, whose mere gaze could stifle breath, be so effortlessly defeated? This unadorned punch bore no hint of threat to Shrey. Are the gods of Asgard truly this fearsome? He began to comprehend why the people of Asgard are revered as deities. No, it is merely the prince's extraordinary power, Aludaba remarked dismissively. Do not employ your foolish reasoning to gauge the prince's might. No sooner had Aludaba spoken than Lu Lin was forcibly expelled from that space. It's over, truly over. Shrey despaired. Having failed to eliminate the Blackheart demon at first opportunity, he now feared it would grow ever stronger, seizing the time and chance to slowly devour the world. Perhaps no one could stop him. Not so fast. Do not jump to conclusions, Lu Lin replied calmly. He then began to move slowly forward, approaching the edge of the barrier. What? Impossible. Surely you do not intend to forcibly shatter the boundaries of hell. Shire muttered incessantly to himself. This is impossible, absolutely inconceivable. These are the confines of hell, and even if you are a god of Asgard, you could never accomplish such a feat. The chasm between dimensions may appear slight, yet it remains an insurmountable abyss for any mortal. Is that so? Lu Lin cast a faint glance at Shire. Alas, I am a god, not a mere mortal. With that, wisps of pale blue light entwined around his hand. The ethereal glow was elusive, emanating not a whisper of presence. Chapter 8. The little world confronts the hell dimension. Mephisto appears. Shrey found himself utterly bewildered, unable to discern the nature of the power before him. Indeed, the luminous flow in Lu Lin's hands was none other than his little world. Lu Lin had mastered the application of this realm to an extraordinary degree, his body moving in perfect synchrony with his thoughts. The shimmering light represented the manifestation of his little world. Between dimensions lay but a thin veil, yet for countless souls. This veil was an insurmountable chasm. Even Odin required considerable effort to forcibly traverse to another dimension. Thus, Asgard invented the Rainbow Bridge. The greatness of the Rainbow Bridge, which elevated it to a strategic weapon for Asgard, lay in its ability to effortlessly transport the Asgardian army to another dimension. Even Odin needed the aid of the Rainbow Bridge to journey to other realms. Mephisto, in his desire to traverse the mortal realm, could only clandestinely place his avatars upon the earth. Therefore, neither Shrey nor the Blackheart demon ever contemplated that someone could forcibly breach the divide between the mortal and hellish dimensions. As Shrey gazed on in astonishment, and as the Blackheart demon slowly regained his form, a sneer escaped his lips. Lu Lin, with his right hand entwined in flowing light, gradually approached the precipice of the hell dimension. A faint smile graced Lu Lin's lips. It was merely an initial step. The next moment, he unleashed a powerful punch. In the bewildered minds of those present, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed in their ears. However, this was merely an illusion. The fragmentation of space was silent. No one could hear the sound of its rupture. The reason they perceived the sound of breaking glass was that the space before Lu Lin had instantaneously transformed into shards akin to glass. Yet, this was insufficient for Lu Lin to charge in and deliver a thorough beating to the Blackheart demon. With a heavy exhale, Lu Lin's arms became mere afterimages as he unleashed a torrent of strikes. The barrier before him disintegrated as if composed of paper, turning to dust in an instant. Remarkably, Lu Lin braved the chaotic currents of space to arrive directly before the Blackheart demon. What manner of creature is this? The Blackheart demon felt his capacity for thought slipping away. In pursuit of his ambitions, he had intertwined his life with this fragment of the hell dimension from the very beginning. As long as this piece of the hell dimension persisted, he believed he could attain immortality. With the expansion of this realm, his power would swell, ultimately transforming him into a second Lord of Hell. Conversely, any damage inflicted upon this dimension would reverberate back to his own body. Lu Lin's simple maneuvers had already reduced the Witchheart demon to a state of near demise. No, this is impossible. The Blackheart demon was still unwilling to accept his fate. He had once believed his plans to be foolproof, yet the events unfolding before him were utterly incomprehensible. How could you possibly be so powerful? The malevolent entity remained stubbornly incredulous, unwilling to accept the formidable strength of the deities from Asgard. Lu Lin exhaled softly, as the process of vanquishing the Dark Heart seemed deceptively straightforward. However, wielding his own miniature world to confront the infernal dimension exacted a considerable toll on him, and he did not appear as untroubled as he might have seemed. Yet, in merely a few breaths, he regained his full vigor. The miniature world, however, had sustained significant damage from the confrontation with the hellish realm and would require careful recuperation upon his return. Just when everyone assumed the ordeal had concluded, a figure gradually emerged amidst the crowd. Mephisto. Slay gasped in alarm. As the infernal overlord responsible for his transformation into the Ghost Rider, Slay harbored a mixture of hatred and fear towards him. While he might have dared to confront the Dark Heart, the mere sight of Mephisto rendered his legs weak. He possessed no courage to strike against Mephisto. Yet, despite his trepidation, he still dared to oppose Mephisto, even going so far as to conceal the Sanctum Sanctorum contract. This audacity was what truly set Slay apart. Very well, it seems Asgard has promising successors, Mephisto remarked with a faint smile, bowing gentlemanly towards Lu Lin. Might I inquire if His Highness is interested in a proposition? Lu Lin disregarded Mephisto and proceeded towards the Sanctum Sanctorum contract, suspended in midair. His intuition urged him that acquiring this contract would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. However, just as Lu Lin reached out for the contract, another hand, clad in a black leather glove, obstructed his grasp. No, my dear prince, that contract rightfully belongs to me. You absolutely cannot take it away, Mephisto sneered. If you truly desire this contract, we could certainly negotiate a trade. Remove your hand, Lu Lin stated calmly. I have no interest in engaging in your childish games. The stench of sulfur emanating from you is revolting. Do not presume that I will refrain from acting against you simply because you are Odin's son. Mephisto's demeanor darkened ominously. At that moment, Lu Lin's thought shifted, and he instantaneously signed in. Sign in successful. Sign in character. Mephisto, sign in reward. Hellfire. This marked Lu Lin's inaugural sign-in with a character. It appeared that not only renowned locations, but also illustrious figures could be subjects of sign-in. However, Mephisto seemed rather lackluster, offering only a single instance of Hellfire upon signing in. Lu Lin did not perceive Hellfire as particularly advantageous, while it might appear spectacular, capable of transforming one into a skeletal form and allowing for the modification of desired weapons. The power derived from Hell was inherently incompatible with Lu Lin's current system of abilities. To wield Hellfire, Lu Lin would have to relinquish his other powers. However, whether it is the cosmic forces or the divine powers belonging to Asgard, they far surpass the infernal flames by an immeasurable extent. Even if these hellish fires originate from the deepest abyss of sin, they remain utterly trivial. Nevertheless, the disdain reflected in Lurian's gaze led Mephisto to mistakenly believe that Lurian was mocking him. As a demon of hell, he could hardly endure such indignity. It seems I must take it upon myself to educate Odin's son on the true meaning of decorum. A myriad of black smoke emanated from Mephisto, surging directly into Lurian's being. I must say, have you perhaps misjudged something? Lurian's voice resonated from within the smoke. Chapter 9. The Confrontation with Mephisto. Thor's trials. How dare a mere demon display such audacity before me? Lu Lin scoffed, his voice dripping with derision. Do you truly believe that your trifling abilities can stand against me? With a subtle shift of his body, the black mist surrounding him seemed to falter, dispersing as if confronted by its nemesis. Mephisto, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, found himself grappling with disbelief, given their proximity and the element of surprise. Even Odin himself would hesitate to claim he could effortlessly extricate himself from Mephisto's grasp in such a precarious situation. It is crucial to remember that the Sanctus Gonsac contract was still in effect, binding them within the dimensions of hell. In other words, this was Mephisto's dominion. Within this infernal realm, he could unleash a staggering 120% of his power. On his own territory, he could even reach a formidable 150%. Although the Sanctus Gonsac contract was not currently under Mephisto's control, even so, he could still summon unparalleled might in this realm. It was inconceivable for him to consider any mere Ghost Rider a challenge. He was confident that even if Odin himself were to appear, he would not dare to meet his brilliance head-on. Yet, to Mephisto's utter astonishment, his confident strike had been effortlessly thwarted by his adversary. Confronted with Lu Lin's mocking gaze, Mephisto shrieked in fury, transforming into a swirling mass of formless smoke that dissipated into the air. What has happened? Has he vanished? Shure stammered, having reverted to his human form. Merely gazing upon Mephisto had left him breathless and drenched in cold sweat. No, he remains, Eludiba interjected disdainfully. The devil is merely toying with his arcane tricks. They are hardly worthy of respect. As Eludiba's words faded, Mephisto re-emerged behind Lu Lin, his right hand stealthily creeping onto Lu Lin's shoulder, poised to seize his neck. "Beware!" Sheree exclaimed. Alarmed by Lu Lin's apparent ignorance of the imminent danger, he stumbled forward, urgently raising his voice in warning. What appeared to be a subtle maneuver from Mephisto belied an unyielding intent to eliminate Lu Lin. For Mephisto, or rather for the realms of hell and heaven, one Odin was sufficient. In his youth, Odin had been a force of unrivaled might, conquering the 9 realms alongside his daughter. Had it not been for their subsequent discord, leaving Odin alone, and as he aged, losing interest in further conquests, perhaps neither hell nor heaven would have escaped unscathed. Thus, one Odin sufficed. Mephisto could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue should another Odin arise. In days gone by, he had not been unfamiliar with the impetuousness of the young Odin. He could be certain that Odin, at this child's age, was certainly not as formidable as he is now. The mere thought of a future deity from Asgard, whose power might far surpass Odin's, left Mephisto in a state of unease. Thus, even if it meant instigating a war between Hel and Asgard, Mephisto was determined to extinguish this unstable factor in its cradle. Whether as a mortal or a god, self-awareness is of paramount importance. Lu Lin's voice slowly reached Mephisto's ears. Unfortunately, you possess neither self-awareness nor much intelligence. How audacious of you to think you could assassinate me through a surprise attack. If all the devils in hell share your intellect, it is no wonder that hell has been consistently subjugated by heaven. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Lin seized the form of Mephisto, shrouded in dark smoke. Mephisto had never anticipated that Lu Lin possessed such a skill, capable of forcibly extracting him from that state. In a moment of oversight, Mephisto found himself utterly defenseless. As Lu Lin grasped his head and pressed it to the ground. "Ah, I've caught you," Lu Lin remarked with a faint smile, then raised his fist. Sheree rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The Lord of Hell, the formidable Mephisto, the hellish monarch who instilled terror in countless souls, was now being subjected to a humiliating onslaught? Was the world becoming too fantastical, or was the pace of change too swift for him to keep up? The hellish monarch, is it? You wish to kill me? To teach me a lesson? Ah? Lu Lin showed no mercy, delivering slap after slap to Mephisto's face with alarming speed. In a matter of mere seconds, Mephisto's visage had transformed into that of a swollen mess. Only when it appeared that Mephisto was entirely out of breath did Lu Lin finally relent. It was not that he wished to spare Mephisto, but rather that even if he killed him here, it would serve no purpose. As a cunning devil, Mephisto would never easily allow his true form to manifest in the mortal realm. This so-called true form was merely one of his avatars. Even if this avatar were slain, Mephisto himself would not suffer significant repercussions. Begone. I shall personally visit hell to have tea and converse with you when the opportunity arises. Lu Lin spat, casually pocketing the Sanctum Gonsack contract nearby. Upon grasping the contract, Lu Lin instantly comprehended its intended use. With a mere thought, the contract was drawn into his being, and the overlapping dimensionality of hell gradually receded. Lu Lin kicked the half-lifeless shell of Mephisto, sending it back into the hellish dimension. That's enough, we're done. Lu Lin stated with effortless ease. Asgard, Odin, who had been anxiously observing the events unfolding on Earth, finally exhaled in relief. It seemed our child was far more powerful than we had anticipated. Odin smiled at his wife, Frigga. Now, you must believe in my decision, don't you? Moments ago, you appeared quite anxious, poised to intervene at any moment. Frigg cast a sidelong glance at Odin. Nevertheless, you speak the truth. Lu Lin is indeed an exceptionally gifted and remarkable child. Alas, when will Thor possess even half of his prowess? No, if only he could attain a mere fraction of it. Our concerns would be significantly alleviated. Do you think we ought to subject Thor to some trials? Odin pondered thoughtfully. Trials? In all the 9 realms, where could there possibly be a suitable place for Thor to undergo such challenges? Frigg sighed. If he were to venture forth, it would be a blessing if he merely refrained from causing us any further trouble. Chapter 10, The Deal with the Supreme Mage, is that so? Odin's eyes narrowed. I believe Midgard is quite a splendid place. Frigga gazed at Odin in astonishment. Both Midgard and Midgard refer to Earth. They are merely different appellations for the same realm. In distant galaxies, some even refer to Earth as the Blue Planet. Have you lost your mind? How could Midgard serve as the crucible for Thor's trials? It would undoubtedly lead to devastation. It could even ignite a war between the Supreme Mage and Asgard. I absolutely cannot agree to such a decision, Frigga exclaimed, her emotions aflame. No. I believe you have misunderstood my intent, Odin hastily clarified. I recognize that Midgard is not an appropriate venue for trials, at least not for Thor at this juncture, but I think there has been a misinterpretation of my words. Odin said calmly. Thor's reckless nature and his formidable power would only culminate in calamities. However, if I were to seal his strength, perhaps then he might grasp the true essence of power. Frigga's agitation began to subside slightly. But if that is the case, what of the Supreme Mage? It matters not. I am confident that the Supreme Mage will be amenable to assisting us in this regard, Odin replied nonchalantly. As for the government and military of the mortal realm, Odin paid them no heed. Who cares about such people? A gathering of ineptitude is merely a rabble. Only true warriors warrant Odin's respect. Do not be deceived by the benevolent visage of Odin portrayed in films. He is not as kind-hearted as he seems. In truth, he only displays such warmth in the presence of his own son. To others, even formidable beings like the Ancient One, Odin reveals the demeanor befitting the Lord of the Nine Realms. At this moment, far away on Earth, Thor remained blissfully unaware that his future had been meticulously orchestrated by his father. Odin had even included Lu Lin in the trial plans, confident that Lu Lin would be more than eager to aid his elder brother in his growth. Upon acquiring the Sanctum Sanctorum contract, Lu Lin was astonished to discover that it resonated remarkably well with his own small world. After a brief moment of hesitation, he absorbed the contract into his being. The matter of compatibility could be addressed later. However, it was unnecessary to relinquish such an evidently valuable treasure without contest. Yet, after taking just a few steps, Lu Lin found Coulson and Clinton aiming their weapons at him. Hand over the Sanctum Sanctorum contract. It is now under the custody of our S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson said, tension evident in his voice. If you refuse to cooperate, we shall consider it a provocation against all of human civilization. A provocation against all of human civilization? Lu Lin smiled faintly, saying, do not presume to wear a hat too large, mere mortals. You do not represent all of humanity. You lack the authority to demand that I relinquish the contract. I beg your pardon, sir, but I do not comprehend your meaning, Coulson replied slowly. If we are unqualified, then who possesses the requisite qualifications? Lu Lin lifted his chin slightly. The qualified individual has arrived. A golden portal opened, and from within emerged the Ancient One. What is this? A bald woman in a monk's robe? Coulson remarked incredulously. What trickery is this golden aura? You ought to maintain at least a modicum of respect for the powerful, Lu Lin frowned. If you persist in this attitude, it will inevitably lead to your downfall. So, who exactly is she? Coulson felt his worldview shaken profoundly. He even despondently lowered his weapon, fully aware that his small pistol posed no threat to such extraordinary beings. Holding up his weapon was merely a means of self-comfort. She is the true guardian of human society's safety, not you self-important agents, Lu Lin stated coolly. I am deeply grateful to you, Prince of Asgard, the Ancient One smiled. Might I request that you hand over the Sanctum Sanctorum contract for my handling? I believe Asgard is both capable and justified in safeguarding this contract. Lu Lin narrowed his eyes, in my view. Storing it in a location far removed from Midgard would undoubtedly be the most prudent course of action. Very well, that is acceptable. Compared to Midgard. Wait. What did you say? Lu Lin glanced at the Ancient One in surprise. He had anticipated that persuading her to agree to entrust the Sanctum Sanctorum contract to him would require considerable effort, perhaps even a demonstration of skill. However, he never expected the Ancient One to acquiesce so readily. Indeed, you heard correctly. I too believe that having the Asgardians safeguard the Sanctum Sanctorum contract is an excellent choice. Lu Lin studied the Ancient One intently, utterly unconvinced that she would so readily place such a powerful artifact in his care. After all, this contract had the capacity to forcibly open a hellish dimension upon Earth. The Ancient One had spent her life battling dimensional demons, and whenever she encountered one attempting to cross over, she would unhesitatingly reduce it to ashes. The Sanctum Sanctorum contract was akin to a key that could unlock the gates of Earth for these demons, particularly those of the infernal variety. Once they possessed this contract, access to Earth would be as simple as coming and going at will. In such circumstances, could the Ancient One truly trust an Asgardian with this contract? Lu Lin could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Do not assume that the relationship between Asgard and Midgard is entirely amicable. It is essential to understand that Midgard is also a part of the Nine Realms and was once under the dominion of Odin. Odin reigned over Midgard for many years. Can one truly claim to have severed ties with his rule? Is Odin merely a figurehead? In order to liberate Midgard from the grasp of Asgard, the Ancient One and Odin engaged in numerous conflicts. Ultimately, both parties reached a compromise. Odin maintained a facade of control over Midgard while refraining from interfering in its internal affairs. Consequently, Midgard attained complete autonomy. However, the Ancient One was required at certain times, particularly during external affairs, to demonstrate a posture of deference. Chapter 11. The large sandbag one gained face, the other gained substance. Both parties were satisfied. This peculiar equilibrium has persisted until now. Only a simpleton like Thor, whose mind is filled with muscle, could believe that the relationship between Midgard and Asgard has always been amicable. In reality, they merely maintain a facade of peace. Should the day come when the Ancient One suddenly passes away, it is likely that Odin would not hesitate to reassert his dominion over Midgard. Unless, of course, another supreme sorcerer emerges who possesses power equal to that of the Ancient One. But this supreme sorcerer must also be incapable of wielding the Eye of Agamotto. The Eye of Agamotto is, in truth, the Time Stone. With the Time Stone in play, Odin would find himself quite powerless against both Midgard and the Ancient One. After all, no matter how formidable Odin may be, he ultimately pales in comparison to the might of the Infinity Stones. Naturally, the strength of the Infinity Stones also depends on the wielder. The Ancient One, utilizing the Eye of Agamotto, could govern alongside Odin. However, should another supreme sorcerer wield the Eye, they would merely watch helplessly as Thanos pried the Time Stone from their grasp. The disparity is self-evident. Thus, is the supreme sorcerer truly willing to bestow this pact upon me? Lu Lin regarded the Ancient One with a hint of skepticism, probing once more. Indeed. The Ancient One replied with a slight nod. However, before we proceed, I require a small favor from you. Lu Lin felt a chill within. As expected, the Ancient One would not easily allow him to take the contract. I do not believe there exists a dilemma that even a supreme sorcerer cannot resolve, Lu Lin ventured cautiously. If even you cannot resolve it, how could I possibly manage such a predicament? Rest assured, the issue is not overly daunting. The Ancient One smiled gently. I am currently preoccupied with the encroachment of the dark dimension and am unable to attend to it at the moment. However, if it were you, I am confident you would handle it with ease. Without further ado, she smiled again, and a portal materialized beneath Lu Lin's feet. Cursing under his breath, Lu Lin realized he had already landed on solid ground before he could fully comprehend the situation. Looking around, he discovered chaos surrounding him, filled with screams and wails of despair. Before him loomed a colossal beast, rampaging indiscriminately through the city. At the feet of this gigantic creature lay another greenskin monster, barely clinging to life. Lu Lin instantly recognized the downed figure as the Hulk. The other, while grotesque and difficult to identify, could only be the fabled abomination. Given the timing of their appearance alongside Hulk, this matter should not have fallen to you, came the Ancient One's voice from the ether. Yet, it seemed Lu Lin alone could hear her words amidst the throng. However, due to the approaching dimensional demon, a slight mishap occurred, the Ancient One lamented. In an effort to quell this calamity, I find myself compelled to implore your assistance. Therefore, what benefits might I derive from aiding you? Lu Lin spoke slowly. Do not tell me that your compensation is merely the contract, for that is inherently mine. Is it not rather audacious to barter with that which rightfully belongs to me? Have you truly perceived it in such a manner? A trace of astonishment crept into Gu Yi's voice. If that is the case, assist me in resolving this predicament, and I shall refrain from obstructing your acquisition of the contract. How does this deal strike you? A hint of amusement colored Gu Yi's tone. Very well. Do not be so miserly, Gu Yi continued. I shall render you the reward you rightfully deserve. At this declaration, Lu Lin nodded in satisfaction. On the surface, Gu Yi appeared entirely serious, yet beneath lay a rather malevolent disposition, a trait vividly illustrated in the original film. Lu Lin, having long been prepared, exhibited no excessive anger. Now, let me discern what manner of creature you are, he said, flexing his limbs as he approached the looming monstrosity. It seemed that the unique aura of Asgard emanating from Lu Lin provoked the creature, causing the previously rampaging abomination to abruptly turn and fix its gaze upon him. Surrounding the monster were numerous police officers, armed with handguns, desperately unleashing a barrage of fire upon the fiend. Regrettably, even if their bullets struck the creature's eye, it would scarcely flinch. What are you doing? Retreat, quickly, cried an officer. Damn it, there is a civilian clad in peculiar attire approaching the beast. Is there any backup? Where's the support? The air was rife with frantic radio calls from the officers encircling Lu Lin. Some even attempted to intervene and forcibly drag him back. Leave it to me. You may all clock out, Lu Lin declared, turning to see a dedicated journalist beside a police car, trembling as he recorded the scene. A smile curled at the corners of Lu Lin's mouth. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, appearing above the abomination. The camera captured his flawless profile, broadcasting it nationwide. Unbeknownst to Lu Lin, this slightly blurred photograph would become a source of entertainment for countless American high school girls before bedtime. Upon confronting the fiend, Lu Lin discerned that its condition was exceedingly peculiar. The creature's eyes glowed ominously, emanating an aura of foreboding. Furthermore, Lu Lin spotted a symbol upon the monster's forehead, an emblem belonging to the dark dimension. What could have transpired? Lu Lin pondered, how could the abomination possibly be entwined with the dark dimension? As the delectable figure drew near, the creature could no longer suppress its ravenous desire. It raised a hand, attempting to grasp Lu Lin within its clutches. The speed of the abomination is already astonishingly swift for an ordinary person, to the extent that even missiles cannot keep pace with it. However, in the presence of Lu Lin, the abomination's velocity and reflexes appear somewhat inadequate. In Lu Lin's eyes, the abomination is merely a punching bag, standing there to endure blows. Perfect. I shall use you to test my newfound abilities. A faint smile graced Lu Lin's lips. Having finally found a durable target, he was determined to experiment with all the powers he had recently acquired. Let us begin with a spell from Harry Potter. Avada Kedavra. A vivid green curse shot towards the eyes of the abomination. Chapter 12. The Great Battle Against the Abomination. The Avada Kedavra curse stands as one of the most terrifying spells within the realm of Harry Potter. Rarely does anyone survive its lethal embrace, save for the indomitable protagonist. Yet, after enduring the curse cast by Lu Lin, the abomination merely paused momentarily. Before relentlessly charging forward once more, Lu Lin felt a flicker of surprise. The potency of the killing curse, to some extent, hinges upon the caster's formidable power and the intensity of their murderous intent. After centuries of honing his will, Lu Lin's resolve was undoubtedly formidable. He could assure himself that the spell he had unleashed wielded immense power. However, the pressing question remained: why did the abomination seem entirely unaffected? Lu Lin regarded the creature with curiosity. Moments later, enlightenment dawned upon him, revealing the truth of the matter. The abomination had long been corrupted by the dark energies of another dimension, transforming into a monster enslaved by that darkness. Its soul had been irretrievably claimed by this sinister realm, no longer belonging to the world of the living. The entity before him was merely a shell, driven solely by primal destruction, devoid of even the slightest remnant of a soul. It was no wonder that a spell so specifically targeting the soul was rendered ineffective against the abomination, despite its desperate howls and relentless attacks against Lu Lin. The creature's cumbersome form and sluggish speed rendered it nothing more than a plaything for him. Lu Lin deftly handled the abomination, simultaneously experimenting with various spells upon it. Stunning spell, disarm, stunning shadow, heart-piercing. In a mere span of minutes, Lu Lin had exhausted nearly every renowned spell at his disposal. The ultimate outcome could only be described as somewhat unsatisfactory. While spells designed for direct confrontation certainly possessed commendable lethality, even against a creature with such high magical resistance as the abomination, their effectiveness paled in comparison to the divine energy Lu Lin expended. Had he employed the magic of Asgard or alternative combat techniques, he could have inflicted far greater and more widespread devastation. Thus, soul-targeting spells proved less than optimal for direct engagement. Conversely, spells intended to assist in combat displayed remarkable efficacy. For instance, Transfiguration, under the enhancement of Lu Lin's divine power, transcended the realm of mundane objects. Even against the abomination, it demonstrated admirable restraining capabilities. Additionally, minor enchantments such as the eye-binding curse yielded unexpectedly beneficial results. In summary, the magic derived from the Harry Potter universe cannot be dismissed as entirely ineffective. Rather, its utility is somewhat limited. Perhaps at unforeseen moments, it may play a pivotal role. In terms of raw destructive power, relying on his own inner cosmos proved to be far more advantageous. Enough of this. It is time to conclude. Lu Lin clapped his hands together and smiled faintly. Foolish giant, the game is over. Return home and seek your mother's embrace, Lu Lin uttered with a light reprimand. As the abhorrence launched its fist anew, he stood resolute, unflinching, and retaliated with a mighty blow. Boom. The sound reverberated as Lu Lin's cloak danced wildly in the gust generated by the collision of fists. Exhilarating. Bring it on. A golden luminescence began to emanate from Lu Lin's form. He was not the worthless brother he once was. After years of residing in Asgard, Lu Lin had diligently pursued magical studies under Frigga while also honing his physical prowess. It is true that the strength of the Asgardian deities grows with age. Yet consistent effort and training play an equally vital role. Should one merely indulge in revelry like Thor, neglecting the governance of the realm and the enhancement of personal strength, relying solely on innate talent, they would find themselves ill-prepared to contend with fortified foes. Were Thor to have devoted even half the time over the past millennium to earnest training, he might have thwarted Thanos' impending arrival. Despite proclaiming himself the god of thunder, he had merely become a god of hammers for over 1,000 years, demonstrating a lamentable lack of ambition. Drawing lessons from Thor's example, Lu Lin had never wavered in his commitment to self-improvement over the centuries. Once more. The fists of Lu Lin and the abhorrence clashed repeatedly. A towering behemoth stood against a robust man of barely 6 feet. The juxtaposition was strikingly incongruous. Yet, astonishingly, this seemingly diminutive figure was overpowering the abhorrence. Countless onlookers were left in awe. What manner of creature is this? What individual hails from which nation that has crafted this biological weapon? I must obtain his genetic makeup. Unbeknownst to Lu Lin, tumultuous currents stirred beyond his awareness. Nor would he have cared had he been informed. After all, would an Asgardian deity concern himself with the musings of mere politicians? Engrossed in the visceral thrill of the fierce exchange, Lu Lin was utterly absorbed. In truth, Thor had long ceased to pose any challenge to Lu Lin. Thus, during their encounters, Lu Lin had always held back, fearful of inadvertently inflicting serious harm upon his brother. Now, with a suitable sparring partner at hand, Lu Lin was not about to relent. Having inherited Hulk's genes, the abhorrence similarly possessed the capacity to grow stronger with rage. As the battle stretched on, the abhorrence's fury reached its zenith. Excellent, Lu Lin bellowed. At that moment, the golden radiance enveloping him surged to its peak. Intent on delivering a decisive blow, Lu Lin unleashed the divine power he had meticulously accumulated. The energy coalesced into the visage of a golden dragon's head, roaring as it surged towards the abhorrence. Roar. At that moment, half of New York City resonated with the resounding roar of the dragon. As the smoke dissipated, only a single thigh of the abomination remained. The rest of its body had been utterly reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Is that all? Lu Lin could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that the abomination would provide him with a greater thrill of battle, yet he was taken aback by its fragility. Just as Lu Lin was preparing to depart, the Hulk, who had been unconscious for quite some time, finally regained consciousness. Lu Lin's eyes brightened instantly. The abomination was finished. And here stood the noble Hulk. However, after a mere glance, Lu Lin was engulfed by profound disappointment. For before him stood a Hulk that had yet to fully mature. Chapter 13. A word of advice. Currently, the Hulk remains in his formative years, unable to contend even with a mere abomination tainted by dark energy, let alone engage in a confrontation with Lu Lin. Thus, Lu Lin merely cast a glance at the Hulk before turning to depart. However, while Lu Lin intended to spare the Hulk had no such intentions towards Lu Lin. Just awakening from unconsciousness, the Hulk's pent-up fury awaited release. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found only Lu Lin remaining, and thus his wrath was unreservedly directed at him. In the face of the Hulk's roar, Lu Lin let out a resigned sigh. The emergence of the Hulk, or rather, the transformation of Dr. Banner, primarily stems from emotional turmoil. Whenever the Hulk senses danger, or if Banner's emotions fluctuate excessively, or even if his heart rate escalates, the Hulk manifests. To stabilize the Hulk's emotions and ultimately facilitate his return to Dr. Banner's form, one need only cultivate a sense of tranquility within him. Not to mention the myriad of calming spells in the world of Harry Potter, even Asgard's magical system possesses countless methods to soothe one's emotions. Lu Lin raised his right hand slightly, and from his palm emanated a cascade of faint golden particles. These particles, seemingly imbued with life, swiftly penetrated the Hulk's mind. As the golden specks multiplied, the Hulk's eyelids grew heavy. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, reverting to Dr. Banner. The transformed Banner appeared dazed, entirely unaware of the events that had transpired. Meanwhile, the Hulk's imposing form had torn asunder all of Banner's clothing, leaving him completely unclothed. Observing Dr. Banner's awkwardness as he shielded his modesty, Lu Lin casually retrieved a pair of pants from the nearby rubble and tossed them to him. The Hulk is not a curse, but rather a gift, Lu Lin remarked. If you wish to prevent the Hulk from harming others, you must engage in communication with him, rather than confining him within yourself. Who are you? Banner stammered, hurriedly donning the clothing Lu Lin had provided, his expression a mix of confusion. How do you know so much about the Hulk? No, I do not know the Hulk, Lu Lin replied, shaking his head lightly. It is simply that if every newborn were to emerge into a world of violence, driven away and imprisoned, one cannot expect them to greet the world with kindness. Is that so? Banner nodded, half understanding. Utilize your power wisely. Do not fail him, Lu Lin concluded, turning to leave. In the original narrative, many years hence, Banner indeed reconciled with the Hulk, achieving a harmonious fusion of the two. However, Lu Lin harbored reservations regarding such a merger. That half-human, half-monster form may perhaps be beneficial for Banner. He would no longer need to fear the Hulk's sporadic rampages, nor would he forfeit the Hulk's strength, a scenario that could be deemed mutually advantageous. However, in a similar vein, Hulk, or rather Banner, has also lost the potential for infinite growth. Whether in his pure form as Hulk or in the complete amalgamation of the two, they do not embody their most complete state. Lu Lin believes that Hulk is Hulk, and Banner is Banner. They are entirely distinct and independent entities. Their fusion is a reversal of essence, utterly foolish. Likewise, if Hulk were to remain outside while Banner was trapped within, Hulk would merely be a simple-minded brute, unable to unleash his full potential. Should the opportunity arise in the future, Lu Lin might impart some unique techniques to Banner, assisting him in establishing a harmonious relationship with the Hulk within. Lu Lin still holds a deep appreciation for the formidable figure of Hulk, setting aside any shortcomings. In terms of combat ability, he is indeed formidable. The Earth is too diminutive a stage for Hulk to showcase his true prowess. Perhaps the vastness of the universe is the most fitting arena for him. By the way, there are certain Eastern practices related to cultivating energy that you might consider studying. Those monks and Taoists can help you stabilize your emotions, which may address your urgent concerns. After leaving this piece of advice, a flash of golden light enveloped Lu Lin, and he vanished from sight. Although Banner was unaware of the identity of the man before him, he keenly sensed that there was no malice in his intentions. He too was someone who was quite adept at heeding the counsel of others. Glancing at his surroundings and the helicopter circling above, Banner committed Lu Lin's advice to memory and swiftly departed. He understood that this was not a place to linger. Should he remain here too long, it would likely lead to yet another desperate escape. As the radiance of the Rainbow Bridge faded, in another dimension, Ancient One observed the slowly dissipating light of the bridge, a faint smile gracing her lips. Change, perhaps it is a good thing. With that, she donned her yellow hood and stepped into the portal. Asgard. Odin gazed with satisfaction upon his fourth son. Lu Lin, you have done exceedingly well. A loving glimmer shone in Odin's one eye. I did not misjudge you. Odin declared earnestly. You are indeed my most outstanding son. If only Thor could possess half of your reliability, I would feel at ease entrusting Asgard to the two of you. Odin mused. You are both the pen and the sword. Surely, you will lead Asgard to prosperity. You flatter me. Father, Lu Lin replied modestly. I merely fulfilled my duties. Moreover, I believe Thor is simply a bit naive. He is not as lacking as one might think. Odin let out a slight sigh. However, for a nation, it cannot afford a leader with such simplicity of character. Perhaps Thor merely requires some additional trials, Lu Lin suggested hesitantly. Once he faces hardship, he will naturally understand what must be done. Odin's eyes brightened. Do you share this sentiment as well? Here, I have devised a plan, though I am uncertain if you. With these words, Odin unveiled his thoughts regarding Thor's training. As anticipated by Lu Lin, Odin's strategy mirrored precisely that which Lu Lin had gleaned from his previous life. However, I perceive numerous flaws within this scheme. A faint smile graced Lu Lin's lips. Merely sending him to Earth lacks any sense of challenge. Instead, it would be more prudent to instill a sense of urgency. In his heart, Lu Lin silently apologized to Thor. Forgive me, dear brother, in order for you to mature swiftly, you must endure a bit more hardship. Chapter 14. Settling in Midgard. Excellent. Excellent. This plan is splendid. Odin repeatedly nodded, praising it incessantly. Let us adhere to your strategy. At that moment, Thor, confined in the small dark room, remained oblivious to the dire consequences that awaited him due to his brother's machinations. Meanwhile, the father-son duo engaged in loud conspiracies was unaware of Loki, who lurked in the shadows, eavesdropping. As the youngest son of Asgard, Loki was expected to enjoy immense favor. However, the arrival of Ullr altered everything. Loki was not Odin's biological offspring, and with Ullr's birth, Loki was no longer the youngest son, resulting in Odin's increased neglect towards him compared to the original narrative. Unbeknownst to Loki, he was not Odin's true son, leading him to yearn for his father's approval more than ever. Though Thor, much like in the original tale, was a source of concern, Ullr's presence eased Odin's focus away from Thor, redirecting it towards Ullr. This, to some extent, alleviated Loki's jealousy as he perceived Ullr to be remarkably exceptional. In both combat and the mastery of magic, Ullr surpassed both him and Thor significantly. Even in social interactions, Ullr exhibited greater prowess, not to mention his brother, who seemed to possess little more than brute strength. Thus, with Odin's attention fixated on Ullr, Loki should have been resigned to this reality. Yet after overhearing Odin and Ullr's conversation, Loki could no longer suppress his profound disappointment. Throughout the exchange, he heard not a single word from Odin regarding himself. He remained unaware of his true heritage, believing instead that Odin simply did not favor him or wish to acknowledge his existence. This only solidified his resolve to achieve something remarkable. Listening to the plans devised by Odin and Ullr, a bold scheme began to take shape in Loki's mind. When Thor finally emerged from his confinement, 6 months had elapsed. Having spent a considerable time locked away, he was eager to engage in a vigorous sparring session with Ullr. However, after scouring all of Asgard, he found no trace of Ullr, nor could he locate Sif, who had seemingly vanished along with him. In desperation, Thor sought out Ullr's subordinates, the valiant warriors who were diligently training. Unfortunately, these warriors were equally ignorant of Ullr's whereabouts. Thor, hesitant to approach Odin, sulked in the training grounds, honing his combat skills. Fortunately, Ullr's warriors were present, or else boredom would have surely consumed him. With idle time on his hands, Thor occasionally conversed with Loki. However, Loki's affinity for magic did not align with Thor's indifference towards the arcane arts. While Loki could hold his own in battle, Thor had little enthusiasm for contesting with mages, leading him to shy away from playful skirmishes with Loki. Thor continued to squander his time in the training grounds, perhaps indulging in revelry. Meanwhile, Lu Lin had already spent several months on Earth. As the architect of a specialized training regimen tailored for Thor, Lu Lin had naturally arrived on Earth ahead of time to conduct a thorough reconnaissance. Indeed, Odin had entrusted Lu Lin with complete responsibility for the plan. Soon, all of Asgard would collaborate with Lu Lin in this endeavor, leaving only the anticipation of an opportune moment. Given the necessity of executing the plan on Earth, it was imperative to inform its sovereign, the supreme sorcerer, Agamotto. Should Agamotto disallow the undertaking, the proceedings would likely encounter significant obstacles. However, Agamotto proved to be amicable, readily acquiescing to Lu Lin's request. She appeared genuinely eager to deepen the bonds between Asgard and Earth. Although Lu Lin remained uncertain of Agamotto's ulterior motives, he was unconcerned. As long as it did not affect him, it mattered little. After completing his reconnaissance, Lu Lin did not return immediately to Asgard. While the denizens of Asgard are regarded as divine beings, their prowess is not to be underestimated. Otherwise, they would not have earned their formidable reputation throughout the cosmos. However, Asgard's expertise predominantly lies in the arcane arts, particularly magic and divine power. Although they have dabbled in technology, the Asgardians fundamentally believe in the strength that resides within themselves. Thus, their lifestyle tends to lean towards the traditional. Having dwelled in Asgard for centuries, Lu Lin had become accustomed to this more conventional way of life. Yet, as the years passed, he found himself yearning for the life he once led on Earth. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to immerse himself in earthly existence for a while. After all, the modes of entertainment in Asgard felt rather primitive to him. Alternatively, one might argue that their forms of amusement were excessively refined, leaving Lu Lin unable to appreciate them. Generally speaking, the leisure activities of Asgard's common folk are quite diverse. There are unique games infused with Asgardian flair, sophisticated poetry and theatrical performances to enjoy, as well as the brutal spectacle of gladiatorial combat to witness. Yet, none of these pursuits appealed to Lu Lin. The brutality of gladiators held no allure for him. And even if he were to enter the arena, finding suitable opponents would be a daunting task, not to mention the question of propriety. As for the games, Lu Lin found them utterly tedious. The poetry and drama were even less to his taste. He simply was not the type to appreciate such art forms. Thus, Lu Lin spent his days either honing his skills or idly teasing Sif, sharing light-hearted banter with the young lady. Had he not struggled to find an excuse to journey to Earth, he likely would have ventured there long ago. Primarily, there had been little of interest on Earth in the preceding years. After centuries, what would Lu Lin find to do on Earth? Watch a throng of individuals line up to be shot by flintlock rifles? Originally, Lu Lin intended to embark on his journey to Earth alone. However, to his surprise, Sif insisted on accompanying him. With no alternative, Lu Lin reluctantly permitted her to join. Upon arriving in Midgard, Lu Lin's first course of action was to indulge in the delectable cuisine of his past life for an entire month. Sif, too, relished the opportunity to experience the profound culinary culture of the East. Asgard, with its abundant resources, ensured that its inhabitants never faced the worry of scarcity in food. Over the course of millennia, Asgard has cultivated a rich and enduring gastronomic heritage. Thus, it is clear that Sif is far from being a Na'vi country bumpkin, having certainly savored exquisite delicacies before. Chapter 15. The bar in Manhattan, yet the culinary delights of Asgard and Midgard manifest as entirely distinct gastronomic realms. Even Sif, accustomed to the finest delicacies, found herself swiftly captivated by the exquisite flavors of the East. After a sojourn of over a month exploring the landscapes of the Orient, Lu Lin returned to the West. Were it possible, Lu Lin would have gladly settled in the East. Alas, the most significant events, renowned and consequential, transpired in the West. If Lu Lin aspired to accumulate more opportunities for attendance, he could only establish his roots in the West. Ultimately, he resolved to open a quaint bar in the bustling heart of Manhattan. He named it the Bar of Light, a title inspired by a beloved DC television series from his previous life. In this world, devoid of DC and Superman, Lu Lin harbored no concerns regarding potential infringement. To secure this bar, Lu Lin incurred considerable expense. As a distinguished member of the Asgardian pantheon, he could hardly justify laboring for wages. Although the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj were not impoverished, they found themselves powerless in the face of Lu Lin's demand for several million in funds. After all, sustaining their magical community over the years had not required such vast sums. In truth, these sorcerers could meet their basic living needs independently. Astonishingly, the most substantial annual expense for Kamar-Taj was their internet bill. Can you believe it? With no other recourse, Lu Lin returned to Asgard to liquidate some gold, enabling him to secure his own bar in the precious real estate of Manhattan. Upon its grand opening, the staff consisted solely of Lu Lin and Sif. Fortunately, the clientele was limited, allowing the two to manage their duties adequately. Although Lu Lin referred to it as a bar, he offered a variety of items, from sunflower seeds and beverages to fried rice. Given the proximity to Stark Tower and the abundance of office workers in the vicinity, Lu Lin's bar quickly garnered considerable popularity. The establishment's appeal lay not only in the quality of its offerings and reasonable prices, but also in its charismatic owners, a strikingly handsome duo. Countless lonely souls, both men and women, flocked to Lu Lin's bar after work, eager for a drink. Whether or not they could charm the handsome proprietor was secondary. The prospect of encountering a kindred spirit promised an evening free from solitude. Mortals truly lack a sense of shame. Observing a couple engrossed in passionate embrace nearby, Sif could not suppress a quiet scoff. Despite having spent a month in this environment, she remained unaccustomed to the unabashed displays of affection exhibited by mortals in public. Sif was certainly no Na'vi maiden. She would not have minded a simple kiss. However, the couple's hands had ventured far beyond mere affection, which understandably irked her. On several occasions, a few inebriated patrons have attempted to instigate a brawl, and had it not been for Lu Lin's timely intervention to sober them up, the establishment might have witnessed a rather scandalous scene unfold. At times, Lu Lin has even discerned that reviving a drunken individual proves futile. It becomes evident that some individuals engage in outrageous behaviors not solely due to intoxication, but but rather because they possess an intrinsic desire to act in such a manner. The brevity of mortal existence compels them to seek immediate gratification, an inclination that is deeply ingrained in their very essence, unalterable by circumstance. Lu Lin cast a glance at the couple nestled in the corner, shaking his head with a smile. One cannot expect a race whose average lifespan barely reaches 70 years to ponder matters of far-off significance. It is worth noting that, merely a century ago, the average lifespan of their entire race was less than 40 years. 40 years? Sif appeared somewhat astonished. Is it truly that scant? To the Asgardians, 40 years is a mere blink in time. They do not attain full maturity until reaching 1,500 years, and Lu Lin, at over 800, is still regarded as a youth. For the Asgardians, 40 years are but a fleeting moment. Even Sif, now surpassing 1,500 years, embodies this truth. Indeed, Lu Lin affirmed with a nod. Your inability to accept certain realities stems from a profound lack of understanding. He cautioned. Do not allow the arrogance of being an Asgardian to consume you, Sif. Always remember to remain humble. Yes. Sif hesitated before acquiescing. Lu Lin could sense that she had not fully absorbed his words, yet he chose not to press the matter further. In time, as Sif broadens her horizons, she will naturally come to appreciate the importance of holding a sense of reverence. Never underestimate any race, he remarked with a gentle smile. This is precisely why I operate this bar. Apologies, young one. If you're lost, the police are outside. If you seek to drink. I regret to inform you that we do not serve minors, Lu Lin said with a smile to a boy entering the bar. I apologize. My name is Peter Parker. I am not here to buy alcohol. I noticed the part-time job advertisement posted at your entrance, he stammered, contemplating whether to inquire further. Wait, did you say your name is Peter Parker? Lu Lin interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Yes, that's correct, sir, Parker replied, a hint of nervousness in his gaze, gazing upon the face that bore no resemblance to his past life. Lu Lin found himself uncertain whether this individual was indeed the Spider-Man from his memories. I'm sorry, young man, but we cannot employ minors. All right, I apologize for troubling you, sir, Parker said, disappointment evident in his demeanor as he turned to leave. Wait a moment. Lu Lin pondered for a moment before retrieving a business card from beneath the table and sliding it forward. This is a Chinese restaurant I frequent. I've heard they are currently seeking delivery personnel. If you possess a bicycle, I believe they would be more than willing to let you give it a try. By the way, mentioning my name might enhance your chances of securing the position. Lu Lin shrugged, adding, if you don't mind, perhaps you could give it a shot. My name is Lu Lin. Really? Parker exclaimed, eagerly accepting the business card. Thank you, Mr. Lu Lin. Chapter 16. A visitor from S.H.I.E.L.D. There's no need for formality, Lu Lin replied with a slight smile. I hope your interview goes smoothly. Parker nodded vigorously, turning to push the door open and step outside. As he did, he brushed past an individual with a dark, bald head. You seem to have quite the leisure, the bald man remarked with a smile as he entered. So, it appears even deities engage in commerce? Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the illustrious Nick Fury, accompanied by Coulson and Hawkeye, Clint Barton. You don't seem at all surprised by my arrival, Fury stated as he took a seat. Perhaps I am somewhat surprised, Lu Lin replied coolly. In fact, I find it quite astonishing that you would arrive at such a late hour. Would you care for a drink? Please bring me 3 glasses of ice water, Fury requested, surveying the surroundings as he stood. It appears you've made quite an impressive setup here. Nodding appreciatively, he continued, your decor exhibits great taste. I particularly admire it. Thank you, Lu Lin replied with a faint smile. I incorporated a touch of Asgardian style during the renovation. Fury took a sip of the ice water on the table, then fixed Lu Lin with a serious gaze, arms crossed. I am quite curious. What exactly is your purpose for coming to Earth? What do I intend to do? Lu Lin smiled slightly. That seems to be of no concern to you, mortal. No, since you have arrived on Earth, on American soil, it is indeed my concern, Fury asserted, maintaining a serious demeanor. If I cannot ascertain your intentions clearly, believe me, I may resort to some extreme measures. Such a scenario is one we would all prefer to avoid, wouldn't it? Do you truly believe that your so-called tactics will have any effect on us? Sif interjected, raising her head with pride, glaring at Fury and his companions. Asgardians never accept threats or compromises. How dare you threaten the Prince of Asgard? Sif, Lu Lin said calmly. You may take your leave. Sif cast a glance at Fury, snorted disdainfully, and removed her attendant's garb before retreating into the inner room. You see, unlike my haughty kin, I hope you will extend the appropriate respect toward me. Shall we speak candidly? Fury snapped his fingers. I like this proposal. Why not begin by introducing us to Asgard? I am quite intrigued to learn what you gods are truly like. Gods, you say? Lu Lin smiled faintly. Perhaps we should start from the very beginning. Pouring himself half a glass of ice-cold vodka, Lu Lin commenced his tale. Hundreds of years ago, Midgard, or Earth, was under the dominion of Asgard. There were also numerous indigenous magical factions on Earth, such as those sorcerers. However, among these sorcerers, a singular anomaly emerged hundreds of years ago. That was the Ancient One. Ancient One successfully vanquished all the dark forces on Earth, subsequently challenging Odin. The outcome of their battle remains a mystery to most. However, it is evident that Midgard, which is Earth, ostensibly remains under Asgard's dominion. Yet, in truth, the governance of Earth has long ceased to fall under Asgard's purview. So, you imply that there exists a ruler of Earth unknown to us? Fury inquired, unable to contain his skepticism. Is it true that when significant events unfold, we ordinary citizens are deprived of the right to know? Indeed, Lu Lin replied nonchalantly. In comparison to Ancient One, who has safeguarded Earth for centuries, you are but insignificant. It is undeniable that Ancient One is indeed a guardian of humanity. At least during Asgard's reign, Earth was far from peaceful. Why? Are you not the gods of Earth? Should you not protect its inhabitants? A hint of derision crept into Lu Lin's smile. Your politicians ought to safeguard your people. Yet what is the reality? Fury fell silent. Although Midgard is under Asgard's administration, it does not imply that Asgard bears responsibility for everything that transpires there. In the event of a large-scale invasion by dimensional demons, Odin would naturally intervene to shield humanity from extinction. However, minor crimes, akin to petty theft, occur daily across the globe, rendering them unmanageable. Much like your own nation. Lu Lin mocked. With so many shootings occurring each day, have your politicians ever taken measures to prevent these incidents? Their actions merely consist of addressing the aftermath. In essence, what Asgard does is not dissimilar to the actions of your politicians, Lu Lin stated matter-of-factly. Fury felt a flush of embarrassment. He could scarcely believe that this Asgardian possessed a far greater understanding of Earth than he had anticipated. Yet, Ancient One was different. She truly succeeded in keeping all dimensional demons at bay. Lu Lin's tone turned serious. Of course, some powerful sorcerers with sinister intentions can still operate on Earth through their avatars. Characters like Mephisto, whom you encountered last time, are commonplace. No matter how vigorously one combats crime, darkness will inevitably fester in the shadows. This does not diminish Ancient One's greatness. Her formidable power has earned her considerable renown, even within the multiverse. Lu Lin regarded Fury with a smile. Now, perhaps you grasp why we find little inclination to engage with mortals like yourselves. In comparison to an ancient and powerful sorceress, the lifespan and authority of mortals are woefully fleeting. Should we reach any agreements, they would most likely expire within 3 to 5 decades, which for Asgardians equates to roughly a month in your human terms. Thus, those truly entitled to scrutinize my actions on this earth are neither you, the so-called politicians, nor the so-called United Nations Security Council. The only one genuinely qualified to intervene in my conduct is none other than Master Gui. Lu Lin's words were unrelenting, brutally exposing Fury's facade. Fury fell silent, struggling to accept the disheartening truth that humanity is, in fact, insignificant. All that he had previously held with pride was, in this moment, utterly shattered before Lu Lin. Chapter 17. Let us collaborate. Fury, having honed his skills over years in the political arena, quickly composed himself. You share this with me not merely to belittle humanity, am I correct? He inquired, taking a deep breath. What is it that you desire? With a faint smile. Lu Lin replied, my demands are quite simple. Withdraw your damned agents and cease their surveillance of my patrons at my bar. Lu Lin's tone was fierce. How? How did you come to that conclusion? Fury's gaze wavered. They were almost advertising their identity as agents with those foolish faces. Lu Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Consider yourself fortunate. My subordinates are not particularly astute. Otherwise, they would have found themselves incapacitated and discarded long ago. So what do you truly want? Fury maintained his composure. I can agree to withdraw these agents, but I must understand your intentions. Noticing Lu Lin's unfriendly demeanor, Fury hastily added, this is not a threat. I simply need to provide an explanation to my superiors. After all, I am but an employee, and you must appreciate our predicament. Very well. Lu Lin snapped his fingers and replied coolly, if you have any inquiries, feel free to send someone to consult me whenever I am available. Should you encounter any troubles, you may also seek my assistance. After all, Asgard once ruled Midgard, and I would be more than willing to lend a hand with minor matters. What do you require from us? Fury regarded Lu Lin with suspicion. He found it hard to believe that Lu Lin would genuinely extend such kindness to Earthlings. A bold thought crept into Fury's mind. Was it possible that the Asgardians sought to dominate Earth once more, prompting such a proposal? Lu Lin silently mocked this notion. Indeed, humanity rarely cherishes what comes too easily. Years hence, when Thor graced Earth with his presence, Fury would likely be pleading for him to join his Avengers team. Yet here and now, when Lu Lin offered assistance, Fury was suspicious of ulterior motives. Truly, the world had changed, and trust had become a rare commodity. My request is straightforward. Remove those insufferable agents and refrain from interfering with my activities on Earth. Lu Lin stated matter-of-factly. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming humanity. Especially with the Ancient One still present, I have no desire to confront her. As for my other demands, I have yet to finalize them. I shall inform you when I do. However, when the need arises, I expect you to provide assistance, including but not limited to intelligence and financial resources. Oh. And if possible, I recall you have a consultant position available. I believe I could fulfill that role. Of course, the compensation must be adequate. Additionally, I require a legal identity. Otherwise, venturing outside would be quite the hassle. Well, Fury hesitated. Although Lu Lin's demands appeared numerous, they were, in truth, rather innocuous. For S-H-I-E-L-D, these requests posed no substantial challenge. The terms Lu Lin proposed seemed almost too favorable, leading Fury to doubt the authenticity of such a fortunate offer. Your conditions are somewhat challenging for us. I need to return and deliberate thoroughly. Lu Lin rolled his eyes. Oh, please. Am I not aware of your little schemes? He smirked. Once this opportunity passes, there will be no second chance. If you cannot fulfill even these modest requests, I believe there is little reason for us to pursue a partnership. Lu Lin waved dismissively. Do take care on your way out. And do not let me catch you sending anyone to spy on me again, or I shall not be so courteous in the future. Of course, should you desire a war, Asgard would be more than willing to oblige. Lu Lin stated with a calm demeanor. Surely, even the Sorcerer Supreme would not interfere with Asgardians reclaiming their dignity. There was no need for Lu Lin's threats. Egg knew well what a civilization capable of interstellar travel millennia ago represented to contemporary human society. Regardless of whether Lu Lin was indeed threatening, Egg dared not gamble on whether Asgard would truly initiate a war. All right, I accept your terms, Fury replied. His expression unchanging as he agreed immediately. It was about time, Lu Lin said with a smile. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Having successfully achieved his aim, Lu Lin felt a surge of joy. The earth was replete with iconic moments. Yet having lived in Asgard for centuries, the memories of his past life had nearly faded. How could he possibly recall the intricacies of films watched centuries prior? Moreover, the system required him to check in at various iconic locations. Should he misremember a time and miss a check-in, it would be a significant loss. Thus, by establishing a partnership with S-H-I-E-L-D, Lu Lin would be promptly informed of any developments, enabling him to arrive at the scene in time for his check-in. Experience +3. No, check-in +1. How delightful. This was Lu Lin's true intention. As for Fury, he had his own calculations in mind. From what he understood, it was highly probable that Lu Lin was not lying. What did this imply? It indicated a deity who harbored goodwill towards humanity, perhaps even one willing to assist. Such a prospect was invaluable to humanity at present. Fury was well aware that this world is not as tranquil as it superficially appears. Decades ago, when he was merely an inexperienced agent, he had already witnessed the perilous side of this universe. Fury understood that Earth is not only not isolated in the cosmos, but also profoundly endangered. Thus, he maintained a strong sense of crisis. If possible, he would harness any available power, employing any means necessary to protect his homeland. Similarly, he would not relinquish any individuals or resources at his disposal. By the way, regarding the Ancient One you mentioned earlier, where does she reside? Fury inquired curiously. If possible, I would like to meet her. Where does she live? Lu Lin pondered for a moment. If she wishes to meet you, there would be no need for you to seek her out. She would come to find you herself. However, if you are truly inclined to test your luck, perhaps you might venture to Nepal. Inquire with the locals to see if they are familiar with a place called Kamar-Taj. Chapter 18. Exploiting Natasha Kamar-Taj? Fury nodded contemplatively, casting a sidelong glance at Coulson. Poor Coulson was blissfully unaware that he was about to embark on a most unfortunate journey. If the Ancient One truly wished to meet Fury, she would have made her presence known. The absence of the Ancient One indicated her unwillingness to engage with these agents. Therefore, let the egg-headed one send someone to seek out the so-called Kamar-Taj. While it is true that in the original narrative, Strange found Kamar-Taj in Nepal, who exactly is this individual? She is the appointed successor of the Supreme Sorcerer. It would be quite strange if she were not found. Yet, what sort of inept individuals does Fury have under his command? Out of 10, 9.5 are affiliated with Hydra, and the remaining half is on the verge of joining their ranks. Under such circumstances, it would truly be remarkable if his motley crew could locate Kamar-Taj. After Fury's departure, the number of patrons around the Lu Lin bar noticeably diminished, and the pervasive sense of being watched finally dissipated. However, Lu Lin felt somewhat disheartened with the absence of those agents. The clientele at his bar had also significantly decreased. It turned out that the bar's previous popularity was largely due to that very group of agents. On the third day following Fury's exit, a fiery-haired temptress strode into the bar. Hello, my name is Natasha, and I am here to apply for the position of waitress, she said, extending her right hand to Lu Lin with a smile. Lu Lin was, of course, well aware of the identity of this woman, the infamous Black Widow, the dream of countless young men. Upon seeing the smiling Natasha, an idea struck Lu Lin. Sign-in initiated, sign-in character, Black Widow Natasha, sign-in successful. Reward acquired. Mastery of martial arts. Mastery of martial arts? What a lackluster sign-in reward. Lu Lin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Glancing at the system panel displaying 0 remaining sign-in opportunities, he could only shake his head in dismay. Had he known, he would not have signed in for Natasha, thus squandering a precious opportunity. Schiff, come out and train the newcomer. From this day forth, someone else will handle your duties. In his vexation, Lu Lin naturally did not offer Natasha a warm welcome. By the way, the cleaning duties can also be entrusted to the newcomer. As for the salary, just pay her whatever. Natasha was taken aback, bewildered by what had provoked this employer's ire. She had not anticipated that she would breeze through the interview with such ease. Prior to her arrival, she had even concocted a sob story to persuade Lu Lin to hire her. However, all her prepared fabrications proved utterly unnecessary. Heaven knows Lu Lin merely glanced at her before deciding to employ her. This left Natasha with an unsettling sense of futility. As if she had struck a punch into a cloud, her efforts dissipating without effect. Lu Lin intended to make the most of this situation. After all, Natasha had come to apply for a position at his establishment, likely with ulterior motives directed towards him. No matter how much he exploited her, she would undoubtedly remain. Given the circumstances, Lu Lin was certainly not one to hold back, utilizing everything at his disposal. As for the remuneration, the implications sufficed, especially since S.H.I.E.L.D. would provide Natasha with additional compensation. Soon, Natasha officially commenced her duties. She had anticipated a rather leisurely role, one that would not impose excessive strain. However, during a recent escort mission for an Iranian nuclear physicist, she encountered an ambush by the Winter Soldier in Odessa, resulting in a gunshot wound to her abdomen and the tragic demise of the physicist. Due to the severity of her injuries, she was incapacitated for an extended period, thus being assigned by Fury to surveil Lu Lin in hopes of garnering more valuable intelligence. This task was quite effortless, requiring no direct engagement in combat, and her safety under Lu Lin's watch was assured. With the prospect of earning additional wages while enjoying a break, Natasha willingly accepted the assignment. However, she was unprepared for the challenges that awaited her at the establishment known as the Light Bar. Aside from managing an array of eccentric patrons daily, she was also responsible for maintaining the bar's cleanliness. Had it not been for Lu Lin's empathy, who ultimately hired a cleaner out of concern, Natasha might have found herself overwhelmed, risking the reopening of her wounds and a return to the hospital. Nevertheless, as she adapted to this new lifestyle, Natasha discovered an unexpected fondness for it. She relished the routine of punctual workdays filled with activity, and at day's end, she soon found solace in deep slumber, a luxury she had not experienced in years. If not for the occasional need to report her progress to Fury, she might have believed herself to be an ordinary individual. Shall we continue the tale of the Dark Elves? Lu Lin remarked with a faint smile. I presumed you would be weary of it after hearing it so many times. I've only heard it from my father, and I am certain he does not possess the depth of knowledge you do. So please, share it with me once more. Sif persisted, urging Lu Lin to recount the history of the Dark Elves. Their power stemmed from darkness, and they once endeavored to envelop the universe in shadow by harnessing ether particles. However, they were swiftly vanquished by the 9 kingdoms representing the forces of light, and their sacred ether was sealed away. The Dark Elves, under the leadership of their chief Malekith, embarked on a path of exile, disappearing from the annals of history. In truth, Lu Lin's understanding of these events was derived from ancient tomes within the Asgardian library, with details supplemented by Odin, a witness to the war. This conflict had been passed down through generations in Asgard, and many were aware of the grand battle that transpired. The version of the tale known to Sif was relayed to her by her father, who, naturally, lacked the intricate details that Odin possessed, having not participated in the war himself. Thus, from a young age, Sif had delighted in pestering Lu Lin to narrate a myriad of stories. Although Lu Lin had recounted tales of the Dark Elves to Sif dozens of times, the fact that Sif had already lived for 1,500 years did not deter her from requesting yet another story. As for Natasha, who eavesdropped nearby, Lu Lin paid her no mind. If she wished to listen in, so be it. After all, the secrets shared were hardly of grave importance. As she absorbed Lu Lin's fantastical narratives, Natasha could not help but smirk quietly. Such absurd tales, how could anyone possibly believe them? It was all far-fetched, indeed, unbeknownst to her. Natasha remained oblivious to Lu Lin's true identity. Chapter 19, The Fiery Journalist Indeed. Natasha remained oblivious to the fact that the man before her was the very superhero who had stirred up a considerable uproar. The Lu Lin files were classified as top secret by Fury. Apart from the 2 agents he could trust, Clinton and Coulson, no one was aware that Lu Lin had established a bar in this location. Fury's rationale for having his agents monitor Lu Lin was straightforward. He had merely included him on a list of individuals deemed dangerous and in need of surveillance. However, Fury had never divulged to anyone the reasons behind Lu Lin's perilous nature, nor why he warranted such scrutiny. At this juncture, Natasha had yet to earn a place on Fury's list of trusted individuals. Consequently, she was entirely unaware that her subject of observation was, in fact, an alien prince. Thus, whenever Natasha heard Lu Lin recount tales of events occurring in the cosmos, she was left in a state of bewilderment. What? Is it possible for anyone to believe such things? How foolish must this woman be to accept such absurdities? This reflected Natasha's innermost thoughts. However, her perspective soon shifted. She came to the realization that she was, in fact, the fool. In truth, Sif was not concerned with the veracity of Lu Lin's narratives. She simply yearned to hear him spin tales. Sif relished the moments spent in Lu Lin's company. The storytelling was merely a pretext. Ultimately, Sif cared little for the content of the stories. Her focus lay solely on the storyteller himself. Upon this revelation, Natasha felt a profound sense of disarray. Initially, she had mocked the woman, questioning her intelligence for believing such preposterous tales. But now, Natasha understood that it was not the woman who was foolish. Rather, the two were engaging in a playful charade, one feigning gullibility while the other spun fanciful tales. They appeared to be two eccentric individuals, yet in reality, they were flirting in their own unique manner. Fortunately for Lu Lin, he remained unaware of Natasha's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have quipped, "Truly, a spy. Your imagination knows no bounds. Is there a possibility, is there a chance that we are indeed speaking the truth?" Believing she had deciphered the playful antics of the two, Natasha began to take delight in Lu Lin's storytelling. At the very least, his narratives were quite entertaining. Occasionally, Natasha would even feel as if Lu Lin were a first-hand witness to the events he described. The tales felt astonishingly real. Were Lu Lin to embark on writing novels, one would surmise they would achieve remarkable success, as Lu Lin frequently regaled Sif with various stories during his idle moments. The other patrons in the bar gradually began to listen as well. This phenomenon eventually evolved into a distinctive feature of the light bar. "Hey, your storytelling is quite impressive," remarked a blonde woman seated at the bar, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Lin. "It is indeed a pity that you do not indulge in writing novels, is it not?" Lu Lin shrugged. "Regrettably, everything I narrate is true, stemming from my personal experiences. Does that include your battles against the Dark Elves?" Christina raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring. "Indeed, it does encompass my encounters with the Dark Elves. Yet, I recall you mentioned that this transpired 3,000 years ago. How is it that you have reached the venerable age of 3,000? Christina stifled her laughter. "That is a testament to my father's illustrious achievements," Lu Lin chuckled. "When I refer to my battles with the Dark Elves, I merely encountered a few brigands roaming the cosmos, and I am not over 3,000 years old." He continued with a smile. "In fact, according to earthly calculations, I am merely 851 years old. In my realm, I am still considered a youth." "A youth, you say?" Christina blinked, her tone laden with significance. "Indeed, a youth," Lu Lin affirmed. "By your earthly standards, I am but 10 years old." Lu Lin's demeanor shifted. "Please restrain your flirtations, madam. You are treading on precarious ground." "Am I?" Christina retorted. "Perhaps I simply enjoy a more thrilling pursuit." Lu Lin cleared his throat. While he personally would not mind engaging with the charming journalist before him, he was acutely aware that should he dare to proceed further, his ever-watchful companion, Sif, would not let him off easily. Though Lu Lin believed Sif was no match for him, at such moments, the measure of combat prowess transcends mere strength. It is not about right or wrong. It is well known that reasoning with women, particularly those in the throes of romance, is a futile endeavor. Thus, he must refrain from any actions that might overstep boundaries, lest he find himself in a precarious situation. "Ahem, do mind your words. Miss, please maintain your decorum." Lu Lin cleared his throat. "Is there anything else you require?" "I'm a journalist," Christina replied with a smile. "Is that so? And what of it?" "I find your tale intriguing," Christina said as she tore a piece of notepaper from the bar, swiftly jotting down her number. "Should the opportunity arise, I hope to conduct an exclusive interview with you." She cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Lin, leaving a subtle impression of her lips on the paper. She then produced some cash from her pocket, affixing the note to the bill and slowly pushing it toward Lu Lin. "Of course, I am also quite curious about your past. I hope we can engage in a more intimate exchange." Christina emphasized the word intimate with particular intensity. To be honest, Christina certainly belonged to the realm of beauty, especially with her alluring figure, which few men could resist. Upon noticing the note she handed over, Lu Lin felt a vague sense of familiarity, as if this female journalist had appeared in a film he had watched in a past life. To be fair, Lu Lin was genuinely intrigued to experience the profound communication she had mentioned. Seizing the moment while Shifu was momentarily distracted, he discreetly tucked the note along with some cash into his possession. Observing Lu Lin's actions, the journalist offered a sly smile. Just then, a gasp echoed from the entrance, as the door of the bar swung open, revealing a flamboyantly dressed man with a small mustache. "Ah, splendid decor. I find the interior quite appealing," Stark remarked as he stood at the threshold, taking in the ambience of the bar before gradually lowering his gaze. Chapter 20, A First Encounter. A fierce confrontation when Stark's gaze fell upon Sif. He let out a whistle. It seemed I was right to come here today. Look at all these beauties. Stark strode forward and gently tapped the bar. Waiter, summon your boss. Catching a glimpse of Tony Stark's roving eyes throughout the bar, Lu Lin couldn't help but smirk. Perhaps one might find Tony to be a decent friend after becoming familiar with him. However, to strangers, Tony was an utter rogue, especially in this phase of his life. Tony Stark was the quintessential scoundrel, irredeemably so. Consider the actions of Tony during this period. Countless formidable villains and tragic incidents stemmed from the exceedingly vile temperament he exhibited at that time. Self-centered, oblivious to the feelings of others, disdainful of ordinary individuals, and dismissive of rules. It may sound as though he were merely an incorrigible playboy, not particularly loathsome. Yet, if you were the disabled person left on the rooftop by Tony all night in the biting wind, your perception would shift dramatically. Apologies, but I am the owner of this establishment, Lu Lin said coolly. What do you require? What do you require? Tony echoed Lu Lin's words. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Lu Lin. My heavens, are you an alien? Don't you recognize me? I do recognize you, though I am an alien. And I am also aware of your so-called playboy persona, Lu Lin replied with indifference. So, what do you require? What did you just say? Tony questioned, incredulous. You claim to be an alien? Indeed, Christina chimed in with a smile. Allow me to remind you, this gentleman is an alien prince aged 831 years, and, by the way, he has an older brother, the legendary Thor. His father is none other than Odin, the All-Father. Correction, I am actually 851 years old. Lu Lin interjected coolly, though I do not mind your slight miscalculation. My apologies, Christina said, raising her hands in mock surrender. I shall drink to my mistake. Ah, Tony clapped his hands. Is this a role-playing event? I'm starting to like you. Therefore, the illustrious Mr. Tony Stark, what brings you here? Lu Lin inquired nonchalantly. If you desire refreshments, please place your order promptly. If you require nothing, you may also find a place to rest. We do not deny entry to those without means. Without means? Tony shot a glance at Lu Lin. Well done, you have successfully stirred my ire. At this stage, there were three things Tony could absolutely not tolerate. First, he would not abide anyone questioning his charm. As a debonair gentleman who has had the privilege of sharing the company of cover girls for each month of the year, he would never allow anyone to question his allure. Furthermore, he would staunchly refuse to permit any doubts regarding his prodigious talent. As a young prodigy renowned for his genius, he would not tolerate any scrutiny of his intellect. Lastly, he would unreservedly reject any insinuation that might cast doubt upon his affluence. Lu Lin's words struck a sensitive chord with his fragile ego. What is the price of your bar? I will purchase it, Tony said nonchalantly. Apologies. But it is not for sale, Lu Lin replied without lifting his gaze. $50 million. Not for sale, Lu Lin frowned. If you continue this disturbance, I will have to ask you to leave, Mr. Stark. Ah, splendid. I admire your spirit, Stark responded, his expression unchanged. Yet those familiar with him could sense that he was beginning to feel the pressure of the situation. I intend to acquire this building and evict you, Stark stated coolly. Soon, you shall no longer be the proprietor of this bar. Feel free to try, Lu Lin chuckled. If you can indeed purchase this building, then by all means, give it a go. Pepper, are you aware of the building across from ours? Who owns it? Which company? Stark immediately dialed his secretary. Now. I need you to acquire it, immediately. Tony, are you out of your mind? Why the sudden urge to buy a building? Pepper's voice came through the earpiece. Don't waste time with questions, just proceed with the purchase. Tony replied, somewhat impatiently. Pepper sighed. Although she had long been accustomed to her boss's erratic decisions, she was still taken aback by his impulsiveness today. Yet, what could she do? He was the boss, after all. She had no choice but to comply with Tony's demands. Before long, the call connected, and Pepper set about contacting the owner of the building. Shortly thereafter, Lu Lin's phone rang. Apologies, but it is not for sale. Lu Lin looked up and regarded Stark. What about now? Indeed, the ownership of the building beneath Lu Lin had long been transferred to him by S.H.I.E.L.D. without him having spent a single penny. This was not a complicated matter to comprehend. It was merely part of Lu Lin's dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D. At this juncture, Fury was willing to expend any resources necessary to cultivate a relationship with a benevolent extraterrestrial. He also hoped to glean information about aliens from Lu Lin and relied on him to assist with any insurmountable challenges that might arise. Thus, he was more than willing to accommodate Lu Lin's requests. After all, it was merely a building. If it were to be given away, so be it. S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have to spend a dime, although S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time did not yet wield the immense power it would later possess. Operating under the auspices of the Department of Homeland Security made the requisition of a building a relatively simple endeavor. Surely you do not believe that money is an omnipotent force capable of resolving all dilemmas? Why not? Stark remained obstinate. Did you not assert your intention to purchase my bar with your wealth? Lu Lin chuckled. Come now. I await your demonstration. What method do you intend to employ to acquire my establishment? Tony's expression froze. He had never anticipated that this man before him was, in fact, the owner of the very building in question. Consequently, he found himself utterly incapable of purchasing the structure. Naturally, he could not buy out the entire bar and evict Lu Lin. Observe, money is not infallible. Lu Lin remarked, at the very least, you cannot procure my bar, can you? Chapter 21. I have prevailed. Did you truly believe I was powerless against you? Tony gazed at Lu Lin with a rather unfriendly expression. Once you go bankrupt, I will effortlessly acquire your bar, and I shall soon bring about your financial ruin. Well, even if I were to become bankrupt, then what? Lu Lin laughed heartily. Even if I were to declare bankruptcy tomorrow, or even tonight, you would still be incapable of purchasing my bar. At this very moment. Whether it be 10 million or 1 billion, it makes no difference to you. You cannot buy my bar. Does this not serve as evidence that money is not omnipotent? Poor Stark, do remember that the success of an individual cannot solely be measured by the abundance of their wealth. How laughable. If wealth cannot be used to gauge a person's success, then what, pray tell, can? Stark looked at Lu Lin with a mocking grin. Perhaps it is a degree? He erupted into a loud guffaw. I apologize, but I graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, holding a Ph.D. in physics, a Ph.D. in engineering, and a Ph.D. in electronic engineering, 3 doctorate degrees. The inventions and achievements I have made throughout my life are innumerable, and the awards I have received are too plentiful for me to even bother to count. And you, my friend, enlighten me, what accomplishments do you possess? Is this not sufficient to demonstrate my superiority over you? Indeed, indeed. Lu Lin gently applauded. You are indeed remarkable. I regret to inform you that I have never set foot in a school. My education has been entirely through homeschooling. Lu Lin chuckled. Your achievements are indeed unparalleled. But what contributions have you made to humanity? If the contributions you speak of are merely the weapons you have invented and produced, then I must say, how pitiable you are. Pitiable? Stark felt a sense of bewilderment. The weapons I have invented and manufactured have allowed the United States to maintain peace across the globe. You deem me pitiable? Surely my actions and my contributions to peace are enough to illustrate my value to humanity? The world's greatest arms dealer claims that his contributions to peace are unparalleled. Lu Lin laughed. I have never heard anything more absurd. Oh, by the way, perhaps this young lady beside us might possess some relevant information and insights. Why not inquire with this journalist? Christina looked curiously at the two men who had inexplicably engaged in a dispute, feeling that they were somewhat incomprehensible. How on earth had things escalated to this point? But when Lu Lin turned the conversation towards her, Christina felt as though she had been struck by an unexpected windfall. Recently, she had been following the news regarding Stark Industries' arms sales in the Middle East. It was said that the weapons being utilized by terrorists there were manufactured by Stark Industries. Christina had already gathered considerable evidence to prove that this was far from mere rumor. Upon her arrival, she harbored the hope of infiltrating Stark Tower to secure an interview with 1 or 2 prominent figures. It would be even more fortuitous if she could unearth evidence regarding Stark Industries' alleged arms dealings with terrorists. Christina never anticipated that merely trying her luck at the entrance of Stark Tower would lead her to encounter Tony Stark himself. More significantly, she now found herself with the unprecedented opportunity to interview the man. Indeed, Mr. Stark, I possess evidence indicating that certain terrorists in the Middle East are utilizing weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. How do you account for this? Christina promptly produced her evidence, which included photographs and even video footage. What? This is impossible, Stark exclaimed incredulously. Absurd. It is utterly preposterous that Stark Industries would engage in transactions with terrorists. Even if you intend to frame me, such tactics are shockingly pathetic. Stark scoffed, disregarding the materials offered by the female reporter. As Stark prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed a business card lying near Lu Lin, adorned with the imprint of the reporter's crimson lips. This sight prompted a shift in Stark's disposition. He had originally come to the bar seeking revelry, having heard whispers of a uniquely alluring beauty within. Yet upon his entrance, he encountered only the reporter at the bar and Sif, who was busy mixing drinks. The dim lighting obscured Sif's features, and her physique did not align with Stark's personal preferences. His attention was swiftly captivated by Lu Lin. Stark could not abide the notion that someone possessed a charisma that overshadowed his own. Even he had to concede that, in terms of demeanor, he was entirely outclassed by Lu Lin. After all, Lu Lin was a prince of Asgard, his noble elegance cultivated over centuries, far beyond what a mere mortal like Stark could hope to rival. This was the root of Stark's inexplicable animosity towards Lu Lin. Furthermore, Lu Lin's merciless demeanor intensified Tony's disdain. Thus, their initial meeting erupted into a fierce exchange. Although Stark lost the first round, compelling him to prepare for departure, he sensed a potential opportunity for retaliation. Wait, was that a note in his hand? The female reporter glanced at the note beside Lu Lin, then at Tony, and her keen intellect quickly grasped the situation. Christina offered Lu Lin an apologetic smile. "My apologies." She then reclaimed the note, tearing it into shreds. "May I have the honor of discussing some interview experiences with you?" Christina tidied her hair and smiled. "Well, that sounds quite agreeable," Lu Lin replied. Tony cast a glance at Christina and remarked, "I can certainly offer you an opportunity to understand that your investigations are mere fabrications aimed at Stark Industries." Stark smiled as he wrapped his arm around the waist of the female journalist. Christina obediently followed Stark as they departed together. Before leaving, Stark flashed a provocative smile at Lu Lin, as if to say, "I have triumphed." Lu Lin observed Stark's expression and felt a tinge of amusement. As he watched the two figures retreating, Lu Lin suddenly recalled that this woman was indeed the journalist who had initially interviewed Stark and Iron Man. Upon this realization, Lu Lin promptly lost interest in her. Chapter 22. The emergence of Spider-Man. He harbored no interest in the second-hand experiences of others. Although the woman's figure appeared enticing, it did not particularly appeal to Lu Lin. The fleeting moment of attraction he felt was but a brief flicker. Meanwhile, at a nearby exhibition, Peter Parker was unexpectedly bitten by a spider on the neck. Initially, he dismissed it, but upon returning home, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awakened, Peter Parker discovered he had acquired superhuman abilities. As for what transpired thereafter, it is needless to elaborate. For the citizens of New York are well acquainted with their friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. His life experiences mirrored those preceding this transformation, after all, without those pivotal moments. Whether Spider-Man could truly become the hero he is remains a question. The newly empowered Spider attempted to leverage his abilities for personal gain. However, this inadvertently resulted in the injury of his dearest relative, nearly costing him a life. The reason it was nearly was due to Lu Lin receiving a task from the system to save Peter Parker's uncle. Lu Lin had refrained from intervening earlier as he was oblivious to when the spider bite occurred or when misfortune would strike. He certainly could not vigilantly monitor the young spider, as that would be rather unsettling. Upon receiving the system's task, Lu Lin promptly rushed to the scene. Saving a gravely injured ordinary person presents significant challenges under mortal medical conditions, yet for Lu Lin, a mere incantation sufficed. Thus, with Lu Lin's timely assistance, Uncle Ben sustained only severe injuries and managed to endure until medical personnel arrived. Although he would require an extended period of convalescence, his life was not in jeopardy. "Listen, Peter Parker, if you ever wish to talk, I am always prepared," Ben stated earnestly, gripping Peter's hand firmly. Peter Parker hesitated for a considerable time, ultimately deciding against revealing the truth. He believed such matters were best kept from his family. Peter had resolved to utilize his abilities to aid the innocent. "With great power comes great responsibility," were the words imparted to him by Uncle Ben as he hovered near death. Peter could scarcely fathom how events might have unfolded had Mr. Lu Lin not arrived in time. He could hardly bear to imagine the ramifications of Uncle Ben's demise being a consequence of his own actions, nor could he envision what his future would entail. Peter Parker also contemplated the myriad individuals in this world enduring various forms of suffering for countless reasons. Among them, there may be others like him. Grappling with the anguish of losing family, he resolved to use his abilities to assist these individuals, even if it meant saving just one person or salvaging a single family. Such an endeavor would be a noble pursuit indeed. Thus, Peter Parker mused. Suddenly, the citizens of New York found themselves gazing upon a peculiar figure, clad in a skin-tight suit, leaping between the buildings with the grace of a spider. Yet, this oddity wielded its abilities for the benefit of the people, combating crime and offering assistance, prompting a shift in public sentiment towards this unconventional hero. Lights bar. Lu Lin watched with a faint smile as the television speculated on the identity of Spider-Man. "I fail to comprehend why someone would don a mask and a tight suit to swing between skyscrapers," Tony lamented, exasperated by the televised portrayal of Spider-Man. "If one aspires to be a hero, why cloak oneself and conceal one's identity? It is utterly foolish. Were it me, I would certainly not hide my true self." Tony took a hefty swig of his drink. As for why Tony found himself at Lu Lin's bar, peacefully coexisting with him, that tale is rather lengthy. Since that fateful day, Tony believed he had bested Lu Lin, returning the following day to flaunt his supposed triumph. Little did he know, Lu Lin was entirely indifferent to Tony's boasts, leaving Tony feeling quite perturbed. He still wished to fulfill his initial promise to purchase Lu Lin's building. However, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he could not elicit even the slightest reaction from Lu Lin. This piqued Tony's interest in Lu Lin. Since rising to fame at a young age, he had never experienced such a sense of defeat. Lu Lin even jested, "If you were a woman interested in me, I might be flattered, but as you are a man, let us not pursue that." Yet, Lu Lin's rejection did not dissuade Tony. Rather, it intensified his intrigue. Thus, he began frequenting Lu Lin's bar, engaging in banter, attempting to prove his superiority in every conceivable way. Yet, time and again, Lu Lin managed to leave him speechless. Consequently, Tony became more determined. ultimately transforming into a regular at Light's bar. However, what frustrated him most was not Lu Lin's taunts, but rather Sif's indifference. After numerous visits to Light's bar, Tony finally noticed the captivating aura of the Valkyrie that Sif possessed, igniting his pursuit of her affection. Yet, as a member of the Asgardian pantheon, she would hardly be interested in a mere mortal, especially as her heart was wholly captivated by Lu Lin. Thus, it would be more accurate to say that Tony frequented Light's bar not merely to provoke Lu Lin, but rather to court Sif. Regrettably, all his efforts, every flirtatious glance he cast, went unnoticed by Sif, who remained fixated on Lu Lin. This left Tony in a state of profound frustration. In matters of charm, he had found himself utterly defeated. Perhaps it was this sense of rivalry that led Tony to develop a vague kinship with Lu Lin. The two had become akin to daily adversaries engaged in playful repartee. Is that so? Lu Lin replied with a knowing nod. What do you mean by that? Tony, feeling somewhat disgruntled, retorted, am I mistaken? What sort of hero hides in the shadows? Observing an interview on the street, someone referred to Spider-Man as a hero, to which Tony curled his lip in disdain. Perhaps this hero hails from an ordinary family, Lu Lin remarked nonchalantly. One must remember that while he possesses superpowers, it does not imply that his family shares the same gifts. With a chuckle, Lu Lin added, otherwise, what would that be? A family of superheroes? Lu Lin was alluding to a superhero film that narrates the tale of a family endowed with extraordinary abilities combating malevolent forces. Perhaps, Tony replied, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. He also held a fondness for the Incredibles, which was part of the reason he frequently engaged in conversations with Lu Lin. He discovered that beyond their shared interests, Lu Lin consistently resonated with his thoughts and humor during their exchanges. Chapter 23. Perhaps this is the resonance of souls. Tony found this sensation to be quite extraordinary. Prior to this, he had never experienced anything akin to it. This was precisely why he was inclined to engage in conversations with Lu Lin. Heaven knows how arduous it is to converse with those ordinary individuals. In Tony's eyes, these people bore little distinction from monkeys. Conversely, those who could keep pace with his thoughts, such as various scientists, were often dreadfully mundane. What Tony despised most was anything lacking in intrigue, stiff, tedious. These traits rendered him utterly disinclined to interact with his peers. Moreover, those so-called colleagues, in Tony's perspective, were not significantly different from the aforementioned monkeys. Were he an ordinary person, his opposition to various criminals would undoubtedly pose a considerable danger. Lu Lin remarked coolly, particularly concerning his family. Tony, you are aware that in that eastern country, laundry detergent is prohibited, correct? Lu Lin suddenly stated. To protect their families, these individuals, even at the cost of their lives on the job, are denied a dignified burial. For if the traffickers of laundry detergent were to uncover their identities, their families would face the most brutal retribution. Why? Tony queried, somewhat dumbfounded. They cannot even ascertain whether the deceased are connected to them, right? They do not care whether the people they kill are innocent, Lu Lin replied matter-of-factly. They merely seek to vent their emotions. Lu Lin cast a glance at Tony. Imagine, when the criminal Spider-Man confronts discover his true identity, what might they do? For instance, if a small-time gang leader is imprisoned due to Spider-Man's actions, do you think the gang's leader would refrain from targeting Spider-Man's family for revenge? Surely, you do not expect these so-called criminals to possess any semblance of conscience? Tony fell silent as he realized that Lu Lin's words were indisputably accurate. To take a step back, if you, Tony, were to become a hero, you might indeed be unafraid of their retribution. But what of your family, your loved ones? Rest assured, I no longer have any family or loved ones. Tony replied nonchalantly. If I were to become a hero, these criminals would find that there is no one left to exact revenge upon. How ironic. Is it truly so? Lu Lin smiled faintly. Do you genuinely have no one you cherish? I have heard that your relationship with Obadiah is rather amicable. What if he were to face retaliation? Lu Lin chuckled. And what of your little secretary? Hey, don't speak of her that way. I have no connection with my secretary whatsoever. Tony immediately explained, his tone tense. Really? Lu Lin shrugged. Then let us not mention your little secretary. In any case, you presently hold no one dear. Do you anticipate that this will remain the case indefinitely? Lu Lin stated calmly. Those who harbor intentions of vengeance will invariably find opportunities to act. Thus one must never let their guard down. This world has never been secure, Tony, especially for the ordinary individuals. Is that not so? Tony responded with a hint of indifference, asserting that perhaps one was overly concerned. No, you shall soon come to realize. Lu Lin remarked, gesturing towards Spider-Man on the television. There's now a peculiar creature soaring through the skies. Who knows what else may manifest in the future? Just look at me. A living alien prince standing before you. Enough with the alien prince charade, Tony replied, rolling his eyes. Do you expect me to believe your absurd tales? What next? A demon? Or perhaps a devil? Tony burst into laughter. At that moment, Peter Parker entered through the door. Hey, Peter Parker, what brings you here? Lu Lin greeted with a smile. I've come to express my gratitude for your assistance, Peter said somewhat shyly, retrieving a handmade cookie from his backpack. "This is a cookie made by Aunt May. She is at the hospital caring for Uncle Ben and couldn't thank you in person, so I came in her stead." Peter rubbed his hands together nervously. "If it weren't for you saving the ambulance that day, I truly don't know what would have happened. You are a hero, Mr. Lu Lin." "Oh dear, you too are a hero," Tony applauded. "I had no idea such things occurred. Quite remarkable. Just a trivial act, no need to dwell on it." Lu Lin replied nonchalantly. "Also, thank you for recommending me for the job. My financial situation has significantly improved." Peter chuckled while scratching his head. "You are truly my benefactor." "Do not mention it." Lu Lin smiled gently, accepting the cookie from Peter's hands. "I shall gladly accept the cookie. Should you wish to discuss anything, I am always available." Lu Lin had noticed that Peter's demeanor seemed somewhat off lately. Dark circles under his eyes were evident. Clearly, being Spider-Man was not a simple endeavor. For Peter, it appeared challenging to balance the identities of Spider-Man and the ordinary individual he was. Peter felt a twinge of guilt, uncertain whether Lu Lin had perceived his struggles. I have nothing to discuss," Peter said, somewhat nervously. "Hey kid, your face reveals that you are hiding something from everyone," Tony teased. "That is not how one lies." Only then did Peter realize that the renowned Mr. Stark was seated beside him. "Oh my goodness, you're Mr. Stark," Peter exclaimed in astonishment. You. "Shoo, quiet down, kid," Tony interjected. The pride on Tony's face was nearly impossible to conceal. "I understand that your excitement upon seeing me is palpable, but such fervor is unnecessary." "My goodness, I am absolutely thrilled. You are truly my idol," Peter Parker exclaimed. "You know, I hold you in such high regard for what you have accomplished." Peter Parker spoke with astonishing rapidity, his words flowing like a machine gun, incessantly pouring forth. This was the first time Tony encountered such an ardent admirer, particularly a teenager, as opposed to those mindless women. The admiration this young man held for him stemmed from his remarkable achievements rather than his vast wealth. This realization greatly gratified Stark's vanity. He even took a moment to cast a sidelong glance at Lu Lin, the implications of which were unmistakable. Chapter 24, Dr. Octavius. As Peter Parker emerged from the bar, he felt a delightful haze enveloping him. He could scarcely believe that he had just encountered his idol. In his excitement, he completely forgot to share the thrilling news with Mr. Lu Lin, only recalling it upon stepping outside. Oh well, perhaps he would inform Mr. Lu Lin next time. Casting a glance at the time, Peter smacked his forehead in realization. He was going to be late. Recently, he had secured an invaluable opportunity to intern under the esteemed Dr. Octavius, a prospect that was exceedingly rare for a high school student. Few of his contemporaries could boast such remarkable achievements. Most were still grappling with the complexities of high school mathematics. This internship in Dr. Octavius's laboratory was of paramount importance to Peter Parker. It would significantly bolster his college applications. If he could procure a few commendatory remarks from Dr. Octavius, gaining admission to his dream university would undoubtedly become a far simpler endeavor. Thus, Peter placed immense value on this opportunity. Currently, Dr. Octavius was pioneering a mechanical arm assistance system, rumored to have the potential to transform the world. Simultaneously, he was engaged in research on artificial nuclear fusion, the fabled project aimed at creating a man-made sun. The completion of either project would herald a new era of boundless clean energy for humanity. Both undertakings were profoundly intricate, and Peter was merely assisting in the lab. Yet, even this modest involvement filled him with pride. It was worth noting that not only high school students, but even many accomplished graduate students would find it challenging to garner the attention of Dr. Octavius. Today marked the day when Dr. Octavius would test his assistant arm. After years of development, he had finally crafted a personal mechanical appendage to aid in his experiments. This arm incorporated cutting-edge nanotechnology, greatly enhancing its flexibility. To further augment its usability, Octavius had even developed a specialized assistance program for the mechanical limb. Unbeknownst to Dr. Octavius, however, there might have been an issue with the underlying code, which resulted in the arm possessing an inherent propensity for destruction. This was dictated by the logical principles encoded within its framework. While it was not impossible to alter, the malevolence of the mechanical arm largely hinged upon the psychological state of its user. Should the user be in a tumultuous mental state, inclined towards frenzy, there was no doubt that this mechanical appendage would become the most nefarious tool in existence. This is due to Dr. Octavius granting the mechanical tentacles a degree of autonomous thought for the sake of convenience during coding. Without any constraints, the tentacles would undoubtedly evolve into malevolent instruments of chaos in a matter of time. Fortunately, Dr. Octavius's prudence proved beneficial. He had preemptively composed protective protocols. In the absence of Dr. Octavius's approval, the mechanical tentacles exhibit no aggression whatsoever. "Hey, Dr. Octavius, it seems your experiment has triumphed," Peter Parker exclaimed breathlessly as he rushed into the laboratory, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze as he looked at Octavius. "That's amazing. Can I touch it?" "Of course. I've been anticipating your arrival." Dr. Octavius replied with a gentle smile. I would like your assistance in installing and activating it. You see, Parker, if this experiment succeeds, this invention will immensely benefit countless individuals with disabilities. Simultaneously, my research will advance significantly, saving me an abundance of funding. In Dr. Octavius's vision, the mechanical tentacles could reintegrate those with impaired limbs into society. Even able-bodied individuals could harness the tentacles to accomplish tasks otherwise beyond their reach. In his imagination, these mechanical appendages could ultimately replace natural limbs, much like the critical role tails play for certain primates. Dr. Octavius envisioned these mechanical tentacles evolving into humanity's equivalent of a tail, becoming indispensable assistive tools. This innovation would bear significance akin to the creation of the first stone axe by early humans. However, Dr. Octavius was so exhilarated that he overlooked the most pressing issue of cost. The expense of the mechanical tentacles had nearly reached a staggering $1 million. This one research endeavor had consumed almost half of Dr. Octavius's experimental budget. Even with future mass production, the lowest achievable cost would still hover around several $100,000. And what does that sum represent? A cost of several $100,000 is an amount that 99% of the world's population cannot possibly bear. Thus, the mechanical tentacles are destined to become mere toys for the affluent or lethal weapons for the military. Furthermore, there remains no potential for further cost reduction. This is primarily due to Dr. Octavius employing a degree of nanotechnology in the manufacturing process. In this era, nanotechnology stands as the pinnacle of scientific advancement. Countless researchers and scholars are still grappling with its complexities, whereas Dr. Octavius has already integrated it into practical use. This underscores the extent of Dr. Octavius's genius. If Tony were to encounter Dr. Octavius, one could surmise that they would share an abundance of topics to discuss. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, captivated by Dr. Octavius's grand vision, remained oblivious to the darker realities of the capitalist world, being merely an ordinary high school student. Parker was enveloped in the euphoria of witnessing the emergence of such magnificent technology. Soon, everything was in place. Peter Parker's fingers hovered above the keyboard. His gaze fixed on the progress bar on the screen, and an undeniable sense of trepidation washed over him. With a gentle press of the enter key, the entire system of the tentacles would spring to life. This technology was intricately connected to the brain via the spine, designed to facilitate seamless and swift control of the tentacles by the human mind. After all, Dr. Octavius's initial intention was to regard the tentacles as an extension of the human body. Throughout the experiment, there were numerous instances when researchers required quick hands, whether to halt the experiment or to execute operational tasks. Chapter 25. Experiment successful. Mysterious spider. Since a moment's delay could spell disaster for the experiment, potentially leading to irreparable consequences. Thus, any postponement was utterly unacceptable for Dr. Octavius. It was for this reason that he directly connected the mechanical tentacles to his brain via his spinal cord, a decision that rendered any failure of the experiment a source of irreversible harm to the human nervous system. Let us begin, Peter Parker. Dr. Octavius encouraged loudly from his bed. Rest assured, I have implemented all necessary precautions and conducted numerous simulation tests. I am confident that this experiment will succeed. Rather than merely encouraging Parker, he was, in truth, bolstering his own resolve. Dr. Octavius held great faith in the young man, seeing a reflection of his own youth in Parker. This trust led him to entrust the initiation of the system to Peter Parker. After all, with so many researchers in his lab, how could he resort to employing a mere high school student? It was precisely his unwavering confidence in the experiment that prompted Dr. Octavius to assign this critical task to Parker, despite the fact that a high school student typically lacked the capacity to manage emergencies. Peter Parker swallowed hard, then nodded emphatically. Dr. Octavius, I am ready, he shouted, seemingly rallying his own spirits as he struck the keyboard decisively. With a resounding click, the indicator lights behind Dr. Octavius began to illuminate one by one. The bionic spine conformed to his back, and simultaneously, silver needles connected to his nerves sprang forth, piercing into his spine with a forceful jab. In the next moment, all the indicator lights flickered to life, pulsating rhythmically with Dr. Octavius's breath, as if they had acquired a vitality of their own. The four mechanical arms behind Dr. Octavius sprang into action, albeit rather erratically due to the initial connection to the nervous system. Doctor, do you need me to press the emergency button? Peter Parker exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he observed the scene, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. He was prepared to terminate the experiment at the first sign of trouble, yet he hesitated, fearful that any abrupt action might inadvertently harm Dr. Octavius's spinal nerves. It was crucial to note that this area remained a human taboo. Any mishap could leave no avenue for salvation. A forced termination of the experiment could very well condemn Dr. Octavius to a lifetime spent in a wheelchair. No. There is no need to terminate the experiment. He is merely a bit unsettled, Dr. Octavius reassured, turning to offer a gentle smile. under his calming influence. The four mechanical arms gradually settled into stillness. They remained docile beside Dr. Octavius, gently swaying. Phew, that scared me, Peter Parker exclaimed, still shaken. I almost thought I was going to fail. He circled around Dr. Octavius, meticulously observing the mechanical arms, continuously offering his admiration. Doctor, with your current appearance, you resemble an octopus. Perhaps I should start calling you Dr. Octopus. Peter jested with a hint of exaggeration. Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octavius echoed Peter's words, a faint smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. He nodded slightly. I quite like that name. From now on, you may call me Dr. Octopus. A peculiar smile crept upon Dr. Octopus's lips, one that evoked discomfort, suggesting that with the emergence of the mechanical arms, the very essence of Dr. Octavius had undergone a strange transformation. However, Parker remained oblivious, his focus solely on the mechanical arms. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Peter Parker's mind. His spider sense had been activated. This extraordinary sensation, a discovery that accompanied his newfound powers, enabled him to perceive imminent danger. Parker deduced that it mimicked the vibrations caused by external disturbances to a spider's web after it has been spun, allowing him to sense danger before it approached. With his superhuman senses, he could gauge his surroundings, preparing him for any threats. In simpler terms, it was a premonition of peril. However, the spider sense lasted only a fleeting moment before dissipating, leading him to believe it was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, the spider sense does not activate without reason. Something must have transpired nearby. Doctor, since your experiment was successful, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Parker bid farewell, promptly gathering his belongings in preparation to depart. Very well, since you are in a hurry, do go ahead. I shall elaborate on the details of the experiment later. Dr. Octavius replied. Peter nodded and swiftly exited the laboratory, eager to understand why a spider sense had been triggered. However, once Peter Parker departed, the peculiar smile returned to Dr. Octopus's face. Ah, Peter, my little Peter Parker, it seems you are not an ordinary individual. After connecting with the tentacles, Dr. Octavius discovered an astonishing enhancement of his nervous system. His perception of the surrounding environment reached an extraordinarily acute level. Initially, this heightened awareness felt quite uncomfortable. Yet upon adaptation, he found the sensation to be remarkably delightful. Dr. Octopus astutely noted that just moments ago, when the tentacles first slipped from his control, Peter Parker exhibited a reaction speed far surpassing that of an average person. On the other side, after Peter Parker departed from the laboratory, his spider sense vanished entirely, never to re-emerge. This left him in a state of despondency. Parker had unwavering faith in his spider sense. Whenever it was activated, it invariably signified that something noteworthy was afoot. There had never been any exceptions to this rule. Yet this time, it dissipated without warning, leaving him utterly perplexed. Peter Parker found himself at a loss for understanding. Chapter 26. Introducing Tony to the world. Meanwhile, Lu Lin's magical research had reached an impasse. During his brief stay on Earth, he had been far from idle. Although he could no longer engage in physical training all day, his studies on magic continued unabated, a testament to the strength of his resolve. He had never relinquished his thirst for power. However, his recent endeavors in magical research had hit a wall, as he discovered that a crucial magical material he required had been entirely depleted. This particular material was exceedingly rare, with Odin's treasure trove holding but a scant supply. During his visit to Earth, Lu Lin had nearly exhausted all the stock he could bring with him. What was he to do? Lu Lin found himself quite troubled. The only option left for procuring these materials was to venture personally into the void to purchase them. The void served as the black market of the universe, where anything could be acquired. If you could conceive of it, there was nothing that could not be obtained. Thus, Lu Lin resolved to ask Sif to manage the bar for a couple of days while he embarked on this journey to the void. Sif, unfazed by the request, readily agreed. After all, tending to a bar for a few days was hardly a burden. Just as Lu Lin was preparing to set off, Tony strolled in, a merry expression on his face. Ah, my friend, given your flurry of packing, are you planning a grand adventure? Tony slurred, clearly inebriated from a recent drink. I'm off on an interstellar journey. Care to join me? Lu Lin replied, amusement twinkling in his eyes. A wicked curiosity bubbled within him. He wondered what would transpire if he were to take Tony into the cosmos at this very moment. What transformations might Tony undergo upon witnessing the wonders of the universe and the advanced technologies therein? You still cling to those tales of princes and divine races? Tony scoffed. I'm eager to see how long your fabrications can hold up. With a sly smile, Lu Lin responded, in that case, come along. Asgard possessed its own vessels capable of interstellar travel, though Lu Lin and his companions typically relied on the Rainbow Bridge, rendering spaceships unnecessary. Even ordinary folk had access to magical creatures like the Pegasus. Thus, although Asgard had spaceships, they were typically relegated to storage, gathering dust. For this outing, Lu Lin decided to indulge in some fun and had retrieved one. As they boarded the ship, Tony continued to jest. This scene feels remarkably authentic. I didn't expect you to invest so much effort into your little ruse. He patted the ship and let out a belch. Strap in. We're about to take off. Lu Lin replied with a faint smile, pressing the ship's ignition button. A powerful sensation of acceleration surged through them. The technology of Asgard is indeed beyond compare. During their journey into the cosmos, there is no necessity for the human body to endure excessive gravitational forces. At this moment, Tony still finds it hard to believe the astonishing events unfolding before him. Within mere minutes, the spacecraft has breached the atmosphere. Wait, this scene. Tony vigorously rubbed his eyes. Am I hallucinating? How is it that I see us amidst the cosmos? Buckle up. Fasten your seatbelts. For we are about to embark on a wormhole traversal. Clutching a trash can, Tony felt as though he might expel his very insides. At this moment, the spacecraft floated in the vastness of space. How do you feel? Lu Lin inquired with a faint smile. Did you slip me something? Tony managed to utter. Why do I feel so dreadful? It's quite normal. It is indeed a common sensation for humans experiencing wormhole traversal for the first time. As they spoke, the spacecraft gradually came to a halt. Be cautious. It can be quite perilous here, especially for an ordinary earthling like you. Stepping off the spacecraft, Tony beheld sights that would forever be etched in his memory. An array of bizarre extraterrestrial beings and vibrant ornaments left him in awe. The subtle sensation of weightlessness served as a reminder that they were no longer on Earth. While some things may be fabricated, such as these aliens potentially being actors in costumes, the feeling of weightlessness was undeniably genuine. The constellations overhead were instantly recognizable to Tony. He understood that he was no longer situated within the confines of his original universe. This is astonishingly real. Tony gazed incredulously at the spectacle before him, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. The dazzling alien technology captivated him, rendering all his previous notions of impressive design insignificant in comparison to what lay in the cosmos. Lu Lin, meanwhile, eagerly led Tony through the void. Although he was a prince of Asgard, he had never ventured to such a place before. After all, the black market is not a commendable locale. In the original narrative, Thor also had never visited the void. Had it not been for the quest for magical materials, Lu Lin might not have set foot in such a realm for centuries or even millennia. One could only conclude that it is indeed the universe's most disreputable haven, where one can find anything for sale. Lu Lin even spotted someone engaged in the trade of extraterrestrials nearby. Unfortunately, these individuals did not align with Lu Lin's aesthetic preferences. Observing those under strict control by collars, one could surmise that they were not to be trifled with. Naturally, Lu Lin abhorred the concept of human trafficking. However, he would not intervene to rescue them. He was no saint, nor did he know the races or aliens being sold. Such occurrences transpired daily throughout the universe, with countless extraterrestrials being traded. Asgard would not extend its compassion over such matters. If rescue were truly warranted, it would entail far more than just a few million individuals. One might say there are at least several billion involved. As long as the individuals being trafficked are neither Asgardians nor Earthlings, Lu Lin simply cannot be bothered with such matters. Yet, beneath Lu Lin's very nose, an audacious jailbreak unfolds. A creature that appears outwardly gentle and endearing suddenly breaks free from its restraints, revealing a sinister visage. After wreaking havoc at the auction market, it departs with an unsettling calm. In the dance of predator and prey, who can truly ascertain the roles? Suddenly, a soft meow resonates through the air. Following the sound, Tony spots an orange cat curiously gazing at him. A little kitten? Tony is taken aback, a smile gracing his lips as he crouches down. Chapter 27. The orange cat. How could such a creature as a kitten exist here? Under Tony's gentle caress, the orange cat emitted a soothing purr, appearing to revel in the moment. However, as Tony fondled the little feline, Lu Lin gradually sensed something amiss. In this void, how could an orange cat from Earth possibly appear? This seems to resemble a devourer, Lu Lin remarked uncertainly. The orange cat tilted its head, gazing at Lu Lin with a look of confusion. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? It seemed to inquire, as it lowered its head to lick its paws, disregarding Lu Lin's presence. Huh, it seems you're not quite to the kitten's liking. Tony chuckled. Lu Lin shook his head, preparing to depart. Put that little creature down. You never know what kinds of beings inhabit the cosmos. Come now, you're being overly cautious. Tony replied, a hint of discontent in his voice. Have you forgotten what we just witnessed? Lu Lin shot Tony a sidelong glance, recalling the adorable creature's rampage moments earlier. Tony silently set the cat down. Yet, as they took 2 steps forward, the orange cat followed suit. Do you wish to accompany us? Tony exclaimed, his heart swelling with kindness. Meow meow, the orange cat chirped, leaping onto Lu Lin's shoulder. Lu Lin regarded the feline with a wary expression, but the cat seemed unfazed, instead tilting its head and gazing at Lu Lin with a pitiful look. Why not take it with us? It appears quite well behaved, Tony suggested hesitantly. You little rascal. Lu Lin sighed in resignation upon witnessing the scene. He reluctantly patted the orange cat's head. Come along with me. let us give you a name. How about Big Orange? Big Orange meowed twice, seemingly in agreement with this designation. Subsequently, Big Orange purred contentedly, rubbing its head against Lu Lin's neck, displaying an endearing demeanor. Although Lu Lin remained uncertain whether this orange cat was indeed the fabled devourer, its demeanor was too charming to resist. Even Lu Lin, alongside Tony, found his heart softened. Thus, Lu Lin resolved to adopt the creature. Tony then cradled the orange cat in his arms, gently teasing it. At that moment, a flare of light erupted nearby, sending the entire void into chaos. "Hey, make way, make way," Star-Lord shouted as he brushed past Lu Lin. Suddenly, Star-Lord paused, realization dawning upon him as he turned to face Tony. "Wait, you're from Earth? Is that something we can disclose?" Tony glanced at Lu Lin. "Indeed. We are from Earth," Lu Lin replied matter-of-factly. "Oh." Star-Lord's eyes brightened. "Could it be that you were also captured? Was it the Asgardian who did this?" Star-Lord regarded Lu Lin with a hint of wariness. "No, how should I put it? We are here on a sort of excursion," Lu Lin smiled. "I brought my Earth friend to broaden his horizons." "Is that so?" Star-Lord nodded with skepticism, given the circumstances. He was eager to know the most popular song in America. Was it that one? He had been away from home for far too long and yearned for news about his hometown. "Hey, Star-Lord, that guy is closing in," shouted a green-skinned alien. At that moment, Star-Lord had not yet left Yondu's ship. He was still making a living under Yondu's command. "Wait a moment, let me catch up with my fellow countrymen," Star-Lord exclaimed. "I'll be right there." "What were we just discussing? How's that guy doing?" "My goodness, he won a Grammy? I knew it. He must be the best." As Star-Lord excitedly inquired about earthly matters with Tony, the companions who had already departed returned at that moment. Overwhelmed with emotion upon their return, Star-Lord exclaimed, "Didn't I say I would catch up with you? You actually came back for me. It's truly touching." With that, tears welled in the corners of his eyes. Unexpectedly, one of his companions punched him, leaving a dark bruise around his right eye. "Idiot, that guy is back on our tail. We need to move." Grabbing Star-Lord, they swiftly departed from the scene. "Wait, what is going on? How can there be Earthlings in the universe?" Tony was bewildered. How rare it is to see an Earthling. Lu Lin shrugged. "There will always be various Earthlings stranded due to unforeseen circumstances. It's quite normal. However, this individual is anything but ordinary," Lu Lin added silently. "Are you implying that Earth has already been infiltrated?" Tony's expression turned serious. "Not exactly," Lu Lin shook his head. "In fact, some aliens have formed cooperative relationships with Earthlings, such as certain refugees who have lost their homes. Just like in the movie Men in Black?" Tony exclaimed in astonishment. "I thought that was science fiction. Are you telling me it's a documentary?" No, the differences from Men in Black are quite significant," Lu Lin replied, shaking his head. "At least it's not that exaggerated." "Wait, where's Big Orange?" Tony suddenly cried out. It was then that Lu Lin realized Big Orange had vanished without a trace. "Never mind. He has managed to survive in such a place for this long. We needn't worry about his safety." Lu Lin waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Tony felt a tinge of disappointment. Given the perilous nature of their surroundings, Tony was not yet Iron Man, and Lu Lin dared not let him wander alone. Thus, when purchasing magical materials, Lu Lin took Tony along, also acquiring numerous technological wonders that piqued Tony's interest. Though Tony was reluctant to leave, it was indeed time for them to depart. However, shortly after escaping the void, a fierce battle erupted before them, not far away. Star-Lord and his companions were engaged in a fierce struggle against a colossal beast. "What an extraordinary creature!" Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening as he beheld the enigmatic being before him. He had never fathomed that such a monstrosity could exist within the cosmos. It was utterly unscientific. "I am not entirely certain," Lu Lin replied, shaking his head. "It is too distant to discern clearly. Let us approach it and investigate further." With that, Lu Lin maneuvered the spacecraft closer. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Turning his head, he was astonished to discover a large orange cat. "You rascal! When did you board the ship?" The cat stretched languidly, then confidently climbed onto Lu Lin's shoulder. "How did you manage to hide? I never noticed your presence." Chapter 28. The High Priest's Invitation. Lu Lin extended his hand to lift it up. "You rascal, are you sneaking a taste of my materials?" Lu Lin gazed at the orange cat with suspicion. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled the large orange cat's head. The cat offered no resistance, appearing remarkably docile, nestled quietly in Lu Lin's embrace. However, its eyes were fixed intently on the distant battle. "Do you wish to join the fray as well?" Lu Lin slightly shook his head. "That place is far too perilous for you." "Absolutely not." The orange cat meowed twice in response. Lu Lin sensed a pulse of unsettling power emanating from it. A fleeting glance earlier had left him uncertain, but now, cradling the orange cat, he could distinctly feel the immense force within. It was evident that this feline was no ordinary creature. After all, how could a mere animal possess such terrifying strength? Lu Lin concluded with certainty that this orange cat was indeed the fabled devourer of essence. Ah, How could I forget? You are the devourer of essence. Lu Lin sighed as he gently patted the little creature's head. What devourer of essence? Tony remarked, visibly displeased. This is clearly just an adorable orange cat. Lu Lin, however, chose to ignore Tony's outburst. His curiosity now lay with whether this devourer of essence was akin to the one from Captain Marvel. If so, did that imply that Furies I was blinded by this very creature? With this thought in mind, Lu Lin resolved to adopt it, despite its true nature. The orange cat was simply too endearing to resist. Moreover, he envisioned the delightful moments they could share in the future, making it impossible for Lu Lin to refuse taking it in. Instinctively, he regarded it as a small, helpless kitten. For Lu Lin, even a devourer of essence remained nothing more than a harmless little cat. Perhaps aware of this, the orange cat exhibited extraordinary obedience in Lu Lin's presence. It meowed twice and, with its adorable white-pawed limbs, climbed atop his head, demonstrating the fluidity of feline form. Even in the limited space atop Lu Lin's head, it managed to curl into a snug ball, comfortably perched. With its forepaws tucked in, it lazily observed the distant skirmish. The battle soon concluded, prompting Lu Lin to activate the spaceship and pursue their next destination, Suvlan Star, where another magical material awaited. Due to Lu Lin's status as the Prince of Asgard, they received a personal audience with the High Priest of Suvlan. Upon arrival, Tony resembled a curious visitor in a grand garden, eagerly exploring his surroundings. Thanks to Lu Lin's generous demeanor, their transaction was swiftly agreed upon. Meanwhile, Tony was not idle. He appeared captivated by the resplendent beings of the planet. At that moment, he was attempting to charm a palace maid, but she paid him no mind, leaving Tony to experience the folly of his pursuits. Lu Lin stood to the side, secretly amused as he watched Tony make a fool of himself. The genes of the Savalan aliens had been meticulously designed, rendering them entirely devoid of such primitive reproductive methods. In their understanding, the concept of desire, as recognized by humans, simply did not exist. Hence, Tony's flirtatious glances were destined to be wasted on the blind. While Lu Lin chuckled at Tony's misfortune, a remarkably graceful maid approached him. The powerful Prince of Asgard wishes to speak with you privately, she announced. The High Priestess Agatha? Lu Lin paused, momentarily taken aback. She wishes to speak with me alone? An instinctive sense of foreboding flickered within him. Nevertheless, bolstered by confidence in his own abilities, he accepted the invitation with alacrity. Perhaps the High Priestess merely sought to convey goodwill towards Asgard during this opportunity? After all, Asgard's strength was universally acknowledged throughout the cosmos. The entirety of Savalan was bathed in gold, and the architecture mirrored this opulence. Guided by the maid, Lu Lin traversed a lengthy, golden corridor. At the corridor's end lay a vast chamber, adorned in a tapestry of gold and pale yellow. The maid silently turned and departed, leaving Lu Lin to survey the exquisite decor. The embellishments were nothing short of lavish. At the center of the room stood a low bed, its linens and pillows all resplendent in gold. Lu Lin approached gently, his fingers brushing the surface of the bed. The moment he touched it, a wave of softness enveloped him, accompanied by an alluring fragrance that wafted through the air. The scent was delightful, compelling one to sink into the bed and indulge in a luxurious slumber. He was taken aback. This was his first encounter with such a material for bedding. Do you like this bed? A sultry voice interrupted his thoughts. Lu Lin turned sharply to see a strikingly alluring woman. The High Priestess, adorned in lavish attire, had previously been unable to move from her throne to maintain symmetry. In short, she had never been to his taste. However, at that moment, Aisha had shed her peculiar garments, revealing her flowing golden hair, which cascaded with remarkable grace. Aside from her golden skin, she bore a striking resemblance to human beauty. Without the ostentatious embellishments, Lu Lin realized that even through his discerning aesthetic lens, Aisha could indeed be deemed extraordinarily beautiful. Of course, this assessment set aside the color of her skin, for golden skin was not something everyone could readily accept. Yet, considering that there were those on Earth who embraced darker skin tones, the golden hue seemed less daunting by comparison. After all, the genes of the Savalan had been intricately cultivated. Upon reaching adulthood, every Savalan individual maintained a physique that oscillated within the bounds of perfection, while preserving their unique traits. Each Savalan person was, by conventional standards, a paragon of beauty. Excluding their golden skin, one might argue that this very hue was a testament to their noble lineage. Aisha gracefully approached Lu Lin, clad only in a delicate, sheer nightgown that rendered her figure both ethereal and captivating. One must concede that, through Lu Lin's discerning aesthetic lens, Aisha's proportions were indeed exquisite, perfectly balanced, neither excessive nor insufficient. What is it that you seek from me? Aisha inquired, stepping closer and gently placing her finger upon Lu Lin's lips. This subtle gesture left Lu Lin momentarily parched and breathless. The alluring fragrance emanating from Aisha enveloped Lu Lin, rendering him nearly unable to restrain himself. I wish for you to assist me in reviewing some historical knowledge. Review? History? Lu Lin replied, perplexed. What historical knowledge could I possibly help you with? I am utterly unfamiliar with the history of your people, the civilians. Chapter 29. Revisiting historical knowledge as the Prince of Asgard. You ought to be aware of this. Should you not? Aisha's lowered brows and the subtle allure she exuded stirred feelings within. Lu Lin found himself swallowing hard. He had to admit that the Suvlan people indeed possessed an air of distinction. Their lineage, meticulously calibrated through genetic engineering, had led them to abandon traditional methods of reproduction. Thus, Lu Lin surmised what historical knowledge Aisha sought his assistance in revisiting. At that moment, he merely felt his lips parched. After a laborious gulp, he inquired, "Are you suggesting that I assist you with such knowledge?" "Precisely," Aisha affirmed, suddenly leaping into Lu Lin's embrace. "I read that before engaging in such matters, certain preliminary steps are typically undertaken. Shall we commence now?" Aisha stood at a height of 175 centimeters, yet before Lu Lin's robust physique, she appeared as a delicate little rabbit. With her eyes gently closed and her chin slightly raised, she whispered, "You may begin now." Her voice trembled slightly. Lu Lin, gazing at Aisha in his arms, felt a twinge of conflict. The question loomed large. Was he to act in a manner unbecoming? The temptation before him was great. He pondered whether pushing Aisha away would seem excessively callous. Was it truly the privilege of an Asgardian prince to elicit such affection so effortlessly? Lu Lin mused inwardly. "I wish to know why you chose me," Lu Lin murmured softly. "Because of your Asgardian heritage, of course. What other reason could there be?" Aisha replied matter-of-factly. Lu Lin found himself at a loss for words. In such a moment, he was unsure whether to label Aisha as Na'vi or something else entirely. To utter such sentiments at this juncture felt somewhat out of place. Yet, in the grand expanse of the universe, such declarations bore a resemblance to mere compliments about one's appearance on Earth. After all, aliens often defied conventional aesthetics, rendering human standards of beauty irrelevant. In the cosmos, perhaps genetic qualities were the sole attributes worthy of praise. Ultimately, Lu Lin resolved to heed the call of his own heart. To turn away from the enticing offering before him would be unthinkable. Of course, the primary impetus behind his decision was Aisha's captivating demeanor, which undeniably drew him in. In the presence of others, she maintained the dignity befitting a high priestess, yet before Lu Lin, she embodied the innocence of a love-struck girl, evoking tender feelings. Truth be told, few could resist such an individual. Given that the Suvlan people were products of genetic refinement, their very nature seemed to ignite desires within the hearts of those around them. Slowly, Lu Lin enveloped Aisha in his embrace. A fleeting moment of intimacy held immense value. "You may take your leave," Aisha said softly from her perch by the window, her demeanor reminiscent of the high priestess seated upon her throne. Lu Lin paused, taken aback by her words. He glanced at Aisha, who had resumed her lofty posture by the bedside, and felt an inexplicable irritation swell within him. "Do you speak so boldly while clad in garments?" he replied with a resigned smile. "You hold no further value to me." Aisha rose, seemingly unfeeling, and prepared to turn away. "The agreement I previously made with you requires no compensation." Lu Lin's temper flared at her words. "What is this? What do you take me for?" His hands halted mid-dressing. Was this truly the measure of his worth? He was of the Asgardian lineage, a prince among gods. Such transactional behavior was tantamount to a slight upon his dignity. He could not abide such indignity. "Today, I shall show you the true colors of an Asgardian," Lu Lin declared fiercely. Before Aisha could take more than a few steps, she suddenly soared back to the bed, and Lu Lin, wielding his divine power, restrained her. "Come now, let me demonstrate what it means to be of Asgard." "What? Wait, again?" Aisha exclaimed in alarm. She had been content moments ago, yet now fatigue settled over her, and she wished to avoid yet another encounter. In truth, Aisha was merely in a state of contemplative reflection, hence her earlier high priestess demeanor. There are no fields ruined, only oxen worn to exhaustion. However, to Lu Lin, such notions were mere folly. If he so desired, he could engage in battle without respite. The prowess of Asgard was not solely confined to physical combat. In various other domains, the gods of Asgard exhibited an equally fierce combativeness. Yet Aisha seemed still unwilling to concede, her defiance lingering even after their encounter. Lu Lin was not one to indulge such behavior. Had it been anyone else, Aisha might have summoned her handmaidens to expel them from her presence. Yet, throughout their struggle, Lu Lin observed no inclination from Aisha to call for aid, revealing her true nature, a woman of contradictions. Lu Lin was not the sort of man to disregard another's desires. He had shown restraint during their encounter. Had Aisha truly wished to resist, she need only exert a modicum of her genetically enhanced strength to easily break free. Though she appeared to struggle, it was but a performance. After several rounds of this back and forth, Aisha finally relinquished her bravado. She shed her haughty demeanor and nestled quietly within Lu Lin's embrace, displaying an unexpected gentleness, utterly still. It is not that she lacks the desire to move. Rather, she is utterly devoid of strength at this moment. Aisha is simply exhausted. Heaven knows why the man before her possesses such boundless energy, resembling an unflagging machine. Does he truly require no rest whatsoever? What now? Are you still being stubborn? Lu Lin gazed at Aisha in his arms with a hint of pride. Stubbornness is not a commendable trait. It must be amended. Lu Lin has no interest in sharp-tongued retorts. It is either a yes or a no. There is no need for superfluous elaboration. Having become accustomed to Aisha's visage, Lu Lin can now revel in her beauty. Chapter 30. The High Priestess is taken away. Lu Lin felt he might now comprehend the fascination some humans have for individuals of various skin tones. When charm reaches a certain zenith, the color of one's skin becomes trivial. At the very least, Lu Lin found Aisha increasingly pleasing to the eye. Moreover, upon shedding his prejudiced lenses, he could not deny that, in terms of facial features alone, Aisha was indeed exceptionally beautiful. Had it not been for her bizarre religious attire and the chaotic array of ornaments, anyone catching a glimpse of Aisha would undoubtedly be captivated by her beauty. The adage clothes make the man holds a grain of truth. No matter how lovely one may be, they cannot withstand such degradation. Regardless of who is responsible for such a transformation, it is unlikely to be appealing. Even those who have undergone genetic adjustments cannot suppress the strangeness of that attire. How could anyone else possibly do so? It could be said that these garments and embellishments were designed to create a sense of estrangement. Initially, these outfits and adornments served to isolate the High Priestess from the common folk, thus they would naturally not align with mainstream aesthetics. What should I do if I can no longer be without you? Aisha panted softly. As she spoke, her seductive gaze stirred something within Lu Lin. Following their recent encounter, she had thoroughly grasped the joy derived from such experiences. In other words, she had liberated her true nature. Now, unencumbered by restraint, she no longer concealed her yearning for pleasure and her infatuation with Lu Lin. In truth, she had been somewhat enamored with Lu Lin from the very beginning. She simply had not revealed it earlier. Come with me, it's a simple matter, Lu Lin replied with a slight smile. Are you really afraid of having a poor experience if you follow me? But I am the High Priestess. How could I leave so easily? Aisha firmly declined. As the High Priestess of the Sovalen, she bore responsibility for her planet. Although her daily duties merely consisted of sitting idly upon the throne, she likely would not have entertained such audacious thoughts of studying history with Lu Lin had she not been so bored. Is it really such a concern? Don't you have alternate high priests? Lu Lin remarked nonchalantly. Positions like that of a high priest typically come with one or several backup options. In case of any issues, someone else could step in. Lu Lin understood this well. If all else fails, they could always select another. After all, you seem to have little to do every day. Would the Sovalen collapse without you? The role of the High Priestess is not that significant, is it? Though reluctant to admit it. Aisha reflected carefully and realized that she indeed seemed to hold little sway. The Sovalen had long since achieved a level of productivity liberation. Even their external warfare was akin to mere gameplay for them. Thus, this High Priestess, to put it plainly, is merely a talisman. There are alternative candidates for the position of High Priestess, yet her inexperience raises concerns about her ability to fulfill such responsibilities. Aisha remained somewhat hesitant. At this juncture, should they encounter an external threat? As the High Priestess of the Severlan people, Aisha's path was predetermined from birth. The education she received throughout her life instilled in her the necessity of prioritizing the Severlan above all else. To abandon her responsibilities, to forsake what she has steadfastly upheld since childhood, seems an insurmountable challenge. After all, every Severlan is born with a defined duty. Their actions embody the very essence of their existence. Yet, it is time to contemplate her own needs. Lu Lin gazes at Aisha quietly. The fledgling must endure trials to learn to soar. This is an undeniable truth in the cosmos. It is time for them to embrace such challenges. Lu Lin softly states, if it comes to the worst, I am here, and Asgard stands strong. Can you truly worry about the safety of the Severlan? With my presence, the Severlan shall never face peril, nor will they suffer from external incursions. Even if you doubt my strength, can you truly question the might of Asgard? To put it simply, Aisha is not as resolute as she appears. She merely seeks an excuse, a justification that would allow her to leave the Severlan without guilt. How vexing. Aisha gently rests her delicate head against Lu Lin's chest, a tender display of shyness. He feels it is time for yet another venture. Not long after, the pair tidied their garments, and Lu Lin stealthily led Aisha from the rear of the Great Hall. As they departed, Lu Lin caught sight of Star-Lord engaged in trade with the Severlan. To prevent any entanglement for Star-Lord, Lu Lin took the liberty of bringing him and his companions aboard the spacecraft as well. Star-Lord rubbed his bewildered head, unable to comprehend the current situation. What is happening? Why am I here? Why are you here? Why must we flee? Why are we being pursued? Streams of blue lasers flashed past the windows. Lu Lin piloted the ship, executing perilous spins to evade successive attacks. The tumultuous rotations left everyone aboard struggling to maintain their balance, their heads spinning in confusion. What on earth is going on? Tony gripped the railing of the ship tightly. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Lin. Lu Lin glanced at Aisha, sitting composedly beside him, and offered an awkward smile. Following Lu Lin's gaze, the others noticed an unexpected guest aboard the ship. Aisha, Star-Lord exclaimed in surprise. What on earth? How did she end up on this ship? Who is Aisha? What is happening? Why are we being chased? Tony inquired anxiously. Aisha is their high priestess. Star-Lord rubbed his head, attempting to clarify for his companions. You may liken her to the President of the United States. Chapter 31. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. From now on, Aisha shall be our companion, remarked Lu Lin with a calm demeanor. Ahem, you understand, right? It is the kind of companionship you comprehend. And you, Star-Lord, you ought to express gratitude for my bringing you along. Otherwise, you would likely have been torn to shreds by the Sovelins. In that moment, Star-Lord set aside his grievances regarding Lu Lin's interruption of his dealings. My goodness, you are truly remarkable. A smile, one that only a man could appreciate, spread across Star-Lord's face. You actually managed to conquer the High Priestess. Do tell me, how did you accomplish such a feat? As he spoke, Star-Lord leaned playfully toward Aisha. But before he could utter another word, Aisha swiftly seized him by the throat. Her strength was astonishing, leaving Star-Lord with no means of resistance as she pressed him to the ground. Mind your tone, Aisha said coldly. You should hold a basic respect for me. Lu Lin feigned ignorance to Star-Lord's pleading gaze for help. He even casually whistled, advising, I suggest you refrain from provoking her. He gestured to Aisha, who disdainfully glanced at Star-Lord before releasing him. Rising, she gracefully moved to Lu Lin's side and sat obediently, a delicate figure only in his presence. Before others, however, Aisha retained her lofty demeanor as the High Priestess. This is utterly preposterous, Star-Lord thought, disbelief etched on his face as he struggled to accept the unfolding events. Is this the allure of the Asgardian pantheon? Have you brainwashed her? How on earth did you manage to pull this off? Lu Lin shrugged, stating simply, I can only say that such matters cannot be learned. It is a gift. Even Tony felt a hint of admiration, considering he could not even win over a mere palace maid, while Lu Lin had managed to charm the High Priestess. Teach me, Star-Lord exclaimed, unable to contain his eagerness. If I could master such a technique. Lu Lin, however, remained silent, gazing outside at the barrage of gunfire with growing impatience. After all, these are merely drones. A little damage won't matter, right? Before proceeding, Lu Lin sought Aisha's opinion. She nodded without hesitation, saying, It matters not. Go ahead. Lu Lin snapped his fingers. Understood. In the next moment, a multitude of magical spells erupted, catching the fleet off guard, transforming them into a dazzling display of fireworks. Within moments, only a single drone remained amidst the remnants of the fleet. Watching the miraculous scene unfold, Tony's mouth fell agape. How did you achieve this? Beep, beep, beep. Lu Lin did not respond but instead activated the communication system, connecting to the last remaining drone he had intentionally left behind. Isn't it merely a high priest? What is the big deal? Lu Lin said helplessly. I have taken the person away. Do not pursue any further. On the other end of the communicator, the high-ranking officials of Sovelin Star were nearly driven to madness. Listen, is this even a proper conversation? At that moment, Aisha's visage appeared on the communicator. Before everyone, she resumed her previous haughty demeanor. Have I not already left a message? Why do you not adhere to my orders? Aisha's expression was solemn. On the other side, the high-ranking officials of Sovelin Star wore awkward expressions. Even if they were dissatisfied, they dared not show it. High Priest, we are concerned about your forced departure. High Priest, we cannot be without you. I am merely taking a brief excursion. What harm is there in that? Aisha said nonchalantly. No, High Priest, absolutely not. How could you associate with these lowly individuals? Nonsense. Aisha snorted coldly. When has it become your place to dictate my actions? If any of you dare to disregard my commands and act on your own. Aisha's expression turned frosty, her chilling aura palpable even to Tony. Of course, I did not intend to ignore matters concerning Sovelin. Should Sovelin Star encounter an insurmountable issue, you may still reach out to me. Aisha pressed her lips together. Asgard shall extend its assistance. With that, Aisha decisively severed the communication. Subsequently, the last drone was obliterated with a mere wave of Lu Lin's hand. On Sovelin Star, the high-ranking officials exchanged glances. Although they felt the situation was somewhat absurd, aligning themselves with Asgard might not be such a bad outcome. Naturally, a bit of turmoil was inevitable, given that the High Priest had vanished without a trace. However, none of this concerned Lu Lin or Agatha. Lu Lin stretched languidly, relinquishing the pilot's seat to Tony. Keep an eye on things for me. I have set the destination. I'm going to rest for a bit. With that, Lu Lin embraced Aisha and strolled confidently into the room. Star-Lord looked on enviously at Lu Lin's departing figure, his mind racing with schemes. Wait a moment. I have a question to ask you. Lu Lin glanced at Tony and shrugged. He gently kissed Aisha by her lips, saying, You go in first. I will join you shortly. Aisha obediently nodded and sauntered back into the room. Throughout the encounter, she had not once regarded the others aboard the ship. This demeanor was not particularly friendly, but no one minded. After all, there were only a handful of people present. Moreover, Aisha was the high priestess of an entire civilization. Its supreme leader. None in attendance could compare to her immense stature. Her attitude was, therefore, entirely understandable to the others. Tony approached curiously. How did you manage to win over this woman? Teach me a few tricks. Tony was genuinely convinced at last. He finally acknowledged that he was indeed not as capable as Lu Lin. After all, Lu Lin was the prince of Asgard. Indeed, Tony had come to believe Lu Lin's words. Are you certain you wish to know? Lu Lin inquired with an enigmatic expression. Tony nudged Lu Lin with his shoulder, a peculiar smile adorning his face. Come on. Share some wisdom with us. Don't keep it to yourself. Star-Lord, overhearing this, also approached, eager to learn how one might conquer a figure as formidable as the High Priest. Lu Lin cast a glance at the assembled group. Very well, I shall enlighten you, he said, clearing his throat. To achieve this, the task is, in fact, quite simple. Chapter 32. This is merely average first and foremost. One must be a prince of Asgard. The two exchanged exasperated glances. Just the first condition was utterly unattainable for them, let alone the subsequent stipulations. Nevertheless, Lu Lin pressed on. Alternatively, you could endure for 10 hours. Star-Lord gaped, his eyes wide in disbelief. What? 10 hours? Are you kidding me, brother? How is that even possible? If you don't believe it, there's little I can do. I've merely spoken the truth, Lu Lin replied with a shrug. No way she can handle that, Star-Lord stated incredulously. 10 hours? Is that something a normal being can achieve? Just look at the physical capabilities at play here. Lu Lin replied nonchalantly, well, her genes have been optimized over thousands of years, so she possesses that level of endurance. It's quite reasonable. If you cannot achieve it, do not doubt that others can. Lu Lin flashed a cheeky grin at Star-Lord. As for you, hey, that's a personal attack. Star-Lord retorted indignantly. That's a form of racial discrimination. What's wrong with normal Earthlings? Can't they manage a shorter duration? You're discriminating against ordinary humans. He continued, though I may only last 2 or 3 hours. Let me tell you, humanity possesses its own dignity. Wait, what did you say? How long? Tony interjected, astonished. 2 hours? Are you serious, brother? What does that even mean? Isn't that the standard? Star-Lord fell silent, his excitement abruptly quashed. You truly are a human from Earth? Tony gazed at Star-Lord in disbelief. How can a normal person have such a lengthy endurance? You realize that, according to standard biological theory, this is a dysfunction, a condition that requires treatment. Humans cannot possibly reach that level. Tony exclaimed with frustration. Wait, are you implying? Star-Lord regarded Tony with a peculiar expression. Dude, how long can you last? Don't concern yourself with my duration. Tony forcefully pushed Star-Lord's hand away. He's not human. He's one of the so-called Asgardian gods, and I can completely understand. But if you were human, you would never be able to achieve that. Enough. I grasp your meaning, Star-Lord said sympathetically, patting Tony on the shoulder. Indeed, you are correct. That is the level of a typical human. In Lu Lin's previous life, Star-Lord appeared to be a mere comic relief, a quintessential underdog. However, in truth, Star-Lord possessed his own merits. After all, in the original narrative, Aisha would not have lingered with him. Ultimately, what kind of person has Aisha not encountered? Yet she chose to spend the night with this fellow? Furthermore, if Star-Lord were truly devoid of worth, how could Gamora be so utterly devoted to him? If Gamora can still be described by her charismatic allure, then prior to encountering her, Star-Lord was already a somewhat renowned womanizer in the cosmos. The number of extraterrestrial beings he has shared intimate nights with could be likened, in an exaggerated manner, to that of the models who have graced Tony's bed. This serves to illustrate that Star-Lord possesses a unique charm of his own. Of course, his lineage plays a significant role in this equation. After all, Star-Lord's father was a notorious seducer, scattering his seeds throughout the universe. Were it not for his formidable abilities, he might have been exhausted by the advances of various female species. Like begets like, in this context, it is entirely reasonable that Star-Lord exhibits traits far surpassing those of an ordinary human. You must be insane, or perhaps you are not human at all. There is no other explanation, Tony exclaimed, feeling a profound blow to his confidence. Upon venturing into the cosmos, he realized that the attributes he once held in high regard were rendered insignificant. After all, the Tony Stark of the present was not yet the Iron Man capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with deities. He was merely a rather clever ordinary man at this moment, when everything he once took pride in paled in comparison to the vastness of the universe. Tony felt utterly disheartened, particularly in the realm of nightlife. He found himself eclipsed even by a fellow Earthling, which he found impossible to accept. I am truly and unequivocally an Earthling. I would never deceive you. Star-Lord swore to the heavens. I was abducted from Earth in my teenage years. How could I not know if I am human? Tony could only respond with incredulity, yet he remained reluctant to concede. All right, I concede. Is that satisfactory? What do you mean by satisfactory? You are clearly not. Tony retorted vehemently. Observing the quarrel between the two, Lu Lin couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Star-Lord fancied himself a normal human, yet in reality, he was anything but. His father belonged to a divine lineage, making it entirely plausible for him to possess extraordinary traits. In truth, the only true human among them was Tony. Enough of this banter. I shall go tend to my lovely companion, Lu Lin declared, leaving the others with a carefree demeanor as he waved his hand in farewell. Shortly thereafter, melodious and suggestive tunes began to emanate from his quarters. Initially, the group regarded it with disdain, but after 6 hours, Star-Lord appeared utterly dazed. How many times has it been now? Is this truly a feat achievable by normal biology? Tony rubbed his temples, feeling the strain. Damn it, this is torment. The next time I accompany her, I must ensure his room is soundproof to the highest standard. This is unbearable. From a biological standpoint, it was utterly unscientific, he muttered. He resolved that upon returning, he would develop relevant human enhancement technologies. He aimed to liberate men everywhere from the burdens of size and endurance. This would be a monumental endeavor for the betterment of all humanity. In pursuit of this, Tony even discreetly acquired a portion of Star-Lord's genetic samples. He was eager to discern what peculiarities existed within this individual's genes that enabled him to endure such an extended period. Lu Lin emerged from the room, thoroughly satisfied. Why are you all staring at me? He inquired, feeling a twinge of discomfort under their gaze. Next time, be a bit quieter, Star-Lord sighed. Everyone is quite tormented. Despite Lu Lin's thick-skinned nature, which typically rendered him indifferent to such matters, he felt a flicker of embarrassment at that moment. Next time I venture out, I shall install new soundproofing materials for you, Tony remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Chapter 33, Troubles of Earth. Ah, I see. Tony is merely experiencing a bout of self-doubt, Star-Lord exclaimed with hearty laughter nearby. What self-doubt? Such is the nature of ordinary humanity. How can it be deemed self-doubt? Stark's face flushed crimson. Furthermore, in comparison to Lu Lin, your situation is hardly any better. This was followed by a flurry of perplexing discussions surrounding the limits of humanity and the essence of normalcy, filling the spacecraft with an atmosphere of joviality. On this outing, Lu Lin returned with a bountiful harvest. In addition to the magical materials he sought, he even managed to bring back a high priestess. However, the challenge lay in determining how to accommodate the priestess, a dilemma that weighed heavily on Lu Lin's mind. Firstly, she certainly could not be brought to Earth. Setting aside Aisha's stringent requirements for her environment and sustenance, her resplendent golden skin would be wholly inappropriate for the Earth, at least for the present. Perhaps in the distant future, a decade or so hence, when the populace has become well acquainted with superheroes and supervillains, such peculiarities might be overlooked. Otherwise, Aisha's presence on Earth would undoubtedly attract attention, even incite the envy of those with ulterior motives. Though Aisha held the esteemed title of High Priestess, her personal prowess was rather average. In truth, a mere squad of Hydra agents could easily capture her. Of course, Lu Lin could insist that Aisha conceal her golden skin, but it was evident that she would never acquiesce to such a notion. Thus, after much contemplation, Lu Lin resolved to place Aisha in Asgard for the time being. He intended to remain on Earth for a while longer, yet with the Bifrost at his disposal, he could swiftly return to Asgard to meet Aisha without concern. Moreover, residing within the royal palace of Asgard was hardly a slight against her dignity. After all, it was Asgard. Lu Lin was also unconcerned about any potential conflicts between Aisha and Odin or his kin. Although Aisha possessed a touch of arrogance, she was discerning enough to recognize boundaries. All things considered, arranging for Aisha to stay in Asgard was indeed a splendid choice. It was certainly not due to Lu Lin's apprehension of navigating the tumultuous dynamics between Sif and Aisha, absolutely not. Shortly after departing from Sovereign, Lu Lin parted ways with Star-Lord. Star-Lord had no intentions of returning to Earth, as there was nothing left there for him. With no father and his mother having passed away long ago, he felt no attachment to Earth. Moreover, Yondu would not easily allow Star-Lord to leave. Although Star-Lord had long desired to venture out on his own, he still deemed himself too young to fully escape Yondu's grasp. Previously, he had attempted to flee on multiple occasions, only to meet with failure each time. Hence, this time, he was determined to devise a meticulous plan before making a complete break from Yondu. On another note, Aisha harbored no objections to her placement in Asgard. After all, it was Asgard, the dominion of the Nine Realms, renowned even throughout the cosmos. The palace of Asgard is undoubtedly more splendid than during the time of the High Priest. Moreover, Asgard boasts the Rainbow Bridge, allowing the two to meet at any moment, a fact that Aisha is indifferent to. Odin and Frigga remained silent, smiling at the woman brought home by their child. Their hearts are filled with joy as they witness their offspring's growth. Among their children, Lu Lin is the one who brings them the greatest satisfaction. His siblings are, one after another, a source of concern. There is no need to mention Hela, the goddess of death, who has already been subdued. Thor is perpetually engaged in battles, while Loki is ever the schemer. In short, none of them are a source of peace. Only Lu Lin stands out as exceptionally well-behaved. Now that he has returned with a woman, Odin and Frigga are even more pleased. The early arrival of an heir would be a boon for all of Asgard. After all, Asgard adheres to a traditional hereditary system. Even if an heir exists now, one cannot predict the unforeseen. Thus, having an heir is undoubtedly a positive development. Therefore, Odin and Frigga's contentment with Lu Lin requires no further elaboration. As for Aisha's minor flaws, they are of no concern to them. In fact, such traits may even enhance her dignity, lending her the gravitas befitting a matriarch. In summary, Odin and Frigga hold Aisha in high regard. After ensuring Aisha's comfort, Lu Lin departed with Tony, who lingered in Asgard with reluctance. Tony wished to remain in Asgard to explore its magic and technology, but at Lu Lin's insistence, he obediently returned to Earth. Lu Lin had no desire to manage Tony's whims. Should Tony create chaos in Asgard, he would be the one cleaning up after him, a task he was unwilling to undertake. Upon returning to Earth, Tony immersed himself in his laboratory, delving into the various technologies he had encountered. This cosmic journey profoundly impacted him. Tony has become considerably more humble, shedding much of his arrogance. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of crisis has begun to take root within him. His experiences in the cosmos have made him acutely aware of Earth's vulnerabilities. Consequently, he commenced research on weaponry designed to ensure humanity's self-preservation. Not long after returning to Earth, Lu Lin received a call from Fury. What? Are you out of your mind? An octopus is battling lizard people? Several question marks popped up in Lu Lin's mind. Enough chatter. Hurry and help me deal with those monsters. My men can no longer hold out. Fury shouted from the other end of the line, rubbing his aching head. Lu Lin rose and took flight. From a distance, he spotted thick black smoke rising from the heart of the city. Upon arriving at the scene, he found himself taken aback. Fury had indeed underestimated the situation. This was not a battle between an octopus and lizard people. It was a chaotic melee involving dozens of octopuses and lizard people. Where did these monsters emerge from? Dr. Octopus and the lizard man, Lu Lin, possessed the knowledge. However, the sheer multitude of lizard men and Dr. Octopus is perplexing. The presence of the lizard men is somewhat understandable, perhaps the result of Dr. Connors, Spider-Man's classic antagonist. Yet, what accounts for the number of octopus creatures? If Lu Lin's memory serves him correctly, there should be only one Dr. Octopus. Yet, here we are, confronted by a host of destructive miniature Dr. Octopuses. Furthermore, given the current pace of events, this Marvel universe resembles the cinematic realm Lu Lin witnessed in his previous life. However, in that cinematic universe, neither lizard men nor Dr. Octopus, these formidable adversaries, exist. Chapter 34. I shall no longer be concerned the lizard and Dr. Octopus are not even characters from the same series of Spider-Man films. It seems that this universe is utterly distinct from any that Lu Lin is familiar with. The narrative threads he knows are dwindling to near insignificance. Observing the chaotic melee of monsters, Lu Lin felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Are you not all supervillains? Shouldn't you unite against the little spider? Why then? Are you brawling in New York City? As the number of injured continued to rise, Fury's agents were beginning to falter. Lu Lin realized it was time for him to intervene. He swiftly dashed into the fray, unleashing a torrent of crimson magic from his palms. The monsters struck by this spell disintegrated, releasing a noxious scent of singed flesh. Even the slightest contact rendered these creatures agonized, swiftly robbing them of their combat prowess. Where did these monstrosities emerge from? Lu Lin expressed his frustration. How long have I been away from Earth, and already the world is in such disarray? If I'm not mistaken, these must be the products of a laboratory. Fury's voice crackled through his earpiece. First the Hulk, then the octopus and the lizard. Fury sounded somewhat resigned. To eradicate these beings, one would have to dismantle all the illegal biological laboratories worldwide. Oh, and those legal yet unsafe labs must be shut down as well. Such measures are still insufficient. It would be prudent to close all laboratories to avert any further dangers. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin felt a twinge of helplessness. Such a task is utterly implausible. In all of New York, the largest and most conspicuous laboratory resides within Stark Tower. To shut down the labs in New York, one must first address the laboratory within Stark Tower. Yet, given Stark's current state, beset by a palpable sense of crisis, denying him the development of weapons would be tantamount to a death sentence. However, Lu Lin quickly dismissed these thoughts. After all, these matters were not his concern. He need not burden himself with such issues. Nevertheless, could he trace the origins of these creatures? Soon, Lu Lin had vanquished every last one of the monsters. To eliminate future threats, he resolved to locate the source of these creatures and eradicate it entirely. The only identifiable origin at present was the sewers. Fury sent Lu Lin a location. The sewers? Lu Lin's brow furrowed slightly. Regardless of their location, the stench within sewers is universally unpleasant. Various biological wastes, refuse, everything imaginable and unimaginable can be found there. While this did not imply he could not endure it, no one wishes to engage in battle in such a malodorous environment. Yet, regardless of his discomfort, the chaos at hand required resolution. Lu Lin activated a search spell, circling the entirety of New York City, but found no clues. This left him feeling somewhat perplexed. He clearly observed that these monsters emerged from the depths of the sewer, confirming that Fury's provided range was indeed accurate. However, Lu Lin struggled to trace their origin. A sense of unease enveloped him, prompting him to return and meticulously scout the direction where he first encountered the creatures. Soon, he detected an anomaly. Following the New York subway lines, Lu Lin swiftly discovered the signs of the monster's emergence. Pursuing these clues, he ultimately located the production site of these grotesque beings. It was a narrow passageway adjacent to the subway tracks, concealing a small room that appeared to be a storage area for subway maintenance tools. Now, however, it had been completely opened up and transformed into a vast monster manufacturing facility. Within this space, unconscious humans lay strewn about, accompanied by several menacing-looking machines. Periodically, an unconscious individual was injected with a yellow-green serum, and moments later, they would metamorphose into a murderous lizard creature. After a brief period of unconsciousness, these lizard beings would hasten along the adjacent tunnel, wreaking havoc upon the world above. It dawned on Lu Lin that these lizard men were once human. A wave of fury surged through him. This was an affront he could not bear. Previously, he had been able to act without restraint, unaware of the true identities of these lizard beings. But now, with the knowledge that these creatures were transformed from innocent humans, he was consumed with rage. He certainly did not believe he was to blame for their demise. Only a fool would think that. The true culprits were those who had turned these individuals into lizard monsters. In a flash, Lu Lin obliterated the monster production facility. Since the lizard men emerged in this manner, it was likely that the countless octopus-like monsters were produced in a similar fashion. Confident that if the lizard men's production base was here, then the octopus monster's base could not be far behind. Sure enough, following the subway leads, Lu Lin quickly located Dr. Octopus's production site. After dismantling these production devices, an unsettling feeling crept over him. While it appeared that the issue had been resolved, questions loomed. Who had created these devices? And who had placed them here? What was their purpose? Moreover, the lizard men and Dr. Octopus, were they not supposed to be adversaries of Spider-Man? How had it come to this? Was this what they called the butterfly effect? After a brief moment, Lu Lin ceased pondering these chaotic thoughts. Engaging in such reflections alone was futile. The pressing matter was to find Dr. Octopus and the lizard man. Otherwise, who knew what kind of chaos they might unleash? Emerging from the subway tunnel, Lu Lin once again contacted Fury. Had the situation been resolved? Fury exhaled with relief. What had transpired? Lu Lin recounted his experiences within the underground tunnels. What? Such a thing exists. Damn it. Do you know something? Lu Lin inquired, furrowing his brow. Fry replied, somewhat uncertainly, I have a hypothesis, though I cannot be entirely sure. In any case, this matter no longer falls within your purview. You need not concern yourself with it any longer. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin immediately understood that military or government personnel were undoubtedly involved. Since this was an internal affair of theirs, it no longer pertained to Lu Lin in any way. Chapter 35. The Conspiracy of Dr. Octopus and Dr. Lizard. Upon returning to the bar, Lu Lin felt an involuntary sense of guilt in the presence of Sif. After all, he had brought a woman back from his outing, a fact unbeknownst to her. Observing Sif busily tidying up the bar, an unexpected pang of remorse washed over him, as Lu Lin grappled with how to navigate the relationship between Aisha and Sif. Hesitating over whether to confide in Sif, a clandestine meeting transpired in the depths of Manhattan sewers. Dr. Octopus and the Lizard were engaged in a furtive discussion. You assured me this plan was foolproof, yet now everything has been exposed. We have been compromised. The Lizard roared, his sharp claws glinting ominously, poised to strike at any moment. Court Connors, mind your tone, Dr. Octopus retorted fiercely. If there remains a shred of rationality in that pitiful brain of yours, you ought to show me some respect. Dr. Octopus, equally volatile, showed no leniency. While the Lizard's current state raised concerns about his intellect, he still possessed basic judgment. Merely venting his frustrations, he howled a couple of times before falling silent. Silence. Dr. Octopus barked. There are hunters everywhere outside. If you wish to avoid being imprisoned as a test subject, learn to control your emotions. All right, I'll heed your words. The Lizard sighed deeply, casting a lingering glance at Octavius before gradually transforming back into human form. Damn it. Dr. Octopus cursed under his breath, subsequently using his tentacles to confine the transformed Dr. Connors. What is happening? How did I end up here? Connors awoke in terror, completely oblivious to the circumstances. His fear peaked upon seeing the octopus-like figure before him. Damn it. I knew this would happen. Dr. Octopus muttered, fool. Think carefully about what transpired. You know the answer. While many may be familiar with the story of Dr. Connors, his life took a slightly different turn in this universe. Originally, Court Connors was a distinguished military doctor, making significant contributions to the field of medicine. During wartime, he was responsible for surgical operations, notably during the infamous Vietnam War. Not long after, Connors sustained irreparable injuries in an attack, forcing him to undergo amputation and return to the United States for recovery. Henceforth, Connors devoted himself to experimentation at the university. He abandoned surgical research upon discovering the remarkable regenerative abilities of reptiles, dedicating himself to the study of reptilian DNA. Convinced that the formidable regeneration capabilities of these creatures could restore his lost arm, not solely for the restoration of his severed limb, but also with the aspiration to create regenerative limbs for humanity's medical needs. This time, he embarked on his journey with minimal funding, conducting all his experiments within the confines of a university laboratory. At long last, he succeeded in developing a plasma extracted from the DNA of reptiles. Eagerly, he proceeded to conduct an experiment on a rabbit that had lost a foot. The results were astonishing. The rabbit swiftly regenerated its lost limb. It was at this moment that he learned of Dr. Octavius's creation, tentacles capable of entirely substituting human limbs. Driven by curiosity, he reached out to Dr. Octavius. However, it soon became apparent to Connors that the tentacles were prohibitively expensive, far beyond the means of an ordinary university professor. Yet, witnessing the enhanced functionality of Dr. Octavius's creations, Connors could not deny his yearning for them. He presented his findings to Dr. Octavius, but the doctor quickly pointed out the flaws in Connors' research. Influenced by the allure of the tentacles, Dr. Octavius had transformed from a genteel scholar into a sharp-tongued critic. He dismissed Connors' work as utterly worthless. In a desperate bid to validate his research, Connors, without conducting further successful trials, injected the extracted serum directly into his own body. The ensuing events were predictable. The serum underwent a mutation within Connors, and within a mere half-hour, he transformed into a lizard-like creature. Once metamorphosed, Connors' mind fixated solely on one thought, to prove the validity of his work, for indeed, his arm had regenerated. When Dr. Octavius encountered this monstrous lizard, his instinct was to retaliate. Thus, a unique understanding blossomed between the two. After Connors reverted to his human form, they engaged in a profound dialogue. Had it been the pre-tentacle Dr. Octavius, he undoubtedly would have dissuaded Connors from his experiments, as upon regaining his human shape, Connors' arm reverted to its original state. He had succeeded, yet not entirely. But now, he was no longer the courteous Dr. Octavius. He had transformed into Dr. Octopus. Under Dr. Octopus's guidance, Connors administered a substantial dose of the serum once more, endowing him with complete arms even in his normal state. However, this excessive serum induced a split within Connors, birthing a malevolent persona, a manifestation solely of the lizard. Presently, Connors' condition of dissociation was not overly severe. Upon returning to his human form, he could swiftly recall previous events. Yet, should the current trajectory persist, he would either need to integrate the two personas or face a complete division. With the lizard standing apart from Dr. Connors, Connor will lose all memories related to the lizard people. This may pertain to the human body's self-defense mechanisms. Yet Dr. Octopus could not be bothered to investigate such matters. After all, it was not he who would suffer. As long as Connor remained useful, that sufficed. Drink this reagent, and you may feel somewhat better, Dr. Octopus said, extending a vial of the substance before Connor. After a moment's hesitation, Connor chose to consume it. Dr. Octopus feigned indifference, but at least they both retained a semblance of conscience in that moment, much like the grotesque creatures they had previously created, which were formed from condemned prisoners rather than innocent souls. This was perhaps the last vestige of their moral compass. Chapter 36. The Revenge of the Monster. Despite professing indifference towards Dr. Connor's plight, Dr. Octopus meticulously concocted a calming serum for him. Admittedly, given Dr. Octopus's primary focus on physics rather than biology, the efficacy of the potion he created was rather limited. However, for Connors at this moment, it sufficed. After consuming the serum, Connors regained a semblance of rationality. Oh my heavens, what have we done? As he reflected upon his previous actions, a wave of despair washed over Connors. Transforming living beings into such grotesque creatures, even if they were death row inmates, was an act he could not condone. Silence. Dr. Octopus interjected, his patience waning. The actions taken were, in fact, with Connor's consent. Even the machine capable of converting humans into reptilian and octopus monstrosities was developed with Connor's assistance. Indeed, while the octopus creature bore a semblance to mechanical technology, it was fundamentally a product of genetic modification. Given the exorbitant cost of Dr. Octopus's octopus tentacles, it was utterly unfeasible for him to provide mechanical appendages for each individual. These monstrosities were, in their entirety, the products of biological engineering. The rationale behind their endeavors was straightforward. It was a demonstration of military prowess, primarily aimed at showcasing the fruits of their biotechnological research. When Dr. Octopus's funding was depleted, an offer arrived, promising financial support for their research, albeit with the stipulation that they disclose all their findings. Connors was indifferent, but Dr. Octopus could not acquiesce to such a demand. After considerable negotiation, the other party eventually agreed to purchase their research outputs, but insisted on a demonstration of their results. The death row inmates, too, were provided by them. However, the outcome was evident. Their experiments encountered significant complications. The biological weapons they created not only lacked intelligence, but also had exceedingly short lifespans. During combat, the longevity of these abominable creations diminished rapidly. There was no need for external intervention. Mere vigorous activity would lead to their demise within a mere 3 hours, reducing them to a puddle of sludge. Such creations were woefully inadequate to meet the expectations of their benefactors. Moreover, their actions attracted the attention of Fury, which ultimately led to the cessation of collaboration. In a bid to prove their worth and restore their partnership to secure funding for their research, Dr. Octopus resolved to conduct another experiment. Only through the success of this endeavor could they hope to continue their investigations. Otherwise, they would be compelled to resort to desperate measures to secure funding and materials for their research. With the calming serum coursing through his veins, Connors found his emotions stabilizing significantly, though a cold demeanor began to envelop him. "Thank you. I feel much better. Have you discovered who is responsible?" Connor struggled to rise from his seat. Not yet. This individual was shrouded in mystery, leaving no hint as to his origins. Dr. Octopus felt a twinge of frustration. If he were to showcase his experimental achievements once more, the optimal subject would unquestionably be the very person who had obliterated all their specimens completely. What manner of creature is he? Is he truly human? Dr. Octopus furrowed his brow. Perhaps he is a human endowed with extraordinary abilities. After all, after years of research, you must have encountered a few such individuals. Connor remarked lightly, "The depths of this world are far more profound than we can fathom. I am aware. Yet I have never witnessed someone so formidable." Dr. Octopus replied with a hint of exasperation. "Could it be, he is a mutant?" "A mutant?" Connor nodded slightly. He had indeed heard whispers of mutants in the news, likely akin to the likes of Magneto, a powerful mutant. If he is a mutant, that simplifies matters. Dr. Octopus nodded thoughtfully. "Those individuals provided me with reagents capable of suppressing the X gene. With these, I can likely constrain his mutant genetics." "X gene? What is that?" Connor inquired. Puzzled. The concept of mutants was still relatively obscure in society. Many were entirely unaware of their existence. Furthermore, genetic research concerning mutants was cutting-edge technology, with few possessing a grasp of such intricate matters. The X gene remained one of the most avant-garde studies, scarcely known to the public. It was entirely reasonable that Connor was unfamiliar with this subject. "Found it." Dr. Octopus's eyes lit up. "Let me see who you truly are, ha, a bar owner." Dr. Octopus smirked maliciously. Things were becoming quite intriguing. "What? Are you saying that those creatures have re-emerged and come to my bar?" Lu Lin erupted with anger. "Didn't you say I didn't need to concern myself with this? What have you all been doing for so many days?" Lu Lin was not the least surprised that these monsters had tracked him down. After all, he had never concealed his identity when he initially intervened. In any case, he held no significant importance on Earth. Even if they sought revenge, they could only find him directly. Moreover, hiding in the shadows was hardly the Asgardian way. What infuriated Lu Lin was that Fury had assured him there was no need for concern. Yet here they were a week later, and they had yet to capture these creatures. Most vexing of all was the fact that these monsters were evidently seeking retribution against him. "Is this what you meant by not needing to concern myself?" Lu Lin fumed. "You should first ensure the safety of your patrons in the bar." Meanwhile, Fury was equally troubled. Over the past week, he had not been idle, but he sensed an unseen resistance thwarting his investigative efforts. Consequently, he had yielded no results in his inquiries during this time. At that moment, Fury began to realize that there was an infiltration of enemies within their ranks. However, the immediate priority is to address the attacks by these monstrous beings. Matters beyond that can be dealt with later. Let Sif evacuate the patrons of the bar, while Lu Lin rushes out of the establishment. Although he has amassed wealth, he remains reluctant to engage in combat within the bar. After all, the decor is a result of careful selection by both him and Sif, and he has no desire to see it reduced to chaos. Upon his exit, the creatures swiftly pursued him, which momentarily relieved both Lu Lin and Fry. Yet, as the skirmish continued, Lu Lin began to sense that something was amiss. Chapter 37. Vulnerability. Although these creatures were, to him, equally feeble, their strength had evidently surged, accompanied by a certain degree of cunning. During the skirmish, Lu Lin discerned that they seemed intent on luring him to another location. "Let me see what schemes you are concocting," he mused, feigning ignorance as he allowed himself to be led outside the city by these beings. "Ah, it is you too," Lu Lin remarked with an enigmatic smile at the two figures before him. "No, not figures, but creatures. Do you recognize us?" Connors hissed, flicking his forked tongue coldly. "Since you know me, why should I not recognize you?" The moment he laid eyes on these two monstrosities, memories from his past life surged forth. One was an octopus doctor, the other a lizard doctor. How could he ever forget such vivid embodiments? Lu Lin even recalled their names, Octavius and Connors. "If memory serves me right, both of you are esteemed doctors. How is it that you find yourselves in such a nefarious alliance? That is of no concern to you." The octopus doctor sneered. "However, you have obstructed our path, and for that, I am afraid you must perish." What audacity gives you the belief that you are my equals? Lu Lin's gaze was icy. Regardless of their tragic pasts, they now sought to harm him. If they intended to strike, Lu Lin would show them no mercy. Arrogance. You shall soon learn whether it is arrogance or not. The octopus doctor stealthily pressed a key on the keyboard before him. In an instant, a misty reagent sprayed onto Lu Lin's face. Curiously, Lu Lin wiped his face and inquired, "What is this substance?" Watching Lu Lin remain motionless, the lizard man felt a twinge of concern. Will this work? It will undoubtedly succeed. I have calculated it meticulously. The octopus doctor asserted confidently. I have conducted experiments and gathered ample data. This reagent is absolutely effective. And there will be no complications. Yet, the octopus doctor had never entertained the possibility that Lu Lin might not be a mutant at all. With a hint of disappointment, Lu Lin shook his head. If that is all you have, then I shall not hold back. Patience, the best is yet to come. The octopus doctor grinned wickedly. To ensure success, he had prepared a multitude of traps alongside the reagent to ensnare Lu Lin. The very next moment, he activated the traps. Simultaneously, several devices around Lu Lin powered up, and in the blink of an eye, a barrage of electromagnetic pulses surged through his body. In the following instant, an array of assaults descended upon Lu Lin. Lasers, toxins, explosives, firearms, each one relentless in its pursuit. For over 10 minutes, these traps bombarded Lu Lin mercilessly. Among them, the specially designed suppressants played a crucial role, ensuring that even traps intended for ordinary humans would be effective against him. These inhibitors, whether inhaled or injected, can swiftly suppress the X gene of mutants to an exceedingly low level, even with the slightest amount. It can be said that when mutants encounter such inhibitors, it is akin to Superman facing kryptonite, rendered utterly powerless. Furthermore, Dr. Octopus has added a substantial quantity of neurotoxin and anesthetics to the gas with a singular aim, to utterly annihilate Lu Lin. As for the combat data of his experimental subjects, it has already been meticulously collected en route. What remains for him is merely to contemplate how to gather Lu Lin's remains for a comprehensive genetic examination. Is this all you have? Lu Lin emerged unscathed from the smoke. As the electronic pulse traps set to restrain him seemed utterly ineffective, having no impact whatsoever. You orchestrated such an elaborate setup for this? In the next moment, all the traps surrounding him shattered. I must say, after transforming into monsters, your intellect has diminished considerably, doctors. Lu Lin remarked coolly, surrender now. No, this is impossible. Dr. Octopus, seemingly deranged, charged directly at Lu Lin. Clearly, he could not bear the thought of his meticulous plans unraveling. However, how could Dr. Octopus possibly contend with Lu Lin? In a mere exchange, Lu Lin subdued him, rendering him unconscious. The tentacles behind him attempted to act autonomously, yet before Lu Lin's magic, they appeared as feeble as a child's limbs. In an instant, Lu Lin quelled them all. Yet, the next moment, he found himself pondering how to deal with Dr. Octopus. To kill him seemed excessive. For Dr. Octopus had not yet committed any grievous acts. In fact, he had not even had the opportunity to perpetrate any heinous deeds. As for the so-called converters, Lu Lin had already learned from Fury that those transformed were merely death row inmates. Lu Lin held no concern for their fates. Thus, in his view, Dr. Octopus was certainly not deserving of death. However, releasing him was absolutely out of the question. After much deliberation, Lu Lin resolved to hand Dr. Octopus over to Tony for resolution. If memory served, in his previous life, Dr. Octopus was restored to normalcy with the aid of the high-tech machines left by Tony. Now that Tony himself was present, restoring him should not pose a significant challenge. Presumably, if restoration proved impossible, they could address that later. Moreover, considering the technology of Dr. Octopus, it was likely that Tony could glean considerable inspiration from it. Damn it, I knew that guy was unreliable. The lizard cursed Dr. Octopus vehemently in his mind. This companion was utterly untrustworthy, despite assurances of invincibility. He had been effortlessly defeated without any resistance. As for him, he had long sensed the impending danger. Even before Lu Lin extricated himself from the trap, he had seized the opportunity to make a discreet escape. Just when Dr. Lizard believed he had eluded his fate, Lu Lin gradually descended from the heavens, appearing right before him. Did you think you could evade me? Lu Lin remarked with a subtle smile. From the moment he encountered the two, Lu Lin had inscribed a tracking mark upon them, ensuring that neither could slip from his grasp. I surrender, Dr. Lizard implored, kneeling in a display of utter defeat, devoid of any semblance of the villainous spirit he ought to possess. This unexpected turn left Lu Lin momentarily taken aback. Very well, I accept your surrender. Chapter 38. Is this even a dilemma? Lu Lin had no intention of delivering Connors and Dr. Octopus to Fury. No, it should now be referred to as the Serpent Shield. The fate of handing over those two to them was not worth contemplating. Their findings would undoubtedly be appropriated by Hydra for their own purposes. While Lu Lin was not particularly afraid of this so-called Hydra, he was not keen on courting trouble either. Thus, he resolved to entrust these two individuals to Tony for resolution. Although he was uncertain whether Tony would be able to address the issues surrounding them, Lu Lin believed these were merely trifles. After all, Tony was a genius among geniuses. Even if he had not yet reached his full potential, he was confident that deciphering the technology of these two and rectifying the flaws within it would pose little challenge for Tony. Upon arriving at Stark Tower, Lu Lin found Tony still deep in slumber. Clearly, he had enjoyed himself immensely the previous night. "Hey, wake up!" Lu Lin snapped his fingers, and Tony jolted awake with a start. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he glared at Lu Lin in displeasure. "Hey, Lu Lin, you can't just barge into my room with two men." Tony paused, realization dawning. "Wait, Watford? How did you get in here?" Lu Lin smiled and pointed towards the window. "No way, this is the 81st floor." Tony massaged his temples. "All right, what do you want?" Lu Lin gestured to the two unconscious figures on the floor. "I need your help with these two." "What happened to them?" Tony asked. Curiosity piqued as he observed the motionless bodies on the floor. "Who are they that you would seek my assistance?" "They're not anyone of mine," Lu Lin replied, shaking his head. "They're merely two unfortunate souls who have strayed from the right path, and I wish to lend them a hand." Lu Lin spoke calmly, adding, "Of course, if you are unwilling to assist, I will have no choice but to hand them over to the shield." "The shield?" Lu Lin smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that Tony was still unaware of its existence. "It's somewhat akin to a governmental or military entity, you know, like the FBI or CIA. You can imagine what would become of their technology and knowledge in the hands of those individuals." "My dear friend, you have truly presented me with a conundrum," Tony said, rubbing his temples. Though he was arrogant and often aloof, he was certainly not the type to remain indifferent to visible suffering. Whenever matters exceeded his moral threshold, he would intervene. "What do you think I am? Why should I help them? There are countless individuals in need of assistance around the world. Can I really help them all?" Despite his words, Tony rose from his bed and began examining the tentacles behind Dr. Octopus. "Interesting technology," he remarked, scanning the appendages with his device. "Simple artificial intelligence is merely a matter of programming issues. What do you think? Can you resolve it?" Lu Lin cast a glance at Tony. "Hey, is that an insult directed at me?" Tony replied with dissatisfaction. "You should inquire how many hours it would take me to solve it, rather than if I can handle it." "All right then, how many hours will it take?" Lu Lin continued in line with Tony's words. "Approximately 3 hours," Tony shrugged. "I just need to modify the circuit connection slightly and then reprogram the tentacles." Lu Lin nodded, feigning understanding. "So what is the problem?" "It's a neurological issue," Tony said while working. "His programming is so poor that these tentacles are rather unruly. The technology of these tentacles is quite primitive. They are directly connected to his spine and delve deep into his brain. Whenever he uses the tentacles, the overwhelming bioelectric currents stimulate his cerebral cortex, creating a sensation akin to dozens of voices buzzing in his ear." Tony smacked his lips. "I'm rather surprised he hasn't turned into a vegetable by now. Moreover, the artificial intelligence of these tentacles is alarmingly outdated, and combined with the tentacles, it creates a maddening buzz in one's head. Even the most resilient individual could easily succumb to madness. Thus, it merely requires a slight addition of resistance, then reconfigure a bit. All right, it's resolved." Tony glanced at the time, 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 3 seconds. How is that for speed? In that moment, Tony had resolved the issue with Dr. Octopus's tentacles. Although this would result in a 30% reduction in output power, safety is paramount, is it not? "And what about this fellow?" Lu Lin pointed at Connors. "What is wrong with him?" At that moment, Connors had lapsed into unconsciousness and transformed once more into the green lizard creature. However, just as he completed his transformation, Lu Lin delivered a punch to his head. The lizard man offered no resistance and promptly fell unconscious again. "You see?" Lu Lin remarked coolly. This is somewhat troublesome." Tony furrowed his brow. "I'm not a genetic expert. I will need some time to study this thoroughly." Just then, Connors happened to awaken. Hearing Tony's words, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Give it up. It's impossible. There's no hope. I will never return to my original form." Connors spoke with a hint of despair. "I will ultimately become nothing more than a mindless brute, only knowing how to kill." "Do not measure the world of genius by your own standards," Tony replied calmly. "If you don't believe me, we can place a wager." However, Connors fell silent for a moment. "My arm. As for your arm, you should not hold out any hope. It will most likely need to be amputated." Tony yawned. "I believe the root cause lies in that very arm of yours." Just moments ago, Tony had gained a comprehensive understanding of Connor's past. Consequently, he now possesses a fundamental basis for judgment. "I shall await your good news." To prevent any harm from befalling Tony, Lu Lin has been residing at Tony's home for the past few days, observing his research on Connors. Prior to this, Tony's exploration into gene-related technologies had not been particularly profound, as his primary focus has been on mechanical physics. Nevertheless, being a genius, he often incorporates biomimetic principles in the development of new weaponry, and from time to time, he engages in genetic research. Chapter 39. What is genius thus? The dilemma faced by Connors was, in Tony's perspective, hardly a dilemma at all. In the mere span of 2 days, Tony resolved all issues, indicating that Connors could soon revert to his carefree self. However, the solitary concern remained. The arm that had sprouted due to lizard genes was unlikely to be salvaged. Yet, this was still speculative. Only through experimentation could the true outcome be discerned. In contrast, Dr. Octavius found himself in a state of profound complexity. Dr. Octavius was wholly devoted to the research of small-scale controllable nuclear fusion. However, nuclear fusion had not yet been completely mastered, let alone small-scale controllable fusion. Upon witnessing the large reactor for controllable nuclear fusion within Stark Tower, Octavius realized that Tony's research had long surpassed his own by an immeasurable margin. Furthermore, this was merely a casual endeavor for Tony, not a product of his utmost dedication. By comparison, Octavius's research appeared almost laughable. After a lifetime of effort, he had produced only a mechanical tentacle of utility, yet even that had been thoroughly analyzed by Tony after just a cursory glance. Tony had even rectified the technical flaws, allowing Octavius to regain normalcy. Faced with such a scenario, it was inevitable for anyone to feel a twinge of melancholy. People are inherently different. One must learn to let go. Lu Lin gently patted Dr. Octavius's shoulder, offering a soft consolation. In truth, Tony holds you in high regard. Your research has provided him with considerable inspiration, Dr. Octavius. Octavius, having been ensnared in his own stubbornness, did not mind Lu Lin extending a helping hand. Had someone intervened in the original narrative, perhaps Octavius would not have found himself in such dire straits. After receiving Lu Lin's reassurances, Octavius visibly relaxed. Please, continue to call me Dr. Octopus. He smiled faintly. It serves as a reminder not to forget the mistakes of the past. He felt he had come to terms with his situation. Lu Lin nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his words had not been in vain. Meanwhile, Connors' treatment was nearing its conclusion. With Tony's assistance, the lizard genes within him were rapidly purged, restoring Connors to his former self. However, genetics was not an area in which Tony excelled. There remained significant latent risks within Connors, which not only endowed him with enhanced abilities, but also posed the potential for him to revert to his lizard form. The remaining issues would require Connors to address on his own. Of course, in a gesture of thoroughness, Tony did not abandon Connors at this juncture. He crafted a prosthetic arm equipped with sensory capabilities. To the naked eye, this new arm bore no discernible difference from Connors' original. How does your new arm feel, Connors? Dr. Octavius cast a glance at Connors, his heart weighed down by a lingering sense of guilt towards him. Had it not been for his initial deception, Connors would not have subjected himself to such an array of genetic serums, leading to his current, nearly irretrievable state. Yet, Connors seemed entirely unfazed by this. He marveled at his synthetic arm, exclaiming, "This is astonishing. I can hardly discern it from a natural limb." As he stroked his face, he continued, "The sensation is remarkably authentic. It feels just like my normal arm." Tony looked on with pride. "Indeed. I have integrated numerous neural sensors into it and cultivated a synthetic skin tailored to your own," he added, aside from the necessity of periodic recharging. "It is virtually indistinguishable from your natural arm. Moreover, it is capable of monitoring your heart rate and overall health. Should any emergency arise, a simple command will prompt it to perform immediate first aid." He elaborated, "Adrenaline, anesthetics. You have a plethora of options. And you may always return to me for replenishment." As Tony continued his enthusiastic exposition, Connors grew increasingly satisfied. Although this was not his original arm, its functionality was comparable to that of any normal individual. With regard to the flaws in his research, Connors was confident that, with his expertise, he would soon rectify them. "Now, let us take a look at your new laboratory," he said. "Our new laboratory?" The two exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily taken aback. "Are you truly offering us funding to continue our research?" "Incorrect," Tony interjected, pointing at the pair. "Surely, you do not presume my services come without a cost?" Thus, Dr. Octavius hesitated before Tony. "Therefore, from this moment forward, you shall be my employees. Contracts have already been signed on your behalf, with a term of 50 years. You need only work for me for that duration, after which you may depart at your leisure. Until then, you will be employees of Stark Industries. Be aware that many are seeking you outside, and I too bear the risk. Of course, I could overlook this, should you simply settle your treatment fees." Tony snapped his fingers, and Jarvis promptly displayed their bills in midair. "Let us see, Octavius, your bill is relatively modest, a mere $30 million. As for you, Dr. Connors, alas, your charges amount to a staggering $60 million. What will it be? Which path do you choose?" "Do not be so harsh, Tony. We understand your position," Dr. Octavius replied with a resigned smile. "We are willing to become employees of Stark Industries." "Very well," Tony nodded in approval. "Come, allow me to show you your new laboratory." He gestured for them to follow. Soon, both Connors and Dr. Octavius found themselves utterly astonished. All of these are state-of-the-art experimental instruments. Tony stood at the entrance of the laboratory, arms outstretched. This laboratory is exclusively for the two of you. Here's your space. And over there is his. With a grand gesture, Tony assured them, I will promptly arrange for the relevant researchers. All you need to do is focus on your work. There is no need to worry about profitability or practicality. Simply indulge in the research you are passionate about. Chapter 40. Kidnapped, of course. I desire more than just these terms. If your research fails to meet my expectations, I regret to inform you that you must assist Stark Industries in turning a profit. Do you understand? We comprehend. Connors exclaimed with enthusiasm. There are no more generous conditions than this. Even Octavius was taken aback by Tony's extravagant offer. Not only did Tony assist him, but even prior to this, Octavius would have willingly worked for Tony due to the allure of such a lucrative proposition. In response, Tony could only remark, apologies, but indeed, wealth grants one the freedom to act as one pleases. Observing the two individuals who were about to immerse themselves in research, Tony nodded with satisfaction. So, how do you find this arrangement? Lu Lin nodded slightly. You are a good man, Tony. What good man? I merely recognize their talents and wish to have them work for me, Tony retorted stubbornly. Lu Lin smiled faintly. He had long since realized that Tony was a proud and obstinate individual, a man of contradictory words and intentions. Thus, Lu Lin chose not to confront him directly. Very well. With you here, I feel at ease. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Lu Lin patted Tony's shoulder and turned to leave. Hey, listen. Lu Lin, you cannot do this. Below Stark Tower, Coulson intercepted Lu Lin, expressing his frustration. Those two individuals ought to be contained by S-H-I-E-L-D, rather than remaining in Stark Tower to continue their research. You could always request Stark for the individuals, Lu Lin replied with a sly smile. Can you guess whether Tony will uncover your identities, then commence an investigation, ultimately discovering that his father was one of the founders of S-H-I-E-L-D? Regarding those past events. Okay, let us not delve any further into this matter. Can we agree on that? Coulson said with resignation. Had it not been for Fury's reluctance to involve Tony, he would have dispatched a team to apprehend them already. Fury was counting on recruiting Tony in the future. If he acted now, any hope for collaboration would be extinguished. As for the two individuals associated with Dr. Octopus, as long as they did not cause any disturbances, they could be left to their own devices. It would only be when their research failed and problems arose that S-H-I-E-L-D could justifiably intervene. For now, they would have to allow Tony and Lu Lin their whims. Seeing Coulson depart in resignation, Lu Lin smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, after much contemplation and careful consideration, Octavius resolved to focus primarily on nanotechnology. Naturally, artificial intelligence remained within the scope of his research, as Tony had provided him with considerable inspiration. Furthermore, he would continue to develop mechanical prosthetics, an area from which he had also gained significant experience through Tony. He believed that one day he would be able to create mechanical limbs that were both practical and affordably priced. Connors, on the other hand, decided to persist with his own research endeavors. Although mechanical prosthetics are feasible, they come with exorbitant costs and, ultimately, they are not one's own limbs. No matter how closely they resemble real arms, these prosthetics can never truly replace the human arm. The necessity for recharging alone poses significant inconveniences in daily life. Thus, to some extent, two individuals in similar situations have inadvertently formed a subtle competitive relationship. The market for individuals with disabilities is indeed vast, particularly in a nation with a considerable number of disabled veterans. Therefore, the research conducted by both individuals holds substantial significance. Recently, a company known as AIM has emerged, specifically recruiting disabled soldiers, generating quite a stir. It is rumored that they are also engaged in related genetic development research. With competitors in the field, motivation naturally arises. Of course, both of their studies could seamlessly transition into military weaponry. Akin to the tentacles of Dr. Octopus, such innovations deployed on the battlefield would be utterly devastating. However, neither would allow this scenario to unfold, as their initial intent was solely to aid the disabled in regaining their former abilities. Not long after Lu Lin's departure, Tony received an invitation, an award ceremony from the military, along with a signing event. Tony stretched his sore neck. It was time to unwind. Upon awakening, he found himself inexplicably in a cave, with a battery mysteriously affixed to his chest. As for what transpired, it is likely well known. With the assistance of an insider, Tony fell into an ambush. Despite having prepared defensive weapons, their energy sources were limited. The firepower of the terrorists was overwhelming, and ultimately, Tony was knocked unconscious by a missile and subsequently taken to their stronghold. Tony was kidnapped. Lu Lin furrowed his brow as he watched the news on television. He had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. Lu Lin, we need your help, came Fury's voice from the other end of the line. Tony cannot die. I need you to help us locate him. Rest assured, Tony will be fine, Lu Lin replied calmly. Nevertheless, he still intended to venture out to search for Tony, hoping to rescue him ahead of time, as a mission had been issued by the system. This time, there were 5 opportunities for check-ins, and Lu Lin was determined not to forfeit them. Yet, the terrorists were well hidden and without knowledge of their target or location. Finding Tony's trace in the vast desert proved to be quite challenging. 3 days later, Lu Lin keenly noticed an explosion in one corner of the desert and promptly rushed over. Upon arrival, he indeed found Tony, covered in dust, amidst the arid expanse. "Would you like some water?" Lu Lin smiled as he offered a bottle of mineral water. "Damn, I haven't had a proper drink in days," Tony exclaimed, eagerly accepting the bottle and drinking it down in one go. "Indeed, Dr. Ian's son, hurry and save him," Tony exclaimed urgently. "Rest assured, I have made all the necessary arrangements," Lu Lin replied calmly. Upon arriving here, Lu Lin swiftly eliminated all the terrorists and ensured that Ethan was transported to a nearby U.S. military base for treatment. "That is reassuring," Tony sighed in relief. At the base, it was Ethan who had rescued Tony. If Ethan were to perish, Tony would likely find it impossible to ever sleep peacefully again. "Is there a cheeseburger available? I am craving one at this very moment." Chapter 41. Tony's transformation. Tony gazed longingly at Lu Lin. "Let us discuss this after you return," he said. Having escorted Tony back to Stark Tower, Lu Lin's task was complete, and he had successfully achieved 5 check-ins. Soon enough, news broke on television that Tony intended to disband the weapons division. "Could you help me check on Tony?" Fury inquired at the bar. He observed Lu Lin, who wore an expression of impatience with a sense of helplessness. "Do you ever tire of incessantly calling me?" Lu Lin rolled his eyes. "Am I your babysitter? Why must you always seek me out for every little issue?" Yet, Tony had been unusually silent for quite some time, and given his earlier erratic behavior, Lu Lin harbored genuine concern for him. "Can't you send someone else to check? Must you come to me?" Lu Lin lamented, finally overwhelmed by Fury's persistence and opting to ignore his calls. However, much to his surprise, Fury showed up in person. "This guy is exceptionally on edge," Fury remarked. "We have no means of obtaining information about him." All right, I concede. I shall investigate what is going on with him right now." Lu Lin replied with a roll of his eyes, gathering his belongings and heading out. "Apologies, Mr. Lu Lin, but Tony is not home," came the reply. "Let me guess. Tony instructed you to say that, didn't he?" Lu Lin raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," was the response. Jarvis, who had yet to master the art of deceit, remained forthright in his manner, leading to some rather perplexing interactions. "Tell Tony that if he does not open the door, I shall find my own way in," Lu Lin stated coolly. "He has sealed all the windows. He should understand what I mean." After a brief pause, Jarvis fell silent, evidently notifying Tony. Moments later, the door creaked open. Upon seeing Tony, Lu Lin expressed his disdain. "What on earth has happened to you? After just a few days, how have you transformed into this? Have you not bathed since returning from the desert?" Tony sported a scruffy beard, emanating an unpleasant odor, and the dark circles under his eyes could rival those of a panda. "Not important. None of that matters. Come, let me show you my latest research," Tony exclaimed excitedly. "This is vital, for I am on the brink of suffocation," Lu Lin insisted. "Right this moment, go and take a shower. Or do you wish for me to assist you?" In the past, Tony would have resisted, but Lu Lin's reminder made him acutely aware of his own odor. Fine, I shall shower now." Water cascaded in the bathroom, and Lu Lin waited for over an hour without any sign of Tony emerging. What is going on? He knocked on the bathroom door, receiving no response, and suddenly grew anxious. This fellow, could he have encountered some trouble? Upon entering the bathroom, Lu Lin was taken aback to discover that Tony had fallen asleep against the wall. "Hey, wake up. You should return to bed," Lu Lin gently roused Tony, who was dozing in the bathtub. "Apologies, I am utterly exhausted," Tony replied, his eyes still heavy with sleep. After hastily drying off, he donned nothing but a bathrobe and stumbled towards the bed, collapsing into a deep slumber. "You can come back tomorrow," he managed to utter before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Jarvis, how long has it been since Tony last slept?" Lu Lin inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. "It has been 60 hours and 20 minutes since Mr. Stark last rested, Mr. Lu Lin. Over the past 10 days, Mr. Stark has averaged only 2 hours and 16 minutes of sleep daily." Lu Lin's frown deepened. Tony was merely an ordinary man without any enhancements. Going 3 days without sleep clearly pushed the human body to its limits. Had Lu Lin not arrived, he genuinely feared that Tony might have succumbed to exhaustion. What on earth has he been doing? "Mr. Stark has been in the underground laboratory. I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose the details of his research," Jarvis replied. However, Lu Lin could surmise what Tony was engrossed in, nothing less than the Mark armor. Despite Tony's slumber, Lu Lin remained, worry gnawing at him. Fortunately, Jarvis was there, even engaging in games with Lu Lin, alleviating his boredom. He took a moment to return a call to Fury and spent the remainder of his time in the villa playing games with Jarvis. It must be said, Jarvis was indeed the finest teammate, and artificial intelligence dominating the competition was a sight to behold. In many ways, Jarvis resembled a cheat code or script. Tony slept for a full 26 hours before awakening. "Why haven't you left?" he asked. "You've nearly tortured yourself into a state of disarray. How could I possibly leave?" Lu Lin replied calmly. "Now let us talk." "About what?" Tony languidly reclined on the sofa, yet a flicker of warmth ignited within him at Lu Lin's concern. It had been quite some time since anyone had cared for him in such a manner. "Why do you push yourself so hard?" "Huh? Push myself? I'm not pushing myself at all," Tony replied with a hint of a smile. "This is merely my normal state. I've always been this way." Lu Lin responded nonchalantly. "Be honest, Tony. You know you can't deceive me." After a moment of silence, Tony let out a heavy sigh. "I feel betrayed, and those weapons. Those terrorists. But those matters are not your doing. What are you worried about?" Lu Lin asked, puzzled. No, you simply don't understand." Tony's emotions surged. "Those weapons are from Stark Industries. Watching those individuals wield Stark-produced weapons to slaughter innocents. Do you have any idea how deeply that pains and disappoints me?" Moreover, Tony hesitated momentarily. "I also discern traces of extraterrestrial beings within. I am deeply concerned, if there truly is an alien invasion. What means shall we employ to safeguard ourselves?" Tony gazed intently at Lu Lin. "You ought to possess greater knowledge than I regarding the affairs of the cosmos. Aliens have already launched battleships, yet what are we humans engaged in? Still embroiled in conflicts over oil. How could I possibly find peace in slumber? I shall never be able to rest easy." Tony, panting, fixed his gaze upon Lu Lin. After a considerable pause, he gradually regained his composure. "I apologize. My words were excessively harsh. I never anticipated you would actually apologize," Lu Lin remarked with a hint of surprise. To be candid, Tony's statements did not incite anger in Lu Lin. Chapter 42. The confident Tony. Just a fortnight ago, Tony was nothing more than an arrogant, irresponsible playboy. However, after enduring numerous experiences, he has matured significantly. Yet, the pressing issue now is that he has grown too much, to the extent that he has burdened himself with excessive pressure. It is essential to note that Tony has never sold weapons to terrorists. Thus, a pertinent question arises, within Stark Industries, who would dare to sell weapons to such individuals? There are very few who could manage to do so without Tony's knowledge. Pepper Potts is one, and Obadiah Stane is another. Beyond them, there is no one else. This implies that the entirety of Stark Industries, capable of selling arms to terrorists and enabling them to harm their own, consists solely of these two individuals, Pepper and Obadiah. Now, the critical question emerges. Who is responsible for this act? First, let us exclude Pepper, for this woman is incapable of deceit. Furthermore, upon his return, Tony promptly investigated Pepper, and the results were unequivocal. She was entirely innocent. Tony is reluctant to believe that Obadiah could be behind this, yet as the investigation unfolds, an increasing number of discrepancies and pieces of evidence point towards him. Deep down, Tony struggles to accept this reality, but the truth remains. And it is the very reason for his current despondency. If even his uncle could betray him, who else is beyond the reach of treachery? Is there anyone in this world who would not turn against him? At this moment, Tony finds it nearly impossible to trust anyone. Moreover, Lu Lin had previously introduced Tony to the vastness of the cosmos and the galaxy. Consequently, the sense of crisis enveloping Tony is far more profound than before, and such immense pressure has rendered him breathless. "You need to rest well," Lu Lin remarked calmly. "The world has its guardians, and Midgard will not suddenly descend into an unmanageable crisis. Do not burden yourself excessively." "Is that so?" Tony replied with a resigned smile. "However, since you are here, allow me to show you my new weapon." He raised an eyebrow, confident that his creation would astonish Lu Lin. "Weren't you the one who said you shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries? Why are you still researching weapons?" Lu Lin feigned surprise as he looked at Tony. He was well aware that Tony's notion of a weapon was merely the mark armor. "Not at all." Tony shook his head vigorously. "I have a grand plan." Following Tony, Lu Lin ventured into his underground garage. "Is this what you refer to as a grand plan? A toy?" Lu Lin bluntly dismissed Tony's mark armor with a low appraisal. "What do you mean by toy?" Tony retorted, filled with indignation. "If that's the case, let's have a contest to see." Delighted, Lu Lin smirked slightly. "Let us go. This confined space is insufficient for our display. Let us battle in the desert." Tony snorted coldly. "I'm heading out first." Lu Lin smiled faintly and followed suit. "Unleash your true strength," Tony challenged. "Are you certain you want me to exert my full power?" Lu Lin replied, regarding Tony with a peculiar look. "That might be a tad premature for you." "I don't believe it," Tony declared with unabashed arrogance. "Come on, let me witness your true capabilities." Lu Lin shook his head in resignation. It appeared that Tony had resolved most of the issues he encountered while constructing his mech. His confidence had soared to unprecedented heights, leading him to mistakenly believe he could challenge Lu Lin. It must be said that Tony's ego had indeed inflated considerably. Ultimately, Lu Lin decided to employ merely 1/10 of his strength in their sparring session. This was not due to any disdain for Tony, rather, at this stage. Even 1/10 of Lu Lin's power seemed somewhat exaggerated, yet it signified a degree of respect for Tony. In the desert, Tony's weapon systems locked onto Lu Lin with unwavering precision. Before Lu Lin could react, Tony decisively opened fire. In the subsequent moment, Tony found himself crashing heavily to the ground, left with nothing but his helmet. The rest of his mech had been reduced to mere fragments by Lu Lin. What just happened? Tony was bewildered, feeling the scorching heat from the surroundings. J-A-R-V-I-S. Mr. Stark, everything transpired in a fraction of a second. Mr. Lu Lin dismantled your mech into pieces. As the heat wave enveloped him, Stark gradually regained his composure. He could hardly fathom how events had unfolded in such a manner. His most prized creation, the seemingly invincible Mark armor, had proven utterly defenseless before Lu Lin. How did you accomplish that? Tony stared intently at Lu Lin. Tell me, this defies logic. It is utterly unscientific. How could you move at such speed? He continued, incredulously gazing at Lu Lin. It is widely known that objects exceeding the speed of sound produce a sonic boom. As for greater velocities, that was scarcely conceivable. Approaching the speed of light, the mere movement of a human body could obliterate everything in the vicinity. Yet, just moments ago, there had been no sound at all. This completely contradicted Tony's understanding of physics, violating the laws of nature. There exists more than just physics in this world. There is also magic, Lu Lin shrugged. Alternatively, you might perceive my speed as subliminal, without causing any external disturbance. Subliminal? Tony's helmet retracted, revealing his reddened eyes. Can you transcend the speed of light? What occurs after surpassing it? Perhaps time travel or traversing space. I'm no physicist, but it may also involve reaching a parallel universe. Lu Lin replied nonchalantly. It's akin to what physicists frequently discuss regarding string theory and the like. However, this is merely a theoretical consideration. I cannot foresee what may transpire thereafter. Presently, this represents the extent of my capabilities. In terms of velocity, theoretically speaking, it is conceivable that I could attain that realm, yet the duration remains uncertain. If fortune favors me, it may take merely 300 to 500 years. Conversely, it could extend to 2 or 3 millennia. 2 or 3 millennia. Tony's mouth fell agape. At that moment, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. The recorded history of humanity spans merely 3,000 to 5,000 years. Yet, in the presence of Lu Lin, the prospect of 3,000 years seems as trivial as a jest. This realization stirred a sense of admiration within Tony. Chapter 43, a comparison of ideas. However, speaking of which, you actually know about string theory? Tony gazed at Lu Lin in astonishment, believing that they only studied magic and shunned physics. Indeed, Asgard has little interest or research in this domain, as the traditional physics of Earth is entirely inapplicable in Asgard. Lu Lin elucidated, Asgard possesses its own physical framework, one intricately intertwined with magic. So, do parallel universes exist in the world? Tony inquired, his expression one of confusion. Anything is possible, Lu Lin replied with a smile. He was aware that within the Marvel universe, parallel universes undeniably exist. Countless parallel universes populate the Marvel cosmos. As for the existence of other parallel universes, Lu Lin could not say for certain. Perhaps in one of those realms. You might even be a zombie clad in Iron Man armor, he said, half in jest. This was not without basis. Originally, the concept of parallel universes in Marvel included a universe of zombies, where every inhabitant was a zombie, even Thanos succumbed to the infection. Subsequently, comics depicting the invasion of other universes by this zombie universe emerged. In another parallel universe, Tony once had a moment of glory where he single-handedly defeated the Celestial Team, which represents the pinnacle of individual universes within the Marvel cosmos. Beyond that lies the embodiment of cosmic rules, entities that govern entire universal dimensions, such as Dormammu, who belongs to this echelon. Despite being toyed with by Doctor Strange Time Stone, that was merely a manifestation of the protagonist's aura. Nevertheless, Dormammu's power is indisputable. From this, it becomes apparent that Tony's potential for the future is virtually boundless, given sufficient time and opportunities for growth. It is conceivable that even adversaries of Dormammu's caliber may not stand against him. However, Lu Lin refrained from voicing this thought, as Tony exhibited little interest, at least for now. Unless he were to witness it firsthand, he could not ascertain its authenticity. The fundamental theory of scientific research is to validate rather than falsify, a principle Tony was certainly aware of. He would not delve into theories that currently elude proof or disproof. Much like religion, there are always fervent zealots persuading others to embrace faith, claiming that since one cannot prove the non-existence of God, he must exist. Yet, if one follows this logic, non-believers could argue that since one cannot prove God was not created by another God, the God who created him must indeed exist. Such reasoning leads to an infinite regression, ultimately ensnaring one in the quagmire of nihilism. Thus, Tony would refrain from engaging in such self-inflicted perplexities, unless one day he truly encounters the existence of parallel universes. Only then would he take an interest in this matter. Unscientific. This notion is decidedly unscientific, Tony mused. Before long, he found himself intrigued by Lu Lin himself. What constitutes your genes? What is the source of your abilities? From where do you derive the energy that enables such remarkable speed? Is it possible for me to replicate this ability and implant it into my armor? Give up. Lu Lin gently shook his head, stating to achieve this, you must first comprehend what magic truly is. Then why not simply tell me what magic is? Tony replied with a shrug. Regrettably, I cannot elucidate the nature of magic. Lu Lin responded with resignation. For instance, you cannot explain the concept of food to a being that does not require sustenance. If you have never tasted an apple, I might describe it as red, sweet, and crisp. However, if you have never consumed anything, how could you grasp the essence of flavor? And how could I convey the purpose of an apple to you? Do you understand my point? Tony nodded, somewhat perplexed. So, do you think I possess the talent to learn magic? Unfortunately, you lack any aptitude for magic in any meaningful sense. Lu Lin shook his head. In fact, you have not met the most fundamental requirements for learning magic. That can't be right, Tony exclaimed incredulously. How could a genius like me be incapable of learning magic? Magic is indeed a matter of talent, Lu Lin replied. It is akin to the disparity between the intelligence of an ordinary person and yours. No one is omnipotent, Tony. Whether or not you believe it, that is the reality. Of course, while you cannot learn it, there is no issue with sensing the existence of magic. With that, Lu Lin opened his palm, revealing a bright yellow sphere of light. Can you feel anything from this magical element? This is. Tony curiously reached out to touch the magical orb, only to sense nothing at all. This. Lu Lin chuckled awkwardly. We can discuss this matter later. Tony rolled his eyes, fully comprehending Lu Lin's implication. All right, I understand. You needn't elaborate further. Lu Lin offered an embarrassed smile. In theory, when elements are compressed to such a degree, even an ordinary person should be able to perceive the magical essence within. Yet, despite Tony having extended his finger, he felt nothing at all. This is a significant issue. Tony's predicament is indeed grave. Therefore, Lu Lin resolved to take the opportunity to thoroughly investigate Tony's physique. Let us return. I still need to improve my mech. Tony extended a hand toward Lu Lin. What are you doing? Lu Lin looked at Tony in confusion. You dismantled my mech. How am I to return? Tony rolled his eyes. And remember to help me retrieve my armor to prevent any technical leaks. Lu Lin sighed in exasperation. Now, it had become his responsibility. Despite his grumbling, Lu Lin still managed to bring both Tony and his mech back. I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude. Upon returning indoors, Tony retrieved a fine bottle of wine that he had cherished for many years. Since you run a bar, here, accept this exquisite wine that I have treasured for 7 long years. My, when did you become so generous? Lu Lin exclaimed in astonishment as he glanced at the bottle in his hand. This is indeed a rare gem, at last year's auction. It fetched an astounding price of $3 million. So, what do you say? Yes, of course. Why would I decline? Lu Lin smiled faintly. And with a wave of his hand, the bottle vanished from sight. Chapter 44. Enlightening Tony how infuriating. Your abilities are truly remarkable. I yearn for such gifts. Tony remarked enviously, casting a glance at Lu Lin. Shall we indulge in a drink? He opened another bottle of the identical red wine. Treating a $3 million beverage as a mere daily indulgence epitomizes the joy of affluence, one might surmise. Now that we have wine, I would be most keen to hear your story, Lu Lin stated, gazing at his glass with a slight smile before lifting it. Let us converse. I appreciate your manner of speaking. Tony took a hearty gulp of the exquisite wine, yet found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Lin did not press him. He simply observed Tony in silence. It was clear that Tony's emotional barriers had not fully dissolved, and he required a moment to gather himself. Until now, Tony had been nothing short of a rogue. He possessed scarcely a confidant. His only friend, Colonel Rhodes, belonged to the military and was ill-suited for such discussions. Tony was certain that, should the military discover his iron armor, Rhodes would inevitably be sent to confront him. Thus, from any perspective, Rhodes was not an ideal source of solace. As it stood, Lu Lin was the sole individual with whom Tony could share his thoughts. There was no need to elaborate on Obadiah. Tony had long since lost faith in him, and Pepper was hardly the right person for such revelations. Tony had never been one to display his vulnerabilities before others. Only Lu Lin, an extraordinary being from beyond Earth, powerful and his savior, could elicit such confessions from him. Do you know? I've only just realized how much of a scoundrel I was in the past, Tony confessed, drinking deeply, his gaze clouded with confusion. You were right that day. I am indeed a complete failure. Regrettably, it has taken me this long to recognize it. Without your assistance, I truly would not have known how to proceed. You underestimate yourself, Lu Lin reassured him. There is no need for such despondency. What was in the past is behind us, and the present is what matters now. No. Without your aid, Ethan would have perished in that cave, and I, too, might not have escaped that desert. Tony lamented, his spirit diminished. What if I hadn't made it out? What if Ethan had died? He let out a bitter laugh. Do you know, I still cannot bear to face Ethan. Am I a coward? Sometimes I wonder if this is divine retribution, forcing me to atone for my past misdeeds, and those weapons, all sold by Stark Industries to those wretches. Observing Tony's despondence, Lu Lin furrowed his brow. It appeared he had shifted from one extreme to another. How many lives have been lost because of me? You place too much importance on yourself. The world does not cease to turn in your absence. Stark's absence will not halt the world as momentum, Lu Lin scoffed. What Tony required now is not comfort, but rather a wake-up call. What do you mean? Although Tony indulged in copious amounts of drink, his awareness remained relatively intact. Did you truly believe that without Stark Industries, there would be no one else supplying arms to those terrorists? You must understand that these events transpired merely because it was you, not because of you. Do you comprehend? Merely because it is I? Tony took another hearty swig of alcohol. Such a reckless manner of drinking would have rendered anyone else inebriated long ago. Even Tony's gaze now exhibited a hint of haziness. Yes, it is merely because it is you. Merely. Me, he murmured, before collapsing and succumbing to slumber. Lu Lin sighed and rose to leave. Since that day of heartfelt conversation, Tony's demeanor towards sparring with Lu Lin had markedly transformed. He even took the initiative to request Lu Lin's assistance in developing the Mark armor. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Lu Lin naturally acquiesced. Especially in the realm of magical research, Tony exhibited remarkable progress. Although he still could not wield magic, the enhancements made to his armor allowed it to withstand magical attacks to a certain extent. Simultaneously, the rate of updates to Tony's armor was astonishingly rapid. Within a mere week, Tony's Mark armor had advanced to its 5th generation. In stark contrast, in the original narrative, it took 8 years for Tony's armor to reach merely the 50th generation when Thanos arrived on Earth. Presently, Tony's prowess had surpassed that of the original tale by a considerable margin. Finally, the enhancements to the Mark armor came to a halt as Lu Lin declined further modifications. It's sufficient now. No more improvements are necessary, Lu Lin stated with resignation. Initially, the process of enhancing the armor was quite engaging, but soon Lu Lin found it tedious. He engaged in repetitive tests daily, losing patience with the countless iterations. Very well, Tony mused, smacking his lips together. Since that is the case, let us conclude with a test of strength. Excellent. Lu Lin nodded eagerly in agreement. After so many days of testing, he finally had an opportunity to vent his pent-up frustration and resentment. I shall exert half of my strength in earnest. Lu Lin smiled slightly. In the expansive testing ground, the two stood opposite each other. Donning the nearby Mark suit, Tony transformed, and with a symphony of mechanical whirs, a red and gold Iron Man materialized before Lu Lin. A flicker of magical brilliance seemed to dance across Tony's armor. In the next moment, energy blasts erupted from the palms of his hands, Iron Man's signature move, the repulsor blast. However, these attacks were inconsequential to Lu Lin. With a casual flick, he deflected the repulsor blasts effortlessly. In an instant, the two collided with force, the gust of wind dispersing the surrounding haze. They exchanged blows vigorously, the sparring session brimming with excitement. Ultimately, the two concluded their practice in a stalemate. Lu Lin has not demonstrated any abilities acquired from the system. Rather, he has merely employed the strength he has cultivated over the years, and even then, he has only unleashed half of his potential. One cannot deny that Tony is indeed a prodigy. Within just a week, he has attained half of Lu Lin's level of prowess. It is worth noting that Lu Lin has been training for 8 centuries. Perhaps this exemplifies the distinction between technology and innate power. Regrettably, Tony is currently only able to fabricate a single suit of armor, and its condition is far from stable, as it is merely an experimental prototype. Furthermore, energy constraints pose a significant challenge for Tony. The reactor located in his chest is entirely insufficient to sustain such an immense energy expenditure. Chapter 45 Another Interstellar Journey? With unwavering determination, he had only half an hour of combat time remaining. After that, the energy within his reactor would be entirely depleted. Yet, this was the utmost limit Tony could currently achieve. Material constraints were shackling his future. Unless he were to receive an abundance of vibranium at this very moment, he might ascend to greater heights. However, vibranium and Tony's armor were not entirely compatible. Perhaps some melee weapons could be forged from vibranium, but in other respects, the opportunities for utilizing vibranium within his armor were rather scant. Tony sat in the pitted testing ground, his helmet wide open, devoid of any semblance of dignity. This is my limit. I truly do not know how to surpass you. He felt somewhat disheartened. What dampened his spirits was not merely the fact that he had not yet surpassed Lu Lin after such prolonged effort. He also did not believe that he could surpass Lu Lin's 8 centuries of cultivation in merely a week. However, despite all his efforts and numerous upgrades, the absence of any visible hope was the real source of his discouragement. Why not venture into the cosmos in search of breakthroughs? Lu Lin suddenly suggested. The cosmos? Tony echoed, intrigued. Indeed, Lu Lin affirmed with a nod. You've accompanied me to the cosmos before. The alien races within the universe are countless, and many civilizations possess technologies that surpass humanity by millennia. Exploring the cosmos may unveil a plethora of new materials. The resources on Earth are, in fact, rather scarce. Many materials that are exceedingly rare on Earth are abundant throughout the universe. For instance, vibranium, which originates from the cosmos, does not exist on Earth. Moreover, the properties of the same material can differ vastly under varying environmental conditions. Without first-hand observation, one can only rely on imagination and speculation. Sometimes, a mere difference in temperature or some other factor can lead to dramatically different properties in the resulting material. Therefore, it is essential to venture out and broaden one's horizons to encounter things previously unseen. Lu Lin was well aware that the marvel of URU metal was indeed comparable to vibranium, and in certain aspects, it even surpassed it. Many may be unfamiliar with URU metal, but it was the material from which Thor's later Stormbreaker axe was forged. The most remarkable aspect of URU metal is its ability to perfectly enchant any form of magic. Indeed, that is an excellent idea. Tony nodded slightly, but soon hesitated. Yet, I cannot always rely on you for transportation, can I? Perhaps you could lend me a spacecraft? Lu Lin furrowed his brow. It is not that I am unwilling to lend you one. Rather, the number of ships I can mobilize is limited, and those suitable for your journey are even scarcer. The vessel I previously took you to the cosmos in is akin to an old-fashioned car in Asgard. The citizens of Asgard predominantly utilize vessels powered by magic. These ships are entirely unsuitable for interstellar travel. To illustrate, a ship capable of such journeys is akin to an off-road vehicle on Earth, while the Asgardians operate high-performance sports cars. These two categories are simply incompatible. As for ships designed for interstellar voyages, they are either large cargo vessels or military warships. Beyond these, no other types exist. Large cargo ships are out of the question. Even if Tony, Lu Lin, and Sif were to band together, they might struggle to operate one. As for the warships, that notion is utterly preposterous. Navigating such a craft into another's territory would be akin to driving a tank on a leisurely trip. Would anyone consent to that? Even Lu Lin's ship, which he had painstakingly retrieved from storage, is a small vessel suitable for a handful of passengers. On their last outing, they failed to consider this matter, and Lu Lin did not offer any additional ships for sale. After all, to the Asgardians, it is merely an old vehicle, yet in the vastness of space, that small ship still boasts commendable performance. Never mind, let me think. I should be able to acquire a ship without cost. Lu Lin's eyes glimmered. My good brother. Say no more, Tony exclaimed, patting Lu Lin on the shoulder. I will surely repay you in the future. Lu Lin rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond. Tony himself is not particularly enthusiastic about the cosmos. With so many matters awaiting his attention on Earth, venturing into space is simply not his character. However, if interstellar travel could enhance his armor, Tony's interest would be piqued significantly. He longs to upgrade his Mark armor to the 800th generation in one fell swoop. This has almost become an obsession for him. Setting aside other concerns, at the very least, he ought to be able to withstand a few exchanges under Lu Lin's guidance, right? To this, Lu Lin could only respond that Tony is overthinking it. Yet this does not deter Tony from his desire to refine his armor. Although he regards those extraterrestrials with disdain, he is still eager to glean insights from their experiences to improve his own suit. Lu Lin also finds staying on Earth rather monotonous. Venturing out is certainly splendid. If he could seize the opportunity to locate Thanos and eliminate him in the process, that would be no misfortune, better to prevent him from causing further trouble in the future. However, the greatest challenge facing Lu Lin remains finding Thanos. After all, this individual is exceptionally skilled at hiding, always lurking in the shadows and never showing himself. Moreover, at this juncture, he likely still possesses the Infinity Stones. Despite his confidence in his abilities, Lu Lin feels a twinge of apprehension when confronting Thanos, who wields the Infinity Stones. After all, they serve as a cheat code within this universe. How could a normal player hope to triumph over someone manipulating the system? But if I have a system of my own and am thus augmented, then perhaps it is of little concern. It is said that unless it is confirmed that Thanos does not possess the Infinity Stones, Lu Lin would not foolishly seek his own demise. As for the so-called free-of-charge spaceships, Lu Lin naturally thought of the all-powerful supreme sorcerer, Dormammu. As a sorcerer who frequently confronts invasions from other dimensions, it is likely that Dormammu possesses several vessels suitable for interstellar travel. Thus, Lu Lin resolved to seek out Dormammu for inquiries. If all else fails, surely a sorcerer of your caliber could procure a few advanced spaceships for me. Meanwhile, within the Stark Tower, Obadiah gazed intently at the computer screen, finally resolved in his decision. I shall reclaim what has been lost. Chapter 46. You are a non-existent being. I never imagined that the Prince of Asgard would seek my assistance. I looked at Lu Lin with a deliberately peculiar expression. You're telling me that all you desire is a modest spacecraft capable of interstellar travel? Master Gu leaned back slightly, her demeanor suggesting disbelief. Surely you jest? Lu Lin offered an awkward smile. Generally speaking, in theory, I wouldn't need to ask for your help. However, I happen to have a friend. Which is why do you realize that you have severely disrupted the timeline? Gu-Yi regarded Lu Lin with a grave expression. The current history has altered far too much. If this continues, I shall be compelled to intervene personally to rectify it. Is that so? Lu Lin raised an eyebrow. Then pray tell, esteemed Sorcerer Supreme. What should the original history look like? He understood that, regardless of the nature of history, there should be no place for someone like him within it. His presence rendered any notion of an original history utterly null. This Master Gu-Yi's expression faltered slightly. Possessing the Time Stone, she had glimpsed countless potential futures, which were, in essence, events occurring in other parallel universes. Yet, no matter how she scrutinized the future, she could not discern even the faintest trace of Lu Lin. Even within this universe, whenever Lu Lin was involved, a dense fog enveloped her vision, obscuring all clarity. His existence continually altered the future of this universe, leaving Gu-Yi in a state of profound confusion. In numerous other parallel universes, the character of Lu Lin had never manifested, which was highly irregular. Logically speaking, if an individual were of significant importance to a universe, their influence would surely leave a vivid mark across the histories of other parallel realms. Akin to figures such as Thor, Iron Man, or Doctor Strange. Even if they met untimely ends, traces of their existence would remain woven into the fabric of history. Yet, Lu Lin was entirely different. He had never appeared in any universe, as if he were a singular anomaly amidst the infinite multiverse. Had it been merely this peculiarity, Gu-Yi might not have found herself so perturbed. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that whenever she attempted to utilize the Time Stone or any other means to observe Lu Lin's future, a veil of mist would cloud her vision. Yet, when it concerned futures unrelated to Lu Lin, everything appeared perfectly normal. Initially, Gu-Yi paid little heed to these occurrences, but as Lu Lin spent more time on Earth, his influence on events grew increasingly pronounced. Many individuals' futures began to blur into obscurity. Had it not been for the unchanging future of Strange that she had witnessed, Gu-Yi would have long since expelled Lu Lin from Earth. She could not fathom why such phenomena were unfolding. However, she quickly gathered her thoughts, sensing from Lu Lin's tone that he seemed to possess some knowledge. Do you comprehend the implications of my words? Gu-Yi's gaze was peculiar, marked by a hint of skepticism intertwined with disbelief. Her delicate lips pressed together lightly. Tell me. What do you know? What do I know? Lu Lin replied nonchalantly. It appears I know everything, and yet nothing at all. What is it that you wish to uncover? You truly are aware. Gu-Yi momentarily lost her composure. The conversation between the two felt akin to a clever game of wits, shrouded in ambiguity, leaving one bewildered. Thanos. Gu-Yi softly uttered, as if the name alone held weight. If circumstances permitted, perhaps I would eliminate him with ease. It is indeed you, Gu-Yi exclaimed, rising with fervor. She was certain that the very man before her was the architect of their universe's impending darkness. Do you genuinely intend to strike against me? Lu Lin spoke with an air of indifference. Should I perish here, you might find the stability of Earth rendered moot. Asgard would swiftly lay waste to this realm. Odin would understand. Gu-Yi fixed her gaze intently upon Lu Lin. No, he would only perceive that you have slain me, his favorite son. Lu Lin replied calmly. What if my sister Hela were to escape? He would still seek vengeance. Or do you believe Odin cares for some trivial predetermined future? This. Gu-Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. She recognized that Lu Lin was not merely posturing. For if he were to die here, on Earth, at her hands, Odin would undoubtedly retaliate without hesitation. With a son lost, would he still concern himself with some fanciful future? Those were circumstances beyond control. 3 children, one not of his blood. Another a deranged madman can find a way. The only one left to rely upon is a dim-witted fool. Now, when hope appears to glimmer, you, Gu-Yi, would extinguish it. Could Odin possibly endure such a slight? Let us not speak of futures when the present offers no hope. First, we must address the debts of vengeance. Have you considered that perhaps I am also a figure who should rightfully exist? Lu Lin remarked with a hint of detachment. Having traversed so many parallel universes, you must have encountered numerous individuals who do not exist in this realm. Gu-Yi fell silent. She sensed a modicum of truth in Lu Lin's words, albeit only slightly. A realization dawned upon her that something was amiss, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her unease. I must admit, it seems I have been somewhat swayed by your arguments, Gu-Yi said with a wry smile, taking a seat once more. Perhaps you are indeed a being meant to exist within our universe. Gu-Yi sipped her tea delicately. So, you genuinely wish to embark on a simple journey? Travel? No. Have you not noticed that I brought Stark along? Lu Lin replied dismissively. From one perspective, this promotes the advancement of Earth's technology, contributing to its development. Very well. Do not look at me with such a gaze. Lu Lin shrugged helplessly. I admit, I am merely idle and bored. I can assist you. Gu-Yi lifted her head and spoke calmly. However, you must assure me that you will not interfere with the timeline. I must insist, especially concerning Thanos. You are not yet in a position to confront him. Are you aware of the catastrophic repercussions that would ensue if you were to eliminate Thanos at this moment? Observing Lu Lin's nonchalant demeanor, Gu-Yi sighed. Have you ever contemplated that perhaps in our universe, Thanos is destined to perish at my hands? Chapter 47, The Butterfly Effect. You cannot fathom the implications that Thanos holds for our universe. Ancient One exhaled softly. In the cosmos, calamity is inevitable. Much like the twilight of the gods that will surely descend upon Asgard. Upon hearing Ancient One's words, Lu Lin's expression grew somber. Thus, if Thanos were to perish, a successor would undoubtedly emerge in his stead. Ancient One gazed earnestly at Lu Lin. Now, we both comprehend Thanos' intentions. You could even brace yourself in advance, allowing events to unfold as they must. Ancient One looked at Lu Lin with a calm demeanor. However, if Thanos were to die, do you possess the knowledge of who would rise to take his place? Who? Lu Lin felt a surge of tension at Ancient One's gravity. I do not know. Ancient One admitted candidly. I can only envision the figure or disaster that might succeed Thanos. What I do know is that this entity or calamity will inflict far greater harm upon the universe than Thanos ever could. Surely, you are aware of the butterfly effect? If Lu Lin were to intervene recklessly, there would only be one outcome. The butterfly effect would continue to accumulate. The more crises Lu Lin resolves, the more ferocious the future that awaits him will become. The tide receding momentarily does not signify surrender. Rather, it signifies the gathering of strength for the next surge against the shore. Ultimately, the crisis may become insurmountable, leading to Lu Lin's own demise within it. Such occurrences are not entirely implausible. Upon hearing the weight of such consequences, Lu Lin hesitated. Ancient One was indeed correct. He had not previously considered this perspective, as it had never crossed his mind. With Ancient One's insight, Lu Lin finally grasped this crucial point. I understand I cannot stop you. Ancient One regarded Lu Lin with steady eyes. As long as you are willing, you could entirely alter the future, obliterating all possibilities. However, can you ensure that you can manage the future you create? Ancient One's expression remained tranquil as she observed Lu Lin. Lu Lin felt a pang of insecurity. To speak truthfully, although his powers had grown rapidly, perhaps soon surpassing Thanos, even transcending this universe to become a master of dimensions, he was uncertain of the crises that might await him beyond. What if the ultimate being governing the multiverse decided to intervene personally? Lu Lin harbored no confidence in his ability to evolve into a force capable of contending with the multiverse within 8 years, or even sooner. The moment Thanos meets his end, the time variance authority would act. The thought of such troublesome entities sent a shiver down Lu Lin's spine. While he bore no fear of them, he was reluctant to invite undue complications into his life. Promise me, do not take action against Thanos. At least until he has fulfilled his mission, he must remain alive. Simply, agreeing to that is sufficient? Lu Lin glanced at Ancient One. Are you not concerned that I might reconsider? I believe in your character. Gui remarked with a gentle smile. Lu Lin pondered briefly and swiftly comprehended the implications. Gui had laid all the stakes before her, as she had articulated. Should Lu Lin resolutely choose not to trust him, there would be no recourse available to her. Merely by virtue of Lu Lin's status as a prince of Asgard, Gui would be compelled to exercise caution. Thus, the decision of whether to proceed rested entirely upon Lu Lin's disposition. The so-called verbal commitment was merely a means for Gui to soothe her own conscience. Moreover, Gui had long contemplated relinquishing her duties. The emergence of Doctor Strange was merely a few years away. Once Strange appeared, Gui would be free to retire without pretense. In order to ensure that Strange willingly embraced the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme and the responsibilities that accompanied it, she must make him aware of his significance to the future. However, should Lu Lin eliminate Thanos, how would he justify the subsequent events to Strange? How could he persuade Strange to willingly accept his destined obligations? The threat posed by Dormammu alone would not suffice. Strange could endure for perhaps a decade or two at most, given that he was merely a mortal man. When Strange began to tire of the burdens of the Sorcerer Supreme, another adversary would need to arise to compel him to persist. This antagonist would be none other than Thanos. In essence, it could be succinctly summarized as a seasoned Sorcerer Supreme devising intricate plans for the future of her apprentice in anticipation of retirement. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Lu Lin replied nonchalantly. He wished to avoid inviting unnecessary complications upon himself. It was preferable for those villains and narratives to remain within a realm he could manage. With his familiarity with the plot, Lu Lin found himself at an advantage. If he were to lose even that last vestige of narrative familiarity, he believed that despite possessing extraordinary abilities, his future days would not be particularly pleasant. Yet, one aspect eludes my understanding. Why do you so fervently seek death? Lu Lin shook his head in exasperation. As a being of longevity, he found it increasingly difficult to grasp the mindset of those with fleeting lives. Human thought evolves with the passage of time. Even if the same soul resides in different bodies, the manifestations of that soul will invariably differ. The most significant distinction between those who are ageless and those who are not lies in their perception of the passage of time. Even though both experience the passage of days and years, their lived experiences are vastly disparate. Lu Lin, having lived for 8 centuries, perceived time as a fleeting moment. whereas Gui, with her 7 centuries, had already begun to grow weary of existence. Countless souls strive for longevity, yet you seem to yearn for an end, he remarked. My burdens weigh heavily upon me, Gui replied with a faint smile. So heavy that I nearly forget the very concept of time. Every individual's pursuit is unique. Lu Lin, death bestows meaning upon life, do you understand? Lu Lin shook his head. I do not comprehend. Yet I am aware of an Eastern proverb, do not impose upon others what you yourself do not desire. Lu Lin rolled his eyes disdainfully. If you yourself are reluctant to assume the mantle of the supreme sorcerer, how do you expect others to take your place? Ancient One's expression stiffened. That is entirely different. It is fundamentally dissimilar. Moreover, the realm beyond death is shrouded in uncertainty, and none can truly articulate what it entails. The Ancient One continued. Perhaps, even in death, I may continue to safeguard our universe. Furthermore, Strange is destined to be the next supreme sorcerer. As the Ancient One spoke, her words became increasingly hesitant, her confidence wavering. The matters concerning sorcery cannot be generalized. Surely, you cannot comprehend this? Chapter 48. Tony's Crisis. How can the affairs of a sorcerer be reduced to the adage of do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself? Lu Lin chuckled, realizing that profound thoughts indeed transcend the barriers of time. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the era of Kong Iji. I promise you that. He declared. The Ancient One had always upheld the pride of being the supreme sorceress, and witnessing her moment of vulnerability brought a wave of satisfaction to Lu Lin. Despite their lengthy discourse, Lu Lin had no intention of troubling Thanos. After all, with several infinity stones in his possession, Thanos' strength was uncertain. If fate allowed their paths to cross, so be it. If not, it was equally inconsequential. Perhaps it would be Lu Lin who would find himself fleeing in haste. Wait a moment, I shall procure a spaceship for you, Lu Lin said. Upon hearing his agreement, the Ancient One's mood visibly brightened. Approximately an hour later, she strolled leisurely through the portal. I have prepared everything you need. Spaceship, supplies, star maps, all at your disposal. She gestured towards the vessel behind her. Remember your promise. Do not waver. Lu Lin glanced at the spaceship and replied with a grin. Fear not. I shall not interfere with your schemes against your own apprentice. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One's expression darkened once more. Yet, as she observed the scratches on the spaceship, Lu Lin regarded her with suspicion. These scratches and supplies you didn't just acquire them through dubious means, did you? Examining the scratches more closely, Lu Lin sensed distinct traces of magic. Such trivial details are hardly worth mentioning, the Ancient One retorted, her demeanor shifting as a faint green light flickered from her right hand. In an instant, the scratches vanished from sight. It is merely an illusion, absolutely your misperception. She insisted. Lu Lin rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his urge to jest. Is this truly how you wield time magic? Had the Ancient One not made that subtle gesture, Lu Lin might have remained oblivious, as the magical traces had already faded significantly. However, once she acted, the unmistakable signs of magic were evident to Lu Lin, who was far from the oblivious fool his elder brother was. Isn't it a rule that the supreme sorceress should refrain from haphazardly employing time magic? He questioned. Ahem. Let us not dwell on such minutiae, the Ancient One replied, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. This is Earth. How do you expect me to borrow a spaceship without venturing out? Lu Lin shook his head in resignation. Had I known this would be the case, I would have simply secured a spaceship myself. If all else failed, purchasing one would not have cost a fortune. With a stiff smile, the Ancient One thought to herself how ironic it was that Lu Lin, the one who insisted on acquiring a spaceship, was now reproaching her for the means. Let this be a debt I owe you. Feel free to seek me out whenever you require assistance in the future. Upon hearing those words, Ancient One's expression softened somewhat. Yet she inwardly criticized Lu Lin. Seeking your assistance? I would be eternally grateful if you merely refrained from causing me further trouble. Upon returning to the bar, Lu Lin contemplated and decided to reach out to Octavius and Connors from the laboratory. Upon learning of the opportunity to venture into space and witness alien technology, both were immensely excited. However, when they discovered that such opportunities would arise again, they weighed their options and ultimately chose to forego this one. Their current research was at a pivotal stage, and to ensure its smooth progression, they resolved to wait for the next occasion. After all, opportunities are ever present. Yet the flashes of inspiration during critical research phases are not easily come by. As for Sif, she remained on Earth to help Lu Lin manage the bar. Yet, her melancholic gaze constantly made Lu Lin feel as if she had uncovered something. In recent days, Lu Lin had indeed been returning to Asgard from time to time to date Aisha. Sif seemed to have known this all along, but had never spoken of it. Lu Lin felt a pang of guilt and avoided Sif's gaze, allowing this matter to linger unresolved. Just as Lu Lin pondered how to confront Sif, elsewhere in Stark Tower, Tony found himself incapacitated by Obadiah's ultrasonic trap. Tony's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Obadiah. Quite a handy little gadget, I assent it. Obadiah remarked with a smile. It merely incapacitates, it does not kill. Thus, I can safely extract the reactor from your chest. As he spoke, Obadiah slowly bent down, gently removing Tony's latest modified miniature reactor from his chest. Look at it. How exquisite, how magnificent. Obadiah exclaimed with unrestrained admiration. Such a beautiful object. Why are you doing this? Tony asked, his eyes reflecting a hint of desperation. He found it hard to believe that his mentor, who was like an uncle to him, would resort to such treachery. Why am I doing this? Obadiah's smile faltered. Tony. Do you know? From the very beginning, I have always been a mere backdrop to you two. Howard was the same. You are as well. People have always focused on you, on your father. Indeed, you are both extraordinary geniuses, a rarity in this world. But what about me? I have toiled for Stark Industries. Has anyone ever acknowledged my contributions? I always regarded you as my dear uncle. Obadiah. Tony lamented. Dear uncle? Ah, what a ludicrous jest. Obadiah sneered. When you left me standing awkwardly on the podium, when you cast all the troublesome matters upon my shoulders, why did you not proclaim that I was your dear uncle? Now, as you approach your demise, and I stand on the brink of accomplishing great success, fully poised to seize control of Stark Industries, only then do you declare that you regard me as your beloved uncle. Oh, Tony, you surpass your father in many respects. Obadiah coldly remarked. At least you know how to play the emotional card. But let me assure you, it is futile, utterly futile. Obadiah cradled the reactor close to him. Rest assured, in light of your emotional appeal, I shall not take your life. He gazed down at Tony with a chilling demeanor. Chapter 49. Gains and losses in light of our long-standing friendship and considering the interests of the Investigation Bureau. Tony, you might as well resign yourself to your fate. Obadiah turned to leave. Rest assured, I shall ensure that your reactor thrives. Stark Industries will be rebranded as Stain Industries, and it will become the largest arms dealer in the world. Without you, Tony, I will still achieve success. Just wait and see. As he watched Obadiah depart, Tony painfully closed his eyes. Perhaps this was destiny's retribution against him. Perhaps the penance he was meant to endure. Time and again, in this moment, Tony harbored an intense loathing for his former self, questioning why he had been such a scoundrel. Yet, he did not relinquish the hope of survival. That reactor, which he had intended to discard, had been transformed into a gift for him by Pepper. As long as he could return to the laboratory and install that reactor, he still had hope to thwart Obadiah. After much inner turmoil, Lu Lin ultimately decided to confront Sif directly. After all, whether one extends their neck or retracts it, the result remains the same. It is better to be forthright. I thought you would wait another decade or two before revealing this to me, Sif remarked. Her gaze tinged with melancholy. You already know? Lu Lin stared at Sif, bewildered. Of course, I know, she replied glumly. The entire realm of Asgard is aware. How could I possibly remain oblivious? Lu Lin awkwardly scratched his head. So, what you mean is, what do you think I mean? Sif cast a glance at Lu Lin. What thoughts could I possibly entertain? After all, you are the prince of Asgard, while I am merely an ordinary woman. I dare not harbor any aspirations or desires. Lu Lin pondered for a moment and then decisively leaned in to kiss her. At that moment, there was no need for words. A kiss would suffice. Sif was evidently taken by surprise, momentarily stunned by Lu Lin's boldness. However, after a brief pause, she passionately reciprocated. In that instant, she cast aside all else. Just then, Lu Lin heard a commotion outside. Yet, at such a critical juncture, how could he allow external distractions to sway him? With a grand gesture, he cast a soundproofing spell, blocking all auditory exchanges between the room and the outside world, to ensure they were not disturbed. Lu Lin meticulously wove dozens of spells, determined to safeguard their evening from any interruptions. Lu Lin could only marvel at the Valkyrie's extraordinary combat prowess, were this not Earth. A mere room would hardly suffice for their endeavors. Is this truly all you are capable of? Sif glanced at Lu Lin, a teasing smile breaking forth. Initially, he had perceived Sif to be quite fatigued and intended to let her rest, yet he found that Sif was far from willing to relent. Oh, it seems you don't comprehend my prowess until now. Lu Lin sneered coldly before lunging forward once more. If he did not exhibit the vigor of a true man at this moment, could he still be deemed as such? He decisively pressed his lips against hers. Shifu's body momentarily stiffened. This was an experience unlike any she had encountered before. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and responded fervently. Overcome with emotion, her reactions grew bolder. Lu Lin felt a surge of gratitude for the soundproofing magic he had cast. Otherwise, the noises they made might have caused quite a stir. At that moment, he finally understood why some likened passion to fire. The flame of Shifu's desire blazed ever brighter, ultimately engulfing him entirely. When reason returned to his mind, Lu Lin had lost track of time. In that instant, he felt as though time had flown by, due to his unrestrained abandon that day. Shifu had even closed her eyes. Lu Lin could not discern whether she had fainted or merely succumbed to exhaustion. Moments later, Shifu awoke, still in a daze. It took her some time to fully grasp the events that had just transpired. Reflecting on what had occurred, Shifu wished nothing more than to vanish into the ground. What had she been doing? Was that truly her? She was entirely bewildered by the transformations within herself. Attempting to escape, she found herself thwarted by Lu Lin, who would not allow her to leave so easily. Now feeling shy, Lu Lin teased, "You weren't acting like this just a moment ago. I distinctly recall you saying, 'Don't stop.'" "Stop it, Lu Lin," she exclaimed. Lu Lin tightened his embrace around Shifu, gently stroking her hair. "Shall we go for another round?" At this, Shifu was immediately filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Do you wish for my demise?" she retorted, and in a fit of frustration. She turned and bit down on Lu Lin's chest. He gasped sharply. The pain was akin to being kicked in a more sensitive area. Humph. After a brief hesitation, Shifu extended her tongue to lick her bite. Did I apply too much pressure? Lu Lin felt a tingling sensation radiating from his chest, igniting a rush of heat within him. Sensing the change beneath her, Shifu began to tease. "Why are you so insufferable? Are you up for more?" She then turned away from him, determined to ignore him. Little did Shifu realize that her movements only fueled Lu Lin's desire further. "No way, are you serious?" she began to plead. "Perhaps we should change our approach?" Observing Shifu's alluring lips, Lu Lin nodded slightly, as Lu Lin became aware of the unfolding events outside. It was already the latter part of the night. He paused, glancing at the bright lights of Stark Industries nearby. Could it be? What happened? Has the fighting ceased? Do you wish to go out? With sleepy eyes, Sif murmured, "Will you not accompany me for a little longer?" She added, "It seems something is happening outside. I shall go take a look." Lu Lin gently kissed her forehead. "Very well, I shall await your return. I shall rest now. I am utterly exhausted," Sif declared before once again drifting into a deep slumber. Lu Lin removed the surrounding soundproofing spell, and the cacophony from outside immediately flooded his ears. He promptly cast a soundproofing charm beside Sif, ensuring her rest remained undisturbed. What a commotion outside. Lu Lin furrowed his brow. Is this perhaps the price for gain? He chuckled wryly. Having gained Sif, did he forfeit the opportunity to witness the epic clash with Iron Man? Lu Lin mused that this exchange was not a loss after all. It was time to check on Tony. Chapter 50. What happened? Arriving at the site of the explosion, Tony lay on the ground, breathless. "What on earth have you been doing?" Upon seeing Lu Lin, Tony could not help but exclaim, "I called you over a dozen times, and you were out of service." He added, "Do you have any idea? I thought I was about to die." Lu Lin glanced at the wreckage of the Iron Tyrant nearby and retorted, "Is that really necessary? You're struggling against such a massive opponent? After all this time improving your armor, has it all gone to waste?" With a wry smile, Tony recounted the events. His armor had indeed undergone significant enhancements, yet correspondingly, its energy consumption had escalated substantially. Immersed in the upgrades, Tony had neglected to refine the reactor. Consequently, the reactor embedded in his chest bore only a slight difference from the one he had initially created. If he donned the latest Mark armor, its operational duration in combat would barely extend beyond 40 minutes. As Tony prepared to address the reactor's output power and endurance, Obadiah launched a sudden assault on him. Resolving a single Iron Tyrant should have taken no more than 10 minutes. However, the predicament arose when Obadiah managed to seize the reactor from Tony's chest. Left with no other choice, he resorted to using the original version of the reactor. In a desperate attempt to prevent Obadiah from acquiring the research data on the Mark armor, Tony even had the time to replace the palladium core within the reactor. This resulted in the Mark armor being powered at less than 50% as he took flight. Contrary to the original narrative, the enhanced Mark armor found itself in a more arduous battle. Moreover, the latest iteration of the Mark armor consumed energy at an alarming rate. Even maintaining its operational status proved to be quite taxing, let alone engaging in combat. Most of the offensive weapons installed on Tony's armor were rendered inoperable. Despite having narrowly escaped peril, the recollection of those moments still haunted Tony. 3 hours earlier, with the timely assistance of Pepper, Tony successfully installed the outdated reactor. "I saw Obadiah heading to your underground lab," Pepper said, still shaken from her recent escape from danger. "It's all right, don't panic." "Not at all," Tony urged, striving to steady his voice in an effort to comfort her. "You just need to find a place to hide. I'll handle the rest. Trust me, everything will be all right, okay?" Okay. Pepper took a few deep breaths. "I'll be fine. You don't need to worry about me. Stay here and don't go anywhere until I return." With that, Tony soared out through the nearby window. On the other side, Obadiah leisurely strolled from the elevator to the basement, preparing to copy Tony's experimental data. However, at that moment, he glanced at his phone and erupted in a fit of curses. "Damn it, I should have killed him on the spot," Obadiah spat out, already having installed surveillance in Tony's room to monitor his every move. His instinctive glance at his phone had revealed the moment Pepper saved Tony. Faced with this scene, Obadiah abandoned any thought of copying data and turned on his heel, exiting the building and driving back to his research base. Meanwhile, Tony was desperately attempting to trace Obadiah's whereabouts. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?" he muttered incessantly. Although unaware of Obadiah's intentions for his reactor, Tony knew instinctively that it could not bode well. Just then, an enormous robot unexpectedly emerged from the rear of Stark Industries. Ha ha ha, Tony, take a look at my mech. The Iron Giant stood a towering 4 meters tall, dwarfing Tony's Mark suit to the stature of a mere child. Its massive size was not indicative of greater power. Rather, it signified a lack of technological refinement, rendering crucial components incapable of miniaturization, thus resulting in the cumbersome nature of the Iron Giant. Furthermore, for the sake of secrecy, the Iron Giant had not undergone any practical combat testing nor any enhancements post-manufacture, leaving its stability and performance in question. However, its vast frame allowed Obadiah to cram a variety of heavy weaponry within. Although he could not develop armaments that rivaled the balance of agility and power found in the Mark suit, sheer size and sufficient firepower were adequate for his purposes. While both were humanoid mechs, Tony's Mark suit was less than a third the size of the Iron Giant, yet their energy consumption was nearly equivalent, highlighting the Mark suit's potency. Ironically, Tony's most pressing dilemma at that moment was a deficiency in energy. Come and test my Iron Giant, Tony. Obadiah laughed heartily as he began to unleash weaponry. However, the performance of the Mark suit far surpassed his expectations, rendering the Iron Giant's weapon systems incapable of locking onto Tony. With a mere sidestep, Iron Man effortlessly evaded all of the Iron Giant's attacks. Sir, I must remind you, if this combat rhythm persists, in 10 minutes, your energy will dwindle to less than 1%. Once depleted, shrapnel will begin to flow into your heart with your blood. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony's ear. Upon donning the armor, Tony discovered that his energy reserves had plummeted to a mere 47%. In just a fleeting span of a few seconds, that brief action had already depleted 1% of energy. This was merely a simple maneuver, without activating the weapon systems for an assault. Once the weapon systems were engaged, it was feared that sustaining operations for even 3 minutes would be an impossibility. JARVIS. Prepare to charge the repulsor. Sir, a fully powered repulsor blast will consume 12% of your energy. Then reduce the power to half, to 30%. A repulsor blast was unleashed, striking the Ironmonger's chest directly. The Ironmonger staggered backward, but before Tony could revel in his triumph, Obadiah's voice emerged from the smoke. Chapter 51. Fierce Battle. Tony, your weapon indeed remains as formidable as ever. As the smoke dissipated, several scratches appeared on Ironmonger's chest. Remarkably, there was not a single dent beyond that. My decision to reinforce Ironmonger's armor proved to be a wise one. To breach my defenses, your attacks would need to be at least double in strength. Obadiah's triumphant voice filled Tony with an unbearable irritation. Tony had resolved to abandon the use of his repulsor rays. Who could tell whether Obadiah spoke any truth? Though Tony was confident that a single shot could penetrate Ironmonger's defenses, what would follow? The resilience of Ironmonger remained an enigma, even if he breached that defense. How much harm could he inflict thereafter? These were all uncertainties. Presently, his energy reserves dwindled to a mere 40%. Firing a single shot would consume 12% of that. If he fired twice and Ironmonger remained unscathed, Tony would be left with nothing to do but await his demise. Turn back now, Obadiah, and I shall forgive you. Tony attempted to play the emotional card. It is not too late. If you turn back now, I assure you, there will be no repercussions. No repercussions? Obadiah laughed heartily. Tony, what audacity you have. Do you truly believe I still require your forgiveness? With just 30 Ironmongers, I can sweep across the globe. Who could possibly stand in my way? I shall do as I please. Tony, you must die. Only in your death can I find peace. Suddenly, Obadiah activated the weapon systems, and a multitude of guns and cannons locked onto Tony, unleashing a torrent of firepower. He had no interest in further parleying with Tony. His previous dialogue was merely a ruse to buy time for his weapon systems to target Tony. As he realized he was locked on, Tony's pupils dilated sharply, and instinctively, he activated his energy shield. This shield had been developed specifically to counter Lu Lin's magic. While its efficacy against magic was somewhat lacking, it provided decent protection against ballistic weaponry. However, this shield was also a considerable energy drain. Once activated, Tony's energy began depleting at a rate of 1% per second. Tony, of course, could not foolishly remain stationary to confront Obadiah head-on. After enduring the initial barrage, he immediately engaged his armor and took to the skies. What followed? Lu Lin swiftly hoisted Tony from the ground. Please assist me in replacing the reactor. If memory serves, the last reactor should be located in the basement. Kindly retrieve it for me. Tony managed a bitter smile. I have no strength left. Lu Lin nodded and descended to the basement, where the remains of Ironmonger lay quietly. As he approached, he inadvertently triggered the system's reward mechanism. Gazing at the system's reward interface, Lu Lin wore a peculiar expression. To his astonishment, it seemed that this could also trigger a sign in reward. The prize this time was entirely unexpected. With a mere thought, a ring materialized in his hand. Mark 783, the magical version. Lu Lin found it strange. Which parallel universe had developed this armor, and how had it reached its 783rd iteration? Soon, he grasped the functionalities of this generation of Mark armor. Undoubtedly, it was the ultimate evolutionary version crafted by Tony. Its capabilities were astonishingly advanced. The magical Iron Man armor's most crucial aspect lay in its energy source. In addition to its built-in magical reactor core, this version could absorb magical elements from the surrounding air, storing them as a source of energy. Furthermore, the magical Mark armor could also harness external energy for its propulsion. This meant that in the event of an energy deficiency, Lu Lin could effortlessly utilize his own divine power to operate the magical Mark armor. As for the weapon system, the magical Mark armor did not feature any remarkable weaponry that would catch Lu Lin's eye. Its only notable asset was the palm cannon. Yet, to Lu Lin's surprise, the magical Mark armor demonstrated an extraordinary adaptability to his magic and various abilities, even amplifying all his attack methods by 30%. It was as if this armor had been tailor-made for him, with Tony awaiting him. Lu Lin refrained from delving deeper into the magical armor's mechanics and instead sought out the reactor that Tony had mentioned, promptly ascending into the air. He would examine the so-called Mark armor later, in solitude. Thank you. I feel as if I have finally come alive. Tony exhaled deeply, standing up from the ground. What transpired next, and how did you defeat that behemoth? And then? Tony sighed. Do you recall when I mentioned the freezing phenomenon that occurs in mechs at high altitudes? Lu Lin nodded slightly. Did you lure him to a high altitude, cause him to freeze, and then let him fall to his demise? Had it been that simple? Tony replied, exasperated. The iron behemoth's durability far exceeded Tony's expectations. Consequently, the freezing at high altitude had little effect on the iron behemoth. It merely plummeted a few hundred meters before swiftly recovering. Soon, Tony found himself firmly grasped by the iron behemoth, unable to move. In desperation, Tony unleashed the full power of the palm cannon. The cannon's might proved formidable, and with a single blast, it stripped the iron behemoth of its power. However, Tony's energy reserves were nearly depleted at this point. Nevertheless, the fallen iron behemoth did not perish. It valiantly stood up once more. Coincidentally, both of their landing points were situated before the large reactor at Stark Tower. With a resolute determination to face inevitable demise, Tony remotely triggered an overload of the reactor, unleashing a torrent of electromagnetic pulses. Have you lost your mind? Lu Lin exclaimed incredulously, gazing at Tony. If the reactor explodes, half of New York could be obliterated. But if I don't die, half the planet may well be lost, Tony replied with resignation. Lu Lin fell silent for a moment, then inquired. Have you ever considered that perhaps I am still here, or that there are others capable of thwarting Obadiah? Tony's expression froze instantly. He had never contemplated such a possibility. How can you even say that? Just look at how many calls I've made to you. Chapter 52. Join as Tony suddenly snapped back to reality. What on earth have you been doing? Lu Lin's gaze flitted around, evading the question. It's hard to explain. I really can't say much. Who could have anticipated that Obadiah would strike at this moment? It's simply beyond my control to be aware of the events unfolding outside. I can only say that everything seems to have coincided perfectly. However, I must emphasize that you shouldn't place too much pressure on yourself or bear an excessive burden. Lu Lin patted Tony's shoulder gently. I'm not mocking you. It's just that the earth will continue to turn in your absence, even without you. There will be others to maintain peace and ensure the stability of the world. Trust me. There are many who desire a more peaceful and stable world even more than you do. Furthermore, Lu Lin hesitated briefly before continuing. Do not worry about matters of life and death. As long as you draw breath, even if your soul has ascended to the divine, I can retrieve you. This is something you need not fret about. What? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying you can bring someone back to life? Sort of, Lu Lin responded ambiguously. The condition is that you must remain mostly intact. At least some remnants of your body must remain. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your revival. Tony's eyes were wide with astonishment. You keep telling me this. Are you serious? Resurrection? Well, I can only say it's possible. I can't make any absolute guarantees, Lu Lin replied with a hint of resignation. Currently, the probability of successfully reviving you may not be very high, but if we wait a year or two, even if you're reduced to mere ashes, I believe I could still manage to bring you back. Lu Lin's sudden declaration was not a sign of madness. Rather, he had just realized that his recent achievement had yielded not one, but two rewards. One was the magical Mark armor, and the other was an intriguing ability, great healing. This skill was said to have the power to heal all injuries and, when mastered to its fullest extent, could even restore life. However, after testing it on Tony, Lu Lin discovered that at this stage, the great healing could not even fully mend a simple abrasion. The effectiveness of this ability did not rely on Lu Lin's divine power, but rather on his proficiency. After casting the skill numerous times, he sensed a slight improvement in its effectiveness, accompanied by an increase in its energy consumption. While Lu Lin currently lacked the ability to resurrect the dead, he believed that as his proficiency grew, he might indeed achieve such a feat. Setting aside this ability, Lu Lin was confident he could save Tony before it was too late. After all, once Tony passed, his soul would either descend into hell or ascend to heaven, as long as he didn't encounter that old pervert of a deity. Lu Lin was certain he could reclaim Tony's soul. Regarding subsequent matters, Lu Lin possessed numerous spells capable of saving lives. Thus, he was not deceiving Tony. Given all this, it is difficult for me to believe you. Tony cast a suspicious glance at Lu Lin. Never mind, he thought. I should focus on tidying up Stark Tower and attend to my own affairs. He waved his hand dismissively. After the events of this evening, he appeared significantly aged. Tonight, he had personally taken the life of his beloved uncle's business partner and had destroyed half of Stark Tower. Now, both mentally and physically, he felt utterly exhausted. Lu Lin patted Tony on the shoulder and discreetly cast a spell to alleviate his fatigue. You should return home and rest well, he advised. You cast a spell on me? Tony turned back, astonished. It was merely a minor enchantment to ease mental and physical weariness. There is no need for gratitude. Tony felt a mix of amusement and despair. He had initially yearned for a peaceful slumber, yet Lu Lin's interference had entirely robbed him of any desire for sleep. You are truly a good person, Tony remarked with a roll of his eyes. Just you wait. I shall make sure to repay you in the future. No need for thanks, Lu Lin replied with a smile, waving his hand as he returned to his tender moments with Sif. Meanwhile, back on the rooftop, with the assistance of his mechanical arm, Tony struggled to remove his armor. How did it go? Pepper rushed over, her concern palpable. All resolved, Tony replied, shaking his head before suddenly enveloping Pepper in an embrace. What's going on? Pepper stiffened, bewildered by her boss's unexpected display of affection. Nothing. Tony regained his composure and smiled faintly. You can go back and rest. Leave the rest to me. I appreciate all you've done today. Observing Tony's weary form collapsing onto the sofa, Pepper opened her mouth in surprise. Her boss was utterly unreliable. He never explained himself, and now he had embraced her without warning. Feeling awkward, Pepper managed. All right, I'll take my leave then. Please rest well. With that, she awkwardly exited, unsure of where to place her arms as she stepped through the door. Tony was well aware of Pepper's thoughts. Yet he had no intention of dragging her into this tumultuous situation. Moreover, he was not yet prepared to confront the complexities of their relationship. Just as he was about to settle down for a well-deserved rest, Nick Fury appeared at his doorway. Didn't I say you could go home? Tony opened his eyes only to find not Pepper, but a man with a dark, bald head. How did you get into my room? Tony frowned. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. You may call me Nick Fury. WH what? Tony stumbled over his words. You can refer to us as S-H-I-E-L-D. Is it you? Tony exclaimed in surprise. You know about us. Now it was Fury's turn to be astonished. Tony furrowed his brow, choosing not to respond to Fury's question. Earlier, in a fit of frustration with Lu Lin, Tony had conducted some inquiries into the origins of Lu Lin's tower. After a series of investigations, I ultimately faltered at an entity known as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Subsequently, after reconciling with Lu Lin, Tony ceased to concern himself with this department. To his surprise, individuals from this very department sought him out. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us, Fury stated in a measured tone. I regret to inform you that I shall not affiliate myself with any organization. Tony promptly declined Fury's invitation without hesitation. Regardless of your department or the power you wield, I shall not align myself with any faction, nor will I relinquish the technology in my possession. Chapter 53. A stroll to clear the mind you have misunderstood. I do not intend for you to relinquish your technology. Rather, I wish to engage you as our consultant, and then guide you on how to construct armor. Is that it? Tony scoffed. Jarvis, show our guest out. Trust me, Tony. I reiterate, I will not join any organization, Tony asserted, suppressing his fury. If you continue to prattle on, do not blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Tony was on the verge of deploying his armor, Fury nodded slightly. Very well. If that is the case, let us discuss compensation and how to explain to the public what transpired tonight. Even if you do not join us, these matters must be addressed. How do you propose we handle this? Tony's expression was icy. He initially suspected Fury was attempting to blackmail him. However, as Fury spoke, Tony's demeanor gradually softened. Fury appeared entirely businesslike, showing no hint of exploiting the situation. That is all the arrangements. You simply need to follow the script we have prepared. There is no need for you to worry about anything else, Fury stated calmly. What exactly do you want? Tony hesitated. Believe me, Tony, our connection runs deeper than you might imagine. You will understand in due time. The outcome, needless to say, was predictable. Tony did not adhere to Fury's instructions. He boldly declared himself Iron Man, and instantly, a deluge of attention surged toward him. Even Fury found himself in a state of exasperation, never anticipating Tony's audacity and defiance. Going out? For a stroll to clear your mind? Lu Lin gently tapped on Tony's window. I ask you, when will you ever use the front door? Tony reluctantly opened the window for Lu Lin. At this point, wherever I go, I am besieged by reporters. A stroll? Not a chance. Tony lamented. That predicament is of your own making. Lu Lin smiled slightly. Where to? Naturally, we shall venture into the cosmos to refresh our spirits. Into the cosmos? Tony questioned, recalling their previous agreement to seek inspiration among the stars. Tony hesitated. Whether I go or not, I could simply leave on my own. Then we shall go. Why not? Tony casually set aside what he was holding. This time, I will don my armor. Lu Lin shrugged, as you wish. Once he had gathered his belongings, Tony left a message for Pepper and decisively departed Earth with Lu Lin. Their first destination was Xander. The technology on Xander was relatively advanced, satisfying Tony's quest for inspiration while Lu Lin also needed to procure some special materials from there. In the back of his mind, Lu Lin vaguely recalled that in the comics, the Nova Corps was depicted as a team of superheroes. It is merely uncertain what manner of existence they embody within this world. Although Tony had previously traversed the cosmos, his last journey was little more than a fleeting glance, leaving him bereft of the opportunity to truly appreciate its wonders, as he had been overwhelmed by astonishment. However, this time, as he sought solace, Tony resolved to indulge in the celestial beauty of the universe. Yet, his enthusiasm waned swiftly. In truth, the vastness of space often reveals itself as exceedingly desolate, and the asteroid belts depicted in films are largely illusory. The distances between the asteroids within these belts are staggering. If one were to draw a comparison, the asteroids in a small belt would be akin to dust particles suspended in the air. Consequently, the dramatic scenes of spaceships navigating through asteroid fields are mere fabrications. The tedious journey did not endure for long, as within half a day. The two of them had traversed a wormhole and arrived at Xander. Isn't the scenery splendid? Lu Lin turned to Tony, only to freeze in shock. Tony seemed poised to touch the surface of a nearby pillar, prompting Lu Lin to rush over and restrain him. A question mark appeared above Tony's head. At that moment, a 3-meter-tall alien approached, casually expelling a thick, dark green sludge, which the pillar promptly absorbed. Now do you understand? Lu Lin rolled his eyes. That's their extraterrestrial spittoon. Tony's expression stiffened. The mere thought that he had almost touched such a substance filled him with revulsion. Put on this translator, and you will comprehend over 90% of the universal languages of the cosmos. Universal languages? Tony was taken aback. Such a thing exists? The structure of society remains remarkably consistent throughout time. Powerful entities invariably exert influence over weaker ones. Beyond universal languages, certain currencies are also accepted across the cosmos. As Tony donned the translator, the cacophony surrounding him transformed into intelligible speech. The device's capabilities were astonishing, even rendering the alien's colloquialisms with remarkable accuracy, lending an almost surreal quality to the experience. During his previous expedition, Tony had lacked such a translator, rendering the alien tongues he encountered into meaningless cacophonies. Now, with the ability to understand, the universe suddenly felt alive and vibrant. Shall we explore the alien marketplace? Tony inquired with curiosity. Do aliens truly possess such markets? Of course. Lu Lin replied matter-of-factly, there's even a black market. Reflecting on their previous visit to that void-like realm, which he recalled as the universe's black market, Tony nodded thoughtfully. Come, let me show you the technological prowess of these extraterrestrials. The civilian technology of a planet serves as a benchmark for its technological capabilities. The military technology represents the pinnacle of this planet's advancements. While instances where military technology lags behind civilian innovations do exist, they are rather infrequent. After all, individuals like Tony frequently traverse the cosmos. In summary, by merely observing the level of civilian technology on a planet, one can roughly infer the overall technological sophistication of that world. After all, weaponry does not encapsulate the entirety of a civilization. Soon, the two arrived at the largest trading hub on the entire planet, whether referred to as a market, a mall, or an exchange. It is unequivocally the most significant venue for commerce on the planet Xander. Chapter 54, The Three Destitutes upon arriving at this place. Tony found himself utterly dazzled by the myriad of goods surrounding him. His previous visit to the cosmos had not introduced him to a locale akin to this. And as for the void, often dubbed the largest black market in the universe, the items available for legitimate sale were indeed scant. Moreover, during his last visit, Tony had not had the opportunity to leisurely explore the void. Therefore, this time, he was determined to indulge in a thorough perusal. Meanwhile, Lu Lin focused all his attention on the extraterrestrial delicacies. However, the alien food exuded an eerie luminescence that made him hesitate to partake. Theoretically, the offerings here were consumable by carbon-based life forms, albeit with a somewhat peculiar taste. Even the slightest hint of toxicity was of little concern to Lu Lin. Yet, overcoming the psychological barrier proved to be a formidable challenge. After all, these items appeared exceedingly bizarre, whether judged by earthly standards or those of Asgardians. Interestingly, Jochin himself was not particularly enamored with Asgardian cuisine. Overall, Asgardian food was characterized by its robust and unrefined nature. Even the royal fare lacked finesse. Of course, the flavors were undeniably exquisite, aligning well with Lu Lin's palate, and any dish that did not suit his taste could swiftly be tailored by the royal cook. Nevertheless, Lu Lin felt that something was amiss. Compared to the culinary techniques of the distant East, Asgardian cooking seemed overly authentic. It was not that the food was unpalatable, but rather that it did not evoke the flavors etched in his memory. Consequently, upon arriving in Midgard, Lu Lin directly sought out Eastern cuisine to savor the taste he longed for. With the local delicacies failing to entice him, Lu Lin decided to observe what Tony intended to purchase. Upon locating Tony, Lu Lin discovered him eyeing a device reminiscent of a personal terminal. Intrigued, Lu Lin wondered about its purpose. The communication technology embedded within appeared fascinating and could potentially aid in the development of his future mech, Tony mused thoughtfully. However, just as Tony prepared to make a payment, he suddenly realized that Earth currency held no value in the vast cosmos. Thus, he turned his gaze toward Lu Lin. Just as Lu Lin was about to reach for his wallet, he awkwardly discovered that he too had no money. The urgency of their departure had left him ill-prepared, and as a prince of Asgard, he seldom required the universal currency used in the cosmos. Even during his previous outing to procure goods, he had engaged in barter. Consequently, the two found themselves utterly penniless at this juncture. In other words, they were unequivocally destitute. Lu Lin was even unaware of which currencies were accepted for trade on Xander. If you have no money, then leave quickly. What are you doing here? The shopkeeper scolded, hastily ejecting the two from the premises. Amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, the pair exited the marketplace with tails firmly tucked between their legs. Why not sell your armor? Lu Lin proposed a rather ludicrous idea. Tony rolled his eyes. Why don't you suggest selling the spaceship instead? Besides, I doubt anyone would be willing to buy it. With a shrug, Tony continued. My armor here probably isn't worth much. It wouldn't fetch a good price at all. Lu Lin regarded Tony with a peculiar expression. That's not something I would expect you to say. Quit joking. Tony waved away Lu Lin's hand. Although my armor's design concept is decent, the technology is rather primitive. For instance, compared to a modern rifle, even if your flintlock pistol boasts an impressive design, few would choose to buy it. People still prefer modern firearms. This is due to the differing context of use, but that does not imply my armor is entirely without merit. After careful consideration, Lu Lin conceded that Tony had a point. It was that Tony was inferior to the aliens. Rather, he simply hadn't had enough time to grow. Given a few more years to encounter more foes and advanced technologies, his armor would undoubtedly be considered a treasure even on a cosmic scale. Wait, is that Star-Lord? Tony exclaimed, astonished. What a coincidence. Hey, Star-Lord. He waved enthusiastically. Then, turning to Lu Lin, he suggested, perhaps we could borrow some money from him. What a coincidence. I thought you guys had returned to Earth. Why are you still on Xander? Star-Lord approached with a cheerful demeanor. We went back and then came out again. Tony replied with a mischievous grin. Let us not dwell on that. Do you have any cash? I'll pay you back once we make some money. Why would you need to borrow money? Star-Lord eyed Tony warily. You're hanging out with the Prince of Asgard. Do you really need cash? Lu Lin shrugged helplessly. I forgot to bring my wallet. I set out without taking anything, and even if you offered mobile payment, I'd still need a phone. He found himself in the awkward situation of having forgotten his phone entirely. All right then. Star-Lord glanced at the two of them. What do you want to buy? I have a little cash on hand. I just spotted a communicator that costs only 30,000 Xandarian credits. How much? Star-Lord leapt up in shock. 30,000? No way. Wait, that can't be right. You're struggling so much that you can't even spare 30,000? Tony regarded Star-Lord with skepticism. Well, Star-Lord scratched his head awkwardly. I can barely afford the fuel for my ship right now. That doesn't add up. I recall you being quite lavish before. What happened to you? Tony looked at Star-Lord with sympathy. You're not declaring bankruptcy, are you? Not exactly. Bankrupt, Star-Lord replied, shaking his head in resignation. What is going on? Please, enlighten us. With a sigh, Star-Lord recounted his recent experiences. His plan had succeeded. Indeed, he had finally escaped from Ronin's clutches. However, an ensuing dilemma arose. He also lost the logistical support and supplies. When he was under the command of Yondu, even amidst his discontent, he need not worry about the supply chain. Each mission, Yondu bestowed upon him the most generous rewards. Yet, upon severing ties with Yondu, Star-Lord found himself compelled to devise solutions for every predicament. Repairs to the spacecraft, fuel, intelligence, each necessity demanded financial expenditure. Star-Lord had botched several missions, incurring substantial losses, and thus, he now found himself in a state of financial destitution, a veritable pauper. Chapter 55. A quick way to earn money had it not been for Lu Lin and Tony's appearance. Star-Lord would have remained in this state for quite some time, gradually acclimatizing to his newfound independence before life began to improve. At present, however, Star-Lord was but an obscure figure in the cosmos. After recounting his experiences, the trio exchanged glances, unable to muster even a single penny between them. It was not that I was unwilling to lend you anything. Rather, my funds were nearly depleted, and should I lend you what little I have left? I fear I would find myself homeless by tomorrow. Star-Lord awkwardly regarded the two. I apologize, but I am powerless to assist. Yet soon, an idea sparked within him. I recall, your skills are quite commendable, are they not? How about we undertake a bounty mission together? With a mischievous grin, he proposed. When we earn the reward, we can split it 50-50. Lu Lin pondered for a moment. That seems like a reasonable suggestion. How much is the bounty for your current task? This one is 30,000. Star-Lord exclaimed, his spirits lifting. If you find that amount unsatisfactory, I also have a task worth 200,000. Though it requires a longer journey, likely taking about half a month to complete. Lu Lin rolled his eyes. Is that all? You might as well go to sleep. Do you truly find that insufficient? Star-Lord retorted, growing anxious. My current bounty hunter rank is relatively low, which limits my ability to take on larger contracts. If you accompany me on a few missions, I assure you, we will soon be able to tackle more substantial jobs. There are indeed tiers within the bounty hunter profession. If your rank is insufficient, clients will find you untrustworthy. Star-Lord had spent considerable time navigating the cosmos, eventually earning enough renown to land the monumental 300 million contract related to the Power Stones. But for now, he was relegated to minor tasks. Not to mention, purchasing a single communicator costs 30,000. How long would it take to save up for that by working with you? Lu Lin smiled slightly. Are you aware of any quick money schemes? Quick money? Star-Lord paused, then grinned mischievously. And at that moment, a consensus was reached between the two. Their plan was straightforward. They would disguise themselves as a distressed cargo ship awaiting rescue, fishing for unsuspecting cosmic pirates along their usual routes. Those dim-witted marauders would never discern that they were walking into a complete trap, especially with the formidable presence of Lu Lin and Tony on their side. Before long, their modest treasury began to flourish. Good heavens, what have you been through these past few days to develop such impressive mech technology? Star-Lord gazed enviously at Tony's suit, nearly drooling with desire. It's a long story, so I shall refrain from elaborating, Tony replied with a slight smile. In the cosmos, spacecraft are also regarded as precious resources. After all, not every civilization possesses the capability to construct vessels capable of interstellar travel. Even if they could, the costs, performance, and whether they would meet their needs remain uncertain. To the pirates, each spacecraft resembled a cherished spouse. During their period of enforcing fishing laws, the group intercepted numerous spaceships. Transporting these vessels to the void would undoubtedly yield substantial profits, as their endeavors required no initial investment. Among the cargo, there were many items, yet these held little value for them, and they could not be transported. Thus, they selected only a few intriguing goods to keep, discarding the rest. The array of captured ships displayed a wild assortment of styles. Reputable planets and civilizations would never welcome pirates or assist in the repair of their vessels. Consequently, most pirates resorted to makeshift repairs in a wild manner. If something was unseen, it was deemed unbroken. If a ship leaked, they would simply seal it with gel. In summary, even among the intercepted vessels, few could fetch a good price. To acquire knowledge and ensure the ships could be sold at a premium, Tony undertook significant modifications. After all, a ship equipped with formidable weaponry, in optimal condition, and abundant energy was a coveted asset in the cosmos. Tony quickly grasped the alien technologies, transforming each ship into a striking masterpiece that resonated with extraterrestrial aesthetics. He even generously installed a low-tier arc reactor on the vessels. The revamped arc reactor was a high-end commodity, making it a valuable addition to the ships. Tony was confident he could command an excellent price for them. Upon once again encountering the colossal visage of the void, Tony remained profoundly awestruck. No matter how many times he gazed upon it, the spectacle never ceased to amaze him. You simply haven't seen enough, quipped Star-Lord, a hint of pride in his voice. I've witnessed it so often that it no longer astounds me. It's merely a larger head. What's the fuss? Tony rolled his eyes, dismissing the fool. Suit up, be cautious, reminded Lu Lin. Valuing his own life, Tony promptly donned the marked suit. A fleet of over a dozen ships descending upon the void was undoubtedly eye-catching. As soon as the trio landed, they were surrounded by a curious crowd. A fleet of this size represented a significant force, likely garnering some recognition in the universe. However, given the unusual design and style of the ships, none had heard of them before, sparking curiosity about the formidable individuals behind them. Yet, it was not long before these extraterrestrials prepared to act. Shockingly, the fleet consisted of only 3 individuals. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. The void was inherently lawless. One could pillage and slaughter without consequence. In the next moment, an alien attempting to approach the ship was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. I am not accustomed to uninvited guests near my ship, Lu Lin stated coolly. He was well aware of their intentions, and his mere presence was enough to instill fear in them. Ah, how delightful. You have certainly demonstrated remarkable prowess. Star-Lord exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed upon the multitude of extraterrestrial beings outside. Having spent considerable time alongside Lu Lin, he was well aware of Lu Lin's formidable abilities. Initially, when Lu Lin suggested the audacious act of robbery, Star-Lord was somewhat reluctant, for the risks involved were undeniably substantial. However, after witnessing the extraordinary capabilities of the two, he swiftly transformed into an eager accomplice, seizing opportunities from his former adversaries with unabashed zeal. What a jest! With such formidable allies by his side, why should he harbor any concerns for his safety? Why not seize the moment and embark on a grand endeavor? Chapter 56. A show of strength. Despite being surrounded by a multitude of adversaries, Star-Lord remained unperturbed, even invigorated by the challenge. How dare you lay hands on one of our own? A furious blue-skinned alien strode forward. Do you have any objections? Lu Lin replied with a nonchalant smile. Yet the alien remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, brandishing a bizarre weapon as he charged forth. Brothers, attack. Let us eliminate this scoundrel. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Lin unleashed a powerful punch, instantly reducing the pirate before him to a gruesome pulp. This brutal display, however, only served to incite the ferocity of the surrounding pirates, who seized their weapons and launched into battle. Unless they could directly comprehend the disparity in strength, they would never concede defeat easily. Thus, dozens of aliens charged forward with cries of fury. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colored beams illuminated the air as countless projectiles hurtled towards Lu Lin. Yet he remained calm, first conjuring a magical barrier before delivering another punch. In the next moment, a flash of light surged forth, and the air fell silent. All that remained before the onlookers was a cloud of blood mist. Oh, how revolting, Tony remarked, furrowing his brow. Couldn't you employ a cleaner method? Lu Lin rolled his eyes, responding. Do you wish for these ruffians to damage the ship you so painstakingly modified? I could take a gentler approach next time. He sighed, observing the two intact individuals beside him and contrasting them with the pirates, who left behind no trace but utter devastation. The crowd instantly grew subdued. As Lu Lin took a step forward, the onlookers instinctively recoiled. Humph, he scoffed, clearing his throat before declaring, should anyone wish to purchase a spacecraft from me, I am quite willing to entertain fair offers. Rest assured, the performance and quality of the vessels will exceed your expectations. Are you selling the ships behind you? One brave soul ventured. Lu Lin turned to regard him, causing the individual to shrink back in fright, quite literally compressing in fear. Aside from the two ships behind me, all others are available for sale, provided the price is right. He then patted Star-Lord on the shoulder, saying, I'll leave the rest to you. Given that Tony and I are not well-versed in the cosmic market, it is only fitting that we rely on a professional like you. After a brief moment of hesitation, a muscular man with red skin, resembling a governor, approached. Lu Lin scrutinized the alien, noting that apart from his crimson skin and lack of hair, he bore a striking resemblance to a human. What can you tell me about the performance of your ships? At last, someone was willing to inquire about the price, and Star-Lord felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he had worried that fear might deter these individuals from engaging in trade. Upon witnessing the arrival of guests, Star-Lord immediately began to eloquently present his offerings. As a seasoned veteran of the cosmos, he was acutely aware of the needs of these individuals. Sure enough, his engaging introduction captured their interest. Most importantly, the prices were exceptionally reasonable. The burly man was understandably intrigued. May I take one for a test flight? He inquired. Of course, Star-Lord replied nonchalantly. If you're not satisfied, feel free to speak up. We can modify it at any time. Tony rolled his eyes nearby, thinking to himself that since he wasn't the one doing the labor, he felt free to make such declarations. After a brief excursion through the skies, the burly man descended with a look of satisfaction, promptly purchasing 2 spacecraft. Witnessing this transaction ignited a sense of eagerness among the onlookers. This group, emboldened by their audacity to test drive in such a setting, clearly had confidence in their decision. Thus, there were no foolish attempts to flee with the vessels. With the first sale completed, others began to feel the stirrings of desire. Given that Lu Lin possessed such a stock of high-quality ships at fair prices, what were they waiting for? If they hesitated, the ships might very well sell out. Crucially, these individuals were rational, not mindless, bloodthirsty lunatics. In the vastness of the universe, one could never predict when they might encounter some bizarre species, and if misfortune struck, the consequences could be dire. Furthermore, there were those who, at the slightest provocation or miscommunication, would unleash chaos. Such individuals were to be avoided at all costs. Conducting business fairly, with a gentle demeanor and sound judgment, made one the most sought-after trading partner in the cosmos. As for the deceased from earlier, who would lament such fools? Everyone understood that Lu Lin and his companions had made an example of them, and their purpose had been achieved. Did anyone truly believe their adversaries would dare to escalate violence? Would business still be feasible then? In the realm of interstellar pirates, strength dictated authority. The one with the mightiest fist held the power. Lu Lin not only possessed strength but also offered superior ships at reasonable prices. Consequently, Throngs of customers rushed to them, some nearly eager to grovel at their feet, hoping for a slight discount. It can be said that the universe is home to all manner of strange and nefarious beings. Before long, the Group S spacecraft were sold out, and those who were unable to procure a vessel were willing to pay handsomely for assistance in modifying their own ships. Technical skills were a rare commodity, especially among these star-class pirates, who were more accustomed to chaos than craftsmanship. Thus, after their departure, the reputation of Lu Lin and his crew quickly spread. Counting the currency acquired from the transactions, Star-Lord's grin widened. The three soon divided their spoils, with Star-Lord receiving the least share. After all, he had contributed little more than guiding the way and using his eloquence. He had no grievances about receiving a smaller cut. Even with the least amount, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Such a lucrative opportunity was indeed a rare find. In just a matter of days, the sum of money in his possession surpassed his previous savings. What did it matter if his share was the least? After all, their wealth was substantial. Naturally, Lu Lin received the largest portion, for he had exerted the most effort from beginning to end. However, Lu Lin was indifferent to this, after all. He was a prince of Asgard, and would he truly concern himself with material riches? Thus, he retained only a meager amount, allowing Tony to squander the rest at will. In exchange, Tony promised to develop specialized armor for Lu Lin in the future. Tony had no objections to this arrangement. With newfound wealth in hand, Tony finally returned to his former opulent self. Chapter 57. An early unfolding of events, however, he soon found himself curbing his extravagant tendencies, for he realized he had been deceived. The funds in question were the fruits of his laborious efforts to refurbish the spaceship, and he could not afford to squander them frivolously. It was rather ironic that a man of his wealth would find himself in a position where frugality was necessary. Nonetheless, Tony's attention was quickly captivated by the dazzling array of merchandise, and he felt an irresistible urge to purchase a little of everything. I have a lucrative opportunity. Are you interested? Star-Lord inquired, sidling up to Lu Lin with a mischievous grin. A lucrative opportunity? How substantial? Lu Lin asked, amusement creeping into his expression. 300 million. 300 million? Lu Lin's brow furrowed. The figure seemed familiar. Indeed. Have you heard of the Orb of the Universe? I just received word from someone who purchased our ship. He's willing to pay 300 million for it. The Orb of the Universe. Lu Lin echoed, and soon the realization dawned upon him. Was this not simply the Power Stone? Count me in. Shall we go and investigate? At that moment, Tony was still entranced by the allure of the black market. After leaving a message for him, Lu Lin followed Star-Lord in pursuit of the fabled orb. However, Lu Lin was curious about why such events should unfold before the timeline of the Guardians of the Galaxy. If he were to procure the Power Stone, would the narrative of the Guardians still transpire? After all, it was the orb that had united that motley crew. Yet, he soon dismissed such ponderings. Consequences be damned. There was no reason for him to abstain from seeking the orb. Unbeknownst to Lu Lin, the news of the orb's existence was spreading far more swiftly than he had anticipated. Following the clues, the duo eventually arrived at a desolate and remote planet. Yet, at that moment, the planet appeared anything but tranquil. Countless ships were engaged in fierce combat above its surface. The opposing fleets appeared to belong to the Kree Empire and the Skrull race, long-standing adversaries. Their truce was still years away, and they were presently embroiled in a heated conflict. What do you think? Lu Lin asked Star-Lord. According to the clues, the orb is somewhere on this planet. Star-Lord glanced at the tumultuous battle below, hesitating momentarily. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. With a determined grit, Star-Lord piloted the ship downwards. However, as soon as they landed, it became apparent that they had not chosen their landing site wisely. Now, the Power Stone is in my possession, the blue-skinned Ronin declared with arrogance. Prepare to meet your demise, wretched Skrulls. I shall crush you all in due time. With that proclamation, a beam of purple energy shot forth from the hammer in Ronin's hand. In the blink of an eye, numerous Skrull warships erupted into flames. Witnessing this scene, the Kree Empire's forces erupted into cheers. The inhabitants of Xander, however, dared only to gaze in silence, for they understood that they had already lost. The Power Stone, what is that? Star-Lord stammered. Perhaps we should take our leave? After all, it seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment. That is the Orb of the Universe, Lu Lin replied with a faint smile, deftly maneuvering the spacecraft to descend gradually. Wait for me inside the ship. On the eerily silent battlefield, as Lu Lin's ship landed, it instantly captured the attention of all present. Lu Lin stepped out of the vessel with measured grace. Surrender the Power Stone, and I shall spare your life. What? Ronin, having acquired the Power Stone, appeared somewhat dazed. He erupted into wild laughter. Who are you to demand the Power Stone from me? Prepare to meet your end. A beam of violet light shot directly towards Lu Lin. Yet, Lu Lin remained unperturbed. With a serene smile, he unleashed his cosmic powers. In an instant, the entire battlefield was enveloped in blinding white light. Moments later, as the luminescence faded, only Lu Lin remained. He stepped forward, preparing to retrieve the Power Stone. Ronan the accuser? Merely a featherweight. At that moment, a bald woman approached, stating, "Sir, I hope you will entrust the Power Stone to us for safekeeping. This artifact is far too perilous for you." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Lin raised an eyebrow. "If it is too dangerous for me, does that mean it poses no threat to you?" "Indeed, we of Xander are confident in our ability to safeguard the Power Stone, ensuring it is not exploited by malicious individuals," the bald woman asserted with unwavering confidence. Observing Lu Lin's dismissive demeanor, her expression soured. "Sir, I hope you will cooperate, or we shall be compelled to take more stringent measures." Lu Lin was taken aback by her audacity, a smirk playing on his lips. "Stringent measures? Why did you not adopt such measures when Ronan wielded the Power Stone?" A mocking smile graced Lu Lin's face. "Ah, so you were unable to confront him, and now you wish to intimidate me? Does your neck truly house any semblance of intellect?" The bald woman pressed her lips together. "I shall repeat myself. Surrender the Power Stone. Ranos, stand down. No rudeness." From the crowd emerged a woman with silver hair who bowed to Lu Lin and calmly stated, "We are immensely grateful for your contributions to Xander. In gratitude for your assistance, I am willing to offer appropriate recompense." Upon hearing this, Lu Lin's expression brightened slightly. However, the other party swiftly shifted the conversation. "Yet, I hope that the Power Gem is entrusted to us for safekeeping. After all, the Power Gem is exceedingly perilous, and it is beyond your solitary capacity to safeguard it properly. Please trust us. The Chandra Star is undeniably a civilization that cherishes peace. I assure you, we shall only preserve it and will never employ it for invasion or weaponry research. Likewise, we will not permit anyone else to do so." The woman fixed her gaze intently on Lu Lin. "Please understand our position." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Lin raised an eyebrow. "But why should I place my trust in you?" Chapter 58. "You are too arrogant." The woman with short hair was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless in her attempt to counter his assertions. Lu Lin made it abundantly clear that he held no faith in their intentions. Could he possibly shamelessly demand that Lu Lin surrender the Power Gem? After all, it was he who had vanquished Ronan. From any angle, it appeared they had no legitimate grounds to forcibly claim the Power Gem. With a cold sneer, Lu Lin dismissed the woman, turning instead to retrieve the Power Gem that floated in midair. This action left everyone present utterly astonished. The Power Gem, despite its formidable reputation, was undeniably perilous. The very reason it had been concealed within the cosmic sphere was due to its extreme danger. For an ordinary individual, merely approaching the Power Gem could result in annihilation from the energy it emanated. Even Ronan refrained from direct contact, opting instead to embed the Power Gem within his weapon to harness its power. Yet, even then, the energy he could wield was but a mere fraction of what the gem possessed. However, in Lu Lin's grasp, the Power Gem appeared almost docile, akin to a gentle rabbit, as he effortlessly pocketed it. Such power was unprecedented, an astonishing sight to behold. This singular act was enough to affirm Lu Lin's immense strength. Under ordinary circumstances, they would never dare provoke a being of his caliber. After all, as the supreme leader of Xander, the silver-haired woman was far from a fool. Nonetheless, the significance of the Power Gem was monumental. Should they gain mastery over it, Xander would experience a revolutionary advancement. The temptation of the Power Gem was simply irresistible. Furthermore, should they thoroughly investigate its properties and potentially weaponize it, they would no longer need to fear the threats posed by the Kree Empire. Talk of peace and the non-application of the Power Gem in weaponry was mere nonsense. The conflict between Xander and the Kree Empire was fierce and relentless. Even though Xander was not on the brink of defeat, they had been ensnared in the quagmire of war for far too long. This anxiety fueled their desperate desire to conclude hostilities with the Kree Empire. Such temptation made it exceedingly difficult for her to relinquish the pursuit of the Power Gem. Had it been a few years later, they might not have been so urgent, for by then they would have signed a truce with the Kree Empire, and their need for the Power Gem would not be so pressing. At that time, were Lu Lin to adopt a more assertive stance and take the Power Gem away, they would likely not protest. But that was not the case now. By any means necessary, they were resolved to acquire the Power Gem. This was merely an unforeseen circumstance. The silver-haired woman explained, "However, we now possess the experience and confidence to safeguard the Power Gem effectively." She spoke earnestly. "We of Xander fear no challenge, nor do we cower before the provocations of any adversary. Even the formidable Kree Empire has been firmly held at bay, unable to advance or retreat. Thus, I implore you to trust in our strength." Lu Lin listened with a lack of enthusiasm as the silver-haired woman spoke. "I comprehend your intention," Lu Lin interjected, gesturing to interrupt her discourse. "What you imply is that the Power Stone is unsafe in my possession and would be secure only in yours, correct? Furthermore, what do you intend to do with the Power Stone once it is in your grasp? Will it be utilized for military purposes? If not, it is difficult for me to believe that your capabilities are sufficient to safeguard the Power Stone. In fact, in the original narrative, the Power Stone was seized by Thanos from the planet Xander, and he dealt them justice, resulting in the demise of half the beings on that world. Moreover, your assertion of fearing no enemies implies a threat against me? The silver-haired woman stiffened. No. We are a civilization that cherishes peace and would never employ the Power Stone for military endeavors. Then it is even more prudent not to entrust such an artifact to you. Lu Lin chuckled lightly. Are you familiar with Thanos? Thanos? The silver-haired woman and those present were momentarily taken aback. Thanos' reputation is considerable throughout the cosmos. Even the pirates wandering the stars are aware that they should not provoke that madman. As for esteemed civilizations like yours, none are ignorant of Thanos' existence. He has carved out a notorious name for himself in the universe, and countless lesser civilizations tremble at the mere mention of him. Such a scourge, if it were anyone else, would have long been vanquished by a coalition of civilizations. Yet, this madman possesses immense strength. His own power is formidable. Being of the ancient Titan civilization, the Eternals, the technology at his disposal, along with the Chitauri under his command, sets him beyond the reach of many civilizations. Curiously, he acts with a certain logic. Though he slaughters half the beings on every planet he visits, he has never provoked any overly powerful empires. He understands that should he do so, despite his fearlessness, the coalition of civilizations would surely annihilate his forces. For the sake of a grander vision, he chooses to lie low for the time being. Of course, others are oblivious to these nuances. They only know Thanos as a madman not to be trifled with. Even the likes of the Kree Empire and Xander, being top-tier civilizations, regard Thanos with considerable trepidation. You mean that madman? Precisely. Lu Lin replied with a faint smile. You may be unaware, but he is currently in the process of collecting all the Infinity Stones. To my knowledge, he has already acquired 2 of them. Imagine, if Thanos were to learn that you possess an Infinity Stone, would he not come to seize it from you? Lu Lin merely jested, for he held no true knowledge of the number of Infinity Stones Thanos currently possessed. If the narrative remains largely unchanged, Thanos should currently possess only the Mind Stone, embedded within the scepter. The Space Stone, on the other hand, is still on Earth and has yet to be retrieved by Fury. The Reality Stone, known as the Ether, remains concealed, its whereabouts unknown. The Soul Stone is under the watchful eye of Red Skull, patiently awaiting someone to claim it in a desolate location. Meanwhile, the Power Stone is in the possession of the enigmatic Lu Lin, who is known to boast grandly. Thus, when Thanos arrives, armed with 2 Infinity Stones, what do you intend to use to confront him? Chapter 59. No tears until the coffin has seen this is utter nonsense. It is simply impossible. The silver-haired woman retorted vehemently. What purpose could he possibly have for collecting the Infinity Stones? No one has ever been able to gather all the Infinity Stones simultaneously. Is there even a need for a reason to collect them? Lu Lin shrugged and remarked, perhaps he simply seeks to enhance his capacity for slaughtering beings. Moreover, even if he cannot collect them all, does that hinder his pursuit of the Infinity Stones? None of those present believed Lu Lin's words. I still believe it is prudent for us to safeguard the Power Stone, the silver-haired woman said with a hint of indifference. We kindly ask you to relinquish the Power Stone to us. Very well, it seems you are unwilling to relent today, Lu Lin scoffed before ascending into the air. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame us for being uncivilized. At her command, countless weapons locked onto Lu Lin. Although the Power Stone was currently in Lu Lin's possession, the woman felt no trepidation. In her view, Lu Lin must have employed some means to directly touch the Power Stone. If he were truly capable of wielding its power, surely there would be some indication, such as an aura of purple light surrounding him. Yet presently, Lu Lin exhibited no such signs. It was entirely possible that he was incapable of harnessing the power of the stone. The silver-haired woman still harbored a flicker of hope. What if Lu Lin had merely taken advantage of Ronin's moment of inattention and struck him down? What if Lu Lin's abilities were not as formidable as they seemed? In summary, it was a gamble. Oh no, oh no. Star-Lord, lying on the ground, turned pale with fear. This is going to get you killed. Please, do not strike. Can you at least look at me? Star-Lord was nearly in tears. With such overwhelming firepower unleashed, how could an ordinary human like him possibly survive? It was undoubtedly a death sentence. You have truly put me in a dire predicament. Star-Lord lay flat on the ground, praying for a complete corpse afterward. Lu Lin chuckled lightly. There is no need to panic. He merely gathered his strength momentarily, and with the infusion of divine power, the air around Lu Lin began to warp. This was a concentrated punch imbued with the essence of a microcosm and divine energy. In the next moment, Lu Lin unleashed his fist. An explosive sound reverberated through the air. Star-Lord beheld the most magnificent fireworks he had ever witnessed in his life. The entire sky was painted red by the flames of the Shi'ar fleet as they plummeted to the ground. What on earth? A multitude of question marks filled Star-Lord's mind. Could this truly be something a carbon-based life form could achieve? Am I dreaming? As he observed the fragments cascading from the sky like snowflakes, Star-Lord felt utterly defeated. Lu Lin slowly descended before the woman, raising an eyebrow. What do you think? Shall we have another punch? After a pause, she finally emerged from the dazzling display of fireworks. This How is this possible? The silver-haired woman stammered, nearly biting her tongue in shock. After enduring a lengthy conflict with the Kree Empire, the losses suffered by the fleet of Xander were still within an acceptable range. However, in a fleeting moment, the main forces of Xander were utterly annihilated. To restore their previous strength would likely require several years. The sole consolation was that the Kree fleet was not faring much better. They too were within the striking range of Lu Lin. The previous blow had inflicted significant damage upon the Kree Empire. For the foreseeable future, they would be unable to continue their aggressive campaigns against Xander. As the sky was enveloped in thick, billowing smoke, the Xandarians on the ground were momentarily rendered speechless. The smoke was so dense that it obscured even the light of the stars. How could this happen? The silver-haired woman stammered. This devastating blow had shattered the very backbone of Xander, leaving them too intimidated to speak boldly. The woman felt a surge of rage, wishing nothing more than to tear Lu Lin to shreds. Yet, moments later, she regained her composure. It was essential for someone in her position, a leader of civilization, to maintain calmness. If she could not, who could? Moreover, with the fleet now obliterated, what would be the point of achieving revenge? Could the lost ships ever return? As for vengeance, it was a futile notion. With Lu Lin's formidable power, capable of decimating the entire fleet with a single blow, how could they hope to retaliate? Should they truly pursue a vendetta, they would not need the Kree Empire to conquer them. Today could very well mark the end of Xander. Circumstances had proven more powerful than human will. Regardless of their discontent, what choice did they have but to bow their heads in acknowledgement of their errors? To act out of spite was a childish impulse. Individuals of their stature had no right to indulge in such behavior. Hence, they could only concede. You jest. The silver-haired woman managed a strained smile. Then, with utmost respect, she continued, you have resolved our significant dilemma with Ronan, and we are immensely grateful. Indeed. Our previous words were ill-considered, and I now understand that the power gem is best wielded by someone of your strength. I hope you will forgive our earlier transgressions. If you would be so gracious, I invite you to accompany me to Xander, where I shall host a grand celebratory feast in your honor. In that moment, countless thoughts flooded the woman's mind. If she could seize the opportunity to forge a connection with this powerful individual, perhaps they could easily rid themselves of the Kree Empire's troublesome presence. As for the destroyed fleet, if Lu Lin would agree to their terms, the loss would be inconsequential. They could simply claim the fleet had perished in the battle against the Kree Empire. If the destruction of so many warships could lead to the resolution of the Kree threat, then neither the power gem nor the lost fleet would matter to her. Thus, the next step was to strategize how to persuade Lu Lin to assist them. If all else fails, it would suffice for this formidable individual to embark on a simple journey to the Kree Empire. Once Lu Lin sets foot in the Kree Empire, there will be ample opportunities to incite discord between them and the Shinar Star. Furthermore, did Ronan not just lay hands on Lu Lin? Seizing this opportunity to stir up Lu Lin's emotions is certainly not an impossible endeavor. Lu Lin let out a cold laugh, stating, there is no need for a banquet. I am disinclined to engage with your kind. However, if you have any requests, feel free to voice them. As I remain quite intrigued by the prospect of trading with you, the woman felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. She had not anticipated Lu Lin's utter lack of courtesy. Chapter 60. Let us make a deal. It is quite natural to feel this way, considering they had just been adversaries. And now how could their relationship be harmonious? In such circumstances, it is only reasonable to withhold cordiality. The silver-haired woman soon composed herself. In light of this, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. We indeed have a transaction to propose. Might we invite you to savor the exquisite cuisine of Shinar Star while discussing the particulars of our deal? How about joining us at the banquet? Star-Lord interjected boldly. He had long coveted the rare delicacies of Shinar Star, and since they were hosting a meal, surely the offerings would be splendid. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to indulge himself thoroughly. Moreover, I have heard that Shinar Star possesses numerous unique materials not available for sale to the public. I am certain Tony would find them fascinating. Would it not be prudent for us to explore together? One must seize the opportunity when it presents itself. The silver-haired woman beamed at Star-Lord's suggestion. She had been at a loss for how to persuade Lu Lin, and now Star-Lord had stepped in. With eager anticipation, she turned her gaze towards Lu Lin. He furrowed his brow slightly but eventually nodded slowly. Although he had no desire to engage with such duplicitous individuals, he recognized that having already clashed twice today, it would be remiss not to extract some advantage from Shinar Star. In the cosmos, strength is the ultimate truth. Had Lu Lin lacked the power of these individuals or failed to demonstrate overwhelming dominance today, he would likely have been compelled to relinquish the Power Stone. Strength is the unchanging truth in the universe. Lu Lin recalled his previous excursion with Tony, during which he had spotted numerous intriguing items. Now, seizing this opportunity, he might persuade them to unlock their armory for a thorough selection. Very well, let us proceed. Upon Lu Lin's assent, Star-Lord erupted in joyous exclamation. Observing Star-Lord's exuberance, which had him awkwardly dancing in delight, Lu Lin couldn't help but chuckle. He did not harbor a strong aversion to Star-Lord. Fundamentally, the man was simply not particularly astute. After all, he had not received a proper education in his youth. Although in the original narrative, Star-Lord's impulsive actions led to the formation of the Avengers, it would be unjust to lay all blame at his feet. At his core, he is not a malevolent individual. After all, his beloved had been sacrificed by Thanos. His adoptive father, under such circumstances, few could maintain their composure. In essence, he is a simple-minded fellow with a touch of romantic folly. It is challenging to attribute all responsibility to Star-Lord during that critical moment. He lacks the cunning of a schemer, merely displaying a certain naivete. Viewed from another perspective, when the fate of the world hung in the balance, his immediate thoughts were of his beloved, which in a way reflects his genuine nature. Moreover, when Star-Lord and Lu Lin are together, they often present a wonderfully whimsical demeanor, which greatly enhances Lu Lin's perception of him. Who could resist a friend who perpetually embodies the spirit of mischief and playfulness? In stark contrast, although Captain America may be regarded as an epitome of virtue, Lu Lin would certainly not desire to remain in his company for long. That antiquated soul is simply too dull. Seizing such a splendid opportunity, Lu Lin promptly decided to inform Tony. Hey, little brother. Your elder sibling has endured much to secure a lucrative deal. No, a trading opportunity. Hurry to this location. Upon hearing this, Tony, on the other end of the line, instantly became exhilarated. His inherited penchant for zero-cost acquisitions was activated, prompting him to abandon even the black market and race towards Xander in his spacecraft. Star-Lord, with a bemused expression, turned to Lu Lin. You do realize you're speaking rather indiscreetly, don't you? There are ears nearby. The silver-haired woman cleared her throat, signaling that she had heard nothing. And upon seeing her expression, Star-Lord burst into laughter. Indeed, this was the advantage of possessing formidable strength. Before long, Lu Lin met with Tony on Xander. I must say, the lavish banquet on Xander was quite exquisite, and Lu Lin was thoroughly satisfied with the culinary offerings. The feast perfectly catered to his palate. During the event, the leadership of Xander presented their trading proposition. As long as Lu Lin was willing to significantly weaken the Kree Empire's living forces, they were prepared to pay any price. Whether it be starship weaponry or intelligence, anything that caught Lu Lin's eye was theirs to take. As is well known, the Kree Empire is divided into radicals and moderates. Among them, Ronan, who invaded Xander, is a staunch radical. In contrast, the moderates align with Xander and continuously strive for peace, aspiring to coexist amicably with the people of Xander. These individuals are undoubtedly allies, and their strength must not be diminished. Even if it were to falter, it should be by the smallest margin possible. This was the sole condition stipulated by the Xandarian negotiators. To facilitate Lu Lin's mission, they even provided him with what they knew of the Kree Empire's defensive layout. However, this intelligence was not a complete depiction of their defenses. If they had knowledge of the Kree Empire's entire strategic setup, they would have simply launched an assault without hesitation. Casting a glance at Tony, who appeared to be bumbling like a fool in his relentless pursuit of resources and technology from the Xandarians, Lu Lin rolled his eyes. At that moment, Tony's exuberant grin was so exaggeratedly grotesque that Lu Lin could not resist the urge to capture the moment. He grabbed his communicator and snapped 2 photos of Tony, whose expressions bordered on the absurd. Without hesitation, Lu Lin agreed to the trading request presented by Xander. However, he regarded the Kree Empire as a trivial matter, unworthy of his concern. After all, he was quite satisfied from the banquet, treating this endeavor as a mere post-meal diversion. Boarding the specially prepared single-person shuttle crafted for him by Xander, Lu Lin set off without delay. Yet, in less than 2 hours, Lu Lin returned once more. The transaction is complete. What? The inhabitants of Shandal Star were utterly bewildered. Was it truly resolved so swiftly? Are they jesting? Lu Lin had come and gone, and the banquet had scarcely commenced. Tony was still engaged in a game of wits with Star-Lord. You finished your task already? The people of Shandal Star had presumed that Lu Lin would require at least 10 days. Even under the most exaggerated circumstances, 3 to 5 days would be the least expected. How could it be that you were gone for such a brief period and accomplished it so rapidly? This seems exceedingly implausible. Chapter 61. A bounty of returns I never lie, Lu Lin remarked with a hint of indifference. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had just employed the matter of Thanos to deceive the naive inhabitants of Xander. Moreover, how can a vast empire such as yours lack even this modicum of intelligence? I have already dispatched your foes, surely. You do not intend to wait several days for the news to reach you? The disdain in Lu Lin's gaze rendered the Xandarians momentarily awkward. A few among them exchanged hushed words, and soon, the intelligence personnel began to bustle with activity. Meanwhile, Star-Lord approached Lu Lin. When do you plan to return to Earth? I have no idea, Lu Lin replied lazily. Why do you wish to accompany me? I have no intention of returning to Earth. Star-Lord waved his hands dismissively. What is there to enjoy on Earth? I fail to see why you are so eager to return. Why not join me as a bounty hunter? It can be quite exhilarating. Not interested, Lu Lin replied nonchalantly. What joy is there in bounty hunting? It is a grueling endeavor. and the rewards are hardly worth the toil. Look, Star-Lord said, nudging Lu Lin with his elbow while gesturing towards Tony. Tony is developing new weapons and enhancing his armor. He surely needs practical training, right? What better experimental method than to be a bounty hunter? Besides, since you have nothing to do upon your return, why not experience the diverse cultures of the universe? Star-Lord's words struck a chord with Lu Lin, stirring a flicker of interest within him. The notion was indeed enticing. He found himself somewhat swayed. He waved at Tony, sharing their plans with him. Tony, equally enthusiastic, had no objections. He was eager to encounter more extraterrestrial technologies. The prospect of being a bounty hunter was indeed a coveted opportunity. Once they acquired the intelligence, Lu Lin and his companions departed from Xander. Laden with numerous packages obtained through extortion, no transactions. They had effectively upgraded their arsenal. What they had secured were military-grade spacecraft. No matter how formidable the weaponry of interstellar pirates might be, it paled in comparison to the vessels of such an advanced civilization. Following Tony's modifications, the spacecraft became even more striking and formidable. The Xandarians watched with predatory gazes as Tony departed, for, with Star-Lord's assistance, he had absconded with a wealth of top-secret information. These materials would have remained forever concealed from outsiders, but with Lu Lin present, they had no choice but to comply. Initially reluctant to share, they were rendered mute upon learning of the developments within the Kree Empire, obediently surrendering their technological secrets. Star-Lord, leaving Xander, radiated exhilaration, his excitement palpable. This was an unparalleled thrill for him. He had never experienced such joy before. A well-performing spacecraft held a significance for someone like Star-Lord akin to that of a beloved spouse. They brought 2 spacecraft from the Chandra Belt, yet with only 3 individuals. Managing 2 vessels proved to be somewhat cumbersome. Consequently, Tony ingeniously modified the 2 ships, merging them into a singular entity. This accomplishment was largely attributable to his recent advancements in nanotechnology. Speaking of which, one must mention the state-of-the-art experimental terminal Tony secured from the Chandra Belt. This terminal could fulfill over 99.9% of Tony's experimental needs. As long as the raw materials were available, he could fabricate any product he required. Under the auspices of Tony's nanotechnology, the 2 spacecraft became seamlessly integrated, devoid of any visible seams. If necessary, the vessels could instantaneously separate into 2 independent units, each capable of autonomous navigation. Tony also deftly programmed an AI for the rear vessel, enabling it to fly on its own and even initiate attacks on adversaries without human intervention. This is nothing short of miraculous, Star-Lord exclaimed. Incredible! You're nothing short of a genius. Can I enlist you as the engineer for my team? Despite currently being a solitary member, Star-Lord was confident that his team would soon expand. You could even be the vice captain, he added excitedly. With you aboard, where in the galaxy could we not go? It must be said that your ambitions are commendable, Lu Lin remarked, observing Star-Lord's elation and puncturing his fantasy. Just a reminder, Tony is the wealthiest individual on Earth. What? The wealthiest in the world? Star-Lord's jaw dropped, as if a light bulb could fit inside. Though Tony was merely the richest person on Earth, Star-Lord held no disdain for him, knowing that one who stands atop a planet is certainly no ordinary individual. At that moment, Star-Lord felt the absurdity of his earlier proposition. Hey, I meant to say, he began awkwardly, attempting to explain. No need to dwell on it, Tony interjected. Emerging from the spacecraft with a cup of pale green liquid and taking a sip, this beverage, a specialty of Shannara, had been brought back in considerable quantity before their departure. It possessed a fruity aroma while its texture resembled that of thick yogurt. Furthermore, this drink could swiftly replenish energy, boasting a completely side-effect-free invigorating effect. Consequently, it enjoyed immense popularity across the stars. For someone like Tony, who often burned the midnight oil in his research, this drink was undoubtedly an excellent source of energy. However, much like its effects, its exorbitant price rendered it a luxury reserved for the affluent and the cosmos. With a slight smile, Tony tossed over a bottle of the beverage. While I cannot become your engineer, I can assist in modifying your ship before I leave. Star-Lord caught the drink, raising an eyebrow. I may now comprehend the true worth of the world's wealthiest. Every engineer in the universe is a rare and cherished entity, particularly those capable of enhancing spacecraft, making them even more precious within that already scarce species. The price for such individuals is beyond the means of someone like Star-Lord. Most people are self-taught, improvising their modifications as long as they can make things work. However, the amicable atmosphere between the two was swiftly disrupted, as Tony found it increasingly intolerable to endure Star-Lord's taste. What kind of rubbish are you listening to? Allow me to introduce you to something electrifying. To Tony, the so-called classic hits from the last century that Star-Lord cherished were nothing more than stale relics, utterly lacking in sophistication. Chapter 62. Not quite the typical ADS kid with deft taps of his fingers on the spaceship's control screen, Tony unleashed a torrent of exhilarating music that reverberated throughout the vessel. What is this cacophony? Star-Lord exclaimed, rolling his eyes and reverting to his preferred tunes, declaring, Mine is the timeless classic. Yours is merely rubbish. What ancient relic are you that still listens to such drivel? Tony retorted, matching Star-Lord's eye roll with one of his own. A snap of his fingers transformed the music to his liking. What? Wait, I'm not even 30 yet. Star-Lord shouted, raising his voice in protest. 30, Tony echoed. Astonishment etched on his face. What year were you born? I was born in 80. Is there a problem with that? Star-Lord replied, exasperated. Good heavens. Tony gazed at Star-Lord in disbelief. You're a whole decade younger than me. I thought you were a decade older. Born in the 70s. Tony had reached the milestone of 40, yet he appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. In stark contrast, Star-Lord seemed to embody the characteristics of a man in his 30s or 40s. You are 10 years my senior? Star-Lord was equally shocked. You must be jesting. It's utterly unnoticeable. Well, Tony shot a sympathetic glance at Star-Lord. You are quite the relic of the last century, so I'll refrain from further comments. Though you may be younger, in my eyes, you still embody the essence of someone out of touch with the times. Your taste. Tony clicked his tongue, his disdain palpable. What do you mean by that? Star-Lord countered, finally catching on to the peculiarities of their exchange. Wait, when did this happen? His fingers pounded on the screen, only to discover he was unable to switch the music back. Glaring at the self-satisfied Tony, he exclaimed, Damn it, when did you infiltrate my spaceship? Just now. Tony replied nonchalantly, snapping his fingers again. The ship system was far too easy to breach. I couldn't resist the temptation to unlock it. Rest assured. I altered nothing but the music. Tony chuckled lightly. Star-Lord, in frustration, thumped the spaceship's dashboard. You rascal. Return my exhilarating tracks. Tony merely shrugged, a smile dancing on his lips as he relished Star-Lord's impotent fury. This incident was but a minor interlude. After traversing the cosmos, the group soon parted ways once more. In reflection, it had been a month since Tony and Lu Lin had embarked on their journey, during which Tony acquired the technology he desired. Lu Lin had also reveled in his escapades, and the duo prepared to return home. Before their departure, they extended another invitation to Star-Lord, but he again declined. In truth, he had clandestinely ventured back to Earth long ago, only to find it irrevocably changed. The loved ones he once knew, his very family, had long since vanished. Heartbroken, Star-Lord returned to the cosmos, continuing to follow Yondu. On one hand, he had nowhere else to go. On the other, he wished to avoid causing trouble on Earth. Star-Lord understood that if he remained on Earth, Yondu would stop at nothing to find him. He did not wish to bring turmoil to his once beloved hometown, even though it had now become a place of sorrow for him. After escaping from Yondu's clutches, Star-Lord simply desired to roam the universe as a free-spirited bounty hunter. As for family, that was something he had long since cast aside. He felt no need for such superfluous emotions. Upon hearing Star-Lord's words, Lu Lin remained silent and merely patted his shoulder. Star-Lord was still young, and his experiences were limited. In a few years, once he forged bonds with his companions and uncovered the truth of past events, his perspective would undoubtedly shift. Lu Lin had no intention of revealing the truth to Star-Lord at this moment, for it would serve no purpose and might not be beneficial for him. It was best to leave everything to the passage of time. After parting ways, Tony and Lu Lin swiftly returned to Earth. As soon as they arrived, Tony eagerly dove into his laboratory to process the research findings he had brought back. Meanwhile, Fury sought out Lu Lin. What do you want from me? Lu Lin asked, exasperated. Can't you let me have a moment's peace? I wish to invite you to join us, Fury replied earnestly. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had been a long-conceived plan. Indeed, it pertained to the Avengers, the team of superheroes Fury envisioned. He had previously invited Tony, only to be turned down. After spending considerable time with Lu Lin, Fury now held him in high regard. Many agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. were less trustworthy in Fury's eyes than Lu Lin. This trust was not merely due to Lu Lin's past assistance or the valuable information he had provided. It stemmed from a thorough analysis of Lu Lin's behavior, based on reports from numerous behavioral analysts. After careful evaluation, Fury had come to believe in Lu Lin's integrity. Initially, he had not intended to extend an invitation so soon, as he felt the timing was not right, just as he believed Tony would not join at this moment. Fury thought it prudent to wait for the opportune moment to broach the subject. However, he had begun to sense a sinister force lurking in the shadows. He was uncertain of its nature or who controlled it, but one thing was clear. There was a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D. By nature, Fury was a suspicious individual. Now, he found it nearly impossible to trust anyone, which is why he sought out Lu Lin, urgently wanting him to join their ranks. Join you? What a ridiculous proposition. Lu Lin scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Fury. Join you, only to be manipulated by the foolish politicians on your planet? I apologize, but I do not possess such peculiar inclinations. Rest assured, this small team was established in secrecy. Apart from myself, no one is aware of its existence, ensuring that those individuals will not meddle in your actions. Fury gazed intently at Lu Lin. Do not engage me in these verbal games, Lu Lin replied coolly. Indeed. I can choose not to heed the directives of those politicians, but I must follow your command, correct? What led you to the erroneous belief that you could exert control over me? Lu Lin said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Chapter 63. Who do you think I am? No. You have misunderstood my intent, Fury hastily clarified. You possess absolute authority here, and I shall extend to you my utmost trust. Your every action need not be reported to me. I'm afraid I'm not interested in your child's play masquerading as superhero antics, Lu Lin resolutely declined. Could you enlighten me as to why? Fury inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Lu Lin. For no particular reason, Lu Lin replied, casting a glance at Fury. I simply understand the nature of the masses too well. I refuse to be shackled by the rules of Earth. Nor do I wish to be ensnared by your moral standards. What does that mean? Fury narrowed his eyes, conjuring unsettling thoughts. You understand, don't you? The universe is inherently cruel, Lu Lin remarked nonchalantly. Consider that the loss of dozens, or even hundreds of thousands, millions, or tens of millions of lives pales in comparison to the vastness of the cosmos. Countless civilizations, billions of lives, have inexplicably vanished, their fates unknown. Under such dark laws, a ruthless order of survival of the fittest has emerged. Undoubtedly, as the Prince of Asgard, I stand at the pinnacle of this order. Did you know? As the Prince of Asgard, I possess the authority to judge any citizen of Asgard at my discretion. Hence, can you grasp the concept of a king? In Asgard, Odin is the singular, supreme monarch, akin to your ancient kings. Oh no, the kings in your realm do not wield such power. To put it plainly, beneath the royal family, everyone exists as the king's slave, a servant bound to honor the king's presence. Lu Lin unflinchingly elucidated the stark reality of the universe. What you perceive is merely a facade of benevolence crafted by Odin to highlight his mercy. Surely, you do not believe that when Odin conquered the 9 realms, he relied on love and peace? Lu Lin scoffed. The number of lives extinguished by his hand surpasses the totality of all life on Earth. Furthermore, allow me to remind you that an Asgardian strength evolves with age. Even if I were to lie idle in a few millennia, I too could attain the stature of my father, such is the nobility of royal blood. And beneath this, you, Lu Lin pointed at Fury, then gestured toward the outside. Even all those beyond these walls are but ants in my eyes. Gently swirling the wine in his glass, Lu Lin remarked, if I were to step outside and annihilate the entire population of New York City, what could you possibly do about it? You wouldn't dare. Fury glared at Lu Lin coldly. Should that occur, I would pursue vengeance at any cost. I regret to inform you that your notion of vengeance appears to me as feeble as a child's threats. Lu Lin chuckled lightly. What could you possibly use to retaliate against us? Perhaps your so-called nuclear bombs? Lu Lin snapped his fingers. To dispel any misconceptions regarding your understanding of strength, allow me to present a recording. This captures an incident that transpired during my recent excursion through the cosmos alongside Tony. He pushed a communicator towards Fury. Taking a deep breath, Fury activated the video within the device. It showcased Tony's recording of Lu Lin obliterating an entire fleet from the planet Shandar with a single punch. Witnessing the torrential rain of flames, Fury fell into silence. In my eyes, your technology, along with that of 99% of individuals in this universe, merely constitutes oversized toys. Lu Lin had never disclosed such matters to them before, but upon his revelation, Fury felt a twinge of regret for having allowed such a formidable being to reside on Earth. I refuse to believe there is not a single soul on this planet capable of stopping you, Fury uttered with difficulty. Even if but one remains, we shall unleash the most fervent retribution against those who slay our kin. Calm down, there is no need for such agitation, Lu Lin replied with a faint smile. The reason I share all this is not to convey that I truly intend to act upon it. Consider yourselves fortunate. Odin is advanced in years and has long lost interest in warfare, while my brother is a mindless fool. With just a modicum of effort, he would remain steadfastly loyal to Earth. As for myself, I find no pleasure in orchestrating grandiose schemes or engaging in ceaseless violence. Do you not tire of it? You should be grateful that I still possess a semblance of justice and a moral compass, which compels me to assist Earthlings, people like you, without charge. What I seek in return is merely a trifling amount of wealth and enjoyment, Lu Lin continued. Let me elucidate what would transpire if I were to become a superhero on Earth, a member of your so-called team. Should a crisis arise, I would undoubtedly intervene, thereby attaining the status of the superhero you speak of, revered by the inhabitants of Earth. It sounds idyllic, does it not? Yet herein lies the dilemma. Being a superhero is far from simple, especially when surrounded by a multitude of anti-intellectual individuals. You cannot fathom the thoughts that occupy their minds. Even in 2022, there remains a significant faction that believes the Earth is flat, dismissing the notion of a spherical planet as false, while others contend that the moon landing was a fabrication. Despite Lu Lin's formidable power, he cannot save everyone. Should he falter in any regard, those shortcomings would be magnified in the public eye. Individuals seeking attention and profit would endeavor to tarnish his reputation. Why? Because only by disparaging a superhero can they distinguish themselves and garner interest. Under the influence of unscrupulous media, hostility will surely arise, with many attributing their animosity to the very superheroes like Lu Lin. There is no need to doubt the likelihood of such occurrences. Just observe the valiant Spider-Man, who roams the city with a sense of justice. How many voices clamored for his apprehension? A living testament lies before you. Lu Lin is certainly not a figure akin to Spider-Man, a mere scapegoat for insults. What nonsense is this? He forsakes his noble status as the Prince of Asgard to descend to Earth, championing righteousness and saving your lives, only to be met with scorn? What reasoning is this? Lu Lin finds it increasingly difficult to assure that, in a fit of rage, he will not retaliate against these so-called keyboard warriors and critics with a heavy hand. Chapter 64. I am not a benevolent person, a superhuman, who slaughters those who speak disrespectfully. Can such a being truly be called a superhero? Lu Lin languidly remarked, thus. From the very beginning, do not harbor any expectations of me. You see, if I were unaware, that would be one thing. But should someone dare to insult me to my face, I would indeed retaliate. Therefore, as long as I reside on this planet, it would be prudent for you to manage public opinion carefully. Lu Lin smiled faintly. I am not one to tolerate grievances lightly. Fury felt a profound sense of anger. Yet he was utterly powerless, for he could do nothing. He lacked even the ability to expel Lu Lin from Earth. Ah, by the way, you might have some acquaintances in the universe, Lu Lin said softly, but do not expect those individuals to be my adversaries. The Kree Empire. Lu Lin observed Fury's expression and chuckled. Ah, judging by your face, you must have heard of it. Unfortunately for you, I have also heard certain things regarding Captain Marvel, who is presumably affiliated with the Kree Empire. Regrettably, you might find it challenging to contact her for a while. What have you done to Carol? Fury exclaimed, taken aback. Well, you should be aware that the Kree Empire does not enjoy a favorable reputation in the cosmos. While their strength is formidable, they are an aggressively expansionist empire. High emotional intelligence, aggressively expansionist. Low emotional intelligence, perpetually waging wars of invasion. More than half of the interstellar conflicts among empires have been instigated by the Kree Empire. Thousands of years ago, they even descended upon Earth, conducting inhumane biological experiments. To this day, remnants of their experiments linger on our planet. The inhabitants of the moon are also the results of their genetic trials. Although Carol is a human, her origins lie within the Kree Empire, thus she harbors a certain affinity for it. Consequently, when Lu Lin obliterated the Kree fleet, it was no surprise that Carol appeared. Since she sought to thwart my destruction of the Kree fleet, I, of course, showed no mercy and gave her a severe beating. It will likely take her a year or more to fully recover. Much of the time was spent relentlessly pummeling her. Had I not encountered Carol, I estimate I could have completed my task within an hour. I stand on the side of justice, Lu Lin remarked with a subtle smile. What I do is far more just than any cosmic guardian of justice. Fury fell silent. Perhaps he should not have sought out Lu Lin today, nor should he have placed his hopes in him. Look how frightened you are. Lu Lin laughed heartily. Do not concern yourself too much, as long as I am comfortable. I generally do not act against Earthlings. However, since you are indeed in dire need of trustworthy allies, why not venture to the Arctic and see what you might find? There may be someone you desire there. The Arctic? The ice cap? Fury's gaze sharpened as he instantly conjured an image of a certain individual. Are you referring to the captain? Who knows? Lu Lin replied languidly. After all, he is a superhuman and is still alive, which is quite normal. Isn't it? Fury cast a deep look at Lu Lin. How come you are so knowledgeable about Earth's affairs? Because you are a member of the Nine Realms. As a lord, it is only natural to possess a bit more understanding of the matters concerning your domain. Isn't it? After all, you are the only one among the Nine Realms who has detached from Asgard as control. Lu Lin remarked with significance. Fury gave Lu Lin a profound glance before rising to depart. He could not discern which of Lu Lin's words were true and which were false. However, one thing he was certain of was that he must never provoke this man lightly. Fury felt that it would be prudent to comply with Lu Lin's requests. Until he possessed the strength to contend with him, it was best not to defy Lu Lin's intentions. As for the matter concerning Captain America, he intended to explore it further. Why not give it a try? What if Lu Lin speaks the truth? If the captain truly still lives, then Fury's burden would lighten considerably. He is someone who can be absolutely trusted. Come forth. I have long since discovered you. Lu Lin stretched lazily and said, have you grown weary from eavesdropping out there for so long? Lu Lin drew back the curtains and opened the window, glancing at Tony floating outside. What is the matter? Not planning to come in and chat with me? Tony flew in, utterly oblivious to the decorum of a listener. Is what you just said true? Which part? Lu Lin replied nonchalantly. I have said quite a lot. Regarding the slaughter, the accusations, would you truly unleash carnage over some allegations? Lu Lin did not respond to Tony's inquiry. Let us consider this. Tony, suppose there exists a scenario where, whether it be aliens or some malevolent, deranged scientist, There is indeed a lunatic who causes a significant disturbance, and in the process of eliminating this madman, ordinary people inadvertently suffer, even if no innocents are affected. Due to your limitations, it is impossible for you to save everyone. There will inevitably be casualties, correct? This. Tony hesitated. What do you mean? Do not dismiss this as impossible. Lu Lin stated coolly. Look at the chaos caused by Octavius and Connors. Had they not been targeting me? Think of how many innocents would have met their demise. This time, there were no personal stakes. That was a stroke of luck. But what if next time someone seeks vengeance against me and innocents are caught in the crossfire? Do you believe those people would not blame the deaths of their relatives and friends on me? As long as you make enough public appearances, such occurrences are bound to transpire. Moreover, there are the aforementioned reports and news concerning the media, as previously articulated by Lu Lin. Those who seek attention and profit will go to great lengths to tarnish his reputation in their quest for notoriety. Under the influence of unscrupulous media, many will inevitably harbor animosity, even attributing this hostility to the so-called superheroes like Lu Lin. And then what? Will you, disheartened, abandon your noble quest for justice? Or do you intend to disregard it entirely? Lu Lin shrugged and remarked, I apologize, but I do not possess the habit of spitting in the face of adversity. Chapter 65. Tony's thoughts. Captain awakens. I would never truly take a life, yet should I be provoked beyond measure, I cannot guarantee what actions I might undertake. Lu Lin remarked nonchalantly, You know I have never been one to concern myself with the opinions of those foolish rabble. But what if that rabble is being manipulated? My restraint against ordinary individuals does not imply that I would hesitate to confront those lurking in the shadows. What do you mean? What do you mean? Lu Lin could not help but chuckle at the question. Just take a look at the kind of people within the American government. What unspeakable deeds are they not capable of? Glancing at Tony, Lu Lin added, Surely, you are more aware of this than I am. With a smile, Lu Lin switched on the television, which displayed news of the military's attempts to coerce Tony into relinquishing the Iron Man suit. Observe their current actions and compare them to their past misdeeds, Lu Lin continued. Here's an interesting tidbit. In the over 200 years since the founding of America, there have been merely a handful of years free from war. This is less than 1/10 of American history. What sort of politicians do you expect such a nation to cultivate? Tony, you are of this earth, while I am not, Lu Lin stated calmly. You may be compelled to surrender your armor, to face them in court. However, if it were I, should someone demand my magic, my power, I would soar before them and sever their head to use as a ball for kicking. Thus, to prevent certain individuals from nurturing unrealistic fantasies, it would be wise to administer a precautionary measure. If these repugnant beings truly attempt to extract something from me, Lu Lin smiled softly. Perhaps they will find much in common in hell. Hell is indeed a tangible realm. These individuals will not ascend to paradise. They will not even attain God's forgiveness. Do you still expect me to pardon them? Hell heaven? Tony had accepted the alien's claims, yet he remained skeptical regarding the existence of hell and heaven. Didn't that egghead come to you before? You could inquire with him, Lu Lin noted casually. My initial purpose for coming to Earth was to send Mephisto and his dim-witted offspring back to hell. What was that agent by Fury's side called? Coulson? He witnessed me dispatching them one by one. Perhaps you could seek his confirmation. Lu Lin glanced at the television, then at the clock to check the time and date. It seems the court session is about to commence. Are you not attending? Tony regarded Lu Lin, slowly lowered his mask, and took flight. Damn it. Little Beachy. Come back and fix the glass. Lu Lin muttered, watching Tony's retreating figure. As he watched the live news broadcast on television, observing Tony fiercely confronting the military in court and exposing their secrets, Lu Lin couldn't help but smile faintly. Tony's actions were nothing more than futile struggles. As long as he continued to identify as an American, he was bound by the rules of this nation. Ultimately, he would yield. Had he not surrendered the Patriot? Although the technology behind Tony's creation remained unbreakable, the United States had salvaged its pride, and the Mark armor he relinquished was exceedingly practical, sufficient for their purposes. Once Tony had handed over the armor, their objectives were achieved. There would be ample opportunities and means to target him further. Little did they anticipate that in the ensuing years, their lives would grow increasingly arduous, culminating in Thanos' fateful snap that rendered everything meaningless. Despite striking a blow to the military, Tony's situation did not improve, for the military had not truly abandoned the Mark armor. Meanwhile, Tony discovered he was suffering from palladium poisoning. This predicament could be resolved merely by seeking Lu Lin, who could alleviate his condition with a snap of his fingers. Yet, Tony had no intention of doing so. Since overhearing the conversation between Lu Lin and Fury, his attitude towards Lu Lin had shifted significantly. It had been some time since he last visited Lu Lin, who was indifferent to this. If Tony intended to sever ties over such trivial matters, Lu Lin felt there was no need for further meetings. After all, they would inevitably become adversaries, wouldn't they? Simultaneously, Steve slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, he momentarily envisioned Peggy. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely another woman strikingly similar to her. Hearing the sounds of a sports game on the television, Steve gradually sat up. Who are you? How did I get here? Where am I? Good morning, Captain, the woman replied with a smile, glancing at the time. Or should I say, good afternoon. Steve regarded the agent before him. Where am I? You are in a rehabilitation ward in New York City. Where exactly am I? Rogers began to grow frustrated. He suspected he had fallen into an enemy trap, but he was uncertain whether the figure before him was friend or foe. I'm afraid I cannot comprehend your meaning, Captain Rogers. This game, Rogers suddenly declared. What? I was there. It was May of 1941. I was present. The female agent discreetly pressed a button on her alarm, and two armed men burst through the door. Yet, in the next moment, both agents were thrown aside as Steve dashed out, only to discover that it was merely a makeshift film set. The overhead broadcast repeatedly blared alarms. Without a moment's hesitation, Rogers charged out. Yet, as he stepped onto the street, a wave of confusion and disorientation suddenly surged within him. Where is this place? Soldier, please remain calm. The masked fury appeared before Steve. I apologize for this spectacle. I merely wish for you to acclimate. Acclimate to what? Steve gazed around, bewildered by his surroundings. I am truly sorry. Captain, you have been in slumber for nearly 70 years. 70 years? A profound sense of helplessness pierced through Steve's heart in an instant. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming pain, struggling to breathe. Chapter 66, The Sinister Mission, Captain? Is something amiss? Fury gazed at Steve, perplexed. No, it's nothing, Steve replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. I still owe someone a date. Upon awakening, Steve began to gradually acclimate to modern life, slowly learning to embrace new experiences. Concurrently, the presence of Lu Lin prompted Fury to advance the Insight program into its concluding phase. The Insight program aimed to analyze humanity across the globe through big data and artificial intelligence, discerning potential criminals by studying behavioral patterns. This initiative sought to eradicate criminal activities before they transpired. Originally slated for completion in 2014, it was destined to become the catalyst for SHIELD's downfall. However, due to Lu Lin's premature emergence, Fury gained an early awareness of extraterrestrial threats. Initially, Fury harbored reservations about the program. Despite the construction of the helicarrier already underway, he was still contemplating whether to proceed with the Insight program. Yet, after witnessing the alien menace and being intimidated by Lu Lin, Fury resolutely made his decision. He resolved to fully implement the Insight program, believing that internal issues on Earth must be addressed first. Humanity needed to unite to confront potential future threats. Thus, without hesitation, Fury commenced the Insight program. According to the original plan, the helicarrier was to launch around 2014. However, with Fury's unwavering support, its construction progressed far beyond Hydra's expectations. To ensure the Insight program's success, Hydra disregarded exposure and hastened the initiative. Initially, the program intended to identify future criminals through behavioral analysis, but after Hydra's algorithmic alterations, it transformed into a means to eliminate all individuals deemed threats to Hydra. This represented Hydra's true agenda. Yet, due to Fury's preemptive change of heart, Hydra found itself compelled to align with Fury's pace, lest unforeseen complications arise. Ironically, it was this forced alteration of the original plan that illuminated the internal issues within SHIELD. As the construction of 3 helicarriers neared completion within the SHIELD base, Steve had also adapted to contemporary life. After a thorough review by SHIELD, he finally encountered Peggy Carter. Steve, you still owe me a dance. At that moment, Peggy was gravely ill. Afflicted by advanced dementia, her daily existence reliant on a respirator. Even so, she still remembered Steve. Tears filled Steve's eyes as he whispered, I'm sorry, I'm late. I truly apologize. In his embrace, Peggy peacefully closed her eyes. It was she who established SHIELD in that era. It was quite a formidable challenge for a woman to achieve such feats, as you are well aware of those individuals. Steve interrupted the narrator's explanation. You need not elaborate further. I comprehend her circumstances of marriage and motherhood. He gazed tenderly at the woman on the hospital bed, his eyes brimming with warmth. This is a matter of course. I harbor no issues with it. There is no need for you to explain on her behalf, nor does she owe me any explanations. Watching Peggy depart peacefully, Steve ultimately chose to let go and slowly walked away. Given the opportunity bestowed upon him to begin anew, he vowed to cherish his life. He yearned to behold this nation, to explore the world, to witness the peaceful existence they had once fought for with their very lives, and to discern whether it matched his imaginings. Since Peggy was the founder of SHIELD, at Fury's invitation, Steve also joined the organization, becoming an agent of SHIELD. As this was Peggy's creation, he was determined to discover what S-H-I-E-L-D truly represented. However, before that, he required a place to reside. Upon arriving at the accommodations arranged by S-H-I-E-L-D, Steve unexpectedly met a girl named Sharon. There seemed to be a spark between them, and for some reason, Steve felt a sense of Peggy and Sharon. At times, when he gazed at Sharon's face or her silhouette, he was reminded of Peggy in her prime decades ago. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Sharon was also an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D. Moreover, she was Peggy Carter's niece, which elucidated why Steve often perceived echoes of Peggy and Sharon. Gradually, Steve began to integrate into this new society, during which he undertook several missions assigned by Fury. These counterterrorism tasks posed no difficulty for a super soldier who had once emerged from a pile of corpses. During his missions, he also became acquainted with his colleague, Black Widow. Steve held a favorable impression of Black Widow, considering they had been comrades in the same camp, even though they had never met previously. Just as Steve believed his life would continue in this manner, one mission profoundly altered his trajectory. So, what is this mission? Here are the documents. Coulson handed a file to Steve. Remember to destroy it after reviewing. Observing the flustered Coulson rushing in, sweat glistening on his brow, Steve casually offered him a can of soda. Have a drink, take a break. Coulson accepted the soda, stowing it away. I must ensure you have thoroughly reviewed the mission requirements and have destroyed them completely. Steve nodded, understanding the necessity of such diligence. He cast a glance at Coulson, interpreting his fervor as professionalism, unaware that Coulson was, in fact, a devoted admirer. Coulson refrained from drinking not out of dedication, but rather with the intention of preserving that can of cola as a cherished keepsake for a lifetime. After perusing the physical dossier, Steve, under Coulson's vigilant oversight, proceeded to obliterate it entirely. However, once Coulson had departed, a sense of perplexity washed over him, for this mission was steeped in an enigmatic aura from beginning to end. It was a rescue operation, yet simultaneously, he was tasked with safeguarding Natasha as she undertook another assignment. Fury had not divulged the nature of Natasha's mission, but Steve's keen military instinct stirred an unsettling sense of foreboding within him. Chapter 67. The Insight Project, yet he was merely a soldier, his sole obligation being to obey orders. Thus, he refrained from questioning Fury's commands. However, during the execution of the mission, Steve discovered that the task was vastly different from his expectations. Natasha was, in fact, duplicating S-H-I-E-L-D confidential documents. This revelation instigated a sense of doubt within Steve regarding his comrade, yet Natasha urged him to confront Fury directly. Under Steve's pressing inquiries, Fury ultimately acknowledged the existence of the Insight Project, which incited immense dissatisfaction within Steve. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Fury glared at Steve, his anger palpable. I can understand your perspective. That is precisely why I acted in secrecy. However, you ought not to criticize my actions. Fury stated coldly. You have encountered Lu Lin alongside me and even engaged him in combat. You should grasp what such a person signifies for Earth. Moreover, you must realize that there are numerous others in the cosmos who pose threats to our planet. Indeed, due to Captain S' affiliation with S-H-I-E-L-D, he possessed the privilege to access a wealth of intelligence and documentation, including information concerning Lu Lin. Fury even escorted Steve to Lu Lin's bar, where the rapport between them was remarkably amicable. Steve, when at leisure, would visit the bar for a drink and engage Lu Lin in discussions about cosmic matters. Lu Lin was generous with his knowledge, readily answering any queries Steve posed, encompassing the state of the universe and the threats it faced. Steve harbored an inherent sense of urgency. Yet this did not equate to his endorsement of Fury's methods. He perceived Fury's approach as excessively radical, believing that such conduct would inevitably lead to significant problems. After departing from S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, Steve returned to Lu Lin's bar, albeit this time with a clouded disposition. Unfortunately, he felt unable to confide in Lu Lin. Despite the latter being a consultant agent for S-H-I-E-L-D, Lu Lin noticed Steve's discontent, but, respecting his silence, refrained from probing further. Upon returning to his residence, Steve was abruptly attacked. It was at this moment that he realized his neighbor was also affiliated with S-H-I-E-L-D. Even the girl with whom he felt a budding affection turned out to be an agent, and most startling of all, she was Peggy's niece. This revelation incited a wave of indignation within Steve. Nevertheless, there was no time to dwell on such matters, for news arrived that Fury had been assassinated. The situation had taken a dire turn, leaving Steve with only Natasha as a trustworthy ally. Why the secretive demeanor today, Captain? This is unlike you, she remarked. You could discern it was me? The captain removed his hat, revealing his resolute visage. The captain glanced at the urgent news being broadcasted on the nearby television and let out a bitter smile. You are aware, aren't you? I have now become a fugitive. The entire police force and agents of New York are in pursuit of Steve's whereabouts. Given that Steve's resurrection remains a closely guarded secret, Fury has not made any announcements to the public. Thus, even if Steve were to proclaim to everyone that he is Captain America and would never betray his country, no one would believe him. As for Steve's visage, it is of little concern to the masses. Who truly cares about the appearance of a wanted criminal? After all, during his missions in World War II, Steve always donned a mask, so very few know his true face. Captain America betraying his country. Lu Lin furrowed his brow and continued, "Speak. What is happening?" A sense of foreboding stirred within him. Wasn't this the plot of Captain America, the Winter Soldier? Following this incident, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be completely disbanded. Moreover, Hydra would be exposed and retreat into the shadows. If events were to unfold as before, who would confront the impending Chitauri invasion after S.H.I.E.L.D.'s demise? The butterfly effect had far surpassed Lu Lin's expectations. Now, with Steve awakening earlier, the storyline of Guardians of the Galaxy had been irrevocably altered. Aisha had been taken back by him, and the potential emergence of Adam Warlock had vanished. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to fall at this juncture, even the narrative of the Avengers would undergo significant changes. After all, Loki was still innocently causing mischief in Asgard. Lu Lin was not overly concerned about these matters. As long as Thanos did not acquire all the Infinity Stones, he felt little apprehension regarding any upheaval Thanos might incite. What truly troubled Lu Lin was the Ancient One. In his mind, she posed a far greater danger than Thanos. If she were to consider expelling him or even take action against him due to these changes, it would spell considerable trouble. Hydra, it is indeed Hydra. The captain said with difficulty. I thought they had been entirely eradicated, only to discover that not only are they unharmed, but they have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. from top to bottom. So you have come to seek my assistance? Lu Lin glanced at Steve. No. I merely came to inform you that unless the situation becomes utterly insurmountable, do not intervene. Why? Now it was Lu Lin's turn to be perplexed. Hydra intends to execute the Insight program, Steve revealed. You may be unaware of the Insight program. He then elucidated Hydra's plan. Should it succeed, tens of millions of innocent lives would be extinguished in an instant. But I am prepared to thwart them, Steve stated, looking at Lu Lin. I understand that my strength alone is minuscule, and the likelihood of failure is significant. Therefore, I hope that after my failure, you will step in to halt Hydra. Why? Lu Lin inquired. Wouldn't it be more efficient for me to act now? This is a matter concerning the inhabitants of Earth. It is an affair between myself and Hydra that necessitates my personal intervention. So why do you still place your final hope in me? Lu Lin replied nonchalantly, after all, I am not one of you Earthlings. These matters are of no concern to me. No, they are indeed relevant to you, Steve remarked with a smile. For I have discovered that you two are on Hydra's list of targets. Thus, should the plan succeed, you two would be under threat. Is that so? Lu Lin gazed at Steve and replied coolly, Yet I do not believe this. I cannot accept that your rationale is so simplistic, so naive. Chapter 68. You are the final insurance. Steve gazed at Lu Lin, ultimately letting out a resigned smile. Well, it seems I cannot conceal anything from you. They have infiltrated numerous individuals, many individuals, he lamented. I am unable to ascertain how many of those politicians are not in their employ. Before exposing their plans, they will conspire with those politicians to vilify anyone attempting to thwart them as criminals. He gestured to himself. I am a prime example. And you? Steve hesitated. Fury has told me about your situation, so I believe it is best not to involve you unless absolutely necessary. You refer to the matter of me threatening Fury, do you not? Lu Lin replied with a faint smile. Steve felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated Lu Lin's nonchalance in directly mentioning the word threat. In that case, I shall acquiesce to your request, Lu Lin said with a gentle smile. After all, you have not asked anything of me thus far. As a friend, I am willing to assist you. Lu Lin's eagerness was not merely for such a simple reason. He had received a mission from the system and planned to gain recognition in those significant moments. Despite the considerable alterations in the storyline, with many potential events never materializing, Lu Lin's intuition indicated that this venture would yield fruitful results. The task was to thwart Hydra's schemes, and in accomplishing this mission, he could also gain recognition. Truly a twofold benefit. Lu Lin had no reason to refuse. Thank you, Steve said, glancing at Lu Lin before donning his hat and turning to leave. In addition to the reasons he had previously mentioned, Steve was reluctant to involve Lu Lin for another reason. Consider this. Why has Hydra been able to remain hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years without detection? What actions did those initial individuals undertake? Many within Hydra are unequivocal war criminals, individuals who ought to be executed on the spot. Yet, why have they survived? Why have they brazenly assumed new identities to continue their research? Even the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a leader of Hydra. It is evident that the U.S. government played a profoundly disreputable role in this affair. Those who colluded with Hydra undoubtedly understood the nature of this organization, yet they remained indifferent. The politicians, too, were unconcerned. The military and politicians were even less concerned. Their sole focus was their own interests. After all, the little tyrant has been deceased for many years. Hydra? Merely a pack of lost dogs. What could they possibly achieve? But now, it seems, Hydra is poised to dominate the world. The perpetrators of this tragedy are precisely those who care not at all. It is even conceivable that they will continue to lead their privileged lives afterward, maintaining their positions of superiority. Steve cannot reconcile the notion that his beloved country would engage in such actions. He cannot accept that the higher echelons of his cherished nation comprise such individuals. Rather than suggesting that Steve intended to confront these individuals personally, it would be more accurate to say he had succumbed to a desire for oblivion. His beloved had perished, and his cherished homeland had devolved into a grotesque semblance of its former self. He was merely a soldier, rendered powerless, and now he had even become a fugitive. How absurd, he mused, as he slowly exited the bar. Perhaps dying in the line of duty was his only fitting end. He cast a glance back at Lu Lin. At least with Lu Lin present, the Hydra's nefarious plans might not come to fruition. Observing the captain's retreating silhouette, Lu Lin sank into contemplation. Steve epitomized the ideal American man, embodying all the virtuous qualities of his nation, truly realizing the aspirations touted by politicians. Indeed, within the entire Marvel universe, he was the sole individual deemed worthy of wielding Thor's hammer. As for the later female Thor, that could hardly be considered comparable. She was, after all, a beneficiary of connections. With time on his hands, Lu Lin decided to find some amusement. A faint smile graced his lips as he trailed after Steve to the SHIELD headquarters. The captain was preparing to infiltrate the headquarters to thwart Hydra's launch of the aerial battleship, while Lu Lin had already arrived ahead of him. Under normal circumstances, Lu Lin would never have been able to enter so effortlessly. However, chaos reigned within SHIELD as Hydra agents clashed with Fury's personnel, their commands conflicting. Both factions were purging dissenters, and at that moment, Steve stealthily slipped into the headquarters, ready to unleash mayhem. Thus, the SHIELD headquarters was engulfed in unparalleled disarray. Lu Lin easily penetrated the depths of SHIELD, where he witnessed the iconic elevator fight. I could go all day. Steve gasped, exhilaration in his voice. The legendary scene was successfully enacted. Lu Lin smiled slightly and proceeded to Pierce's office, awaiting the captain's arrival in silence. Steve did not keep Lu Lin waiting for long. Upon his arrival, he found Pierce engaging with several politicians, envisioning a bright future. After conferring with Fury, Steve resolved to unveil all information. This encompassed every secret held by SHIELD, as well as the entirety of Hydra's clandestine operations. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time to discern which information belonged to SHIELD and which to Hydra. Moreover, even in the absence of such a crisis, Fury would struggle to ascertain the veracity and ownership of the intelligence. Therefore, he opted to employ hacking techniques, releasing all information online, thereby rendering Hydra utterly exposed. The cost of this revelation, however, would be the complete obliteration of SHIELD. After all, much of what SHIELD had undertaken would be unacceptable in the eyes of the public. Undertaking this monumental task, Steve had but one ally, Natasha. At this moment, Steve was yet unfamiliar with Falcon, and Coulson was merely an inexperienced operative, rather than a true agent. He resembled more of a clerical staff member. Though possessing some combat capability, it was rather limited, rendering his presence almost negligible. After divulging all pertinent information, Steve would still need to single-handedly thwart the launch of the carrier ship. Time was not on his side. And even the act of simply revealing all the information proved to be exceedingly challenging. Ideally, Steve should have first prevented the launch of the carrier. If that could not be achieved, the next course of action would be to sabotage the core responsible for controlling Zola's algorithm aboard each carrier. By eliminating the algorithm's core, the Insight program would be rendered incapable of functioning properly. Chapter 69. I am also Hydra, however. Steve assessed the situation in his mind and realized that it was utterly impossible for him to accomplish these two tasks alone. Therefore, he resolved to disclose all pertinent information first. Subsequently, he would exert his utmost efforts to persuade the personnel within SHIELD, who remained oblivious to the truth. Only through their collective endeavor could they hope to thwart the launch of the helicarrier. With Natasha's assistance, Steve successfully obtained Pierce's authentication and disseminated all the information. Steve, you are committing treason, a general from the military exclaimed vehemently. The collaboration between SHIELD and the military ran deep. and neither party was entirely virtuous. Once this information became public, numerous unsavory secrets of the military would inevitably be exposed. Particularly concerning insider trading, the fallout would likely ruin many within the ranks. Steve did not respond but instead activated the public broadcast. I am Steve Rogers, indeed. The Captain America, Steve Rogers. Some of you may know of my existence. I am not dead, but was encased in ice in the Arctic for 70 years. Only recently emerging into the light. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. Please listen closely to what I am about to reveal. As Steve unveiled the existence of Hydra and their sinister plans, the expressions of everyone present froze in disbelief. Simultaneously, with Coulson's support, Steve's visage was broadcast across major television networks throughout the nation. The populace learned that Steve was not deceased, he had returned. But they also came to understand Hydra's existence and their intentions. In an instant, chaos erupted across the United States and the world at large. No way. Is this real? What is happening? Is he truly Captain America? Can that information really be verified online? What the hell so much? Within the room, those who had been in the dark suddenly began to react, intending to resist. Yet, in the next moment, a squad of agents stormed in, and without hesitation, they opened fire, eliminating everyone inside. Witnessing the dire turn of events, Steve and Natasha swiftly fled. You could have enjoyed the last 30 minutes of your lives, Pierce lamented. But alas, it is too late now. Inform everyone. The plan is advanced. The helicarrier will launch 30 minutes ahead of schedule. At the launch center, upon hearing Steve's revelations, many employees attempted to strike. Yet, under the threat of Hydra's firearms, they were compelled to continue their work. Within mere minutes, the helicarrier was fully prepared and on the verge of launch. Originally, the plan entailed the launch of 3 helicarriers, but that was a scheme set for 4 years hence. Due to Fury's last-minute change of heart and expedited timeline, the original plan for 3 helicarriers had been condensed into 1. Regardless of the circumstances, it is of little consequence. A vessel may not be deemed perfect in the eyes of Hydra, yet it suffices. As fate would have it, Pierce and Steve encountered one another around the corner. Upon seeing Steve, Pierce exhibited no hesitation and promptly commanded his subordinates to act. He was acutely aware that he could never win over a figure like Steve. However, with a majority of his personnel dispatched to maintain order and ensure the launch of the aerial battleship, Pierce found himself with a dearth of available manpower. He had presumed that 3 elite squads would be sufficient to contend with Steve, yet he grossly underestimated both the super soldier and Steve himself. These men faltered under the captain's command in less than 5 minutes. A sense of panic began to envelop Pierce. Facing Steve one-on-one, he had no semblance of a chance for survival. If Steve were to ensnare him and leverage his life as a threat, the ensuing consequences would be unpredictable. Nevertheless, Pierce soon regained his composure. You dare not strike me. You cannot even threaten me, he asserted confidently. Even if you threaten to kill me, I will not halt the Insight program. Surrender now and join Hydra. Perhaps I could still offer you a position in the new world. I shall never compromise with you. Steve replied coolly, perhaps we should wager to see who falters first. He gazed at Pierce with a hint of malice. At your age, you likely cannot endure for long. Just then, a voice erupted from behind Pierce. Hail Hydra. Turning around, he was taken aback to find Lu Lin standing behind him. What is the meaning of this? Steve stared at Lu Lin in disbelief. You too are a member of Hydra? Both the captain and Pierce were momentarily stunned. What? The Prince of Asgard is one of us. Why would he be one of us? If he were not, why would he utter such words as Hail Hydra? It was entirely reasonable for Pierce to be uncertain about Lu Lin's allegiance, as Hydra was rife with factions, and he was unaware of the actions of others within the organization. Yet, this uncertainty did not diminish the surge of elation within him. Hail Hydra, Pierce echoed back. Excellent. Now you safeguard my safety and eliminate Steve. Once the task is accomplished, I assure you, you shall not be left wanting. Before Pierce could finish his sentence, Lu Lin raised a hand, and Pierce was instantly reduced to ash. What is happening? Steve felt as if his CPU were on the verge of overheating. First, Lu Lin inexplicably proclaimed Hail Hydra. And then he eliminated Pierce. So, was he truly a member of Hydra? Lu Lin turned to Steve. Do you have any last words? What on earth is going on? Steve gazed at Lu Lin in despair. Who are you truly? It is quite simple, Lu Lin replied. Hydra is my subordinate. I am the true leader of Hydra. Lu Lin remarked softly, after a lapse of 5 centuries, Midgard shall once again fall under the dominion of Asgard. Fry, who had maintained his correspondence with Steve, appeared utterly bewildered upon hearing this news. What? How is that even possible? He exclaimed. If what Lu Lin asserts is true, then what is the point of our efforts? We might as well sit back and await our demise. Ironically, Steve had previously attempted to regard Lu Lin as their final safeguard. Yet, it seems he has been nothing more than a mere jest from the very beginning. There is still time for regret. Lu Lin smiled and said, Is it not a privilege to become a subject of Asgard? Chapter 70. You have been deceived. Steve, do you realize how many souls in the universe are unable to attain this honor? I shall never betray my kin. nor my nation. Steve clenched the shield in his grasp. Even in death, I shall never yield. Well spoken. I admire your resolve, said Lu Lin with a slight smile. Unfortunately, from this day forth, you shall vanish from this world forever. As Lu Lin approached, Steve suddenly burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Lu Lin inquired, intrigued yet perplexed by Steve's reaction. I have just come to the realization that if you truly are Lu Lin, with your strength and the might of Asgard, you would hardly need to resort to such measures, would you? Is that so? Lu Lin replied with a faint smile. Perhaps it is due to some irresistible force that we have devised such a plan. No, I still believe in my hypothesis. Steve slowly straightened his posture. Either you are not Lu Lin, or your claim of being a prince of Asgard is but a fabrication. Are you so certain of your conjecture? The truth shall reveal itself through trial. With that, Steve resolved to strike first, yet in the next moment, an overwhelming sense of danger compelled him to raise his shield in defense. The captain's shield is renowned for its ability to absorb all kinetic energy. Yet this is not entirely accurate. It can only absorb a significant portion of the energy when facing an oncoming force directly. This maximizes the protection afforded to the user, ensuring they remain unharmed by external impacts. However, that recent punch was delivered with such force that Steve thought he could hear the lament of his shield. Even though the shield absorbed most of the kinetic energy, Steve was still hurled backward. For that punch bore not only physical energy but also Lu Lin's divine power. Strong as Steve may be, he lay on the ground, having shattered 2 concrete pillars in succession, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. His vision blurred. Yet he did not succumb to unconsciousness. He still yearned to rise, fueled by sheer willpower. After all, it was a time when America needed him most. How could he falter now? Willpower is a mysterious force, capable of propelling individuals to achieve the seemingly impossible. Even when grievously injured and appearing utterly defenseless, it can enable humanity to accomplish feats far beyond imagination. Yet, even as a super soldier, Steve must adhere to the most fundamental rules. At this moment, every nerve and bodily function had been wholly dismantled by Lu Lin. Thus, no matter how strong his willpower, he could not genuinely rise to resist. Steve could no longer feel his body. Aside from his neck, the rest lay immobile. As he gazed upon Lu Lin, who approached with deliberate steps, a profound sense of despair began to envelop Steve. If there had been any lingering hope in his heart before, it had now been utterly dismantled. If the figure before him, Lu Lin, were an impostor, he could never have rendered Steve completely incapable of resistance with just a single blow. Thus, it was evident that Lu Lin was indeed the genuine article, showcasing his true prowess. If Lu Lin were merely toying with him, how could he have struck with such ferocity? Even if Steve were to recover, he would inevitably be rendered a shell of his former self, never to rise again. He sensed the damage to his spine. It seemed that the latter part of his life would be spent as an invalid. Ha, ha, ha. Steve gasped for breath, striving to maintain eye contact with Lu Lin. What are you laughing at? Lu Lin inquired, brow furrowed. It's truly absurd. I had placed such unwavering faith in you. Only to find, Steve said with resignation. Only to find what? Lu Lin replied coolly. Did you truly believe I would not act against you? I am genuinely curious, Lu Lin continued, why you exert yourself so fervently when a better life awaits you. You deserve superior treatment. Because I love this country. I cherish the land that nurtured me, Steve declared. No matter the circumstance, I will always oppose acts of aggression. I will forever fight against them. Is that so? Lu Lin replied with a faint smile. Perhaps, Captain, you have retired too early and awakened too late, remaining oblivious to many realities. You do not indulge in the internet. At most, you glance at the newspapers, hence your ignorance. Not only you, but many citizens of this nation remain unaware of these matters. Lu Lin squatted before Steve, speaking softly. Allow me to enlighten you about the actions of the U.S. government following the conclusion of World War II. They seized all of Hydra's research and those scientists who should have faced execution or imprisonment. I trust you are aware of this. Look at the chaos that surrounds us now. It stands as undeniable evidence, does it not? This is quite normal. Steve closed his eyes. After all, those individuals were entirely finished. They were merely scientists. Who could have anticipated their capabilities? Science knows no borders. Indeed, Lu Lin replied calmly. Science may know no borders, yet scientists possess nationalities and political stances. Surely, you are not unaware of this? But do you understand why they consolidated these individuals, these scientists? Lu Lin smiled faintly. It was to contend with that red nation to the east. Oh, and Fury might think you are not yet ready to engage with these issues, having only just awakened. I heard you have only just begun to learn about the history of the 60s, correct? Are you familiar with the Cold War? Do you know that in the 50s, under the leadership of the United States, the West launched yet another invasion of the East? And are you aware that in the 70s, there was the Vietnam War? This, too, was an act of aggression. No, this. Steve opened his eyes wide, fixing his gaze intently on Lu Lin. If you harbor doubts, you might consider inquiring with Fury. As an agent, particularly one hailing from the United States. He undoubtedly possesses far greater insights than you do. Otherwise, why do you think Fury has always been reluctant to place his trust in the government or any politician? Fury, is that not the case? Steve inquired coldly. In order to ensure timely communication, the channels between both parties remained open. However, the encouraging voice of Fury that had been emanating from the earpiece suddenly fell silent. Answer me, Fury. Chapter 71. A tiny seed indeed, Captain. There are many matters you remain oblivious to. Politics is a sordid affair, Lu Lin remarked with a hint of detachment. Yes, politics is indeed dirty. But that does not justify your aggression towards others. If you can invade others for the laughable reason of self-interest, then conversely, when your strength is inferior, it is only natural for others to invade you, is it not? Fury fell silent. Listen, Steve, do not let him ensnare you, Fury cautioned. Every nation harbors its share of dark history and shortcomings. However, you must believe that our country is improving, that we can make this world a better place. Better? Lu Lin chuckled lightly. Are you referring to coercing Tony into surrendering his armor, or conducting inhumane experiments on soldiers to create super soldiers? Although we are no longer in that wartime era, countless soldiers still perish annually under the guise of those elusive super soldier serums. By the way, Steve, you may not know Dr. Banner, but if the opportunity arises, I could introduce you to him. Ah, poor Dr. Banner, merely a harmless scientist. Yet due to a lab accident, he occasionally transforms into an enraged monster. Can you guess how the military treats this monster? Lu Lin laughed heartily. They actually wish to capture it and replicate the same creature for military warfare. Steve Rogers, the nation you hold dear is not at all as you envision it. Lu Lin said coolly. So, what reason do you have to fight desperately? I will strive to make it better, Steve replied with difficulty. Yet it seems I may not have the chance to do so. Do you know? Rather than patching up an old house, it is far more sensible to tear it down and rebuild, Lu Lin jested. You ought to understand the concept of regime change. As long as the people of this land endure and culture and spirit are preserved, what difference does it make to change the ruling class? Even if the nation's name were to change, as long as the essence remains, does the nation not continue to exist? If the government is ineffective, simply replace it with one that is, Lu Lin stated calmly. With so many incompetent individuals in positions of power, when will you ever manage to resolve that? Each vast interest group entangled together makes it impossible to eradicate them. The best course of action is to eliminate them all and cultivate a new batch. Do not heed his nonsense, Steve. Fury implored urgently. What he is saying is sheer folly. Though the intentions behind Lu Lin's words remained unclear, the implications were abundantly clear. Lu Lin was indeed attempting to incite Steve to overthrow the American government, seeking to plunge the nation into division and chaos. Why are you telling me all this? Steve stared blankly at Lu Lin. Open your eyes and observe the world around you. Do not remain ensnared in the cocoon of information woven by others. Awaken. Suddenly, Steve broke into laughter. So, can you take action now? If you delay any longer, the aerial mothership will truly commence its assault. Or have you already resolved the issue with the mothership? What are you talking about? I do not understand, Lu Lin replied, casting a puzzled glance at Steve. Steve said nothing. Merely smiled, his lips curving upward as he continued to gaze at Lu Lin. Eventually, Lu Lin sighed in resignation. How did you figure that out? Steve realized that he had indeed become aware, and he promptly stood up. Just moments ago, Lu Lin had merely used magic to restrain his movements. He had not truly incapacitated Steve. However, Lu Lin's earlier strike had been somewhat too forceful, and Steve still felt a lingering pain in his back. If he were truly one of Hydra, the mothership would have completed its mission long ago, and would not have been delayed until now. The fact that you have spoken with me for so long without the mothership taking action indicates that you have actually resolved the situation. Is that not so? Lu Lin smacked his lips. You've caught me. He then snapped his fingers, and out of the corner of Steve's eye, he noticed a dramatic change in the external scenery. Turning around, he was astonished to see that the aerial mothership had, at some unknown point, plummeted into the ocean. The InSight program had not been initiated, and there had been virtually no casualties. The only significant loss was the aerial mothership, painstakingly constructed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve even observed individuals in small boats attempting to salvage useful items, preparing to collect them or sell them for profit. What? When did this happen? Fury, on the other side, was equally bewildered. He had been kept in the dark, unaware that the aerial mothership had already been eliminated by Lu Lin. What you just said, is it all true? Steve suddenly inquired. Lu Lin glanced at the earpiece in Steve's ear, prompting Steve to remove it and crush it underfoot. You could seek out various sources or consult university professors who specialize in history, Lu Lin remarked nonchalantly. Of course, their perspectives may be skewed due to their positions. You could also venture east and inquire with the citizens and soldiers of the nations that have been invaded, and ask them how they perceive America. Experiencing it firsthand, listening, and understanding will surely be more convincing than anything I could tell you. How do you know so much? Steve stared at Lu Lin in astonishment. Because I am a god. It is entirely normal and reasonable for me to possess such knowledge. Then why do you want me to know all this? Steve expressed his confusion, saying, I cannot fathom your purpose in doing this. Simply for amusement, Lu Lin replied nonchalantly. Amusement? Steve echoed. Indeed, for amusement, just like now. Lu Lin retrieved his phone and showcased the footage he had just surreptitiously captured. Look at these expressions. They are quite fascinating. However, upon a mere glance, Steve's countenance darkened immediately. Chapter 72. A fixed price of 800,000. He could hardly fathom that this was indeed the expression he had just worn. I can only say, the young hero has quite the talent for facial expressions. Lu Lin remarked. Do you know what a meme is? A meme, in essence, is akin to what people in our country refer to as expression packs or meme images. Unfamiliar with it? You might roughly interpret it as images that convey one's emotions, such as this. As he spoke, Lu Lin began to enact a series of limited edition expressions from Captain America. Despair, disappointment, joy, madness. Wow, these are rare materials, once posted online. They are bound to receive an enthusiastic reception. These are limited edition expressions of Captain America. How extraordinary. Delete it, Steve said with a dark expression. Delete it? Lu Lin laughed. On what grounds do you say delete? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into obtaining this photograph? Just then, Fury finally arrived with his team. After dealing with the remnants of Hydra, he hurried over to ascertain the situation between the captain and Lu Lin. Upon arrival, Fury observed Steve's grim demeanor directed at Lu Lin. What is going on? He asked, looking up to see the meme images in Lu Lin's hands, momentarily taken aback. This is, Fury inquired cautiously. You want what I have? You must pay a price, Lu Lin chuckled. So, what price do you intend to offer for this collection of photographs? Loan me some money. I need to buy the photos. Steve turned to Fury, gritting his teeth. Steve had only recently regained consciousness and had no funds to his name. His previous inheritance had long been misplaced. Currently, all of Steve's expenses were covered by S.H.I.E.L.D. If this were a while ago, Fury would not have batted an eye at any price. However, the issue now was that they had just disclosed all intelligence to combat Hydra. Not to mention funding, everyone was now distancing themselves from them. Fury could only dip into his personal reserves to reimburse Steve. How much do you want? Steve inquired, gazing at Lu Lin. A fixed price of 800,000. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Fury erupted in outrage. 800,000? For a few photographs? Have you lost your mind over money? These are limited edition photographs, and I've even given you a discount, Lu Lin retorted, dissatisfied. Believe me, if I take these out, not to mention 800,000. 8 million would find buyers. Fury had no doubt about the shamelessness of those buyers. Steve regarded these as mere meme images and did not wish for anyone else to see them. However, the problem was that others had their own desires. What if someone purchased the photographs and requested a meeting with Steve? Would he refuse to meet just to destroy these images? The crucial point was that if he went, it could spell disaster. If any organization sought to target Steve or desired the serum in his blood, it would be a different story. They could follow the trail and capture them all in one fell swoop. Those who can purchase the photographs are likely fervent fans and admirers of Steve. Perhaps even those who wish to take him home for the night. If left to Steve's own devices, it would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. Once gone, there's no return. Of course, Fury is not incapable of producing the sum of 800,000. After all these years, he has amassed a fair amount of savings. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he also has the means to utilize public funds, occasionally embezzling a small amount to bolster his ranks. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that lending out such money may result in its irretrievability. Captain America is hardly a wealthy individual. If Fury lends him 800,000, when would he ever see that money returned? Moreover, could he truly approach the captain to demand repayment? Even the most audacious would hesitate to commit such an act. Just yesterday, Fury would have acted without a second thought, for he could have simply filed a reimbursement. Yet, given today's upheaval, the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. itself is now uncertain. Where could he possibly seek reimbursement for this sum? You wouldn't be unable to produce the funds either, would you? Lu Lin observed Fury with a bemused expression. It is quite laughable that the esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot even conjure $800,000. Lu Lin chuckled. Do you believe him, Steve? I certainly do not. I simply think he is unwilling to assist you. What many do not realize is that, despite being a septuagenarian who returned from the last century, Steve harbors his own idol-like burdens. He is particularly concerned about his image, and the idea of unflattering photos of himself circulating is utterly intolerable. Fury. Steve finally reached his breaking point. I'm sorry, Captain, but I truly cannot assist you. Fury replied stiffly, it's merely a few photographs. It's of no consequence. And it's not that I am unwilling to help you, but with S.H.I.E.L.D. nearing its demise, Where am I to procure the funds? No worries, rest assured. Once these photos surface online, I shall immediately have them dealt with and assert that they are forgeries. Wow, is this what American freedom looks like? Lu Lin remarked with a faint smile. You see, I told you I was right, didn't I? Furthermore, do you genuinely think people will care whether the photographs are authentic or not? If it resembles you, that is sufficient. Lu Lin continued nonchalantly. They couldn't care less about whether this is the real Captain America. Realizing he was no longer suited to remain in this space, Fury hastily departed with his subordinates. Seeing you unharmed puts me at ease, Captain, he exclaimed. Rest assured, once I have resolved the matters concerning Asgard, I will certainly assist you with this issue. I truly apologize, Steve, Lu Lin said insincerely. Business is business. Though our relationship is amicable, we must keep the accounts clear. Steve sighed in exasperation. How had he ended up amidst such a group? At the critical moment, he found himself devoid of any reliable allies. At this moment, Steve was engulfed in despair, even harboring a faint desire to retreat into the icy confines once more. Decades had passed, and the world had transformed so swiftly that he found himself struggling to recognize it. Observing the dark expression on Steve's face, Lu Lin chuckled heartily before turning to depart. Steve was indeed a man of considerable interest. Lu Lin's ambitions extended far beyond this encounter. In a previous life, Lu Lin had been utterly delighted when he heard Steve proclaim, "Hail Hydra!" It seemed that in this timeline, Steve would not be afforded that opportunity, particularly with Lu Lin's presence. Whether Thanos could even snap his fingers remained a matter of speculation. Yet, this did not imply that Lu Lin had been entirely deprived of prospects. Chapter 73. Aftermath. Should Lu Lin be willing, there might still be a glimmer of hope for Steve to ascend to the role of Captain Hydra. After all, Hydra has not been entirely vanquished. It is merely the faction within Asgard that has met its demise. The adage of severing one head only for two to sprout in its place rings true, and unbeknownst to many, a multitude of Hydra operatives still thrive in the shadows. Naturally, there exists an opportunity for Steve to explore the audacious notions burgeoning within his heart. Unbeknownst to Lu Lin, his inadvertent actions had sown a seed within Steve's psyche. Although that was his original intent, he could not have anticipated the profound effect it would yield. The nascent thoughts within Steve began to take root at that very moment. Upon returning home, Steve immediately immersed himself in the study of history. Diligently seeking knowledge both pertinent and tangential to America, he endeavored to observe these matters from an objective and authentic perspective. In pursuit of this knowledge, he even took it upon himself to learn how to navigate the internet and conduct research online. As his understanding of history deepened, so too did Steve's comprehension of the nation he called home, and his patriotic sentiments began to undergo a subtle transformation. A small seed had quietly begun to germinate within him, destined to grow into a towering tree with the passage of time. When Tony awoke, bleary-eyed, and beheld the scene before him, he was utterly flabbergasted. What on earth happened? Am I seeing things? He wondered, gazing at the wreckage of a colossal warship adrift in the ocean, leaving Steve in a state of shock. Hey, Lu Lin, can you enlighten me on what transpired? Well, that is quite a long story, Lu Lin shrugged. In simple terms, you could say that Hydra has been resurrected. After a moment of silence, Tony raised his hands in exasperation. And then, what is the current situation? What has unfolded? With a sense of resignation, Lu Lin recounted the events and their intricacies. Are you saying that my father was one of the founding members of Asgard? Lu Lin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is correct. If you find this intriguing, why not conduct your own research online? There is a plethora of information readily available. I have already begun my inquiries. If there is one decision that Nick Fury will eternally regret, it is undoubtedly the choice to mutually destroy Hydra. Had he foreseen Lu Lin's intervention, he would have spared himself the trouble. He ought not to have feigned death. Upon being attacked, he should have sought out Lu Lin to resolve the matter entirely. What was the point of engaging in such subterfuge? Now, they find themselves in a predicament. Hydra is on the brink of annihilation alongside Hydra. Yet Hydra possesses the capacity to retreat into the shadows and commence acts of terror. Conversely, Asgard, an organization funded by the United Nations, is rendered impotent. They have no recourse but to answer to this crisis and provide the public with an explanation. The convergence of these circumstances nearly overwhelmed Fury's mind. Under typical conditions, such a significant upheaval would have signaled the inevitable dissolution of Asgard. Yet, it remains a mystery how Fury managed to persuade the Council to grant the organization a new lease on life. Consequently, Asgard was preserved, albeit at the cost of stringent oversight and a curtailment of the previously enjoyed freedoms. Fury understood this predicament, for the emergence of Hydra warranted a degree of scrutiny. However, the challenge lay in the fact that many operations now required authorization, rendering the execution of Fury's plans exceedingly difficult. This urgency compelled him to assemble a dedicated team of his own. The Avengers initiative was once again brought to the forefront of his thoughts. Fury's first approach was, naturally, to Captain America, for in his eyes, Steve was the linchpin of the team. Without Steve, the Avengers would inevitably disintegrate, failing to unite in purpose. Yet, when Fury sought out Steve, he was met with an unwavering refusal. "I need some time to rest and acclimate to this world," Steve stated calmly. "I intend to venture out alone and explore." "Venture out? Where do you plan to go?" Fury stared, astonished at Steve's intention to embark on this journey solo. Fury had hoped for Steve to publicly support Sheld, for without him, the organization could be facing dire consequences. One must not underestimate the influence and appeal of a symbol of an era. Were Steve to step forward, many of Sheld's challenges would be alleviated. Realizing Steve's resolve to leave, Fury reluctantly resorted to an emotional appeal. Peggy. The mere mention of Peggy's name rendered Steve incapable of denying Fury's request. However, Fury was acutely aware that this topic should remain brief. Excessive discussion would deplete the emotional reserves, and Steve would no longer be inclined to assist. After persuading Steve to remain for a few more days, Fury sighed in relief and sought out Lu Lin and Tony. Upon arrival at Lu Lin's bar, Fury found Lu Lin in conversation with Tony regarding Sheld's predicament. "So this is how it unfolded?" Tony's expression was grave. "There's no need for concern. Once their leader is dealt with, the remainder will be mere strays, posing little threat." Lu Lin added, "The only caution lies in their potential for radicalization without oversight. Some factions might devolve into terrorism." "That sounds like a significant undertaking ahead," Tony mused, lightly touching his chest and nodding. "What brings you here?" Lu Lin inquired, glancing at Fury by the entrance. Fury entered and laid forth his thoughts. "As I have stated, I will not be joining Sheld. Lu Lin replied coolly. "I am aware of the challenges Sheld currently faces. In the past, when you enjoyed an abundance of freedom, I refrained from joining. Now that Sheld has been so thoroughly regulated, do you truly expect me to enlist?" Lu Lin unequivocally rejected Fury's proposition. "I share the same sentiment," Tony languidly remarked. "At present, I am preoccupied with legal battles against the gentlemen of Congress. I simply cannot spare the time. Perhaps once I relinquish my armor, or should I meet my demise, you may extend an invitation to my successor. As for the present, let us not discuss it." With that, Tony staggered away. Chapter 74, Go Find Banner. "I won't see you off." Lu Lin cast a glance at Fury and said in a nonchalant tone, "Are you truly not reconsidering?" Fury, still undeterred, pressed on. "If you were to join us, Tony would undoubtedly acquiesce to my request. What conditions do you require? Speak freely. Is that so?" Lu Lin replied with a faint smile. "Then how about you hand over the Tesseract?" "The Tesseract?" Fury's expression sharpened. "How did you come to know of its existence? How could I not be aware that the Tesseract is in your possession?" Lu Lin chuckled lightly. "Moreover, I am well informed about what the Tesseract actually is." His tone turned serious. "This artifact is far beyond your control. I advise you to surrender it promptly, lest unforeseen calamities befall you. Do not claim I did not warn you." Fury remained silent, finishing the last sip of his iced water before turning to leave. "You haven't settled the bill yet," Lu Lin reminded him. $10. Thank you for your patronage." "How much?" $10? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Fury retorted, exasperated. "That is quite a reasonable price," Lu Lin replied coolly. "Given that the outside world is abuzz with the impending threat of war, everyone is hoarding supplies. A bottle of mineral water is already priced at $30. Cursed capitalists. Damned Hydra." Fury grumbled as he begrudgingly paid and stormed off. Noticing that Tony seemed somewhat off-kilter, he resolved to investigate what was amiss with him. Since he could not persuade Lu Lin, perhaps he could convince Tony instead. If Tony were to join his team, many subsequent matters would become far simpler. After all, if Tony were to speak, Lu Lin would surely not refuse. As for the Tesseract, Fury had no intention of relinquishing it. Having witnessed so many dangers, Fury began to feel the necessity of developing formidable weapons. However, given the current pace of technological advancement on Earth, it was unlikely that any significant breakthroughs would occur in the next decade. The pressing issue was that time was running short for the planet. Today it was Hydra. What would tomorrow bring? What future perils awaited? Decades ago, Earth had already endured an alien invasion. Should it happen again, Fury pondered how he would respond. Could he rely on Captain Marvel, who roams the cosmos endlessly? Ultimately, humanity requires the means to defend itself. With the failure of the Insight program, Fury found himself placing all hope upon the Tesseract. As for Tony's Iron Man suits, Fury had entertained thoughts of acquiring them, yet that notion remained merely a fleeting fancy. Tony was not to be trifled with, and attempting to persuade him to part with the suits seemed a futile endeavor. It would be wiser to focus on convincing Lu Lin to join S-H-I-E-L-D, as there was at least a glimmer of possibility there. Having Tony assist S-H-I-E-L-D in developing conventional weaponry, however, posed no significant obstacle. However, those items were far from what Fury desired. What he truly needed was a formidable weapon, one with the power to secure victory. Although these individuals were quite difficult to manage, Fury contemplated another potential ally, Dr. Bruce Banner. The Hulk. He lacked the intricate thoughts and contemplations of others. All that was required was to offer generous conditions and promise to lift his wanted status. It was likely that Dr. Banner would be quite amenable to joining S-H-I-E-L-D. The only concern was that the Hulk, once unleashed, was not easily controlled. Should the Hulk go awry, rather than annihilating the enemy, it was his own team that could find themselves crushed under his might. Yet, there was no doubt regarding the Hulk's immense strength. Fury even mused that had the Hulk been present during the recent Hydra incident, the situation could have been resolved without requiring Lu Lin's intervention at all. It is said that with great power comes great responsibility, and thus, acquiring a formidable combatant necessitates enduring the inherent drawbacks that accompany such power. It was rumored that Banner had recently been studying yoga and Buddhist philosophy in the East, prompting Fury to send Natasha to make contact with him. After all, as a strikingly beautiful woman, she possessed an inherent advantage. Her involvement might significantly increase the likelihood of success. However, before that could transpire, she needed to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Tony. Given Tony's personality, it would likely not be challenging for Natasha to disguise herself and infiltrate Stark Industries as a secretary. It was anticipated that she would soon uncover the truths regarding Tony's situation. Meanwhile, at Stark's residence, Pepper Potts gazed at Tony with an expression of incredulity. "Tony, what on earth are you thinking?" Pepper exclaimed, bewildered. "How could you entrust such a significant position to me?" Unbeknownst to her, Tony had appointed her as the CEO of Stark Industries. Henceforth, while Tony retained nominal control, the true authority within Stark Industries would rest with Pepper. "Why didn't you inform me of such a monumental decision?" Pepper inquired, her voice tinged with anger. "Because I am the boss, and you are the employee," Tony replied, casting a casual glance at Pepper. Pepper was momentarily taken aback by his words, which seemed devoid of compassion. In such moments, uttering such callous remarks was difficult for many to bear. However, having served as Tony's secretary for numerous years, Pepper was well acquainted with his character and habits. Although Tony had changed considerably, some aspects of his nature remained constant. She could discern that he was troubled. "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Pepper asked, her anxiety mounting. Reflecting on Tony's recent actions, she felt an ominous premonition. Good question. What could I possibly be troubled about?" Tony averted his gaze, focusing on the tools in his hands. "I am merely returning to my previous state." Tony smiled faintly. "So much has transpired. I believe it is time for me to indulge in a brief respite, to allow myself some ease. Is that not permissible?" Observing Tony's demeanor, Pepper became increasingly convinced that he harbored some unspoken burden. As she reflected on Tony's recent actions, an ominous dread began to swell within her. "Surely you are not preparing to settle affairs," she pondered. "What exactly has transpired with you?" Upon witnessing Pepper's expression, Tony was instantly alarmed. He could scarcely believe that she had so swiftly discerned his innermost thoughts. Chapter 75. Tony's inner turmoil. How could this be a matter of arranging affairs after one's departure? "Do not overthink it. That is simply not the case," Tony fervently reassured. "I am merely a bit fatigued. Truly, I would never deceive you." Observing Tony's flustered demeanor, Pepper grew even more certain of her suspicions. "Tell me honestly, what on earth has transpired? Why have you begun to make arrangements for your affairs?" Pepper inquired, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I assure you, nothing is amiss, I swear," Tony proclaimed earnestly. "Truly, trust me, nothing has transpired with me." "What arrangements for after one's departure are you speaking of? Are you wishing for my swift demise?" Pepper, now smiling through her tears, shot Tony an exasperated look. "How could I possibly wish for your death?" She dabbed at her tears with a tissue. "Since you are unharmed, I can breathe easy. I am capable of assuming the role of CEO and managing the company affairs, but you must understand that I cannot do so for long. You may enjoy your freedom for a time, yet when the moment arrives, you must return. Hey, you are the employee, and I am the boss. You cannot issue commands to me like that," Tony said, somewhat disgruntled. "Indeed, you are the boss, and I am the employee," Pepper replied, casting a displeased glance at Tony. "I also possess the right to resign at any moment." "No, you would not dare do that." "I would indeed. Should you ever displease me, I would resign without hesitation," Pepper retorted. "That seems unfair to me. Why do you have the liberty to resign at will?" Tony spread his hands in exasperation. "Very well then, I hereby declare you fired." "Really?" Pepper laughed. "Indeed," Tony affirmed with unwavering certainty. "Really? Then shall I gather my belongings and leave at once?" "That cannot be. You cannot leave." Tony stepped forward to grasp Pepper's hand. Pepper stood frozen, taken aback by Tony's unexpected gesture. I cannot be without you. I need you. You know that, Tony murmured softly. Pepper lifted her gaze to meet Tony's, their eyes locking. And in that moment, a spark ignited between them. Their faces drew closer and closer, on the brink of a kiss, when Tony suddenly snapped back to reality. Oh. My alarm is sounding. I must attend to my experimental apparatus. Tony stumbled back a step, flustered. Ahem, yes, I too must sign some documents, this. Pepper adjusted her attire. Well, I shall take my leave now, as I have many responsibilities now that I have just become so. Once outside Tony's room, Pepper inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. She could not fathom the events of the day, nor could she comprehend why Tony had abruptly halted. Yet, Tony's behavior had irrevocably shattered the delicate balance that existed between them. Watching Pepper depart, Tony collapsed heavily onto his sofa. Had it been the previous version of himself, he would have certainly faced his inner turmoil without hesitation. However, the circumstances have shifted. Aware of his impending demise, Tony believes it is best not to hinder Pepper's future. If he were to be with her, what would become of Pepper after his passing? How would she cope with his departure? Although both of them have nearly laid their feelings bare, Tony remains reluctant to shatter that fragile barrier. If he were to pierce through it, what kind of life would Pepper lead after he is gone? Such thoughts are unbearable for him, and he dares not dwell on them. Rather than leaving Pepper with an indelible memory of their time together, it seems wiser to put a stop to it now. While this may leave her with a sense of regret, it is preferable to the heartache of suddenly leaving her after they have united. With this resolve, Tony quietly solidifies his decision. Following the events of today, he indulges himself even more. Unbeknownst to him, a revenge plot against him is slowly unfolding in a dilapidated slum 1,000 miles away. Thor, my dear brother, it has been far too long since we last met, Lu Lin remarked, a hint of reproach in his gaze. You have been in Midgard for quite some time, and have not even thought to visit me. Each time you return, before I can even find you, you vanish again. Do you still remember your elder brother? Of course, I must. I certainly do, Lu Lin replied with a grin. But you know I am currently undergoing my own trials, and time is scarce. So what are your trials? Odin and Lu Lin informed Thor that Lu Lin's reason for coming to Midgard was due to these trials, which prevented Thor from rushing to find him. Otherwise, given Thor's nature, he would have sprinted to Earth the moment he learned of Lu Lin's arrival. Now, Thor too faces his own trials, which determine who will truly inherit Asgard. The trials consist of numerous challenges, one after another, until someone falters. Ultimately, the individual who surpasses the most challenges will ascend as the next ruler of Asgard. As the competition hinges on the number of challenges completed, and since each person's trials differ, the order of commencement holds no significance. Starting first does not guarantee an advantage. Of course, all of this is a ruse devised by Odin and Lu Lin, crafted to keep Loki oblivious to their true intentions. Thor is unaware that while the trials are indeed real, the method of selecting Asgard's king through them is a attained. Odin has long orchestrated a plan for Lu Lin to inherit his position upon his death. The so-called trials are merely a means to temper Thor's character. If Thor were to succeed in the trial, he would come to realize that the essence of the trial would no longer matter to him. Conversely, if he were to fail, his awareness of the trial's nature would also be inconsequential. After all, if one has failed the trial, what significance does its essence hold for them? I cannot divulge the nature of my trial, Lu Lin hastily interjected. In truth, he possessed no trial to speak of. It was merely a ruse to deceive Thor, prompting him to quickly conjure an excuse. After all, we are competitors now. Thor paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. You are indeed correct. We are competitors now. Chapter 76. The arrogant Thor, since you refuse to divulge the nature of your trials, I shall remain equally reticent about mine. Thor remarked enigmatically, a smile playing on his lips. As you wish, Lu Lin shrugged. However, as a newcomer, you should be aware that Midgard has undergone significant transformations since centuries past. Would you require a modicum of assistance? Not at all, Thor replied with unwavering confidence. I am the Prince of Asgard. What challenge could possibly daunt me? Just watch. Thor laughed heartily, declaring, though your trials commence before mine, I shall soon catch up and even surpass you. Just you wait. Observing Thor's confident strides, Lu Lin could only shake his head in exasperation, choosing silence. This fellow likely needed to face true adversity before realizing the correct course of action. Despite his outward bravado, Thor was in fact deeply unsettled. Ever since he was cast into Midgard by the Bifrost, he had discovered that he had lost all of his divine powers. Presently, he was no different from the so-called mortals. Yet, that was not the worst of it. The most troubling matter was the absence of his beloved hammer, Mjolnir. It refused to heed his summons. This was the source of Thor's greatest anxiety. If Mjolnir no longer responded to his call, could he still be considered the god of thunder? Could he still claim the title of the Prince of Asgard? Thor was uncertain, and thus he endeavored to invoke Mjolnir's response. But regardless of the poses he struck, the incantations he uttered, or the strength he exerted, Mjolnir remained unresponsive. His loud cries even led others to mistake him for a lunatic, nearly resulting in his being taken away by mental health professionals. When hunger struck Thor, who had not a single coin to his name, he unhesitatingly ventured to a nearby tavern, feasting heartily on meat and drinking copiously. Yet, when he sought to depart, he was halted by the waiter. What? Pay? Thor claimed ignorance of such a concept. Thus, he was cheerfully escorted to the police station for a cup of tea. Well, this process was hardly enjoyable. Although he had lost all his divine powers, his robust physique was not something any mere mortal could easily contend with. After toppling 6 police officers in quick succession, Thor scoffed disdainfully. So this is my trial? It's far too simple. However, he was soon subdued by a taser, rendering him unconscious. Upon arrival at the police station, Thor faced a barrage of questioning, yet the officers deemed him nothing more than a deranged lunatic. His talk of trials and being a prince of Asgard left them utterly bemused. Fortunately, amidst his ramblings, he inadvertently revealed Lu Lin's identity and address, prompting the officers to locate him. Upon learning that Thor had been apprehended for dining and dashing, Lu Lin could only shake his head in disbelief. Nevertheless, as his brother, he felt compelled to bail him out, albeit reluctantly. What on earth are you doing? Lu Lin gazed at Thor with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. How did you manage to land yourself in the police station? He inquired. I single-handedly defeated 6 warriors with nothing but my physical prowess, Thor proclaimed proudly. Well, have I not proven my valor? Have I not passed the trial? No, Lu Lin replied, shaking his head with a sigh. If you continue down this path, I'm certain your trial will end in failure. Observing Thor's reluctance to accept this truth, Lu Lin proceeded to enlighten him about the realities of life in Midgard. Upon realizing that he had fought against police officers, Thor's jaw dropped in astonishment. It was no wonder that Lu Lin had warned him of impending failure. The situation was indeed dire. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Thor was consumed by dismay. When Lu Lin offered to assist him financially, Thor rejected the offer without hesitation. I am a prince of Asgard, your brother. If you can accomplish it, so can I, he asserted defiantly. Do not underestimate my strength. Lu Lin, unable to sway him, allowed Thor to pursue his own course, albeit discreetly dispatching someone to follow him to prevent further chaos. Thor's first day was nothing short of dismal. Aside from being detained at the police station, he found himself without a place to sleep that night, resorting to spending it in a park. A passing woman mistook him for a homeless man and tossed him a few bills. Upon awakening and discovering the cash, Thor's spirits lifted. He believed it to be a divine gift and promptly pocketed the money, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. As a habitual drinker, he had gone a whole day without alcohol, a torment he could scarcely bear. The proprietor of the liquor store, however, was no fool. Noticing Thor's disheveled appearance and peculiar garb, he demanded payment up front before allowing him to purchase any drink. Unsurprisingly, Thor was swiftly ejected from the establishment. His scant funds were insufficient for such indulgence. After a day filled with setbacks, Thor finally grasped the workings of Midgard. This ordeal had thoroughly exhausted Sif, who had been assigned to monitor Thor. She could not comprehend why, despite being brothers, the chasm between gods could be so vast. Frustrated, she nearly reached her limit with Thor's foolishness. It took him an entire day to understand that living here required money, and money was earned through labor. Though he had spent the entire day hungry, Thor felt a surge of optimism, convinced that he had unraveled the essence of his trial. Tomorrow, he would seek employment. With earnings, he could satiate his hunger, enjoy a drink, and subsequently embark on the quest for his hammer, Mjolnir. Thor was now almost certain that Odin's trial was, in fact, the quest to reclaim his hammer. The arduous journey ahead was merely a series of challenges to be faced in the pursuit of that goal. However, had Thor taken a moment to watch television and heed the news, he would have discovered reports of a peculiar hammer in Mexico, one that no one could lift. Of course, Thor was indifferent to such matters. He had no interest in watching so-called news broadcasts, instead immersing himself in his own realm, lost in fantasies of trials and tribulations. The very next day, as he resolved to rally his spirits and seek employment, he found himself embroiled in a situation that left Lu Lin both amused and exasperated. This fellow Thor nearly fell victim to a ruse. Almost lured to the San Fernando Valley to pursue a career in acting. What manner of place is the San Fernando Valley, one might wonder. Perhaps many are familiar with its illustrious reputation. Chapter 77, The Attack on Happy and Simple Terms. San Fernando Valley serves as an alternative Hollywood in America, albeit one where the films produced are not suitable for theatrical release. The actors laboring here are affectionately referred to as teachers by those across the ocean, and countless individuals have gleaned a substantial amount of physiological knowledge from this place. For American teenagers, the films shot here marked the commencement of their youthful, tumultuous hormonal awakening. Had it not been for Lu Lin's timely intervention, it is likely that Thor would have already embarked on a career as an adult film star. In summary, Thor has become a source of considerable concern. After several days of acclimatization, Thor finally began to grasp how to navigate life in Midgard, prompting him to set off in search of his hammer. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Lin briefly showed Thor the news on television. Thus, he ventured alone, unencumbered, and with great enthusiasm towards Mexico in pursuit of his hammer. The events that transpired along the way need not be elaborated upon, for Thor encountered those destined to cross his path. Just as Lu Lin believed he might enjoy a few days of respite after bidding Thor farewell, Tony arrived. Tony had been frequently visiting over the past few days, rambling on about various nonsensical matters, akin to delivering a last testament. Lu Lin was well aware of the underlying reasons for this behavior. However, with Tony remaining tight-lipped and fury silent, he felt he had no place to interject. In the midst of their idle chatter, Jarvis's voice suddenly resonated. Mr. Hogan has been caught in a terrorist attack and is in critical condition. I believe you should be informed of this. Hogan, known as Happy, was one of Stark's most trusted confidants, serving as both his driver and bodyguard. Although Tony may not have had a particular need for a bodyguard, Happy embraced the role, and Tony willingly played along in this charade. In essence, apart from Pepper Potts, Happy was the individual whom Tony trusted and cherished the most within Stark Industries. It is easy to imagine the depths of Tony's fury upon learning of Happy's predicament. Who did this? Tony's face contorted with rage. Jarvis did not provide a direct answer, but instead enumerated similar terrorist attacks. According to calculations, there was an 83% chance that this incident was connected to Hydra, despite the multitude of terrorist activities occurring at that time. The exact nature of the situation remained elusive. Authorities were baffled, unable to determine the causes behind the explosions. Speculation ran rampant, with many suggesting a link to Hydra. From the scenes of devastation, Tony discerned within mere seconds that these so-called terrorist attacks were, in fact, orchestrated by human bombs. Damn it, these lunatics. Tony erupted in fury. He rose abruptly from the bar. Do you need my assistance? Lu Lin inquired. This is my affair, Lu Lin. Do not involve yourself. Tony unequivocally rejected Lu Lin's offer of help. As fate would have it, with his own demise looming, Tony decided to engage in a bout of recklessness. He stood before Happy's hospital room, casting a glance at the unconscious figure within, his fury intensifying. Upon exiting the hospital, a throng of reporters, having caught wind of the situation, awaited his arrival. Since his ascension as Iron Man, Tony had always shunned the media spotlight. Yet today, to everyone's astonishment, he consented to an interview. Listen up, you scum, Tony exclaimed, his voice laced with rage. I care not whether you are Hydra, the Ten Rings, or any other disarrayed terror organization. I could not give a damn. You've stirred the hornet's nest, and now I shall unearth you, the vermin lurking in the shadows. Just then, a reporter shouted, Mr. Stark, please take a look at this video. Tony accepted the reporter's phone, revealing a bearded man who proclaimed that the Ten Rings had claimed responsibility for a terror attack. The Ten Rings, you say? Tony replied with a cool demeanor. Before I find you, feel free to come to me at my residence in XXX. Go ahead. Test your luck and see who will ultimately prevail. Meanwhile, on another front, Lu Lin was glued to the news broadcast. Upon hearing Tony disclose his home address, Lu Lin could not suppress a sigh. This guy never learns. When Stark returned, Lu Lin remarked helplessly, I think you should tread carefully. Am I to fear those miscreants? Tony retorted defiantly. You know this is a quest for vengeance. Lu Lin, this is personal. Do not interfere with my retribution. Have you forgotten what I previously mentioned? Consider Pepper at the very least, Lu Lin said, shrugging. If they truly launch a terror attack against you, do you genuinely believe you can protect her? Tony's expression hardened. You must have faith in my defenses. Trust me, they will never breach my sanctum. Is that so? Lu Lin shrugged noncommittally. Do you doubt me? Tony scoffed. Come, let me show you the fortifications of my estate. All right, I suppose I can entertain that, Lu Lin conceded. No, you must accompany me today. With no choice left, Lu Lin entrusted matters to Sif and followed Tony to his seaside villa. Behold, I have equipped it with comprehensive defenses. Lu Lin glanced out the window, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Look, they have arrived. What? Who has arrived? Just then, Pepper entered, grumbling as she did. Tony, you have no idea what those board members are. Tony's eyes widened in horror as he spotted 3 Hawkeye helicopters targeting him from outside. He could even make out the fierce visage of the pilot, a menacing bald head. He grinned menacingly as he pressed the weapon's launch button. In an instant, a barrage of missiles, carried by helicopters, was unleashed upon Tony's villa. Simultaneously, heavy-caliber machine guns mounted beneath the helicopters commenced a relentless assault on the estate. Lu Lin shrugged helplessly. This was likely a scene from the narrative of Iron Man 3. The assailants targeting Tony were presumably affiliated with AIM. Perhaps due to a twist in the storyline, AIM and Hydra found themselves inexplicably intertwined. It is conceivable that Hydra provided AIM with technological support, thereby precipitating the events of Iron Man 3 ahead of schedule. Chapter 78. I do not require your assistance. The narrative of Iron Man 3 unfolds at a juncture where Tony Stark has already traversed the events of Iron Man 2, achieving a significant evolution, and has endured the harrowing Battle of New York, which has considerably heightened his sense of urgency and fortitude. It is this very growth that equips him to confront the AIM Corporation. However, his excessive hubris has ensnared him in a predicament. Undeniably, without his prior development, Tony would not have stood a chance against AIM. Yet, at this moment, Lu Lin remains utterly unconcerned. Under his tutelage, Tony's prowess has surpassed that of the original narrative by leaps and bounds, rendering Lu Lin confident in Tony's ability to navigate any potential crisis. Pepper. Lu Lin, ensure Pepper's safety. Tony bellowed. Sighing deeply, Lu Lin waved his hand, conjuring a magical barrier before Pepper. Shall I escort her away? Lu Lin glanced at Tony. Moreover, are you truly certain you do not require my assistance? As Tony donned his armor, he asserted, this is my affair, Lu Lin. You need not interfere. It is my matter. Lu Lin cast a resigned glance at Tony, sighing once more. The pressure weighing upon Tony was evidently immense. Anyone aware of their imminent peril would feel such strain. It would be prudent to grant him a modicum of relief. With another sigh, Lu Lin departed with Pepper. In the next instant, the ground trembled violently as countless fragments of debris cascaded downwards. From an external vantage point, the villa precariously perched upon the cliff began to collapse, on the verge of plunging into the sea. Inside the villa, though caught off guard and in a state of disarray, Tony remained uninjured. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Amidst a torrent of expletives, he sprang from the rubble. Observing Tony's disheveled state, Lu Lin could not suppress a mocking laugh. Look, they've completed their business and departed. It seems your villa's defenses are rather lacking, wouldn't you say? Lu Lin remarked nonchalantly. Are you truly certain you do not need assistance? Tony's countenance shifted through shades of green and white. Lu Lin's words struck home, and he felt thoroughly humiliated. Yet, he refrained from retorting, for had Lu Lin not been present today, he shuddered to think of the peril Pepper might have faced. First Happy, and now Pepper, Tony's fury simmered beneath the surface, barely contained. Regardless, thank you. Are you not pursuing them? They are about to vanish from sight. Lu Lin gestured towards the helicopter retreating into the horizon. Or do you intend to concede? With a fierce glare at the distant helicopter, Tony declared, I shall teach them a proper lesson. With that, he soared skyward, albeit in a rather erratic manner. Swaying as he ascended, it was evident that his armor had sustained considerable damage during the preceding battle, yet out of pride, Tony withheld this information and chose not to wait for repairs before launching into action. Lu Lin could not help but chuckle softly. This fellow's penchant for maintaining appearances had yet to be amended. What on earth had transpired? Was Tony in danger? Little Pepper gazed worriedly at Tony as he receded into the distance. Have you heard what has transpired with him recently? He is gravely ill. What? A multitude of question marks appeared above Pepper's head. Have you not noticed his severe palladium poisoning? He requires medication daily to alleviate his condition. What? How could this be? No, Pepper was teetering on the brink of despair. Why the rush? I am here, after all. Lu Lin replied with a mild smile. Rest assured, he will be fine. This is merely a phase of his growth. His life is resilient, and he is not easily extinguished. We will not allow him to perish. Upon hearing Lu Lin's words, Pepper finally regained her composure. This man has been hiding the truth from me all along. Pepper exclaimed angrily, I want to resign. I must resign. Do not fret. We, too, have been kept in the dark. Lu Lin stated calmly, it is simply that Tony never anticipated I would perceive it. In any case, I must express my gratitude to you. Pepper bowed. If it were not for your care of Tony, I truly would not know what to do. It is of no consequence. Lu Lin replied softly, you should exercise caution in the coming days. Those who cannot contend with Tony may turn their attention towards you. Consider anyone unusual you have encountered recently and best stay away from them. Is that so? Pepper pondered. I will be vigilant. Tony had pursued those individuals directly, leaving all subsequent matters in Pepper's hands. To manage the aftermath for Tony, Pepper would need to hold a press conference and deal with reporters. In short, she had a plethora of responsibilities. I entrust Tony to you. I hope you ensure nothing befalls him. Rest assured, rest assured. Lu Lin waved his hand as he departed. I will keep an eye on him. Although the plot had shifted, Lu Lin believed that Tony's journey would ultimately be fraught with peril yet devoid of true danger. Moreover, there were still those agents from Asgard, keeping watch. Fury was eager to win Tony's favor, hoping to include him in the Avengers. So he would certainly ensure that no harm came to Tony. Most crucially, there was still Lu Lin. Should Tony find himself in peril, as long as he drew breath, Lu Lin would be able to save him. To prevent Asgard from being unaware of the situation, Lu Lin also decided to place a call to Fury. Your opportunity has arrived. What opportunity? Fury inquired, somewhat perplexed. The situation with Tony. Lu Lin responded, he has been under significant stress lately, presenting a prime opportunity for you to intervene. If you wait a few more days, you may find it difficult to persuade Tony to join your Avengers. Upon hearing Lu Lin's words, Fury became immediately excited. He barely had time to express his gratitude before hastily devising a plan to reach Tony. After hanging up the phone, Lu Lin's eyes shifted slightly. He had received a mission from the system. Originally, Lu Lin had no intention of intervening in Tony's intricate conflicts, as they were ultimately the consequences of Tony's own youthful misdeeds. However, with the system issuing a task, Lu Lin felt compelled to take action against AM. Driven by the need to fulfill his obligations for sign-ins and lotteries, he pondered that relying solely on his own efforts would be futile in uncovering AIM's strongholds and laboratories. Thus, Lu Lin once again reached out to Fury, requesting his assistance in providing intelligence support. Upon receiving Lu Lin's call, Fury was naturally taken aback with delight. He had not anticipated that Lu Lin would be so eager to lend a hand this time, and promptly offered him all the intelligence assistance he required. Chapter 79. Why aren't you here to assist me? It is imperative to acknowledge that the recent terror attacks have placed immense pressure on both Congress and the Council. In his quest to resolve these matters, Fury has been nearly consumed by worry. Thus, when Lu Lin voluntarily offered his assistance, Fury had no reason to decline. He promptly shared all the intelligence he possessed with Lu Lin and allocated half of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. agents for his use. Lu Lin was taken aback by Fury's overwhelming support. However, this would undoubtedly save him considerable time and effort. In Texas, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, Tony let out a resounding sneeze. He wiped his nose with his frozen fingers and glanced back at the power armor that had become somewhat aware of the situation. Letting out a resigned sigh. Damn it. Tony surveyed his surroundings, ultimately deciding he could not endure any longer. If he persisted in this manner, he would surely succumb to the cold. During the recent battle, his armor had been struck, plummeting to the ground, and the communication module had been irreparably damaged. It was not that his defenses were inadequate. Rather, he had rushed out in haste, lacking sufficient energy, and the components of his armor had not been fully assembled. Furthermore, his energy circulation system had malfunctioned, rendering his armor nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Why is it always an energy issue? Tony silently cursed, wondering when this energy dilemma would be resolved. As he felt his strength waning, he reluctantly sought Lu Lin's assistance. Lu Lin, are you there? Lu Lin, please help me. Amidst the biting wind and falling snowflakes, Tony shouted skyward like a fool. However, after waiting a full 10 minutes, silence reigned around him, devoid of any company. Damn it, Tony muttered, expressing his frustration. You promised to help, yet when I truly need you, you are nowhere to be found. What use are you? High above. Lu Lin observed Tony dragging his armor along below, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was somewhat vindictive. So, you dare to insult me? I shall remember this. And it is far from over. Casting a glance at a nearby gas station and a farm, Lu Lin chose not to linger on Tony any longer and departed. He was on his way to eliminate an AM division. The task assigned by the system was not particularly stringent. It merely required the reduction of AIM's active forces. Meanwhile, after trudging through the freezing cold for half an hour, Tony finally stumbled upon civilization. Starving and chilled to the bone, he intended to seek shelter at an inn. But alas, he never carried money, and the innkeeper naturally refused him entry. Even claiming to be Iron Man was of no avail. Fortunately, the innkeeper, moved by Tony's plight, gifted him a garment, thereby preventing him from perishing on the streets. Tony had hoped that his face alone would allow him to trade for food and clothing. Yet everyone he encountered regarded him with suspicion. No one was willing to extend a helping hand. Tony felt increasingly desperate, realizing that if he failed to procure clothing or sustenance soon, he might very well freeze to death. In a state of desperation, he ultimately resolved to spend the night amidst the thatch piled within a warehouse belonging to a family. The thatch offered considerable warmth, providing a sanctuary against the biting cold. Despite Tony's awareness that he was trespassing, he felt he had no alternative. The streets were unbearably frigid. Damn the 10 rings. Damn Lu Lin. Damn it all. Tony cursed, trembling from the chill. He intended to wait until his body temperature rose slightly before venturing out to pilfer some clothing. At the current pace, if he did not hasten to find some attire, he would likely succumb to the cold before he could locate those individuals. At that moment, the warehouse door swung open unexpectedly, and a young boy stepped inside. The boy froze in place, his gaze flitting between Tony and the Iron Man armor. He could scarcely believe his eyes. He was face to face with his idol. As a child, he lacked the complexities of adult thought. He saw what he saw and believed what he believed. Observing Tony beside the Iron Man suit, he naturally assumed that Tony was indeed Iron Man. Oh my God. Could it be? Shoo. Tony quickly raised a finger to his lips. Fortunately, the boy was still naive enough to be deceived. An adult might have drawn a weapon immediately. The boy promptly covered his mouth. How did you end up here? Were you defeated by the villains? I encountered some difficulties, Tony replied awkwardly. Not exactly defeated, just. I understand. The boy exclaimed with excitement. You plan to make a comeback, right? How can I help you? Half an hour later, Tony munched on a cold sandwich pilfered from the refrigerator by the boy while charging his armor with a garage battery. He donned clothing stolen from the boy's father. As he repaired his armor, he reassured the boy not to disclose his presence to anyone. Meanwhile, Lu Lin launched an assault on the 10-ring stronghold. To be precise, he aimed to eliminate the leader, leaving the rest to the agents to handle. Though labeled as the 10 Rings, these individuals were essentially affiliated with AIM. AIM maintained a deeply entrenched cooperative relationship with the military. Otherwise, where would the disabled veterans come from? Initially, Killian had kept everything under wraps, and no one was aware of the connection between the 10 Rings and AIM. Consequently, despite the 10 Rings' ongoing terror activities, AIM's operations remained unaffected. However, with the situation escalating dramatically, AIM's cover was blown, and no one dared to shield AIM during such tumultuous times. In the span of a single night, AIM faced utter devastation across New York. The military had initially attempted to protect Killian and AIM, for they were engrossed in the research of super soldiers and had achieved some significant breakthroughs. They were reluctant to abandon such a valuable asset. It is well known that the U.S. military has long been obsessed with the super soldier program. However, they were entirely unwilling to associate themselves with acts of terrorism, especially with SHIELD stepping in. The military personnel also expressed their disinterest, stating that they would leave the matter to others. Consequently, Lu Lin's actions faced no hindrance. He effortlessly eradicated all of AIM's bases and branches in New York. Beyond these locations, AIM maintained other branches throughout the United States, but Lu Lin chose not to intervene personally, leaving those matters to SHIELD. As for AIM's headquarters, that was Tony's domain, and Lu Lin had no intention of contesting it. His sole objective was to secure Killian's head. Chapter 80. Minor concerns. The only unfortunate aspect was that Killian remained oblivious to whether he had received prior intelligence or not. Lu Lin had failed to trace his whereabouts in New York. He surmised that this individual was likely entangled in a tumultuous affair with Tony at headquarters. In any case, when the moment of truth arrived, Lu Lin would reappear to seize the opportunity. As for the events unfolding around Tony, they were of no concern to Lu Lin. As long as Tony remained unscathed, that was all that mattered. Lu Lin was certainly not Tony's caretaker. It was not his responsibility to ensure Tony's safety. This was Tony's predicament, one he ought to resolve on his own. Lu Lin bore no grudges, absolutely none. Meanwhile, Thor encountered a group of scientists on his journey to Mexico. What did you say? Jane looked at Thor, amusement evident on her face. You are the god of thunder? Indeed. Thor replied with grave seriousness. I am participating in a trial for the throne of Asgard. Thor, being somewhat dim-witted, had no qualms about divulging all the details without hesitation. Although my brother has commenced the trial before me, he declared with confidence, I am certain that I can succeed before him. We are scientists, Jane chuckled. We adhere to materialism. We do not believe in gods, ghosts, or monsters. Materialism? Thor queried, puzzled. What is that? A specialty of Midgard? One must admit, Thor. You do possess some knowledge of mythology, Jane remarked with a smile. However, I shall not be swayed by your claims. That may be, said Jane's companion. But look at the myriad of phenomena that have emerged previously. Are you about to recount tales of demons and skeletal knights from your friends? Jane rolled her eyes. I have already informed you. Those are merely urban legends, unworthy of belief. The woman shrugged. I do not wish to argue with you, but I must assert that there remain many unsolved mysteries in this world. You should know this better than I, Jane. Taking a deep breath, Jane refrained from engaging in another quarrel with her companion. This was not their first debate on the subject, yet they had never arrived at a resolution. Jane was a staunch materialist, disbelieving in magic or deities. Despite her Christian faith, she never attended church and certainly would not entertain the notion of believing in fanciful tales. Her friend, however, held a profound fascination for mysticism and urban legends, regularly delving into such topics. Even this trip to Mexico was motivated by Jane's desire to prove that there were no such absurdities as supernatural beings. In her view, only science truly existed in this world. Jane believed that once her companion recognized the authenticity of their reality, she would inevitably come to accept her perspective. The idea of an unliftable hammer was nothing but nonsense. Such a possibility was utterly non-existent. With unwavering conviction, Jane asserted, it is undoubtedly a local ruse to attract tourism. It is hardly worthy of belief. There must be some mechanism at play. No, only those who have received the approval of Mjolnir are able to lift it. I am absolutely certain of this. Thor confidently interjected. Silence. If you continue to babble nonsense, I shall cast you off this vehicle. Jane retorted fiercely. Thor immediately ceased his chatter, indicating his intention to remain silent. After enduring the trials of modern society, Thor had matured significantly, especially now that he had lost his divine powers. In the past, he would have ensured this woman understood the consequences of belittling the god of thunder, but now, in pursuit of his trial, he deemed it wiser to adhere to Jane's stipulations. After all, should Jane choose not to accompany him, he would be left with no choice but to embark on a long journey to Mexico. The distance was vast. Who knew how long it would take him to arrive there? While Thor and his future companion were bickering their way toward Mexico, Stark had finally succeeded in eliminating Killian. Killian had attempted to abduct Pepper to threaten Tony, but unfortunately for him, thanks to Lu Lin's warning, Pepper was already well prepared. Unsurprisingly, Killian's scheme was thwarted. At this juncture, although Killian's research was nearly perfected, he had yet to establish a profound partnership with the military, resulting in a severe shortage of experimental materials. Apart from a few trained ordinary individuals, he had scarcely any genetically modified soldiers enhanced by the extremist virus. Most of the few he possessed were unstable. Only the virus within Killian himself was relatively stable. Therefore, although Tony lacked the numerous armored squads depicted in the original narrative, he needed to contend with only Killian. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each evenly matched. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Lin stealthily delivered a decisive blow to Killian, successfully claiming his head and securing the mission's reward. All of this transpired without a whisper. Even Tony remained oblivious. After accomplishing this feat, Tony plunged into his laboratory. Remarkably, he emerged just half a day later. Following this endeavor, he had significantly refined his armor, even incorporating nanotechnology to enhance its combat capabilities. Regarding the energy issue, he opted to install several additional reactors. When Lu Lin encountered Tony once more, even he was taken aback. "Oh dear, why do you insist on pushing yourself so hard?" Lu Lin remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Subsequently, he snapped his fingers, and Tony's complexion visibly improved. What just happened? What did you do to me?" Tony exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Lu Lin. "Just a minor case of metal element poisoning, given your ghastly appearance," Lu Lin replied, rolling his eyes. "I merely wanted to assess your current physical condition." Tony glanced at the life sign detector he was carrying and was astonished to discover that the palladium content within his body had plummeted to zero. "How did you accomplish this?" he asked, gazing at Lu Lin in disbelief. "It was merely a healing spell," Lu Lin replied nonchalantly. "I mentioned before that I possess a multitude of magical abilities. Have you forgotten? Furthermore, if you find yourself at an impasse with this issue, perhaps you should consult Fury. He might possess some insights." "How do you know all this?" Tony inquired skeptically, casting a wary glance at Lu Lin. "Have you forgotten? I am a deity. A god of Asgard," Lu Lin shrugged nonchalantly. Chapter 81. An old friend arrives. Tony found himself momentarily speechless. He understood that once Lu Lin uttered such words, it signified his reluctance to speak truthfully. Having spent considerable time with Lu Lin, Tony had long discerned his temperament. Since Lu Lin was unwilling to disclose anything, Tony decided it was best not to inquire further. Unless Lu Lin chose to share, Tony knew he would not extract any information from him. "Wait. We have an old friend arriving." Lu Lin glanced at the sky. "Shall we go out and greet them?" "Old friend?" Tony mused as he looked skyward. Then he soared into space alongside Lu Lin. In the vastness of space, Star-Lord was taken aback by the sight of two figures floating before him. However, upon recognizing them, he immediately waved his hand in excitement. Soon, the spacecraft opened, and Tony and Lu Lin stepped aboard. Once inside, Lu Lin was astonished to find several familiar faces aboard the ship: the green-skinned Gamora, the red-skinned Drax, a raccoon, and a tree-like being who could only utter "I am Groot." "What is going on? How did you all?" Lu Lin inquired curiously, glancing at Star-Lord. He was intrigued by how these individuals had come together in the absence of the plot from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. "Hey, remember that bounty hunter team I mentioned?" Star-Lord exclaimed. "These are my crew." "No, you are my crew," Rocket the raccoon retorted indignantly. "I'm the captain here, not you." "No, I am the captain," Star-Lord asserted with conviction. Seeing that a quarrel was about to ensue, Lu Lin quickly interjected. "Why don't we start with some introductions?" After a round of introductions, everyone was acquainted. "So, why aren't you dutifully pursuing your bounty hunting, instead of coming to Earth? Are you feeling homesick?" "Not quite." Star-Lord chuckled as he explained the situation. Due to a sense of vengeance, or perhaps for other reasons, the events of that day had been broadcast throughout Xandar. Now, the entire universe was aware that the Power Stone was in Lu Lin's possession. However, as the rumors spread, they morphed, leading many to believe that the one who had defeated the Kree Empire was Star-Lord himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin understood the nature of the situation. It wasn't merely a case of distorted rumors. It was undoubtedly Star-Lord boasting in front of others, causing the rumors to take on a different flavor. At this point, Star-Lord appeared somewhat sheepish, but he quickly brushed over the matter. However, Star-Lord had come this time because he had learned about the whereabouts of another Infinity Stone. Someone was willing to pay a substantial sum to hire him to retrieve the stone, though he was unaware of which Infinity Stone it was. Star-Lord was certain that it was genuine. However, given the capabilities of these individuals, it is evident that acquiring the Infinity Stone would be beyond their reach. Thus, Star-Lord contemplated enlisting the assistance of Lu Lin and Tony from Earth. "What do you think? Are you interested in undertaking a venture?" Star-Lord exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. "If you have an interest in the stone, I would only require a modest commission once we secure it. If you are not particularly interested, we could sell it afterward and split the profits evenly. What say you?" Lu Lin glanced at Tony. "What do you think? Care to consider it? Each Infinity Stone possesses immense power. The Power Stone could indeed resolve your issues. Tony, clearly intrigued by Lu Lin's proposition, recognized that although Lu Lin's presence alleviated his fears of mortality, perpetually relying on this assurance was not a sustainable solution. Hence, he resolved to join Lu Lin in the quest for the fabled Infinity Stone. The specifics of their arrangement post-acquisition remained unspoken among them, as discussing profit-sharing at this stage seemed premature with the stone yet to be discovered. On their journey to locate the Infinity Stone, the group also undertook several bounty tasks, which came easily to Star-Lord and his companions, thus not consuming valuable time. Soon, amidst the skirmishes, the group became well acquainted. Tony gradually developed an interest in Star-Lord's companions, particularly Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Drax, who each possessed intriguing qualities. Rocket, a product of genetic engineering, also showcased fascinating mechanical technology. However, upon learning of Rocket's past grievances, Tony resolved never to act in a manner that would offend him. Inflicting pain on others by exploiting their wounds transcends mere sharp wit. It reflects a profound flaw in character. In his earlier days, Tony might have engaged in such behavior, but he had since evolved into a better version of himself. Gamora and Drax, despite their distinct skin tones, appeared remarkably similar to ordinary humans. Yet their combat prowess far surpassed that of Earthlings. It is well documented that many mechanical designs draw inspiration from biological forms. The study of how to maximize efficiency in mechanical design and conserve energy is essential. Thus, Tony expressed a keen interest in Gamora's muscular structure. Drax's strength emanated from the battle markings adorning his body, which Tony speculated bore resemblance to electronic circuitry. His curiosity piqued at the prospect of integrating such markings into his armor. Should these markings be applicable, they could yield substantial enhancements, potentially unlocking the door to his magical research endeavors. Conversely, if they proved inapplicable, Tony deemed it a subject worthy of thorough investigation. Before anything else, Tony must first cultivate a harmonious relationship with these individuals. He is acutely aware that if he were to express a desire to study the physiological structures of Gamora and Drax, it would likely lead to an unpleasant rift. This awareness is particularly heightened by the knowledge that Drax is the last surviving member of his civilization, and that the war markings he bears are now utterly unique. Such artifacts, nearly lost to time, would undoubtedly command a high price. Without a solid rapport, they might not even entertain discussions about them. Thus, Tony treads carefully. However, after spending several days together, he finds himself increasingly fond of this small team. Chapter 82, Ego. Tony discerned that they were truly the kind of individuals who would recklessly rush to protect their friends when danger loomed. Although he remained oblivious to their past experiences, the bond they shared was undeniably genuine. Some may feign denial, yet when a friend is in peril, they will undoubtedly rise to the occasion without hesitation. This is a certainty. Such camaraderie is precisely what Tony yearned for. His only companions were Pepper and Happy, and Obadiah too, though the latter had betrayed him and need not be mentioned further. You know, Star-Lord, there exists a renowned figure on Earth named Douglas Adams, who articulated a rather intriguing set of 3 laws of technology. These so-called laws are quite succinctly defined. First, all inventions prior to my birth are taken for granted. Second, all inventions conceived between the ages of 15 and 35 are destined to transform the world. Third, all inventions emerging after the age of 35 are inherently anti-human. The implications of these laws extend into the realm of culture as well. You may directly label me an antiquated relic lacking cultural understanding. There's no need for such circumlocution. Star-Lord rolled his eyes. If you disapprove, perhaps I shall simply don my headphones. Observing this exchange, the others erupted in laughter, finding Star-Lord's exasperated expression exceedingly amusing. Indeed, they had their critiques of Star-Lord's taste, except for Gamora. At that moment, a streak of light flashed outside the spacecraft. A gentle elder materialized before them. I presume you are my child. The group exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately directing their attention toward Lu Lin. What? Lu Lin was taken aback. Are you referring to me? Indeed. Ego replied with a benevolent smile. Who else could possess such formidable power? Lu Lin rolled his eyes. I am the Prince of Asgard, not your child. Asgard? Ego paused momentarily. He was well aware of Asgard's existence and its significance. However, the assertion that Lu Lin was a prince of Asgard made Ego reluctant to believe. Lu Lin gestured toward Star-Lord. He is your son. Ego hesitated, then replied with a gentle smile. How could this earthling possibly be my child? He is simply 2. Ego shook his head. There is no need for pretense. I have heard the whispers throughout the cosmos, and I can sense the presence of the Power Stone within you. Admit it, you are not a prince of Asgard, but rather my child. Though I am uncertain why you choose to masquerade as an Asgardian, it is time for you to return to my embrace. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I felt the undeniable connection of our bloodline. Ego spoke earnestly. Regardless, that imbecile can never be my child. I caution you to choose your words wisely. I am the illustrious Star-Lord. With fury, Star-Lord leapt to his feet. Do not behave this way. Your lack of intellect is not your fault, Rocket Raccoon interjected. Drax, on the other hand, laughed heartily, proclaiming, Even if you are more foolish than I shall not discriminate against you. As tensions escalated, Lu Lin calmly interjected, you have mistaken me for someone else. However, since you refuse to believe, I shall demonstrate it to you myself. With that, Lu Lin produced the Power Stone and pulled Star-Lord closer. Before anyone could react, Lu Lin slapped the Power Stone into Star-Lord's hand. In the next instant, a burst of purple light erupted from Star-Lord, unleashing waves of destructive energy throughout the spaceship. In the blink of an eye, the vessel was utterly decimated. Fortunately, Tony's quick thinking ensured that everyone was equipped with protective suits capable of sustaining them in the cosmos. Otherwise, they would have suffocated in the vastness of space. Lu Lin had not anticipated such a scenario. The Power Stone, which had remained docile in his grasp, reacted explosively upon contact with Star-Lord. Ah! Star-Lord screamed, only to be abruptly awakened by Lu Lin's slap. Enough! By this time, Lu Lin had reclaimed the Power Stone from Star-Lord, restoring it to its previously tranquil state in his own hands. Star-Lord, coming to his senses, exclaimed, wait, I'm fine. Lu Lin shrugged and said to Ego, admit it, he is your son. After a moment of inner turmoil, Ego ultimately accepted this assertion. Although the man before him appeared somewhat simple-minded, his ability to wield the Power Stone and the ensuing reaction were sufficient proof of his lineage. Despite countless questions swirling in their minds, such as how Ego could be his father and why Lu Lin possessed this knowledge, they decided to accompany Ego to his planet for further discussion. However, due to the ship being rendered inoperable by the Power Stone's energy, they were forced to make an emergency landing nearby. After deliberation, which was essentially drawing straws, Rocket Raccoon and Groot volunteered to remain behind and repair the ship. Darn it, my luck is terrible, Rocket Raccoon grumbled. I am Groot, Groot replied. With a sigh, Rocket Raccoon said, let us begin. We must work swiftly to catch up with them. They have sent us their coordinates, and we can head straight there. With that, the two began to diligently repair the ship. Move, move. Hurry up. We might still make it to the end of their gathering. On the ship, the others exchanged silent glances. Upon entering Ego's vessel, they encountered a peculiar woman with two antennae and entirely black eyes. Indeed, this was Mantis. Although everyone was filled with curiosity, no one dared to broach the subject of the Mantis woman's antennae, as it would be considered quite impolite. However, Drax, with his straightforward nature, cared little for such conventions. He asked with unreserved candor, what purpose do those antennae on your head serve? The Mantis woman, feeling somewhat anxious and shy, nonetheless proceeded to share her story. Her name was Mandy's, and she had grown up alone on the planet Igo. Moreover, she possessed an innate ability to understand the thoughts of others, and those two antennae were her organs of empathy. Chapter 83. Strange mental waves. The two antennae atop Mantis's head enable her to manipulate the emotions of other beings. On Ego's planet, her primary task is to lull the humanoid Ego into slumber. His emotions are notoriously volatile. He is. Mantis gazes at Ego with a hint of eccentricity, declaring, I need to help him sleep. Wow, that's truly remarkable, Drax exclaims, before inquiring, so, does that mean you are his pet? What are you doing? Why are you pulling me? Drax looks at Star-Lord with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. No, I am merely. Star-Lord responds, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He never anticipated Drax would pose such an absurd question. Surely, anyone subjected to such an offensive inquiry would feel angered, wouldn't they? However, to his surprise, Mantis simply smiles and shakes her head in denial. Pet? Not at all. I am who I am, and Ego is who he is. I have never been anyone's pet. Don't you feel offended? Star-Lord cautiously asks. Why should I be offended? Mantis tilts her head, innocently questioning. He merely asked me a perfectly normal question. Why would I feel anger? Now, it is Star-Lord who finds himself at a loss for words. Mantis possesses a certain innocence, having never encountered the notion of offense or malevolence in her life. She remains unbothered by anything and has never felt insulted by others' inquiries. As a being capable of empathizing with others, her mind is a realm of purity, creating a subtle contrast that is both striking and endearing. This may stem from the fact that since her birth, she has interacted solely with Ego. In truth, Ego is somewhat guarded around Mantis. He never reveals the secrets of his innermost thoughts to her. The confluence of various factors has ultimately shaped Mantis's innocent and charming demeanor. All right, Star-Lord shrugs. He suddenly realizes that, in a certain sense, Drax and Mantis seem like a perfect pair. Drax is consumed by thoughts of muscle, rarely contemplating anything else. This results in him being rather exasperating, both intellectually and emotionally. Mantis is similar, although she can sense others' emotions and read minds through touch. She remains naive and unaware of the ways of the world. In a certain light, despite their differing reasons, the outcome for both is strikingly similar, which could be seen as a case of different paths leading to the same destination. As they engage in idle chatter, time slips away swiftly, and the group finally arrives at their destination, Ego's planet. Though small in size, this celestial body is undeniably exquisite. Perhaps due to his love for beauty. Ego has designed this planet to be breathtaking. After all, this planet is his very essence, and adorning his corporeal form beautifully is entirely reasonable. On Ego's planet, various structures meld seamlessly with the natural flora. In certain locales, flora has seamlessly integrated into the architectural landscape, even serving as the very essence of the structures themselves. Within some chambers, the furnishings, including beds, are crafted from the growth of plants, presenting an exquisite harmony of beauty. Regardless of one's identity, it is likely that all would find themselves enraptured by such enchanting vistas. However, upon arriving on this celestial body, Lu Lin quickly sensed an unsettling dissonance. Moments later, he identified the source of this disquiet. Ego's essence emanated an unusual psychic field, affecting all beings that ventured onto his planet. Yet, for Lu Lin, the impact was negligible, merely provoking a sense of discomfort within his psyche. Even Tony, this earthling, experienced minimal influence, hardly registering any abnormal sensations. Nevertheless, it was evident that prolonged exposure to such an environment would inevitably affect Tony. The nature of this influence, however, remained elusive to Lu Lin. Unfamiliar with Ego's methods, he could not ascertain the implications. Yet, he could surmise that the ultimate outcome might involve an overwhelming reverence for Ego, perhaps venerating him as a deity within their hearts. The fate of such beings would likely culminate in becoming sustenance for Ego, vanishing from existence. Although this psychic influence was not overtly pronounced, those who did not reside there regularly could remain entirely immune. Only someone as perceptive as Lu Lin could discern this subtlety. Concurrently, Lu Lin noted that this seemingly insignificant influence began to manifest differently in Star-Lord. He astutely observed that, as time progressed, the animosity and estrangement Star-Lord felt towards his so-called father gradually diminished. At this rate, it would not be long before Star-Lord succumbed entirely to Ego's grasp. Yet, Lu Lin harbored no concern regarding this development. Historically, Star-Lord had managed to awaken from such a state, ultimately turning the tide against Ego. Lu Lin held firm in his belief that the current Star-Lord could achieve the same. Thus, he refrained from intervening in Star-Lord's potential descent, considering it perhaps an integral part of his maturation journey. Moreover, should he abruptly declare, "No, you must not acknowledge your father, for he is a villain," followed by a decisive blow against Ego, he would only earn Star-Lord's resentment rather than gratitude. Such a thankless endeavor was not one he wished to undertake. Upon disembarking the spacecraft, Star-Lord and his companions eagerly rushed outside, exhilarated by the rare and breathtaking natural beauty before them. Such harmonious landscapes are indeed a rarity. Even amidst the cosmos, life-sustaining planets are scarce, and those that harbor life often boast sentient beings. Planets devoid of evolved intelligent life naturally lack any semblance of picturesque beauty. Given the existence of intelligent life forms, it is inevitable that the natural environments of these planets would be altered and utilized by such beings. Consequently, sites that remain entirely pristine and untouched by any sentient influence are exceedingly rare in the cosmos. In contrast, peculiar extraterrestrial technologies and the aesthetics of wastelands are far more prevalent. While Star-Lord and his companions hastily departed, Gamora chose to remain, her mind occupied with a lingering question. Chapter 84. Attendance. The Silver Superman. Standing beside Ego and gazing at his benevolent countenance, Gamora found herself unable to suppress the question swirling in her mind. Although her initial intention to join this group was solely to seek the Infinity Stones, to her, these individuals represented mere instruments of mutual exploitation. Yet, candidly speaking, Gamora had been an active member of this small collective for a considerable duration. To assert that there existed no semblance of affection among them would be a claim Gamora herself would struggle to believe, despite her constant admonitions to remain emotionally detached from these individuals. However, matters of the heart are seldom governed by mere will. While she professed the need to regulate her emotions and avoid entanglements, the reality was that Gamora had long succumbed to her feelings. The fact that she shared a room with Star-Lord each night was indicative enough, regardless of how adept she was at concealing her emotions or how often she reminded herself. The nature of their interactions was undeniable. Therefore, even though the man before her asserted he was Ego's father and emanated a subtle sense of menace, she ultimately voiced her innermost curiosity. Who exactly are you? Or rather, what are you? Perhaps others had overlooked this peculiarity, but she had keenly observed that when Ego first manifested, he traversed the cosmos relying solely on his corporeal form. This was highly irregular. One should not be deceived by the seemingly tranquil expanse of the universe. Survival by mere physicality is an extraordinary rarity among any species. Each such being, or indeed each such race, is a formidable entity in the cosmos. For instance, the Asgardians, of whom she had a direct acquaintance in the form of Lu Lin and Thanos, along with his exceptionally powerful subordinates. Although Gamora herself was a remarkable asset among Thanos' ranks, free movement in the universe necessitated sustenance systems and life support apparatuses. The fact that Ego could achieve this signified his inherent power. Yet, Star-Lord had always believed himself to be an ordinary human. How could his father possess such extraordinary strength? Gamora sensed an unsettling discrepancy, a profound unease. Ego replied with a disingenuous, benevolent smile. I am merely an ordinary being. Please, follow me. The group trailed behind Ego into a chamber infused with futuristic technological aesthetics. Within this room, Ego gradually recounted his origins. Initially, he had existed solely as a brain, devoid of any capabilities, with only a vague awareness of the external world. It took him millions of years to learn to harness the power of molecules, at which point he constructed a planetary shell around his brain. After several million years of evolution, it transformed into the diminutive planet they beheld today. Ego introduces himself as a being capable of wielding molecular-level power, a concept that evokes awe. It is noteworthy that this ability dates back millions of years. The extent of his growth remains shrouded in mystery. In the original Marvel universe, Ego was conceived as a member of the Celestials, arguably the most thwarted among them. To speak candidly, Ego's power is far from trivial. Upon his initial appearance, he effortlessly obliterated the formidable fleet of Sovereign with a mere strike. His true form possesses the capacity to manipulate matter at the molecular level. Yet, he met his demise at the hands of a simple battery bomb from Sovereign. A death that feels rather undignified and arbitrary. No matter how formidable he may be, this is the independent tale of the Guardians of the Galaxy, where even the mightiest cannot contend with the extraordinary. Indeed, should anyone attempt to replicate this method to vanquish Ego, they would surely meet a grim fate, being crushed into oblivion by his overwhelming might. Setting aside the challenge of confronting an avatar of Ego who rivals the Celestials in power. Even if one were to recklessly breach the Earth's crust, Ego could still exert control over it, reducing their very essence to dust. After years of evolution, it is conceivable that his abilities have reached astonishing heights, perhaps even extending to the manipulation of atomic or subatomic particles. In the original Marvel Cinematic Universe, Ego's true form was influenced by the vengeful Star-Lord. Not only was he unable to control molecular matter, but he also lost dominion over the very shell of his being. Influenced by Star-Lord, Ego met a tragic end at the hands of a mere bomb, detonated by the youthful Groot. While Lu Lin is aware of Ego's past and his intentions, he refrains from intervening, curious to witness Ego's full potential and assess his own standing against the Celestials. Although Ego's demise in the original narrative is indeed pitiable, lacking the gravitas of the Celestials, one must consider the nature of the other members of this divine assembly. They create species and annihilate worlds with a mere wave of their hand. In stark contrast, Ego's defeat by a handful of ordinary beings diminishes the celestial legacy. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Ego is a genuine celestial. Had he not succumbed to a plot-driven demise, his power would have been formidable. Lu Lin seeks to gauge his own capabilities, and as a benchmark, Ego is an undoubtedly fitting adversary. However, he is currently disinclined to listen to Ego's ramblings. At that moment, Lu Lin felt a stir within and discreetly activated the system panel, discovering that he could indeed sign in. This was the legendary Celestial, a rare existence. He pondered what rewards such an encounter might bestow upon him. Filled with anticipation, he gasped in astonishment. Superman's body of silver, Lu Lin could hardly believe his eyes. Was Igor truly this formidable? Filled with anticipation, Lu Lin eagerly began to peruse the manual provided by the system. Upon completing the reading, he came to realize that this so-called Superman's physique was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. In his previous life, there were classifications of Supermen, such as Golden Superman, Silver Superman, and Bronze Superman. In truth, these so-called Supermen referred to different entities. Some represented superheroes of a certain era, while others denoted specific forms of Supermen. Chapter 85. The Flawless Superman, for instance. The Golden Superman mentioned here refers to a supreme evolutionary form of Superman within a particular narrative. In this incarnation, Superman's prowess transcends that of the so-called Celestial Assembly by a considerable margin, positioning him as a quintessential cosmic antagonist. He possesses omniscience and omnipotence, manifesting at any location across the continuum of time, rendering the concept of temporal paradoxes merely a jest in his presence. Moreover, there exists nothing capable of inflicting harm upon him. Conversely, the Bronze Superman signifies the iteration that emerged following the Silver Age, wherein Superman's capabilities have notably diminished, acquiring numerous vulnerabilities. This version of Superman is the one most frequently portrayed on screens in contemporary times. He is replete with weaknesses, including susceptibility to magic and kryptonite. The Silver Superman, on the other hand, pertains to the era preceding the Bronze Age, during the Silver Age itself. Although the strength of Superman in this phase remains within acceptable bounds, it has nonetheless far surpassed the imaginations of the populace. Just how formidable is the Silver Superman? With a mere breath, he can extinguish the sun. A single sneeze can obliterate a stellar system. He can tether planets with chains and traverse the cosmos while dragging along a multitude of celestial bodies. Indeed, with just a puff. He can reposition Earth back into its rightful orbit. The might of Superman during this epic is such that it borders on the mundane. Apart from kryptonite, he possesses no glaring vulnerabilities, with even magic failing to pose a threat. The Superman physique acquired through Lu Lin's signing in corresponds to this very era of Superman. While undoubtedly powerful, this form still necessitates Lu Lin's gradual mastery and development. At present, Lu Lin is far from capable of achieving the exaggerated feat of extinguishing the sun in one breath. Nonetheless, this need for development signifies that Lu Lin's potential future is virtually limitless. Although the notion of a thought Superman, capable of manipulating the multiverse at will, may remain a fanciful daydream, the Golden Superman is not an unattainable fantasy. Given sufficient time, Lu Lin harbors the conviction that he can evolve his Silver Superman into the realm of the Golden Superman. In the original narrative, Superman's evolution into the Golden Superman spanned nearly 10 millennia, during which he encountered a myriad of experiences. Lu Lin, however, is not one to be overly ambitious. If Superman required a millennium to achieve this transformation, with the assistance of a system, it should not be overly ambitious to aspire to reach such heights within a mere 1 or 2,000 years, should it? Nevertheless, Lu Lin is not one to succumb easily to hubris. He promptly commences his inquiry into Superman's weaknesses. It is well known that Superman's most significant vulnerability lies in kryptonite. However, herein lies the dilemma. This is the Marvel Universe, not DC. Where, then, could one possibly find kryptonite? Yet, despite this concern, Lu Lin soon finds solace. Although he has acquired the abilities of the Silver Superman, this does not imply that the Silver Superman has supplanted his own being. Rather, the Silver Superman merely constitutes one of his capabilities. The perilous flaw of kryptonite remains. However, even if kryptonite were to be thrust into Lu Lin's mouth, he would remain impervious to its effects. The influence of kryptonite solely pertains to the efficiency with which he employs Superman's powers. In simpler terms, if Lu Lin were to consume a substantial amount of kryptonite, all his abilities, apart from his superhuman physique, would remain unaffected. Lu Lin would still possess the capacity to unleash a fully charged punch capable of obliterating a small asteroid. This revelation filled Lu Lin with exhilaration, signifying a plethora of hidden advantages at his disposal. Imagine the scenario when someone believes they have uncovered Lu Lin's weakness and eagerly attempts to exploit it, only to be met with a powerful punch to the face from Lu Lin. Merely envisioning this scene brought Lu Lin immense joy. In a fit of excitement, he decided to venture out and behold the breathtaking scenery. As for the development of his abilities, that could wait for another time. Perhaps when he could find a secluded opportunity to explore an uninhabited galaxy at a leisurely pace. At present, delving into his powers might inadvertently lead to Ego's demise at his own hands. Amidst the rugged snow-capped mountains, verdant grasslands, and lush forests, the amalgamation of red, white, and green hues indeed brings a sense of bliss. Of course, this is contingent upon disregarding the subtle mental influence inherent to Ego's planet. In a certain sense, the entire planet serves as Ego's self-fashioned vessel. However, this does not imply that Lu Lin is merely frolicking upon Ego himself. In truth, Ego's true essence resides solely within that colossal brain, while everything else is merely a fabricated exterior. If one were to draw comparisons, this asteroid resembles Ego's armor, thus allowing Lu Lin to relish the scenery without any psychological burden. At that moment, Star-Lord had nearly transitioned into a heartwarming reunion with his father, resembling two long-separated kin whose bond was rapidly rekindling. Soon, the others began to feel somewhat uncomfortable observing this display. Drax, utterly unfazed by the emotional exchange, found himself intrigued by Mantis, and the two swiftly engaged in whispered conversation. It was evident that Mantis reciprocated Drax's interest. Meanwhile, Tony was captivated by the asteroid itself, eager to unravel the mysteries of its existence within the cosmos. Consequently, he discreetly initiated an investigation into the celestial body. As for Gamora, she turned away, seeking solace alone. Witnessing such a scene stirred a twinge of sadness within her. Perhaps it reminded her of her merciless adoptive father, leaving her in a somber mood. Whether out of envy or other emotions, Gamora felt disinclined to linger with Star-Lord any longer. From the beginning, Ego's demeanor had been remarkably endearing, especially considering he was Star-Lord's father. As a friend, and perhaps lover, Gamora understood that it was not her place to disrupt their precious reunion. Yet, the more she observed Ego, the more irksome he became, prompting her to retreat and seek her own solace. Under the guidance of Ego, Star-Lord unearthed the latent power within himself and began to harness Ego's celestial abilities. It took Ego millions of years to master his own powers, to control his abilities, and to discover the potential residing within him. Star-Lord, not being a prodigy and at a mere few decades of age, found it impossible to tap into his own divine strength. Thus, the powers he currently wields are essentially borrowed from Ego. This elucidates why, in the original narrative, upon Ego's demise, Star-Lord lost all of his powers, as they were never truly his to begin with. Chapter 86. Provocation of Lu Lin. As for what Ego claimed, that Star-Lord would become an ordinary man upon his death, that was merely a deceitful fabrication aimed at manipulating Star-Lord into compliance for the sake of his own survival. Star-Lord's father is genuinely a celestial being. How could Star-Lord possibly be an ordinary individual? Surely, within him lies an untapped reservoir of power, of which he remains blissfully unaware. If he truly possessed no potential, no strength whatsoever, why then did Ego seek to utilize him to fulfill his own ambitions? The notion of inheriting the prowess of celestial beings cannot simply reduce one to a mere instrument for amplifying Ego's strength. Clearly, that is not the case. From beginning to end, Ego has been deceiving Star-Lord, leading him to believe he possesses no abilities at all. Only through such subterfuge could he effectively control Star-Lord, compelling him to assist in his grand scheme. Yet, Ego failed to anticipate that despite his meticulous guidance, Star-Lord would ultimately reject him. Now, having mastered the powers of the Celestial, Star-Lord began to swell with confidence. The exhilarating sensation of being infused with strength intoxicated him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could unleash devastating energy attacks capable of obliterating a small hill. This omnipotent feeling emboldened Star-Lord, and he eagerly sought out Drax, intent on honing his newfound abilities. In the past, the disparity in their strengths was vast. Star-Lord was no match for Drax, often rendered immobile by the unintentional force exerted by his formidable companion. However, the tides had turned. It was evident that Drax stood no chance against him now. Star-Lord's confidence soared, prompting him to shift his attention toward Tony. Drax no longer sufficed as a worthy opponent. Facing him felt akin to bullying a child. Yet, Tony unequivocally rebuffed Star-Lord, as he was preoccupied with studying the marvels of this planet. Star-Lord's persistent entreaties tested Tony's patience, and ultimately, in exasperation, Tony suggested a rather dubious course of action: seek out Lu Lin, who might help Star-Lord recognize his true self. Unaware of the underlying deception, Star-Lord pondered this for a moment and, like a hound unleashed, joyously set off to find Lu Lin. As he watched Star-Lord depart, Tony revealed a sinister smile. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of concern. Despite being merely a mortal, his extraordinary intellect endowed him with a keen perception, sensing an unsettling undercurrent. What did it mean to possess a mortal form yet stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine? This exemplified the depth of Tony's intellect. Initially, Tony had no intention of scanning the planet, for Ego had proclaimed that this world was his very body. Wouldn't a hasty scan be perceived as an affront? No matter how mischievous Tony might be, he would not engage in such folly. Thus, he resolved to conduct his investigation discreetly. First, an analysis of the surface vegetation will be conducted, gradually delving deeper, ultimately leading to a comprehensive examination of the entire planet. However, despite Tony's relentless efforts, the data analysis yielded results that indicated this was merely an ordinary, unremarkable asteroid. But how could Tony possibly accept such a conclusion? An asteroid, drifting motionlessly through the cosmos, teeming with life and devoid of even a single star in its vicinity. You call this normal? It is anything but. Soon, Tony discerned the source of his peculiar sensation. Although the planet appeared vibrant, it lacked a complete ecological system. The visible flora seemed to align with ecological principles, yet the microscopic bacteria were virtually non-existent. As for the fauna, there were only a scant few species. This was far from a typical ecosystem. Such a fragile ecological balance would not endure beyond 3 days before collapsing entirely. Yet, according to Mantis, the scenery across various regions of this planet had remained unchanged for many years. Tony felt he had grasped the crux of the issue and promptly commenced his research in this area. Meanwhile, when Star-Lord found Lu Lin, he was reclining on the grass with his eyes closed, ostensibly resting. In reality, Lu Lin was slowly attuning himself to the formidable power within, contemplating how to harness it. At that moment, Star-Lord's cheeky voice rang out. Take this. Lu Lin, deeply engrossed in his internal exploration, was completely oblivious to his surroundings, and Star-Lord's attack, lacking any real force, was utterly inconsequential. Thus, Lu Lin bore the brunt of the energy blast directly on his face without any defense. His expression darkened as he slowly opened his eyes. Upon witnessing Lu Lin's grim visage, Star-Lord's mischievous grin faded, and he sensed impending trouble, although he had not exerted much force. He had not anticipated that Lu Lin would not even flinch, allowing the energy blast to strike him head-on. This was not good. Star-Lord's mind raced. Realizing his attack had landed on Lu Lin without effect, he understood that further sparring was pointless and would only lead to humiliation. He merely wished to test his abilities, not become a punching bag. With that thought, he resolved to make a hasty exit. My apologies, I didn't realize you were resting. Please, continue your repose as if I were never here, all right? With that, Star-Lord turned and strode away. Spare me. I was wrong. Lu Lin scoffed. You think you can just walk away after crossing me? With that, he sprang into action, appearing before Star-Lord in an instant and delivering a light punch. Indeed, it was exceedingly gentle, devoid of any real force. After all, this was merely playful banter among friends. If he were to strike Star-Lord with genuine intent, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. He must devise a way to resurrect Star-Lord. After all, ego might turn against him, which would lead to complications. It is not that he fears ego, but rather the concern of what would become of Star-Lord should he inadvertently cause ego's demise. How would Star-Lord evolve from that point? However, what Lu Lin did not anticipate was that perhaps he had restrained himself too much, as his punch was unexpectedly blocked by Star-Lord. Even Star-Lord was momentarily taken aback by the scene. What is happening? Before Star-Lord could finish his thought, Lu Lin exerted a bit more strength and struck again. Not bad. Come, let me see just how long you can withstand this, Lu Lin said with a smile. Chapter 87. Breaking Boundaries with Super Saiyan. Star-Lord was unable to explain himself in time and could only raise his hand in defense. As Lu Lin's attacks grew increasingly swift and powerful, Star-Lord found himself on the verge of collapse. No, brother, I beg you spare me. I cannot endure any longer. Is that so? There's still plenty of time, Lu Lin chuckled, amplifying his force yet again. During their skirmish, he had already exercised considerable restraint, and even this effort barely scratched the surface of his true strength. Lu Lin sensed that Star-Lord's limits were far from being fully reached. He believed there was still some resilience left in him, even if Lu Lin's own power had yet to peak. However, the very next moment, a fist struck Star-Lord squarely in the face. It was evident that Lu Lin's exertion had surpassed Star-Lord's threshold, leaving him utterly defenseless. Yet, Lu Lin did not relent. 5 minutes later, Lu Lin withdrew his hand, feeling invigorated, while Star-Lord had been reduced to a battered state. Star-Lord gasped, his face contorted in pain. I think my teeth are going to be knocked out. I exercised great restraint, Lu Lin replied with a smile. Casting a glance at Star-Lord, he remarked nonchalantly, Wouldn't you agree that I'm right? Although Star-Lord's previous strike was inconsequential to Lu Lin, he had been lost in his own thoughts, oblivious to the external world. To Lu Lin, Star-Lord's attempt was akin to someone engrossed in a comedic film, only to be startled by a shout from behind. It wasn't alarming, but certainly irksome. This was the underlying reason for Lu Lin's retribution against Star-Lord. Star-Lord, gazing at Lu Lin's face, nodded with great difficulty. Yes, very measured. This is merely a spar, just a spar. Then, should you not express gratitude for my guidance? Lu Lin teased with a sly grin. Yes, thank you for your guidance. Thank you, Star-Lord exclaimed, speaking through his injured mouth as he prepared to turn and flee. It was utterly terrifying. Truly, it was too much. How could Lu Lin be so petty? Determined. Star-Lord vowed to keep his distance from Lu Lin in the future and to never provoke him lightly. If he were to incur Lu Lin's wrath, it could spell his doom. Wait. Lu Lin's voice echoed once more. Star-Lord's face contorted in distress. What now? Nothing. Just hold on a moment. Lu Lin regarded Star-Lord thoughtfully. He believed that the potency of the abilities awarded by the system was generally correlated with the significance of the signing target. Previous targets had been lackluster, yielding skills of little utility. It wasn't that they lacked strength. Rather, they were merely trivial to Lu Lin. The strength and status of the signing target seemed to influence the outcome significantly. Yet, Lu Lin had always hesitated to squander his precious signing opportunities on a fool like Star-Lord. However, Star-Lord has now transformed into a version enhanced by his father. Considering Star-Lord's current prowess, a mere sign-in might yield some remarkable rewards. The request to halt Star-Lord was made precisely for this purpose. Limit Break Super Saiyan. Lu Lin's eyes suddenly sparkled. A Super Saiyan is indeed a splendid thing. Can I leave now? Star-Lord nervously swallowed and cautiously inquired of Lu Lin, who stood in a daze. It's all right. You may go, Lu Lin waved his hand. Having said that, Lu Lin began to delve into the newfound abilities he had acquired. The concept of a Super Saiyan is widely recognized. This power originates from the Saions in Dragon Ball. Saions can transform into Super Saions to significantly enhance their combat capabilities. Merely transforming from a Saiyan into a Super Saiyan can instantaneously amplify their strength by 50-fold. Not to mention the various forms that follow. The well-known forms of Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3 need no elaboration, as they are nostalgic memories for many. Additionally, there emerged the transformation into the red-haired Super Saiyan 4, as well as the Super Saiyan Blue and the godly Super Saiyan, among other immensely powerful states. However, the Great Ape transformation and Ultra Instinct do not fall under the category of Super Saiyan transformations. Thus, if one wishes to attain the extraordinarily formidable Ultra Instinct, Lu Lin would have to comprehend it on his own. Is the Super Saiyan powerful? Indeed, it possesses immense strength. The combat capabilities of a Super Saiyan can easily obliterate a planet, and in later stages, they reached into the multiverse. Yet, when compared to Lu Lin's current abilities, the Super Saiyan may seem somewhat lacking. If the system only provided the capabilities of a Super Saiyan, Lu Lin would have little interest. Developing the Silver Superman is already a considerable challenge, sufficient for his needs, Pursuing the Super Scion would be akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. No matter how strong the Super Scion's combat power may be, can it extinguish a star in one breath? However, Lu Lin soon reconsidered his stance. Understanding why the system's reward was labeled Limit Break Super Scion. The system's gift is not merely the bloodline of a Super Scion, but rather the ability to transform. The term Limit Break signifies that Lu Lin has been granted the opportunity to transcend his own limits. According to the original premise, transforming into a Super Scion requires a sufficient number of S cells within one S body. Yet, as Lu Lin is not even a Scion, the existence of S cells is moot. Thus, the transformation provided by the system merely borrows the form and abilities of a Super Scion, rather than truly becoming one. In truth, if Lu Lin successfully transforms, it might be more fitting to refer to him as a Super Asgardian. In the original setting, the first transformation into a Super Scion is indeed quite challenging. Moreover, to transform into a Super Scion, one must possess a pure heart, be it a heart filled with righteous anger or a heart of pure malevolence. As long as the intention is pure, one can transform into a Scion. In reality, transforming into a Super Scion demands the most extreme and purest of emotions. Merely achieving this is a formidable challenge for Lu Lin. He bears no deep-seated grievances, nor is he akin to Goku from the Dragon Ball universe, who is on the brink of destruction as a human. Where, then, could he possibly summon such untainted emotions? Setting this aside, it is generally understood that the higher one's power level, the easier it is to attain the Super Scion transformation. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Lu Lin is neither a Scion nor is his power level merely elevated. It is extraordinarily high. Chapter 88. Useful. Yet incomplete, this circumstance has rendered his aspiration for genuine transformation into a success exceedingly arduous. The Super Scion form, in contrast to its normal state, can elevate one's combat prowess by a staggering 50-fold. Imagine the implications of a fully realized Superman experiencing such an enhancement. What a concept that is. Just contemplating it sends shivers down Lu Lin's spine. For him, even a mere doubling of strength would suffice to instill confidence when confronting the vast majority of adversaries within this universe. And what a 50-fold power. Should he truly attain such a milestone, Lu Lin believes he could transcend the constraints of a singular universe. While formidable power is indeed impressive, the difficulty Lu Lin faces in achieving transformation is akin to a hellish endeavor, especially when compared to the trials endured by the original son Wukong. In contrast to Lu Lin, Wukong's transition into a Super Scion is almost child-esque play. The prerequisite for transforming into a Super Scion involves unlocking one's own potential. Only by exhausting all avenues of development in one's normal state can one hope to surpass their limits and achieve Super Scion status. Following this, continued training and accumulation are necessary to replicate the process and advance to the next level. In essence, the transformation into a Super Scion is a continuous journey of transcending personal limits. Just a few hours prior, Lu Lin would have rejoiced at the prospect of acquiring such power. After all, surpassing one's limits seems a straightforward endeavor. However, the predicament lies in the fact that only hours ago, he had just signed in with Ego and obtained the abilities of a Silver Superman. Now, he finds himself unable to even fully grasp his own strength, let alone unlock his potential. By the time he manages to fully develop his capabilities, it would not be surprising if Lu Lin himself evolved into a Golden Superman. There is perhaps no greater frustration than this. The sequence of these sign-in rewards has been utterly reversed. Had he first received the ability to break through his limits and become a Super Scion, he could have experienced that transformation firsthand. Once adept in that form, even with the powers of a Silver Superman, reverting would likely pose little challenge. Yet, with the order of rewards inverted, Lu Lin must first unlock the potential of a Silver Superman before he can aspire to transform into a Super Scion. Once he achieves that, however, his own overwhelming strength will make it increasingly difficult to transcend his limits. As for the purely extreme emotions, those seem utterly far-fetched. Lu Lin feels he will never encounter such experiences in his lifetime. Thus, the pressing question arises, how can Lu Lin transform? Even he struggles to conceive a solution at this moment. Sigh. Lu Lin lets out a breath. The phrase entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed aptly encapsulates his current sentiment. Nevertheless, being an optimistic individual, he soon relaxes and refrains from dwelling on this matter any longer. Although this reward is almost negligible, one must not forget the existence of the Silver Superman. From a different perspective, the Super Scion can also be considered a valuable trump card. Should one encounter an insurmountable foe in the future, it is conceivable that they might unleash their latent power in the heat of battle, transforming into a Super Scion and decisively overpowering their opponent. Thus, Lu Lin could surmise that the rewards bestowed by the system upon signing in are likely directly correlated to the strength of the sign-in target. The more formidable the individual, the greater the reward provided by the system. Consequently, in the future, when encountering renowned figures, Lu Lin will be able to gauge the worthiness of signing and based on their prowess. While this assessment may not be infallible at the very least, it would prevent the squandering of precious sign-in opportunities, as each one holds immense value for Lu Lin. Star-Lord observed Lu Lin, who oscillated between delight and despondency, and felt a twinge of apprehension. Could it be that he has truly lost his sanity? Fearing another round of violence at Lu Lin's hands, Star-Lord quietly prepared to depart. Just then, Gamora rushed over, her expression fraught with urgency. "Peter, I sense something is amiss." Peter Quill is the true name of Star-Lord, and the Guardians of the Galaxy often refer to him as Peter, though Lu Lin, adhering to Star-Lord's request, consistently calls him by his moniker, much to the latter's satisfaction. The others, however, remain more accustomed to addressing him as Peter. Upon catching sight of Star-Lord's face, Gamora gasped in shock. "What happened to you?" Star-Lord glanced at Lu Lin, and the words he was about to utter were swiftly swallowed. "It's nothing. I just fell." Gamora looked between the two and quickly pieced together the situation. Star-Lord, being the type who cannot seem to refrain from mischief for a single day, made it abundantly clear that he had provoked Lu Lin, who had subsequently exacted his retribution. Enough of that. Star-Lord decisively shifted the topic. "You mentioned something felt off? What is it?" Gamora's brow furrowed in concern. "This planet seems to exude an air of strangeness. It's vast, yet nearly devoid of any wildlife. Do you not find this peculiar?" "Not at all," Star-Lord replied nonchalantly. "I think it's perfectly normal." "So what if there are fewer animals? What is the issue?" He dismissed her concerns with a wave. "My father is a celestial being. He would never permit those mindless creatures that defecate indiscriminately to roam about. How revolting would that be?" Star-Lord chuckled at his own jest. His rationale appeared sound. Yet it did little to clarify the bizarre ecological conditions of this planet. Furthermore, he is part of the Celestial Assembly, a fact he was eager to emphasize. The void is essentially a colossal remnant of a celestial's head. This place is far too perilous for you. Gamora continued to attempt to persuade Star-Lord. "A mysterious celestial being suddenly emerges claiming to be your father. What does that mean?" Star-Lord's expression darkened. "What do you mean by too dangerous for me?" He reiterated the words, clearly agitated, as they struck a nerve, intensifying his already unstable emotions. "Am I not allowed to have such a powerful father?" he exclaimed, a hint of anger in his voice. Chapter 89. You are a bastard. It was evident that Gamora did not anticipate the profound impact her words would have on Star-Lord, leaving her in a state of disarray. "No, that's not what I meant," she stammered, taking a couple of steps back. "What did you mean then?" Star-Lord advanced 2 steps, his agitation palpable. "What are you trying to convey?" No, I. "What do you mean by I?" Star-Lord's emotions surged. "Am I destined to be nothing more than a wretched interstellar pirate? You cannot allow your troubled childhood to impede others from attaining their own happiness." Unbeknownst to him, he had no true comprehension of Gamora's past. Only a vague awareness that her history was far from joyful. Star-Lord regarded her coldly, wielding the most venomous words to inflict pain. "I see you're simply envious. Envious that I have a divine father." With a sharp crack, Gamora struck him. Trembling with rage, this was not the first time she had confronted Star-Lord, nor the first time she had struck someone. Yet, the nature of this particular slap was entirely different. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, even Lu Lin, who had been enjoying the spectacle, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. "We're doomed. Utterly doomed," Gamora exclaimed furiously. "You have no idea what I have endured, nor the environment in which I was raised. You know nothing of my past." She pointed an accusatory finger at Star-Lord's chest. "You have no right to judge me. You are a hopeless bastard. We are completely finished, Mr. Quill. I wish you and your so-called divine father a splendid future." With that, Gamora turned on her heel and departed. Star-Lord stood in shock. Deep down, he was a sensitive soul, despite his jovial exterior, concealing a myriad of emotions. His past was well known. Having grown up on Earth without a father, he was acutely aware of the absence of paternal love, making him exceedingly sensitive. Later, he was thrust into the cosmos, becoming an interstellar pirate. If this were the extent of his misfortune, it would have been tolerable. After all, Yondu had once been a member of a reputable band of marauders, known for their standing in the universe. However, Yondu was soon cast out, leading to a rapid descent into depravity, committing numerous acts that tarnished the reputation of the marauders. Consequently, Star-Lord and his companions became pariahs throughout the cosmos. The only companion he had was a Walkman left to him by his mother. This drove Star-Lord to desperately seek validation from others, yearning to rise above. He harbored an intense loathing for Yondu, despite the fact that Yondu had never truly mistreated him. Alternatively, it may not be hatred per se, but rather the unresolved resentment of an immature child towards his father. The child must come to accept that his father is not perfect. No father can fulfill all of a child's desires flawlessly. Yet, despite this understanding, Star-Lord yearns profoundly for a genuine father figure. The individual who has emerged before him, claiming the role of father, epitomizes perfection in his heart. He is shrouded in mystery and power, yet exudes warmth and kindness. Ego does not compel him to engage in activities he detests. Instead, he is willing to share his strength. Countless individuals in the universe aspire to attain power, often at considerable cost. Now, here stands a person who is willing to share his strength selflessly. Who else could that be but a father? This is a sweet poison, and Star-Lord finds it utterly irresistible. Moreover, under the influence of this planet's magnetic field, Star-Lord is no longer the same individual he once was. Did I strike a chord? Huh, you're furious, aren't you? Star-Lord remarked nonchalantly. Do you have any idea how powerful I am now? He called out to the retreating Gamora. When I reach my full potential, countless people will flock to me. I couldn't care less about you, a mere green-skinned alien. Without turning back, Gamora continued walking, raising her middle finger in defiance. F off. What do you think? Star-Lord turned to Lu Lin, appearing indifferent. Yet his gaze was filled with hope. Lu Lin was well aware of Star-Lord's desires. He merely sought validation. However, he would not grant Star-Lord what he craved. No. Gamora is correct. You are indeed an irredeemable scoundrel. At that moment, Lu Lin felt a twinge of sympathy for Gamora. After all, the situation with Star-Lord was exceedingly complicated. Yet, upon reflection, there was no need to fret over their affairs. Star-Lord's chaotic life was fraught with complications. Was Gamora's situation any simpler? To say nothing of Thanos, who was already a significant source of headache for Star-Lord. Not to mention Gamora's equally troublesome sister, Nebula. In truth, they seemed to be a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another. What do you mean? Star-Lord's expression darkened. If you believe Gamora is jealous of you, then surely I have no reason to envy you. Lu Lin replied coolly, consider this. I am a prince of Asgard, the next ruler of the 9 realms. I have no need to envy your father, do I? What is so remarkable about the Asgardians? My strength will ultimately rival theirs, wouldn't you agree? Though these words stung, one could not deny their truth. Star-Lord regarded Lu Lin, reluctantly nodding in agreement. So, what are you trying to convey? Are you implying that everything I hold dear is utterly insignificant in your eyes? Lu Lin shook his head. That is not my intention at all. I merely wish to convey that my words are entirely impartial, devoid of any personal bias. For your so-called celestial father is not as admirable as you might believe. What? Star-Lord felt a dryness in his throat, staring blankly at Lu Lin. What do you mean? I will not elaborate, for even if I were to explain, you would not believe me, Lu Lin replied calmly. Ego is enigmatic, yet that does not imply that no one is aware of his affairs. Chapter 90. The greatest concern you may inquire with your father, Ego, or perhaps embark on your own journey of discovery. I have said all that needs to be said. The rest is for you to experience. The truth of what one witnesses firsthand carries far more weight than mere words from others. With a dismissive wave, Lu Lin turned to depart. Before leaving, he cast a casual glance at a nearby thicket, and with a flick of his hand, an eye hidden within the underbrush was silently extinguished. In the distance, Ego suddenly straightened, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. Indeed, he had been observing the unfolding events intently. The transformation of Star-Lord into his current state was a deliberate design of his own. Ego aimed to isolate Star-Lord, ensuring he had no friends to interfere with his choices. With his plan still in the formative stages, he had ample time to gradually condition Star-Lord, allowing him to proceed without haste. Thus, before molding Star-Lord into the image he desired, Ego felt compelled to help him rid himself of superfluous emotions. What purpose do these lesser beings serve? Their lifespans are fleeting, and their existence is decidedly primitive. Ego had never regarded these individuals as his equals. Naturally, he understood that Star-Lord would not condone such actions, which is why he unilaterally made decisions on his behalf. Ego believed that in time, Star-Lord would come to appreciate his intentions, realizing that only gods are truly akin to one another. Among this group, the individual he feared most was Lu Lin. After all, Lu Lin's strength was undeniably formidable, and before the completion of his plans, Ego lacked the confidence to confront him directly. He had always sensed an elusive threat emanating from Lu Lin, which justified his careful disguise. Were it not for Lu Lin's presence, his methods might have been considerably more aggressive. However, the situation was manageable for the moment, as Lu Lin had chosen to withdraw. Observing Lu Lin's retreating figure, Ego's gaze flickered. The remaining individuals posed no concern. With but a gesture, he could easily crush them all. Of course, such actions could not occur in Star-Lord's presence, for that would demand more time to manage him, a venture fraught with inefficiency. Ego merely needed to ensure Star-Lord became estranged from those around him, with perhaps only the armored enigma posing a significant challenge. Lu Lin's departure was not due to a desire to forsake Star-Lord, but rather a response to a distress signal from Rocket and Groot. He was unaware of the predicament facing them, yet Lu Lin felt compelled to investigate. 3 hours prior, Rocket set down his wrench, exclaiming, "At last, it's done." The tools left behind by Tony proved remarkably effective. Glancing up, Rocket furrowed his brow, realizing how late it had become. A quick look at his calibrated watch confirmed the passage of time. It was time to initiate the next phase. The rocket raccoon stretched languidly before pressing the launch button of the spacecraft. However, after a thunderous roar, the engine abruptly sputtered to a halt. We're doomed. It seems we won't be departing, the rocket raccoon lamented. He suspected a malfunction within the engine. Glancing at the nano-repair tools left by Tony, he cursed under his breath. The wretched device has run out of power. We must wait until tomorrow when the star rises to recharge it with solar energy. Resigned. The rocket raccoon disembarked from the ship. The lounge has yet to be repaired, so it appears we must camp outdoors tonight. Fortunately, they had previously established protective measures in the vicinity, alleviating concerns about wild beasts during their camping endeavor. Yet, the rocket raccoon remained uneasy, for the hazards of sleeping on this planet extended beyond its indigenous inhabitants. Therefore, he meticulously set up additional defensive traps. Just as he ignited a fire and settled down to relish the night, the warning traps he had laid around him were triggered all at once. Hearing the cacophony of alarms, the rocket raccoon swiftly realized that someone was preparing to launch an attack. Quick, hide, he shouted, hastening to retrieve his weapon. Damn it. Where did these fiends come from? With the spacecraft immobilized, their only recourse was to fight back. However, it was too late. He had already been targeted. A crimson beam flickered, and a silver arrow hovered silently before the rocket raccoon. Groot, lower your weapon and do not make any sudden moves, he proclaimed. Raising his hands high, I am Groot. Groot reluctantly lowered his weapon, standing still with his hands raised in surrender. From the shadows emerged a blue-skinned alien. The rocket raccoon's eyes lit up. I recognize you. This is all a misunderstanding. You are Star-Lord's father, are you not? You are a renowned member of the Ravagers. The rocket raccoon exclaimed excitedly, Look, it's all a misunderstanding. Can we not lower our weapons for now? Yondu's countenance darkened. This is no misunderstanding. Tell me, where is Star-Lord? Hey, wait a moment. That's not how you phrased it earlier, Yondu's subordinate interjected, visibly disgruntled. Didn't you say you would lead us to riches? Why do you now mention that traitor? Silence. Yondu barked menacingly. If you truly desire wealth, heed my words and do not interrupt me. Or shall I conclude that you intend to sabotage our path to fortune? The individual fell silent. Answer me, is it not so? Yondu whirled around, glaring fiercely at the man. Or do you plan to defy my orders and betray us? Indeed, I am simply tired of your constant reference to that traitor. The moment he finished speaking, the arrow pierced through his skull. I am never lenient with traitors. Yondu turned around, casting a cold gaze upon the group. Now, does anyone wish to voice their thoughts? An eerie silence enveloped his subordinates. Now, tell me, where has that damn fellow gone? The raccoon, Rocket, found himself at a loss as to whether he should divulge this information, yet the circumstances compelled him to speak. He has gone in search of his father. A man who claims to be his father. Rocket hesitantly recounted the events. Yondu, you may consider that man your son, but it seems he has no intention of recognizing you as his father. Chapter 91. The Past of Courage. I have long known that he is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Courage's expression darkened considerably. His greatest fear had indeed materialized. As for those two who dared to challenge his authority, he could no longer concern himself with reprimanding them, although he was unaware of Ego's true intentions. He was acutely aware of the fate that befell the children he had previously entrusted to Ego. After years of care, Courage had come to regard Star-Lord as his own flesh and blood. Otherwise, he would not have indulged him so freely. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of mutual misunderstanding between the two individuals. Are you going to find Star-Lord? Rocket Raccoon inquired tentatively. What do you want with him? What I want with him? Courage's face darkened further. You have no idea what kind of person his so-called father truly is. Courage exclaimed in fury. You fools have doomed Peter. I don't quite understand what you mean, Rocket Raccoon replied, somewhat perplexed. Isn't it a good thing that Peter has found his biological father? A good thing? Courage scoffed. You have no comprehension. You understand nothing. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and the control device for the arrow above Courage's head was completely destroyed. This arrow was connected to his neural system. Upon its sudden destruction, he instantly lost all consciousness. Rocket Raccoon stood dumbfounded before the unfolding scene. What is happening? What is happening? I've never liked him, the shooter declared. In his heart, he has always cared only for that Earth monkey. He has never cared for us brothers. So we have decided to go our own way. Moreover, we intend to find Peter and kill them all in front of Courage. Yes, first Peter, then Star-Lord. Rocket Raccoon felt an overwhelming sense of trouble. His greatest fear was encountering these mindless, bloodthirsty lunatics. Since I am not on Courage's side, could you perhaps let me go? Rocket Raccoon smiled weakly. Let you go? The man sneered. A creature like you is worth a fortune. Just wait. I will fetch a handsome price for you and your acquaintances. An hour later, Courage awoke. He found himself imprisoned alongside Rocket Raccoon and Groot, awaiting their impending demise. You're awake, Rocket Raccoon said weakly. It seems we are completely doomed now. Courage struggled to sit up, staring blankly out at the galaxy, lost in thought. They executed all your supporting crew, and they plan to find Star-Lord and kill you all. Why do you appear so unconcerned? Rocket Raccoon asked curiously. What difference does it make? We are about to die anyway, Courage replied indifferently. Don't you hope someone will come to rescue us? Yondu paid no heed to the Rocket Raccoon. However, the Rocket Raccoon could not remain quiet. He was exceedingly curious about the past. Come on, tell me. Why did you choose to keep Peter? Why? Because he was small enough to squeeze into places we could not reach to steal. Yondu replied nonchalantly. Isn't that something you've heard many times before? The Rocket Raccoon scoffed, utterly dismissive of Yondu's words. After all, they were intergalactic pirates. What need had they for a child to pilfer? Moreover, this did not elucidate why Yondu had always shown such unwavering support for Star-Lord. Really, are you so reluctant to share? The Rocket Raccoon pressed curiously. Given that you know we are all destined to perish soon, do you truly intend to take this secret to your grave? Are you that inquisitive? Yondu slowly closed his eyes. These matters had been buried in his heart for many years, never once shared with another soul. Yet, under the present circumstances, a conversation might prove beneficial. As a member of the Ravagers, Yondu had always adhered to the strict code of conduct. One tenet of which was that Ravagers would never lay hands on children or women. Initially, he had not been involved in the trafficking of children. Rather, he had been entrusted by Ego to locate his lost offspring. Although it felt quite peculiar, Yondu did not dwell on it. After all, it was simply a task of finding someone, and it could also be profitable, so why not? To speak frankly, reuniting a family was, in his view, an act of kindness. However, over the years, Yondu began to sense something amiss. He had assisted Ego in locating countless children, yet he had never encountered even a single child a second time. Eventually, he uncovered Ego's cruel truth. He had mercilessly slain all of his own children, one after another. Thus, Star-Lord was the sole child Yondu chose to keep. He understood that he could not return Star-Lord, for doing so would inevitably lead the boy to be found by others and delivered back into Ego's clutches. In order to protect Peter, Yondu fabricated a lie, claiming that the child was one he had stolen. Consequently, he became infamous and was completely expelled from the Ravager ranks. To be honest, did Yondu harbor not a trace of resentment towards Star-Lord? Most certainly. After all, the proudest achievement of his life had been his membership among the Ravagers. Being cast out from their ranks was a significant blow, shaping the Yondu of today. Yet, even so, he had never violated the Ravagers' ironclad principles, not once. He had never disclosed these matters to Peter. No one knew of his struggles, and Yondu silently bore the weight of it all. Aware of Ego's formidable power, he had always refrained from speaking out. As for Star-Lord's rebelliousness, he was indifferent. After all, with his protection, Star-Lord would undoubtedly remain safe. Little did Yondu anticipate that Star-Lord would ultimately be exposed. Not only that, but his subordinates had betrayed him as well. Now, he found himself not only isolated, but also a mere shell awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Well, Rocket Raccoon exclaimed. The story behind this is far more intricate than I had imagined. I am Groot. Meanwhile, Tony had found Lu Lin. I've made a breakthrough. What? The Power Stone, Tony declared excitedly. Lu Lin immediately grasped the situation. In truth, Tony had long harbored a desire to harness the Power Stone since he became aware of its existence. As the Power Stone held little utility in Lu Lin's hands, he naturally supported Tony's endeavor. However, the sheer potency of the Power Stone rendered Tony's experiments in utilizing it rather tumultuous and fraught with challenges. Chapter 92. The Power of the Aggrieved Gem. Thus, the Power Gem has always been securely held by Lu Lin. Once Tony discovers a method to harness its capabilities, Lu Lin would readily share it with him. For Lu Lin, a mere Power Gem holds little significance, as it has negligible impact on his own strength. He finds no merit in utilizing such artifacts himself. Rather, he is intrigued by the prospect of observing what transpires when these gems are entrusted to those who have yet to encounter them. Such as the Power Gem in the hands of Iron Man, Lu Lin has even contemplated whether to procure the Space Gem for Tony to encounter as well. Should he later acquire additional gems, such as the Reality Gem, he would be inclined to bestow those upon Tony as well. In his previous life, many asserted that Tony, as a mere mortal, stood shoulder to shoulder with deities. Now, Lu Lin is curious to see if, with an abundance of gems, Tony could indeed confront Thanos head-on. Furthermore, he muses that if Tony could be enhanced, even the celestial beings might find themselves challenged. Lu Lin eagerly anticipates such developments. Tony cautiously embedded the Power Gem into the reactor at his chest. In the next moment, a brilliant violet light erupted. The Power Gem did not remain at his chest, but instead glided to his forehead. His armor transformed, adopting a predominant purple hue, and his physique expanded considerably. A surge of formidable power coursed through Tony's body, compelling him to unleash a long, triumphant howl. Your current state is quite concerning, Lu Lin remarked, his brow furrowed. However, Tony was far too enthralled to heed Lu Lin's words. The visor of his armor retracted, revealing his exhilarated visage, as violet patterns began to spread across his face. Clearly, Tony was succumbing to the influence of the Power Gem. Lu Lin sighed softly. It was evident that not just anyone could wield the Power Gem's might. Even Tony was not exempt from its overwhelming force. Much like the Mind Stone in the original narrative, its mere existence had a profound effect on all the Avengers. For ordinary beings, the power of the Infinity Gems remained perilously dangerous. At present, Tony resembled the previously overconfident Star-Lord, laughing maniacally as he prepared to launch an assault on Lu Lin. Yet, the harsh reality remains. Even with the power gem, Tony was still no match for Lu Lin. In an instant, Lu Lin would teach him a lesson. Tony barely had the chance to strike before Lu Lin forcefully removed the power gem from his forehead. Subsequently, a torrent of magic was unleashed upon Tony, overwhelming him with immense arcane energy that momentarily severed his consciousness. Moments later, as Tony regained his senses, he nearly stumbled. Shakily, he retreated a few steps and collapsed onto the ground. This sensation was utterly dreadful. Tony repeatedly inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "I cannot harness this power at all." Lu Lin frowned slightly. Logically, the power gem should not invoke emotional turmoil. However, the cause of this situation remains elusive. After much contemplation, Lu Lin could only attribute it to the Infinity Stones harboring secrets beyond his comprehension. Following the recent experiment, it became evident that Tony was aware of his temporary inability to wield the Infinity Stones. Consequently, he exhibited no lingering attachment and promptly returned to his research. For Tony, the Infinity Stones were merely embellishments rather than essential tools, and this was precisely what Lu Lin admired about him. As he watched Tony depart, Lu Lin took out the Power Stone and scrutinized it closely. In his grasp, the stone lay quietly like a well-behaved child, yet once it slipped from his control, it became uncontrollable. Lu Lin was uncertain about the reasons behind this phenomenon. Perhaps the Infinity Stones were inherently beyond the grasp of ordinary beings? In the original narrative, all Infinity Stones existed in unique forms, enabling even the most mundane of creatures to harness their power. For instance, the Space Stone was forged into the Tesseract, while the Mind Stone was crafted into the Scepter. Most notably, the Time Stone was transformed into the Eye of Agamotto. These instruments not only allowed common beings to utilize the stone's powers, but also curtailed the stone's full potential. In essence, these artifacts served as safeguards for their wielders. Even someone as formidable as Thanos required the dwarves' crafted Infinity Gauntlet to access the Infinity Stones. After just a single use, he nearly faced annihilation. Naturally, this was partially due to his method of use. Realistically, Lu Lin did not believe that Tony, in a few years, could execute that fateful snap. After all, Tony had always been an ordinary man, devoid of any enhancements. Consider the fate of ordinary individuals who come into contact with the Infinity Stones, for example, their ex-girlfriend, who was nearly obliterated by merely an ether particle, subsequently triggering numerous complications. Yet Tony, even while wielding the Infinity Gauntlet, would have simultaneously interacted with all 6 Infinity Stones. Contemplating the state Thanos was in when he embedded the stones into his gauntlet compared to Tony's condition in the final moments led Lu Lin to a bold hypothesis. Could it be that these stones possess their own consciousness? Might they engage in a form of allegiance or recognition? Otherwise, Tony's ability to execute that snap remains inexplicable. Theoretically, the moment an ordinary person like Tony came into contact with all 6 Infinity Stones, he should have been reduced to ashes. Could it be that you possess your own thoughts? Lu Lin squinted at the Power Stone in his hand, gently shaking it. It seemed to respond to his musings, as a faint purple glow flickered across the surface of the stone. "Well, it appears I've underestimated you little ones," Lu Lin remarked with a light chuckle, weighing the Power Stone in his hand. "Be candid with me. I am indeed quite curious to observe the reactions you can elicit." The Power Gem turned over in Lu Lin's palm, glimmering momentarily. Lu Lin's expression instantly transformed into one of peculiar astonishment, for he perceived a hint of grievance emanating from the gem. "Are you feeling aggrieved now?" Lu Lin found himself in a state of bemusement. "On what grounds do you feel wronged? Why would you feel such discontent?" Lu Lin was utterly perplexed. However, he was destined to remain without the answers he sought from the Power Gem, for the gem was mute and incapable of communication. Chapter 93. The Unattainable Response. Lu Lin smiled and shook his head, tucking the gem away. It was rather absurd of him to converse with a stone devoid of thought. Unbeknownst to Lu Lin, however, as he placed the stone into his pocket, the Power Stone turned within, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. As embodiments of cosmic order, the Infinity Stones possess their own consciousness. Yet, the formidable nature of their power has rendered the emergence of their wisdom a painstakingly slow process. Throughout this journey, many Infinity Stones have been sealed away by various individuals through diverse means, either to be controlled or exploited. The Power Stone, confined within the cosmic sphere, serves as a representative of such treasures locked away. Meanwhile, the Mind Stone, sealed within the Mind Scepter, exemplifies a more practical form of confinement. This sealing process has persisted for millions of years, significantly delaying the stone's awakening to self-awareness. However, in Lu Lin's presence, a remarkable chemical reaction seems to be occurring, accelerating the generation of their wisdom. The Power Stone is now capable of responding to external stimuli to a certain extent. Yet, Lu Lin remains unaware of this transformation as he continues on his journey. Meanwhile, on Earth, Thor finds himself in a predicament. Upon arriving at the location of his hammer, he discovers it has been secured and sealed by S-H-I-E-L-D. Ignoring Jane's warnings, he charges forward, only to be swiftly subdued by a small electric stun gun. Contrary to the original narrative, upon revealing his Asgardian identity, Thor is met with immediate respect. After all, Lu Lin's earlier example looms large, and Fury dares not act carelessly. Thus, Thor approaches Mjolnir, attempting to lift his hammer. Yet, like countless ordinary individuals before him, he receives not a whisper of response from Mjolnir. This raises suspicions among S-H-I-E-L-D personnel regarding Thor's true identity. However, his vast knowledge of Asgard leads Fury to question whether Thor might indeed be a charlatan. Alas, with Lu Lin absent from Earth and unreachable, verification proves impossible. Ultimately, after a thorough interrogation, Fury releases Thor. The god, denied Mjolnir's recognition, is plunged into despair and self-doubt. In all his life, when he first grasped the hammer, he had never doubted its loyalty. Yet now, as Mjolnir remains unresponsive to his call, Thor begins to wonder if he has become unworthy of its power. When Jane finds Thor, he sits dejectedly on the roadside, lost in thought. What's wrong? Were you cast out by those people? Jane looked at Thor with concern and said, I told you, those are government agents. They are not to be trifled with. Just look. She cast a glance at the bandaged wound on his forehead and, with a hint of exasperation, asked, What happened to you? Did they harm you? Jane felt a surge of anger. They have no right to do this. They made me see my hammer, Thor replied weakly. But my hammer no longer responds to my call. He clasped his head in anguish, lamenting, Why? Why is this happening? Am I no longer worthy of Mjolnir? Jane exchanged an awkward glance with her companion, unsure of how to console Thor in that moment. You, such a strong man, cannot lift that hammer? The woman inquired with curiosity, her excitement bubbling forth. See, I told you I was right. Jane sighed, feeling a sense of futility. I said we must trust in science. Yet, doubt began to creep in. What exactly are these people doing? Could they be a group of frauds? Or perhaps they are conducting some illicit experiments, driven by her sense of justice. Jane felt compelled to uncover the truth behind the situation. Thus, she resolved to wait until nightfall, when the guards would be fewer, to investigate what these individuals were truly up to. Thor, too, could not believe that he had been forsaken by Mjolnir, and he decided to join Jane in her quest to see the hammer once more that evening. However, the S-H-I-E-L-D guards were exceptionally vigilant, and given their lack of experience, it was inconceivable that the two of them could breach their defenses. Jane was merely an ordinary person without any formal training, while Thor had always relied on brute force, charging in recklessly. To expect these two novices to excel in stealth was akin to dreaming. Yet, against all odds, the duo managed to arrive before the mighty Mjolnir. This occurrence could only imply one thing. Everything had been orchestrated by someone, just as Thor attempted to lift Mjolnir again. Fury was monitoring the unfolding events through a surveillance screen from a nearby camp. Unsurprisingly, Mjolnir remained utterly unresponsive. Naturally, Jane and her friend stepped forward to try their hand. But it was evident they could not lift the hammer either. Observing this scene, Thor fell to his knees before Mjolnir, tears streaming down his face. Why? Why do you no longer respond to me? Am I truly unworthy of you? At that moment, a fierce wind began to whip around them, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Thor's expression shifted to one of joy. Is it you, Mjolnir? Is it you? He exclaimed, eager to reach for the hammer once more. However, the outcome remained unchanged. He still could not lift Mjolnir, and was even knocked back by the electric energy radiating from it. Upon witnessing this scene, Jane comprehended that they could no longer linger in this place. It would not be long before those individuals would come searching for them, thus they must depart at once. Dragging a reluctant Thor along, the trio managed to escape just before the agents of S-H-I-E-L-D discovered their presence. Meanwhile, Fury and Coulson exchanged a knowing glance. At this point, no further evidence was necessary. This was the most compelling proof. Thor had not lied. He was indeed of Asgardian lineage, the Prince of Asgard, and the rightful owner of that peculiar hammer. However, the pressing matter at hand was how to navigate and resolve the complexities of their relationship. According to Lu Lin, they need not intervene in this affair. Yet Fury could hardly resign himself to such an action. Chapter 94. The Trials of Thor in Truth. Even before Thor's arrival, Fury had orchestrated countless attempts to test the worthiness of individuals for wielding the hammer of the Thunder God. It was hardly surprising to him that he possessed knowledge of the hammer's characteristics. Much of this information had been gleaned from Lu Lin, while some had been candidly disclosed by Thor during his interrogation. Upon learning about the hammer's attributes, Fury felt an undeniable surge of desire. To wield such a hammer would bestow the powers of the Thunder God upon its bearer. How could Fury possibly remain indifferent? If one of his agents were to prove capable of lifting the hammer, it would be an unparalleled advantage. Would he still need to develop further weaponry? He would no longer need to contemplate which individuals to invite to his Avengers team. A worthy candidate would already be at hand. Thus, prior to Thor's arrival, Fury had ensured that all those he deemed potentially worthy had attempted to lift the hammer. As expected, none succeeded in garnering its approval. According to Lu Lin's official declarations, only those of true integrity could earn the hammer's favor. It appeared that Fury's agents did not meet the requisite standards. Consequently, he enlisted retired soldiers to partake in the trials. Yet, after countless attempts involving hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals, not a single one met the criteria. Even Fury himself had tried, only to find the hammer utterly unyielding. It seemed a slight predicament had arisen. Fury cast a glance in the direction Thor had departed and, without raising an alarm, prepared to welcome a distinguished visitor. Indeed, this individual was none other than Steve Rogers. "Captain, it has been a while," Fury smiled as he approached. "How have you been faring?" "Well enough," Steve replied with a hint of detachment. "Things have been relatively calm." Fury, while expressing his intent to release the captain from the political maelstrom he had been ensnared in, was well aware that Steve had been tirelessly assisting him in navigating the chaotic external pressures. Thus, it was rather unusual for Fury to receive a pleasant countenance from Steve at this moment. Yet Fury, unfazed by this, acknowledged the unseemly nature of his actions. But such considerations did little to deter his resolve. He promptly led Steve to stand before the hammer of the Thunder God. Prior to their arrival, Steve had already perused all available documentation regarding the hammer, fully aware of the purpose of his visit. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached it directly. Standing before the hammer, Steve took a deep breath, then grasped the weapon with both hands and summoned strength from his core. Fury's expression shifted dramatically, for those present could clearly observe the hammer move ever so slightly as Steve exerted his effort. Yet, despite his subsequent attempts, the hammer remained steadfast, refusing to budge even a fraction further. This rendered Fury's anticipation into mere nothingness. Moments later, Steve rose and shrugged, indicating his powerlessness. "If you cannot lift it, I truly wonder who in this world can wield such a hammer," Fury remarked, half in jest. Deep down, he understood that if even Steve could not gain the approval of the so-called embarking, then indeed, there was no one in existence who could. Thus, he decisively abandoned the idea of acquiring the hammer. The risks were too great, and the rewards too meager. Should either Lu Lin or Thor discover this matter, the relationship with Asgard would become precarious. Gaining it would be one thing, but since it was evidently fated to remain out of reach, he chose not to dwell on it further. The mere opportunity to study embarking within a limited time frame satisfied Fury immensely. As for future events, he had little desire to concern himself with them. They could handle themselves. Meanwhile, as Thor lamented his inability to regain embarking's favor, Loki furiously confronted Odin within the halls of Asgard. "Why do they all receive trials, while I am left with nothing?" Loki felt an acute sense of injustice. His father had always prioritized his brothers, leaving him, the middle child, feeling neglected and unacknowledged. Odin was even disinclined to chastise him, a fact Loki found intolerable. Upon learning that Thor had ventured to Earth for his so-called trial, and that Lu Lin had already commenced his own, Loki's frustration reached its zenith. "Why do they have opportunities, while I do not?" One does not lament scarcity, but rather inequity. If all were deprived or all were granted, it would be different. Yet, others were favored while he, who had long perceived himself as unloved, was not. This profound unfairness compelled Loki to confront Odin directly. "Have you ever regarded me as your child?" Loki accused bitterly. "You misunderstand. This is not a trial," Odin explained calmly. What could he say? Should he reveal that this was merely a ruse to deceive Thor? If Loki were to discover this and inform Thor, what then? Would the trials that had just begun come to an abrupt end? After all, Thor and Loki had shared a good relationship since childhood, and Odin could not guarantee that Loki would remain silent. If Loki's revelations jeopardized all their efforts, what would be left? Thus, Odin chose to withhold the truth from Loki. "If you wish, I can prepare a trial for you as well." "If I wish?" Loki suddenly laughed. "What do you mean by if I wish? Did you not say that those who succeed in the trials would inherit the throne of Asgard?" "I have stated before, this is not a trial," Odin replied, furrowing his brow. "Then what is it?" Loki bitterly remarked. "Did you never intend to grant me the opportunity to inherit the throne? You are unwilling to even provide me with a chance to undergo trials. Does Loki genuinely care about the throne?" The answer is, of course, in the negative. To put it plainly, even after many years, Loki remains merely a child yearning for attention. However, do not be led to believe that Loki is simply an innocuous and naive soul. Should you entertain such a notion, the countless lives lost at the hands of the Chitauri, whom Loki inadvertently summoned, would certainly have something to say. Chapter 95. Proving oneself to a certain extent. Loki's nature is imbued with a hint of cruelty and a touch of indifference, as evidenced by his subsequent actions. Regardless of his past, the heinous deeds he committed are inescapable and warrant his demise. Yet, his transgressions were ultimately overshadowed by his tragic death. Reflecting on the ramifications Loki brought upon Earth, one cannot overlook the profound impact following the Battle of New York, which altered countless lives. The mere task of addressing the remnants left by the Chitauri could spawn an entire television series. Lu Lin even recalls a particular scene from a Marvel show depicting a bizarre epidemic spreading through a region. Those afflicted would violently erupt with plasma, leading to their immediate demise. Leaving no chance for redemption, infection equated to death, claiming the lives of many firefighters. Through Coulson's investigation, it was eventually uncovered that this was an extraterrestrial virus, originating from helmets stripped from alien corpses post-battle. For the aliens, this virus was merely a severe cold, a mere glimpse into the devastation brought forth by the Chitauri, not to mention the countless humans who had already met their tragic ends. Consequently, Lu Lin's perception of Loki has never been particularly favorable, and their relationship remains rather indifferent. Loki does not covet the throne of Asgard. Rather, his true desire lies in seeking Odin's approval. This yearning deepened amidst his continuous self-doubt, ultimately morphing into hatred for Odin upon the revelation of his true identity. However, after undergoing a series of transformative experiences, Loki eventually found remorse. Yet, even with this newfound understanding, he could not amend the damage inflicted upon the world. Thus, you never intended to include me in your considerations, did you? Loki gazed at Odin, his heart brimming with confusion and resentment. I understand. Without allowing Odin the opportunity to clarify, Loki turned on his heel, leaving no room for rebuttal. In response, Odin could only sigh. He had indeed never regarded Loki as a candidate for the throne. After all, despite being raised by Asgardians, Loki was not one of them. The notion of placing a non-Asgardian on the throne of Asgard is steeped in irony. In many respects, Loki's sentiments are not unfounded. He had recognized this issue long ago, albeit unaware of its root. Thus, upon learning his true identity, he was engulfed in despair and sorrows, leading him down a dark path. Yet, the present Loki remains oblivious to these truths, fixated solely on proving himself. However, he is still but a child in many ways, and his method of self-validation is through conquering Thor, to demonstrate that he is not inferior to him. Naturally, in a straightforward contest of strength, Loki knows he cannot surpass Thor. He possesses the wisdom to acknowledge this reality. However, he cannot be defeated. He is clever. The Navi Loki believed that if he could vanquish Thor, he would earn his father's approval. Unbeknownst to Loki, Odin had always recognized him. It was precisely because of this acknowledgement that Odin never wished to deceive Loki. He could easily have misled Loki, telling him that he too had a claim to the throne. If only he could surpass his brother, he would become the king of Asgard. As for whether Loki could indeed triumph over Thor, Odin would serve as the judge. If he could not control such matters, he would have wasted many years as the king of Asgard. Yet, Odin refrained from such deception, never granting Loki even the slightest opportunity. If he did not genuinely acknowledge Loki's abilities and cunning, why would he act in such a manner? Thus, Loki's schemes were destined to be futile. Upon arriving in Midgard, Loki was elated to discover that Thor had lost Mjolnir's endorsement. This revelation filled him with joy. It was a divine opportunity. Consequently, his first course of action was to seek Mjolnir, attempting to gain its favor. After all, Loki was well versed in the arcane arts, far surpassing Thor, who was utterly inept in magic. However, upon further investigation, he was disheartened to find that even though Thor had lost Mjolnir's recognition, it still refused to choose him. This disappointment did not linger for long. With everyone now lacking the hammer's approval, Loki felt a sense of balance restored within him. Yet, observing the dejected Thor, a bold idea began to take root in Loki's mind. We are nearing our destination. Yondu glanced out the spaceship window, prepared to greet our demise. Why be so pessimistic? Rocket Raccoon remained remarkably unfazed. Perhaps someone will come to rescue us. Rescue us? Yondu scoffed. Who do you think will save us? A notorious intergalactic pirate? He pointed to himself. Or a little squirrel, neglected by the world, fresh from a laboratory? Yondu laughed heartily, prepared to meet your end. No, we are not isolated. Rocket Raccoon glanced out the window and smiled slightly. Look, reinforcements have arrived. In the next moment, Groot appeared in the room. What happened? How did you end up like this? Roaring with joy, Rocket Raccoon exclaimed. You finally arrived. I thought you had forgotten us. I am Groot. Wait, who are you? Yondu stared at Groot in astonishment. How did you get in here? How did you appear? Quite simply, it was magic. Groot replied nonchalantly. As soon as I received your message, I hurried here. Now, tell me, what is the situation? Rocket Raccoon elaborated on the events with embellishments. Why do you seem so calm? Rocket Raccoon asked in confusion. It's as if you already knew everything. Indeed, I am aware of it all. Groot nodded slightly. Igor. The deity group, how could I, as an Asgardian, remain oblivious to his affairs? I am even aware of his intentions regarding those children. What could they possibly be for? Yondu struggled to rise from the ground. unable to maintain his composure when it pertained to matters concerning Star-Lord. You know, the typical drivel about ruling the universe and such. Lu Lin scoffed, remarking that he is merely a madman. But why, then, would he resort to slaying so many of his own offspring? Chapter 96. Questioning my strength? You are aware, are you not? This individual belongs to the celestial group, Lu Lin remarked with a hint of disdain. Perhaps it was the overwhelming power that had tainted his mind during the prolonged voyage. He had gradually come to believe that no creature in the cosmos was worthy of being compared to him. Yongdu felt as though his worldview was being shattered. If he deemed these beings unworthy of comparison, then why did he sire so many offspring? It seemed Lu Lin had discerned Yongdu's confusion and proceeded to elucidate. The multitude of children was born from his desire to create beings of equal caliber. The outcome, as you might expect, was that none of those children met his standards or expectations, regardless of their lineage, leading him to dispose of them. For Yongdu, any child that failed to meet his criteria was deemed a defective product. He could mercilessly eliminate those women with whom he shared intimate relations, rendering those imperfect progeny even less significant in his eyes. The children he dispatched with ease epitomized his attitude. So, this is how it is? Yongdu's gaze grew distant. From a certain perspective, you were indeed performing a noble act back then, Lu Lin observed, casting a glance at Yongdu. For in truth, he had sought to reclaim his children, albeit under the condition that they were the ones he desired. Who are you, and how did you get in here? A pirate inquired as he entered. Lu Lin regarded the intruder, and a crimson beam of laser erupted from his eyes, instantly creating a gaping hole in the pirate's head. Indeed, this was the newly acquired ability of heat vision. However, his proficiency was still lacking, as the laser continued to penetrate several metal walls after piercing the pirate's skull. Wow! Rocket Raccoon whistled in astonishment. Where did you learn that? It's so cool. Wait. Rocket Raccoon seemed to have a sudden epiphany. Looking at Lu Lin with shock. You haven't undergone some sort of transformation, have you? What are you thinking? Lu Lin glanced at Rocket Raccoon and rubbed his eyes. It was his first time employing this technique, and his eyes felt slightly dry. He was still not quite accustomed to it. It's just a new ability I acquired. Merely testing it out. How did you learn this move? Rocket Raccoon's eyes lit up. Can I learn it too? First, you must be Asgardian. Lu Lin replied with a faint smile, preferably of royal blood. He then silently added in his mind, moreover, you would need an enhancement. Rocket Raccoon's expression immediately dimmed. All right then. It appears they have already discovered us, Lu Lin remarked, stretching his shoulders. Should I leave any survivors? Yongdu stood up. Contemplating. Let us keep a few alive. We cannot operate the ship with just the three of us. Then you shall wait here, Lu Lin instructed. In the next moment, the two lost sight of Lu Lin. Need any assistance? Rocket Raccoon cast a glance at the valiant but struggling Yongdu, who nodded slightly. There is a spare controller in my chamber. Please fetch it for me, and I shall be fine. Rocket nodded in acknowledgement and promptly dashed outside. Upon returning with the controller, he found Lu Lin had reappeared before them once again. After replacing the controller with a brand new one, Yongdu regained his vigor. The controller was intricately linked to his neural pathways, which meant a significant portion of his brain's nerves were entwined with it. The loss or damage of the controller did not merely signify an inability to command his arrow, it posed a far graver consequence. While a temporary malfunction or switch would not inflict severe harm, prolonged absence of the controller could lead to irreversible damage to his body, which had been the reason for his earlier listlessness. Now equipped with the controller, his confidence was rekindled. Noticing Lu Lin's return, he offered a faint smile. Did you encounter any troubles? With a soft whistle, Yongdu summoned his arrow to his hand. Leave it to me. Lu Lin shot Yongdu a peculiar look. I've already tied everyone up. You just need to determine who should remain. What did you say? You tied them all up? Yongdu stared at Lu Lin in disbelief. You are still too young to understand the significance of an Asgardian prince. Rocket Raccoon strolled past Yongdu, giving his calf a playful pat. Do you grasp what being an Asgardian prince entails? With a tactical lean back, Rocket displayed a dismissive grin, despite Yondu's reluctance to believe. Upon witnessing the neatly bound crew members in the spaceship's hull, he could not deny the reality. How did you manage this? Yondu's mouth hung agape. Lu Lin smiled gently but remained silent. However, hope ignited in Yondu's eyes. I heard from that little squirrel that you have a good relationship with Star-Lord. Lu Lin saw through Yondu's thoughts immediately. Do not worry about Peter's safety, he has his own path to tread. Lu Lin spoke calmly. If he cannot resolve it, I will intervene. Initially, Yondu had resigned himself to a fate of certain death on their journey to Ego's home planet. Yet, witnessing Lu Lin's prowess instilled a newfound hope within him. You know about Ego. Yet, a thread of concern lingered in Yondu's heart. After all, Ego was renowned as a member of the Celestial Group. His very essence was that planet. One could only imagine the despairing scale of such a being. How could a creature of that magnitude lack formidable power? The void itself was a remnant of a celestial's cranium, illustrating the immense strength such a being would possess in life. Even though Lu Lin's strength has far surpassed his own expectations, Yongdu still couldn't help but harbor some concerns. There is no need to question my abilities. Lu Lin replied with a faint smile. To be honest, a mere celestial group does not command my respect, especially when it is merely an ego. Observing Yongdu's lingering apprehension, Lu Lin chose not to elaborate further. It is only natural for individuals to be reluctant to accept that which exceeds their understanding. When the truth eventually reveals itself before Yongdu, he will undoubtedly come to believe in what he witnesses. Chapter 97. Another failure. As the planet drew ever closer, Ego could not help but reminisce about past events. Not long ago, he had sought out the Ravagers, attempting to persuade them to allow him to rejoin their ranks. However, his earnest invitation was met with merciless derision. We shall forever bear the shame of your actions. The Ravagers will never strike at a child. You have betrayed our principles. You are our disgrace. Do not expect to hear the call of freedom and death. The radiant colors of Ogair shall never shine upon your gravestone. Yondu attempted to articulate an explanation, yet ultimately remained silent. How could he elucidate such matters to his former brethren? Even after being expelled from the Ravager Legion, he had never forsaken his honor nor violated their tenets. But who would believe such claims? Who would trust a scoundrel capable of harming a child? The answer was evident. No one would lend credence to such a wretch. All assumed he had left Star-Lord behind solely because of his youth, enabling him to infiltrate places inaccessible to others for thievery. This only served to underscore his shamelessness and depravity. Watching his comrades depart, Yondu felt an acute sense of anguish. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar, and he had long since acclimated to them. As his thoughts returned, Yondu beheld Ego's true form, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He had witnessed this man's formidable power firsthand. How could he not feel fear in his presence? Nevertheless, for the sake of Star-Lord, he resolved to proceed with determination. As the ship landed, Tony approached once more. I believe I have discovered a method to safely wield the Power Stone, he said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. May I try again? Lu Lin cast a skeptical glance at Tony. It had only been a brief while since their last encounter, and he found it hard to believe that Tony had indeed found a way to control the Power Stone. Yet, seeing the hopeful glint in Tony's eyes, Lu Lin could not bear to dampen his spirits, and thus produced the Power Stone once more. This time, Tony meticulously embedded the Power Stone in front of the reactor at his chest, unleashing a surge of violet light. It appeared that Tony had prepared for this moment, as the armor he wore began to pulsate as if it were alive. Accompanied by the rhythmic movements of the armor, the Power Stone encountered significant resistance, remaining obediently in place before Tony's chest. Success! Tony exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet, the Power Stone was not so easily subdued. In the next moment, a more intense burst of violet light erupted, and the Power Stone shifted to Tony's forehead. A formidable force surged through Tony's body, eliciting a primal howl from him. Indeed, Lu Lin sighed softly. The reality aligned with his expectations. Tony was still unable to master the Power Stone, his arrogance having led him astray. After all, the Power Stone was one of the Infinity Stones, embodying the most fundamental forces of the universe. If it were so easily mastered, throughout history, countless individuals would not have needed to create the cosmic sphere to contain it. At this moment, purple patterns had gradually spread across Tony's face. In a fit of fury, Tony once again launched an attack against Lu Lin. In an instant, a multitude of purple energies rapidly struck Lu Lin's form. However, beneath the protection of Lu Lin's magic, not even the hem of his garment was damaged. The next moment, Lu Lin forcefully removed the power gem from his head. Awaken! Two ancient runes were uttered from Lu Lin's lips, instantly striking Tony's soul. This time, Tony's awakening was significantly swifter than before. After two successive soul incursions, Tony's essence had sustained some damage. If Lu Lin did not assist in alleviating the pressure the power gem exerted on him, it was feared that Tony would soon become a fool. The sensation was utterly dreadful. Tony continued to take deep breaths, exclaiming, I cannot control this power at all. You are far too impatient, Lu Lin replied, shaking his head in resignation. You have underestimated the power gem. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Lin proposed, let us do this. You keep the power gem for a while to study, but you must exercise caution. Should you experience another incursion, you might very well become a simpleton, and at that point, even I would be unable to save you. With that, Lu Lin handed the power gem to Tony. Upon hearing this, Tony hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to contain the power gem. He attempted to use his armor to secure the gem, yet no matter what he did, it was quickly eroded. Helplessly, he could only watch as Lu Lin once again stored the power gem away. However, he did not leave empty-handed. At the very least, studying the eroded areas would deepen his understanding of the power gem. Suddenly, Lu Lin had a thought and pulled a delicate sphere from his pocket. He placed the power gem inside, then handed it to Tony. Indeed, this is the cosmic sphere. Back on that planet, no one noticed it except for Star-Lord, who picked it up and brought it back. Initially, he intended to use the cosmic sphere to deceive others, but once the news spread from Xander, that plan was regrettably abandoned. With the cosmic sphere rendered useless, he passed it to Lu Lin. It is now perfectly suited for housing the power gem. You may study this cosmic sphere. It could prove beneficial to you. From the very first glance at the cosmic sphere, Tony was entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. He was curious about the materials that allowed the power gem to remain still and compliant within. However, as Lu Lin handed the cosmic sphere containing the power gem to Tony, he keenly noticed that the gem within was exhibiting signs of restlessness. The cosmic sphere, destined for Tony, took an unexpected turn and was reclaimed by Lu Lin. Tony, what does this mean? Wait a moment. Lu Lin opened the cosmic sphere, revealing the power stone lying quietly within, his brow furrowing slightly. You, my friend, seem a bit deceptive, do you not? Surely you do not harbor any ulterior motives? The cosmic sphere lay still in its box, devoid of any movement. Lu Lin cast a skeptical glance at the power stone before stowing it away and presenting it once more to Tony. This time, he felt no trace of energy emanating from within, despite his reluctance to accept the notion. He was now compelled to acknowledge that the power stone indeed possessed a consciousness of its own. Chapter 98. Betrayal and enmity. What are you talking about? Tony inquired, casting a perplexed glance at Lu Lin. It is merely a stone. Are you truly conversing with a rock? What of it? Can a stone not embody a living entity? Lu Lin jested. In America, you might find yourself facing litigation from those human rights advocates. At the mere mention of this, a shadow of gloom crossed Tony's features. He was baffled as to why those advocates had targeted him. They claimed his company lacked black employees, alleging he was guilty of racial discrimination. Tony was not one to coddle such individuals. He bluntly retorted, "It is because no black candidates meet our hiring standards." This remark stirred a hornet's nest. Tony was promptly sued by numerous parties, accusing him of discrimination against black individuals, citing his alleged comments on their intellectual inferiority. When Tony first heard this rationale, he could hardly contain his laughter. The very reasons for his reluctance to hire black employees were laid bare by these accusers. Yet, in America, racial discrimination is a taboo subject. Anyone embroiled in it must face substantial repercussions, and Tony was no exception. Although he ultimately won the lawsuit, he was compelled to create a quota for black employees as compensation. Now, whenever the topic of those black employees arose, Tony felt as though he had ingested something repulsive. Upon learning of this incident, Lu Lin would occasionally tease him about it, leaving Tony feeling quite helpless. Besides, after spending so long in the universe, do you still believe there are impossibilities? Lu Lin remarked, casting a glance at Groot not far away. Following Lu Lin's gaze, Tony beheld Groot and came to an understanding. If a tree could indeed become a living being, then perhaps a stone possessing consciousness was not so far-fetched after all. After all, this stone wielded immense power and was, in essence, a manifestation of one of the 6 fundamental elements of the universe. Upon realizing that the power stone might very well possess its own consciousness, Tony began to hesitate. If it were merely an unthinking rock, he could study it without trepidation. However, the possibility of it harboring awareness made him reconsider. He was not frightened per se. Rather, he felt it imperative to make thorough preparations before embarking on any research. After his previous experiences, Tony had come to value his life immensely. Furthermore, the sensation of being controlled by the power stone was decidedly unpleasant. Don't worry, I've got your back. What are you afraid of? Lu Lin assured him, sealing the cosmic sphere and casually tossing it back to Tony. Even if you perish and your ashes are scattered, I can bring you back. Though doubt still lingered in his heart, Tony accepted the cosmic sphere from Lu Lin. He held a profound belief in Lu Lin. If Lu Lin assured him that everything was fine, then it undoubtedly was. Who was that? Star-Lord? Rocket Raccoon gazed at the man approaching from a distance. Mouth agape, how did he achieve this? After all, he was a child of the celestial group. Was it not rather commonplace for him to accomplish such feats? Lu Lin remarked casually. Upon seeing a few individuals gathered together, Star-Lord's countenance darkened considerably. Earlier, he had reflected alone and realized that his words to Gamora had indeed been rather excessive. Consequently, Star-Lord resolved to seek out Gamora for a sincere conversation and to extend an apology. However, after flying around the planet, he could not locate her and instead stumbled upon this group of people. Had it been merely others, Star-Lord might have remained indifferent. But the presence of Yondu among them perplexed him greatly. Star-Lord's greatest aspiration in life had been to escape Yondu. And now that he had finally achieved this desire and discovered his biological father, he could hardly have anticipated that Yondu would come knocking once more at this juncture. What are you doing here? Star-Lord asked, his expression grim. How did you find me? Come with me. This is not your home, Yondu replied earnestly. This is not my home, Star-Lord retorted, laughter tinged with anger. Then where is my home? Is it that damn ship of yours? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The previously calm Yondu suddenly grew furious. Do you not realize that I saved your life back then? Saved my life? Star-Lord scoffed. You merely pulled me from the clutches of that wretched monster. Must you dwell on this for eternity? In truth, had it not been for you, I would never have ventured into the cosmos, nor would I have fallen into the jaws of that beast. You have no right to claim you saved my life. Yondu opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Star-Lord's assertions held a kernel of truth, yet they were also flawed. Without Yondu, Star-Lord would never have been brought into the universe, but conversely, if not for Yondu, someone else would have aided Ego in locating his child, resulting in a similar fate for Star-Lord. You are mistaken, Lu Lin interjected softly. At this point, there is nothing left to conceal. Without Yondu, you would have perished long ago. What do you mean by that? Star-Lord glared at Lu Lin, displeasure evident on his face. You know nothing of my past. How can you utter such words? I may not know your past, but someone who does has arrived. Perhaps you should inquire of that individual, Lu Lin suggested, glancing at Ego floating nearby. Star-Lord turned to see Ego approaching, his expression softening slightly. You need not explain. I can articulate it myself, Ego stated as he landed. It was I who entrusted Yondu to bring you from Earth to my side. For I have long known that you were the true heir to my legacy. What does this mean? Star-Lord was utterly bewildered, as he could not fathom the significance of Ego's words. Was it true that he had been taken from Earth at the behest of his father? Contemplating this revelation, Star-Lord cast a disdainful glance towards Yondu. If it weren't for this man, he would have surely begun to revel in the embrace of paternal love long ago. How dare he claim to be his savior? With this thought, a fierce anger ignited within Star-Lord. Chapter 99. Speaking frankly, what? Why? Is what he said true? Star-Lord gazed sorrowfully at Yondu. Although he had always sought to escape from Yondu, the feelings he harbored for him were far too complex to be expressed in mere words. Yondu had cared for him for many years, even though he had never particularly liked Yondu. The bond forged over those years was undeniably genuine. Yet now, he suddenly realized that the emotions he had nurtured over the years had become a cruel jest. What paternal affection, what familial love. It appeared that his life had been a tragedy from the very start. You are not mistaken, but there are reasons, Yondu explained. Reasons? What reasons? Star-Lord glared at Yondu, his anger palpable. Is it because you are a despicable, shameless traitor? Is that your reason? Enough. I no longer wish to hear your nonsense. Star-Lord turned away, his voice icy. Leave now, and let us sever ties completely. From this moment forth, we shall have no further connection. Ego stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Star-Lord's shoulder. Yondu watched the scene unfold before him, a pang of pain gripping his heart, rendering him momentarily breathless. It seemed that Ego had found the child he desired. If that were the case, Star-Lord would surely find happiness here. At the very least, he would be safe. Indeed. It was true. Ego was a celestial being. Following him would undoubtedly offer a brighter future than aligning with someone like Yondu, who had been cast out from the Ravager's ranks. Silent, Yondu turned away, his heart heavy with sorrow. Lu Lin rolled his eyes. I detest people like you who cannot express themselves clearly, he complained. It's a matter that could be resolved with just a few words. Yet you insist on dragging it out with all this nonsense. If that's the case, why not be straightforward from the beginning? However, Star-Lord was in no mood to listen to Lu Lin's words. I consider you a friend, but this is a personal matter. Please refrain from meddling, all right? His tone was weary. Tony stepped forward, restraining Lu Lin gently and shaking his head. This is their affair. As outsiders, we should not interfere. Lu Lin chuckled lightly, snapping his fingers. Star-Lord soon found himself frozen in place, unable to move. What is the meaning of this? Star-Lord seethed, suppressing his inner fury. What do you mean by this? Lu Lin replied coolly. If you wish to leave, you may, but allow me to finish speaking first. This is our matter. Please do not let outsiders intervene. Ego advanced, his gaze icy as he regarded Lu Lin. Though he was uncertain of Lu Lin's intent, he sensed that if Lu Lin were permitted to speak, his plans could very well unravel. What? Do you wish to compare strength with me? Lu Lin raised an eyebrow, a hint of confidence in his demeanor. After a moment's consideration, Ego chose to concede. His plan was not yet fully prepared, and thus he was reluctant to complicate matters at this juncture. With the plan nearing completion, the thought of delaying it by several centuries due to a confrontation with Lu Lin was indeed a substantial loss. Although he was unaware of Lu Lin's intentions, Ego believed that with his eloquence, he could likely persuade Star-Lord. Weighing the two evils, he ultimately decided to hear Lu Lin out. Are you not curious about the whereabouts of your former siblings? Lu Lin remarked to Star-Lord with a hint of detachment. You have long assumed that Yondu kept you around solely for the purpose of pilfering items from places inaccessible to them. Yet, after years of traversing the galaxy, how many scenarios have you encountered that required a child's involvement? Yondu is not alone. He commands a band of ravenous space pirates. Though they may possess their own code and ethics, at their core, they remain ruthless marauders. They must consider their own survival. Resources are precious in the vastness of space. No one would willingly harbor an utterly useless burden aboard their vessel. Even as captain, Yondu must attend to the thoughts and sentiments of his crew. A lack of consensus breeds rebellion, a situation Yondu has recently faced. If he wished to retain Star-Lord, he needed to provide a reason that would instill confidence in his crew, demonstrating Star-Lord's utility. Thus, Yondu assigned him the task of thievery. However, in truth, had it not been for Star-Lord, Yondu possessed far more efficient means to accomplish those tasks. His crew, being rather dim-witted, could not discern the intricacies of the situation. They only perceived Star-Lord's successful completion of the task, which reluctantly led them to permit him to remain. Nonetheless, Yondu's attitude towards Star-Lord discontented many, ultimately culminating in a rebellion aboard his ship. Why not inquire with your biological father about the fate of your siblings? Lu Lin suggested coolly. Perhaps the bones buried beneath the floor of your room might provide you with the answer. What? Star-Lord exclaimed, shock evident on his face as he turned to Ego. He had always believed he was Yondu's sole child, only to discover that Ego had numerous offspring. At this point, Ego resolved to cease any pretense. To earn Star-Lord's trust, he needed to convey his sincerity. If these individuals were not present, he might have relied on other fabrications to deceive. But now he was certain that any falsehood would be swiftly unraveled by them. Thus, he opted for candor. I have told you before, I am a celestial. Ego stated matter-of-factly, my existence has spanned so long that it cannot be quantified. Merely mastering the control of my own body has consumed me for millions of years. Do you not think it is entirely natural that I have sired some offspring over such an expanse of time? Regrettably, none of them inherited my extraordinary abilities, leading to their untimely demise. Yet you, my child, are different. Ego gazed at Star-Lord with a gentle countenance. You have inherited my gifts, my strength. We are truly of the same lineage. Your lifespan shall mirror mine, enduring for millennia upon millennia, for eons unending. We shall persist until the very brink of the universe. Ego spoke tenderly. I am also willing to share my power with you, ensuring that we shall encounter no peril. Chapter 100. Intolerable. You and I are kindred spirits. We are unlike them. Ego's words bore a certain allure, difficult for anyone in his position to resist. And Star-Lord was no exception. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Lin shattered his deceit. The selective concealment of truth often leads to erroneous conclusions, Lu Lin remarked coolly. For countless centuries, the demise of those children who failed to inherit his gifts was indeed a tragically commonplace occurrence. However, he did not disclose the manner of their deaths or the age at which they perished. Before Ego could refute him, Lu Lin continued. These children all met their end in their teenage years, typically within 1 or 2 years of being brought to this planet. Lu Lin need not reveal who was responsible for these tragic fates. By merely presenting the evidence, Star-Lord would inevitably deduce the truth. Conclusions drawn independently are invariably more compelling than those imparted by others. Is what he claims truly accurate? Ego regretted allowing Lu Lin the opportunity to speak. Yet, with the words now spoken and irretrievable, he sought to mend the situation. What you say is indeed the case, Ego stated, his demeanor unchanged. I have already asserted that we are distinct from them. They lack my gifts, rendering them no different from ordinary beings. In my eyes, these individuals are akin to the lowest forms of life, indistinguishable from one another. Ego locked eyes with Star-Lord, striving to influence his worldview through sheer mental force. Do you feel sorrow for beings outside your own species? Do you grieve for the animals you consume daily? Indeed, in my perspective, those who have not inherited my gifts are fundamentally no different from other creatures. You must understand, Peter, it is only you and I who are alike. We are the same essence. Those mundane, lesser beings cannot truly accompany you. You may invest emotions in them, but do not become ensnared. For you are not like them. Ego incessantly reiterated the phrase not alike, attempting to sway Star-Lord's psyche. Yet Lu Lin remained undeterred. Consider who in the universe would assist in bringing the child back? Those mindless, foolish pirates are undoubtedly unreliable, as the child could very well be devoured on the journey. Thus, he must seek out those principled pirates, Lu Lin stated matter-of-factly, such as Yondu. For only such individuals could ensure the child's safety. Lu Lin spoke deliberately. Ego's choice was not erroneous. Indeed, it was justified. However, a potential issue arose. These principled pirates might not be willing to separate the child from their mother. This has led to significant obstacles in Ego's reclamation plan, nearly causing it to stagnate. Fortunately, Ego possesses a long lifespan, allowing him to rectify his past misdeeds. Upon realizing this, he would take it upon himself to eliminate the mothers of his children before departing. The reason for not directly taking the child was that he lacked the time and resources to nurture a child for many years until adulthood. However, this decision often resulted in the child's potential disappearance or inability to thrive without maternal care. Consequently, Ego's methods evolved once more. He employed his abilities to instill a latent illness within the mothers of his children. This affliction would ultimately claim the mother's life once the child matured. At that point, he would instruct pirates to bring the children to him, ensuring no complications would arise, as he would be the sole remaining relative of these children. The pirates would have no grounds to deny a child the opportunity to meet their biological father, even if Ego had many offspring. So, how do you believe your mother met her demise? Lu Lin remarked to Star-Lord with a hint of detachment. Could it truly be due to some form of cancer? Star-Lord's demeanor began to shift uneasily. You killed my mother? The look in Star-Lord's eyes towards Ego was now fraught with mistrust. You must comprehend my intentions, Ego. seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, insisted. To find my kind, to locate you as swiftly as possible, these sacrifices were indispensable. Do you think I harbor no feelings for those individuals? Ego's emotions surged, his silver hair swaying gently as rage and anguish etched across his face. Child, do you know? Among so many, your mother was the one I cherished most. At the time I made that decision, my heart was equally tormented. But you must understand. All I did was for you. Ego grasped Star-Lord's shoulders earnestly, stating, every action I took was to meet you as soon as possible. Thankfully, my sacrifices were not in vain. I have finally found you. His voice softened. Trust me, will you? Trust that I am the one person in this world who would never deceive you. To embellish his malevolence with beautiful lies is a common tactic among such individuals. Be silent. Ego bellowed, unable to contain himself any longer. At that moment, a shimmering silver-blue aura enveloped him, his eyes radiating a gleaming white. As faint blue lightning coursed around him, do you truly wish to engage me in battle, Asgardian? You shall face the wrath of the Celestial. Lu Lin narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Threatening the next king of Asgard? Frankly, if Ego were resolute in opposing Asgard, Lu Lin would indeed find himself in a precarious situation. Alone. Ego could perpetually harass Asgard with his formidable mobility, as long as he was not entirely subdued. He need not inflict significant harm upon Asgard. A mere occasional harassment at the borders, the slaying of a few innocents, and then a swift retreat would suffice. Such actions would be effortless for him. Yet they could inflict profound damage upon Asgard's reputation. Should Asgard fail to address this predicament, its deterrent power within the cosmos may plummet drastically. At that juncture, troubles would abound, and even the 9 realms under Asgard's dominion might be at risk of insurrection. Ego was evidently aware that uttering such words signified an irrevocable conflict. Chapter 101. The object of deep affection. Did he truly wish to engage in a relentless conflict with Lu Lin? The answer is, of course, a resounding no. No one desires to oppose a formidable empire, particularly when its sovereign is a being of immeasurable power. The strength of the Asgardians evolves with age. The older they grow, the mightier they become. Whether Odin possesses the prowess of the divine assembly remains a mystery, yet, judging by his illustrious historical achievements, it is evident that Ego would prefer not to become his adversary. I am not issuing a threat, but as an Asgardian. You have no authority to meddle in the affairs between my son and me, Ego declared boldly. If you insist on this course, even the prospect of war does not intimidate me. I have never sought trouble, yet I do not fear anyone's threats, even if you are the Prince of Asgard. He continued. Is that so? Lu Lin replied with a subtle smile. But Quill is my friend, and I believe I am entitled to intervene in your matters. However, it appears you have yet to consult Quill's wishes, have you? Lu Lin added, still smiling lightly. Why not allow Quill to make his own heartfelt decision? With a gentle flick of his wrist, Quill's gaze instantly regained clarity. Sensing the magical fluctuations in the air, Ego's expression shifted dramatically. What have you done? He inquired. Taking a step forward, silver-blue magical energy shimmering in his grasp. I believe that when a person is faced with a significant life decision, they ought to be in a clear state of mind, don't you think? Lu Lin remarked casually. Quill clutched his head, feeling a twinge of discomfort. What on earth was happening? He had merely been affected mentally, not entirely stripped of awareness. Thus, he retained his prior memories. Once the mental influence of Ego dissipated, Star-Lord swiftly returned to his normal state. You just claimed that you killed my mother? Star-Lord stared incredulously at Ego. He found it hard to believe that he had momentarily grasped Ego's rationale. He had, in fact, regarded Ego as one of his own kind. He had even felt that Ego's perspective was valid, that in this world, it was only he and Ego who could share companionship. At that moment, his heart brimmed with fury. Ego inhaled deeply, surprised by how events had unfolded. In truth, his actions were not entirely misguided. His error lay in his impatience. How old was Star-Lord now? Not even 30. His mother had occupied the entirety of his early years. All the love and affection he had experienced stemmed from her. In his teenage years, Star-Lord had been introduced to the cosmos, but that had only been a brief span of time. In such a fleeting life, expecting Star-Lord to forget his mother's kindness and instead comprehend Ego was, evidently, an impossible feat. Had Ego possessed sufficient patience to wait just a little longer, merely 200 to 300 years, or even 50 to 60, the outcome could have been quite different. As the companions of Star-Lord gradually departed, as he became accustomed to the cycles of life and death, and as the subsequent chapters of his life began to overshadow his childhood memories, it is certain that he would eventually grow indifferent to these past experiences. Ego perceived that Star-Lord, being still in his youth and lacking the full bloom of his powers, was relatively easier to manipulate. Moreover, having waited for an eternity, he chose this moment to act. Yet, it was precisely because of Star-Lord's tender age that his heart was filled with the fervor of youth and the love bestowed upon him by his mother. How could Star-Lord possibly accept Ego's reasoning? Had Ego not exerted such profound influence over him, it is likely that upon discovering the truth of his mother's demise, Star-Lord would have risen in defiance immediately. I have said it before, you will come to understand my intentions in time, my child, Ego mused, momentarily setting aside any quarrel with Lurkin. His foremost objective was to soothe Star-Lord. Should he fail to calm him, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Ego approached Star-Lord slowly. You need to comprehend my plight. Do you understand my solitude? Perhaps, in your eyes, she is an inseparable part of your existence. Yet her lifespan was tragically brief. In the expanse of my long existence, she was merely a fleeting wisp of dust. Would you mourn for a creature that only graced your life for the briefest moment? Would you truly concern yourself with its fate? Ego's words were laced with a beguiling charm, compelling listeners to attentively absorb his sentiments and grasp his mindset. Even Drax and the others found themselves ensnared by his rhetoric, unconsciously lowering their weapons as they listened to Ego's introspective journey. You clearly wouldn't, would you? Ego finally stood before Star-Lord, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. So can you now comprehend my helplessness? He cloaked himself in the guise of a victim, portraying his actions as forced and devoid of choice. Yet, a moment's contemplation reveals the fragility of his logic. Villains often masquerade as victims to elicit sympathy, a tactic that countless deceitful individuals on Earth have employed with alarming success. While speaking, Ego also leveraged his own psychic influence to render his words more persuasive, facilitating empathy from his audience. However, unbeknownst to him, he drastically underestimated the significance of Star-Lord's mother within his heart. Though Drax had always treated Star-Lord kindly, he was, by all accounts, an inadequate father. His love was subtle, difficult to discern. It was only upon reaching adulthood that Star-Lord began to grasp the unspoken affection Drax harbored for him. Star-Lord was a soul-starved for love, and the most palpable and unforgettable affection he experienced throughout his life undeniably stemmed from his mother's nurturing embrace. Individuals often find themselves unwilling to extricate from the cherished memories of the past, and Star-Lord is no exception. Throughout his life, he holds dear only two possessions, the first being the portable cassette player gifted to him by his mother before her departure, and the second being his spacecraft. While the ship serves as the foundation of his livelihood and, though significant, can be replaced if destroyed, the cassette player occupies an irreplaceable position in his heart. He is resolute in his desire to shield it from even the slightest harm, which profoundly illustrates the depth of Star-Lord's love for his mother.